Chapter 1 I Am Not a Fox. Konoha 51 years, summer. 3-year-old Vortex Naruto stuffed pocket money into his pocket and walked out of the house. Can I play with you? Nearby, 2 small children were playing and laughing happily. Naruto was envious. He walked over timidly and asked. Okay. The little boy agreed. Great. Naruto cheered, feeling the world light up. Let's go, stop playing. Mom, I haven't had enough. Enough, don't play anymore. Also, remember, don't get close to that demon fox kid in the future. What is a demon fox? Can we play together? The demon fox is a terrifying big monster that can eat people. The 2 adults suddenly rushed out, dragged the child away, and repeatedly warned the child. Naruto opened his mouth, trying to stop him. He didn't speak after all. Similar situations have happened many times, and he has learned to be silent. The sky seemed to be getting darker. Along the remote street, Naruto lowered his head, avoided passers-by, and proceeded cautiously. Many people hate him, and the eyes that look at him are full of disgust and malice, the kind of eyes that are eager to kill and then quickly make him shudder. Naruto didn't understand why. But he has to learn to get used to it. He, who is left alone, has to get used to these eyes. He has to live first, and then talk about other things. At the door of a shop, Naruto stopped. He saw a fox mask. Touching the pocket money in his pocket, Naruto raised his spirits and whispered, Uncle, that. I'm not selling you anything here, get out of here, god of plague. The shop owner glanced back at him, his face instantly turned cold, he interrupted him directly, and even pushed him out of the door. His actions were extremely rude. What are you doing? I have money, why don't you sell me something? Naruto took out his pocket money and shouted loudly. He was extremely aggrieved, and the incomprehension and anger in his heart all burst out in an instant. I can sell anything in my store to anyone I want, and I won't sell it to you, demon fox, get out of the way. It's really bad luck. The shopkeeper is like a god of plague, with disgust on his face, like a hideous monster. The monster rushed out and rushed towards Naruto, biting his heart, making him cold, feeling breathless and black in every direction. So uncomfortable. So, is that the kid? SHH, be quiet, don't get close to him, watch out for the demon fox running out. Damn, it's this damn demon fox that killed Lord 4th Hokage. Why did the 3rd generation keep him in the village? Kill him, this god of plague, demon fox, how many people has he killed? I can't bear it anymore, I want to avenge my family. Naruto looked around, and at some point, a large group of people gathered around the street. Those people whispered, their eyes became more and more gloomy, more and more terrifying, as if they wanted to divide him, vicious and murderous. Naruto was trembling, terrified. The surroundings seemed to have become the bottom of the sea, with only the deep darkness and the suffocating pressure that was desperate and terrifying. Snapped. An egg hit him in the face. He wiped it blankly, holding the eggshell, his eyes were still sticky, and he couldn't open it. With the courage from nowhere, Naruto was furious. He roared at the surrounding crowd, I'm not a demon fox, I'm not a germ, I have a name, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Why do you look at me like this? I'm not wrong, I just want to buy something, why do you guys to do this to me? Why? I'm not wrong. Why do you do this to me? Naruto roared, and the flames of anger in his heart kept burning him hot, and his pupils kept shrinking and dilating. Faintly turned into vertical pupils. Look at his eyes, it really is a demon fox. Kill him, this kind of monster should not live in the world. It's terrible, demon fox, monster, go to hell. The crowd rioted, all frightened by Naruto's looming fox pupils. Eggs, vegetable leaves, baskets, and all kinds of debris fell on Naruto, smashing him into a mess. He looked around blankly, his heart suddenly freezing to the extreme. Boom! A stone fell on Naruto's forehead, and blood gushed out all at once, making his eyes turn blood red, and the faces of the people around him seemed to become weird, hideous, vicious, like monsters. Who is the monster? Naruto's mouth twitched, as if mocking, but also crying. Stop! An Umbu ninja suddenly appeared, picked up Naruto and left instantly. Naruto curled up silently, like a log. He cleaned the wound, dealt with the injury, and finally returned to his home, and Naruto remained motionless. He was lying on the bed with empty eyes, staring at the ceiling without blinking for a long time. Naruto. 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the news and rushed over. Seeing the arrival of the 3rd generation closest to him, Naruto finally had a reaction. Grandpa 3rd generation, I'm not a demon fox, right? Yes, you are not a demon fox. You are just Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was soft, and he reached out and stroked Naruto's head, very kindly. Naruto sniffed, still feeling extremely depressed. Grandpa 3rd generation, am I really not some demon fox? Naruto looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen, timid flinch and apprehension in his lake blue eyes. He wanted to reconfirm. No, you are definitely not a demon fox. Naruto, I already know what happened today. I will order the villagers to stop discussing this matter. In the future, you can go out normally, and no one will be like today. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently comforts Naruto with a very kind smile. As long as you eat well, sleep well, and wake up early tomorrow, everything will be over. Hurry up and grow up. When the time comes, you can go to the ninja school and make a lot of friends. You will definitely be happier than you are now. Naruto nodded slightly, feeling slightly better. Seeing that Naruto was finally appeased, Sarutobi Hiruzen left with satisfaction. Why are they doing this to me? It's abominable. With this question, Naruto fell into a deep sleep. In the sky of Ninja World, a meteor flashed and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Next to Naruto's bed, there is a sapphire statue. Did, bind the host and activate the wishing system. Did, the host's brain waves fluctuated strongly, a wish was born, and the wishing system was activated to make a wish. Drip, wishing success. In Naruto's mind, a flash of light suddenly appeared. Tian Xingjian, the gentleman is self-improvement. The terrain is Kun, the gentleman carries things with great virtue. A clear voice echoed in Naruto's consciousness, causing him to murmur subconsciously. Chapter 2. Naruto hasn't gone out for half a month. It's hard to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became solemn after hearing the report of Umbu's ninja. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, if it goes on like this, it will definitely not be good for the village. He reappears at the Naruto residence. Naruto, what are you doing these days? It's Grandpa third generation, I've decided to work out hard and I'm doing a training program. Seeing Naruto's bright sunny expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relieved that things were not as bad as they had imagined. Let me see, what training plan is this? 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats a day, plus a 10-kilometer run. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the weird characters Naruto had written on the paper, thinking it was just a child's scribbles. Seeing Naruto beaming about his plan, he could feel the buoyant spiritual energy from Naruto. Naruto was not overwhelmed by the discrimination and insults of the villagers, but cheered up, which is really gratifying. This plan is amazing, Grandpa third generation. I always feel that this is a super invincible training plan. Great, great, Naruto is amazing. Sarutobi Hiruzen said a few perfunctory words, and when he saw that Naruto didn't look like he was pretending, he finally felt relieved. As for the training plan? This plan is indeed not low for a 3-year-old child, but for a ninja, it is insignificant. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen won't spoil Naruto's good mood, and praised repeatedly. Grandpa third generation, can you teach me the transformation technique? As long as I learn the transformation technique, I won't be kicked out when I go out to buy things in the future. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Naruto made a request to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment. He stared into Naruto's eyes, as if trying to see something in them. Naruto is thinking about the days after learning the transformation technique, with a look of longing. His eyes were clear and clean, and there was a bright light flickering. Okay, I'll have someone send you the chakra extraction and 3 body technique ninjutsu scrolls. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked away with a smile. Very good mood. Naruto touched the sapphire statue hanging on his chest, feeling equally good. What happened that day left him puzzled, why the villagers hated him so much that they committed murder. Before he went to sleep, he kept thinking, and couldn't figure it out. But when he woke up, Naruto suddenly figured it out. He had a dream in which a person was studying, and learning all kinds of knowledge, all kinds of images, which made people dazzled. Naruto seems to have gone through these learning processes with that person. This kind of baptism can create a person's soul. Although after waking up, many things were forgotten, but Naruto suddenly became transparent and could face his tragic experience calmly. More importantly, he found a sapphire statue on the head of his bed. This statue, Naruto discovered its function, is to make a wish. As long as the wish is not too big, make a wish before going to bed, and after waking up, 90% of the wish can become a reality. For example, Naruto wanted to speed up the healing of the wound on his forehead. The next morning, his wound was 70% healed, which was amazingly fast. This change made Naruto ecstatic. He regarded the sapphire statue as the most precious thing on his body, and tied it directly with a rope and hung it on his chest. He made up his mind that even if he took a bath, he would not remove the statue. I make a wish, I hope that there will be a training plan that will make me stronger and stronger, until no one in the world can insult me and scold me, everyone should look up to me and respect me, I will be their only light. After accumulating for half a month, Naruto finally made the above wish solemnly last night. He can't change others. He knew that even if third Hokage gave an order, the villagers who should hate him will continue to hate him, and those who should ignore him will also ignore him. The only thing he can change is himself. Tian Xingjian, the gentleman is self-improvement. Naruto muttered these words, his eyes bright as fire, and grabbed the training plan on the table. This is an invincible training plan called Saitama Training Method, which he obtained after making a wish. Vortex Naruto, it's time to start working hard. You will surely succeed. Get stronger, keep getting stronger, and eventually become the strongest in the ninja world, become the Konoha village Hokage, become the object everyone must look up to, and then go to those villagers and say to them, you are all wrong, I, Uzumaki Naruto, not a fox. Naruto's blood was boiling, and he felt that the haze in the sky was swept away. 97, 98, 99, 100. Naruto couldn't hold it any longer, and slammed onto the ground, soaking through his clothes. This is his third day of training. Only lay down for 10 seconds. Naruto struggled, opened the door, and ran along Konoha Avenue. Sweat dripped and staggered. The steps are firm. 100 crunches. 100 push-ups. 100 squats. Run 10 kilometers every day. Naruto followed the training plan and completed it meticulously without any discount. As long as you don't die, practice to death. Is this fox kid crazy? The Umbu ninja who was watching followed him all the way, and he was shocked to see that Naruto kept striding forward even though he was swaying and seemed to fall down at any moment. Looking at Naruto again, there was a touch of admiration in his eyes. At night, Naruto slumped on the bed, feeling sore and painful. After all, he was a 3-year-old child, his body was not fully developed, and he struggled so much that his body was on the verge of collapse. I make a wish, get up tomorrow, give me something to restore my body. Whispering, Naruto hadn't finished making his wish, and the person had already fallen asleep, and the sleep was extremely sweet. Waking up the next day, Naruto smiled brightly. On the head of the bed, a ruby-like crystal clear bottle came into view, and the liquid in the bottle was as bright as jade. Red bottle, red potion. Specialist recovery. Chapter 3. Naruto sticks to his training plan. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. The Umbu ninja who was watching thought several times that Naruto couldn't hold on any longer, but the next day, Naruto was still very strong and started his own training, which made him exclaimed that it was impossible. This plan is inconspicuous for ordinary ninjas, but it is too much for a 3-year-old child. Not too much. Bao Jianfeng has been sharpened, so how do you become stronger? A real man, you can't say no. Naruto gritted his teeth and sat down sweating profusely. He could feel himself getting stronger. But the strange thing is that the daily routine training still puts heavy pressure on him, push-ups, squats, sit-ups, long-distance running, and the ones that should be strenuous are still strenuous, and there is no sign of any relief. This should be a special effect of the post-wish training method to keep yourself under pressure all the time. Fine, that's how it should be. Naruto, sweating profusely, ran fast along the remote streets of Konoha. Very tired. But the toughness in his bones makes him continue to accelerate. Until the final 10 kilometers run. Naruto stopped, sweating on his trembling legs. What? A hot breath came from his chest. Naruto looked odd, and smuggled the sapphire statue on his chest, which was heating up. After wandering around pretending to be dazed, Naruto found a clue. The closer you get to a certain direction, the hotter the statue's breath becomes. He walked quickly in that direction. Seeing a little black-haired girl staggering, Naruto was startled that the statue had settled down again, no longer emitting heat. Hey! Naruto rushed in front of the little girl and stopped her. The little girl had short purple hair, with a strand of long hair hanging down on both sides, against the eyes that were as clear as white jade, and with a startled and timid expression, she looked extremely cute. Naruto's heart was shocked, and some pictures flashed in his mind, and there seemed to be a shadow of this little girl. It seems, very important, a destiny-like existence? At this moment, Naruto forgot his purpose and just stared blankly at the little girl. In his lake blue eyes, the figure of the little girl was reflected, which was extremely profound. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, the vortex of the vortex, the Naruto of the Naruto role. What about you? What's your name? Naruto spoke suddenly. Straight to the point. He stared at the little girl with burning eyes, with the momentum of a domineering president. Me. My name is Hokage Hinata. Hinata was speechless, and after a long while, he said his name in a mosquito-like voice. She felt that the little big brother in front of her was too strong. Although she was sweating profusely and looked embarrassed, her body exuded some kind of dazzling light, which was something she had never seen before, which made her yearn very much. Hokage Hinata? What a nice name. In this way, we know each other, and we will be good friends in the future. Hello. Hinata. Nice to meet you. Naruto grabbed Hinata's little hand and smiled brightly. Ah! Hinata's face turned red all of a sudden and turned into a steam girl. Too close. Dizziness. Where is your home? I'll take you back. It's getting dark, why did you run out alone? There are bad guys outside, and you will suffer alone. Naruto took Hinata's little hand, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, babbling. His heart was at peace, and he felt that his empty heart was filled all of a sudden, very comfortable. Destiny? Encounter? Who cares about it? He only knew that this white-eyed girl was very important to him. Besides, Hinata is also the only person other than Third Hokage who has no grudge against Naruto, although he is blushing and dizzy, he is cute. Hinata pointed at the road bewilderedly, followed Naruto beside Naruto, all the way to Hyaga's house. Your home. Naruto pursed his lips and looked at the huge house with a hint of envy in his eyes. He let go. There is a sense of loss. Hinata, why did you run out alone again? Everyone will be worried about you. Hisashi uncle, I'm probably lost. That's it, remember to be careful in the future, and it's good to have people around you. The door opened, and a tall, white-eyed man came out and asked Hinata with concern. He was very elegant and kind. Naruto glanced at the man curiously. Dark clouds cover the top, and the appearance of death has already appeared. For some reason, these 8 words appeared in his mind, which was weird. He quickly dismissed the thought. After all, that's Hinata's uncle, and it's not right to curse people like that. The white-eyed man is the younger brother of Hyaga Hayashi, the head of the Hyaga family, Hyaga Hisashi of the branch house, and Hyaga Niji's biological father, uncle of Hyaga Hinata. Hinata, you're home, it's time for me to go too. Bye. Naruto gave Hinata a big smile, waved his hand, turned his head and left, very dashing. Meet a new friend today, a very important friend. Very happy. However, there seems to be something wrong with Hinata's uncle, which is quite troublesome. Is it dead? Could it be just my own wild thoughts? Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Uncle, what did you say? Hyaga Hisashi glanced at Naruto's back, who was far away, and muttered to himself. Hearing Hinata's question, he suddenly smiled and changed the subject. As Hinata walked into Hyaga's house, she turned back and forth, watching Naruto's back, until she couldn't see it. Chapter 4. In the days that followed, Naruto lived a very fulfilling and happy life. Every day, he picks the time when it is dark, and conducts training in remote sections to avoid those annoying villagers. The body is very tired, but the person is very relaxed. No disgusted eyes, no cold eyes, just pure. What's more, Naruto occasionally finds Hinata hiding somewhere on the street. Hinata dodged like a little hamster, surreptitiously watching Naruto training. Sometimes he hides so tightly that Naruto can't see it. Sometimes Naruto telepathically discovers Hinata, and in surprise, he can put a smile on his face all day long, very happy. Apart from training time, Naruto stayed at home, practiced chakra extraction and practiced the 3-body technique. Chakra extraction, very smooth. Naruto didn't know how much chakra was in other people. Anyway, when he extracted chakra for the first time, he felt that a lake-like chakra lake suddenly appeared in his body. So many chakra, let him practice the 3-body technique, can't be used up. Transformation technique, body replacement technique will get started soon. The clone technique is a bit difficult, and the avatars are always crooked and grotesque. Clone technique. Clone technique. Clone technique. Naruto's mentality is very good, he is not discouraged at all, he just practiced over and over again, and he never tires of it. Boom. 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 The clone continued to explode, and white smoke bursts. New avatars kept appearing, still very weird. But the weirdness is slowly being corrected, a little bit better. This kid, under the influence of my chakra, has gradually mastered the clone technique master, and chakra's control has become more and more delicate. How old is he? Is it that Konoha wants to produce a genius Jinchuriki? Inside Naruto's body, Kurama in the seal raised his eyes flashing with worry. Seeing that Naruto was discriminated and insulted by the Konoha villagers and fought violently, Kurama was in a good mood. As long as this continues, Naruto will inevitably go to Blacken. At that time, Kurama will be able to encourage Naruto. Whether it is to open the seal or turn into a beast, Kurama can vent his grievances and make people happy. However, Naruto was firm in his will. He passed this hurdle by himself and worked harder, just like another 4th Hokage. Kurama's depressed mood can be imagined. No, Naruto's clone technique is getting more and more perfect. In the end, if not in Naruto's body, I'm afraid Kurama can't tell the difference between Naruto's body and avatar. It's training time again. Naruto came out of the room and started exercising according to his usual habit, and soon he was sweating profusely. After finishing his indoor training, he started a 10-kilometer run along the same old route. The Umbu ninja, who was monitoring Naruto, followed suit. After a long time, another Naruto came out of the room without a sound. He transformed into an ordinary Konoha villager, quietly blending into the street. This kid, what do you want to do? Kurama was dumbfounded. It never imagined that Uzumaki Naruto, who had always acted brightly, would have this thought, using his clone to lure away the Umbu ninja who was watching, while the main body was secretly doing his own thing. Why are there ninjas watching me around? Why does Grandpa 3rd generation keep spying on me with ninjutsu? Why does this Konoha village always make me feel weird and breathless? The heart of harming others is indispensable, and the heart of preventing others is indispensable. Naruto murmured in his heart, but he did not rush all the way until he entered the depths of the forest near the Konoha training ground, and he was not noticed by anyone. On his wrist, he wears a strange bracer, with a faint light flickering, which cannot be distinguished by the naked eye. Only Naruto himself can get the information he wants from the wristband. Bedrock armor, with its own deformation function, anti-reconnaissance function, life recovery function, damage absorption function, void teleportation function, void shield function, etc., a first-class big killer. Naruto touched the icy gauntlet with a reassuring smile on his face. That day, the sapphire statue suddenly became hot. After Naruto came into contact with Hinata, when he returned home, he found that there was a red light on the sapphire statue, which seemed to absorb something, making it suddenly different. It was only later that Naruto learned that the sapphire statue had absorbed enough luck to change. Every time you make a wish, the statue has to consume luck to make the dream come true. The more luck, the greater the probability of success. It was also thanks to Naruto's good luck that he succeeded in making his wishes again and again. And Hinata's luck was clearly better, which attracted a strong reaction from the sapphire statue. On this day, Naruto has been thinking about Hyuga's daily death. When he woke up, the mysterious bedrock armor appeared beside him. It is precisely because of the anti-reconnaissance function of the bedrock armor that Naruto found that there were ninjas watching him, and even found Sarutobi Hiruzen peeping at him with a telescope technique every 3 days. For the first time, Naruto was wary of third generation. Today, Naruto took advantage of the success of the clone technique, and when Sarutobi Hiruzen did not spy, he led the Umbu ninja who was watching, and slipped into the dense forest by himself. He needs to be familiar with the various functions of the bedrock armor. In Konoha, Naruto didn't dare to use the bedrock armor at all, he learned to protect himself little by little. Here, it should be almost there. In the forest, Naruto put a little on his wrist, the jet black armor spread all over his body like running water, wrapping him tightly like an Iron Man in a blink of an eye. Naruto begins various trials. Strength, speed, void teleportation, void shield, armor defense, various attempts. Boom. The trees kept falling, and the ground cracked one after another, as if there was a behemoth raging in the forest, terrifying to the extreme. Almost familiar with performance. Very powerful, I wonder if it can match Chunnin. Naruto suddenly flickered, submerged into the void, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Swish, several figures suddenly appeared, it was Konoha Shinobi. Who is trying to move here? This power is really terrifying, I'm afraid it is some Chunnin. Really, it's been an eventful season. I don't know who it is, but it's just making noises and making trouble for us. I hope nothing happens. Konoha can't stand the toss anymore. Chapter 5. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Into winter. It's been a snowy day. All get ready for the arrival of the Cloud Shinobi Village Peace Group. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order with a serious face. Recently, negotiating peace with Cloud Shinobi is the biggest thing in Konoha Village, and everything must make way for it. He felt the pressure. In today's Konoha village, there is no connection between green and yellow, Orochimaru defected, Jiraiya went out, Tsunade never returned, and the head of the 5 dignified ninja villages has fallen into the weakest moment. In any case, there can be no changes in the negotiation. Hiruzen, there is one thing, don't ignore it, the Hyuga family is contacting Jinchuriki. When everyone left, in the corner of the office, a man with a white bandage on his head and a gloomy face walked out. I know about this. It's just the contact between children. It doesn't matter. Don't care. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. It's better to warn the Hyuga family, Nine Tails Jinchuriki. It's better for these big families to avoid suspicion. If you can, it's best not to contact them. The bandaged man's voice was cold and his tone was cold. Danzo, I've decided on this matter, you don't need to meddle with your business. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Shimura Danzo a cold look and said decisively. Thinking of what happened to Naruto not long ago, it was hard for Sarutobi Hiruzen to imagine what Naruto would be like if he broke this new bond. Exciting, not too much. Hiruzen, this is just a suggestion, I hope you don't regret it. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, turned around and left, reckless. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless for a long time. Hyuga's house, maybe it's time for some BG. What happened today? It's actually brightly decorated. Naruto took Hinata and walked around the street, very happy. He used the transformation technique, and his appearance became slightly different, the fox lines on his cheeks disappeared, his hair turned black, and he looked like an ordinary child. No one will pay attention to him, let alone treat him coldly. The villagers also became friendly, and they were completely different from their previous appearances. You two children, don't run around, beware of those who bump into Cloud Shinobi Village. Cloud Shinobi Village. That's right, the Cloud Shinobi Village negotiation team came to discuss the alliance with our Konoha. As long as we negotiate, there will be no war. Naruto took Hinata's little hand and retreated to the side of the street, watching the excitement curiously. Hinata blushed brightly, and followed Naruto, step by step. She didn't say anything, her heart was warm and happy. Third Hokage and many high-level officials of Konoha have come forward. At the Konoha gate, a group of Cloud Shinobi ninjas appeared, all with bronze skin, looking at the arrogant guy. They swaggered into Konoha. Facing the Konoha village residents who were watching the lively along the street, Cloud Shinobi Ninja pointed, laughed from time to time, and his eyes were full of contempt. That kind of condescending domineering meaning, even the ignorant person can feel it. Hey, kid over there, come here for me. Naruto froze for a moment, realizing that the Cloud Shinobi village ninja turned his attention to himself. No, it should be on Hinata next to him. Those eyes, so greedy, seemed to want to swallow Hinata in one bite. Hinata was a little scared and hid behind Naruto. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Naruto patted Hinata's little hand and stared coldly at the group of Cloud Shinobi ninjas, anger building up in his chest. He may not mind if others insult him and scold him. But if you want to hit Hinata's idea, it is to touch his Uzumaki Naruto's inverse scales, which is simply courting death. Little devil, are you still here? The Cloud Shinobi ninja headed by one eye was covered by a hanging cloth, and the other eye revealed a cold evil spirit, which was quite furious. Naruto sneered and ignored him. Hinata, let's go and ignore these bastards. He pulled up Hinata, got into the side alley, and left. Before leaving, Naruto also heard the voice of third generation, and seemed to be apologizing to the people in Cloud Shinobi village in a low voice. Why did Grandpa third generation apologize to them? To be a guest at someone else's house, and to behave so arrogantly, these people are clearly evil guests, and it is justified to beat them out with a stick. Why do you have to be low-key? By the way, the death of Hinata uncle seems to be related to these people. It seems that we need to focus on them. Naruto thought to himself that he was disappointed with third generation's performance. Hokage, it's not like that. Although he is only 3 years old, his mind is much more mature than the average person, probably because every night in his dreams, he can experience a new learning process, which makes him mature unconsciously. Hinata, don't go out these days, stay home. There are bad guys out there, maybe they're coming to catch you. Bringing Hinata to the front of Hyaga's house, Naruto warned Hinata over and over again with a serious look. Hinata nodded blankly, taking these words to heart. Bad? Catch Hinata. Inside the Hyaga house wall, the head of the Hyaga house, Hyaga Hayashi frowned. Chapter 6. This day is safe and sound. Cloud Shinobi village ninja honestly negotiated peace with Konoha, digging into the details of various conditions, very seriously. At night, the welcome banquet was very lively. It was a new day, the status of the peace talks became clearer, and the atmosphere in Konoha village became more and more relaxed, obviously looking forward to this rare covenant. Peace, away from war. This is the dream of countless people. Nobody wants war. The people of Konoha village rejoiced and waited eagerly for this imminent peace. Okay, the conditions have been negotiated. Just wait for the official signing tomorrow, and peace will come. Konoha, you can also take a good rest. Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched, showing a look of relief. Hiruzen, you've made too many concessions. You've lost your power and humiliated the country. Those barbarians of Cloud Shinobi don't know how to laugh at me. Konoha behind my back. Shimura Danzo glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a kind of hatred for iron. Danzo, you have to know that the current Konoha really can't stand the toss. If the stalemate continues, our village will continue to be weak, and the sooner there is peace, the sooner we can be stable. You're too naive, Hiruzen. The barbarians of Cloud Shinobi don't look like they want peace. Who knows what they'll do? Shimura Danzo frowned and strode away. As Konoha's darkness, he had already smelled something wrong. But Hokage is Sarutobi Hiruzen, he can only hide in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. Today is Hinata's birthday, so many people should be celebrating her. Naruto was sitting in a big tree, looking in the direction of Hyaga's house. He deceived Umbu Ninja with his clone again, and the main body sneaked to Hyaga's house. Looking at the brightly lit Hyaga's house, Naruto's mouth curled slightly as he silently blessed Hinata. He's going to stay the night for Hinata. Some kind of intuition tells him that something will happen tonight. White eyes can see through chakra, but it shouldn't be able to see through bedrock armor, so they can't see my true face. Should I give myself a name for this look? How about Kira? Key of bedrock armor, RA of Lux. Who is Lux? Who cares about her? Well, make the armor a little taller. No one would have thought that there is only a 3-year-old child in the armor. Naruto waited quietly, thinking wildly, feeling very uneasy. He was a little nervous and excited. Although he had secretly tried the abilities of the bedrock armor, he had never experienced a real battle. If something really happened tonight, the battle would become essential. Naruto was worrying about how to recover if something went wrong during the battle, and how to prevent his true colors from being discovered. All kinds of thoughts, messy. Huh? Here it is. Naruto suddenly froze, and the distracting thoughts were instantly thrown out of the sky. Hyaga's house was sparsely lit, and everyone was asleep. A black figure silently appeared on the wall of Hyaga's house and floated into Hyaga's house. Naruto slid out of the tree and stopped in the shadows outside Hyaga's house. He is still hesitating. Either rush in and grab the shadow, or wait for the Hyaga's response. After all, the Hyuga family is a big family in Konoha, and no one would believe it if they were not vigilant at all. Maybe, the Hyuga family can solve this enemy by themselves. Swish. 2 more figures fell nearby, strange and unpredictable. Naruto's heart froze, and he hid his body even deeper, almost merging with the darkness. Lord Danzo, I noticed that the people from Cloud Shinobi village came out of the hotel and went straight to Hyuga's house. The purpose is very clear. Should we remind Hyuga's house, lest something go wrong? No, let them make trouble. Lord Danzo, if it's really a big mess, tomorrow's peace talks won't end well. You just need to watch. Hiruzen's temperament, if you don't force him, he is always indecisive. The Cloud Shinobi barbarian clearly has ulterior motives, and this peace talk is just a cover. Well, Cloud Shinobi may be ready to go to war. No, you have to send orders to the border right away to make them be more vigilant. You just stay here and record the cause and effect of the incident. If it really comes to a critical moment, it may be useful. The figure of the man wrapped in bandages disappeared in an instant, leaving only one person. Naruto listened to the conversation between the two and couldn't help being thrilled. He didn't expect that just a small night attack incident was actually related to the war between the two big villages. There were so many conspiracies and tricks hidden in it, which made people shudder. Peace talks? War? Did Hinata's uncle die because it was involved in these things? Naruto held his breath, his heart beating fast. The word war was too grand and too exciting for him. His mind was in a mess, and he didn't know what to do with it. The thief goes away. Suddenly, a loud shout came from Hyuga's house. In an instant, countless people were awakened, and the lights came on everywhere. Naruto looked over, his eyes were split open, and he was furious. He saw that Hinata was motionless, pinched to his waist by a man in black, as if he had lost his vitality. Damn BD! Naruto's body was swept away earlier than instinct. Chapter 7. Who? The root ninja who was hiding in the dark exclaimed and was startled by the figure that suddenly appeared. Naruto ignored him at all. In an instant, he appeared in front of the man in black, and punched him. Damn it, Konoha Shinobi! The man in black swears, and draws out the kunai in his hand, trying to make Naruto change his moves. The next moment, his pupils shrank suddenly. That fist didn't care, ignoring kunai's sharp edge. The jet black metal of the fist shone strangely in the snowy night. When Kyowa flew out, the man in black stepped back quickly, as fast as lightning. Naruto's body flickered, as if teleporting, and appeared in front of the man in black in the blink of an eye, his fists still fierce and unstoppable. The man in black tried his best to parry, with one arm across his chest. Click! The arm was broken, the pitch-black fist was crushed, and even the arm smashed into the chest of the man in black. With the crisp sound of grid, the man in black sank into his chest, and fell to his knees with a plop, his eyes staring, with an unbelievable meaning, he died. Hinata slid down and was grabbed by Naruto. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Hinata had just passed out and his breathing was still steady. Evil thief, don't hurt my son! A fierce palm wind came from behind. Boom! Without dodging, Naruto put Hinata down and stood up. What kind of armor is this? Chakra can't penetrate. The person who came was Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga family. He looked at the man in black, who was motionless, and Naruto in surprise. From the corner of his eyes, he secretly glanced at his daughter, not daring to show his anxiety. Swish swish! Ninjas from the Hyuga family kept plundering, more and more people, and the commotion became louder and louder. Naruto took a deep look at Hinata, a flicker, and disappeared. He uses the Bedrock armor's void teleport function. The thief has given his head, presumably Hinata's uncle will not be hurt again. Everything is calm again. After a few blocks, Naruto hid himself again. He was overjoyed, feeling like he had done a great thing, and couldn't help giggling. As for killing people? The thief should die. Naruto thought fiercely. With other people, he can be magnanimous and show his benevolent side. But the man in black actually took a shot at Hinata. Maybe there will be some twists and turns. Go back and see. Naruto wanted to go home to sleep, but after thinking about it, he felt a little insecure, and quietly touched the Hyuga's house. He wanted to see the follow-up results. Big brother, it's from Cloud Shinobi. Hyuga Hisashi lifted the face towel of the man in black and couldn't help but change his face. Hyuga Hayashi held Hinata in his arms and looked down, his face suddenly gloomy. This time, the leader of the Cloud Shinobi peace talks came to Hyuga's house as a thief, which is absurd. You set up Hinata, send threefold, guard her, don't let her know what's going on. Hyuga Hayashi sends Hinata into the mansion, and that's when he begins to deal with the current thorny situation. Let's go, take this person's body, and we'll find Lord Hokage. This matter must be dealt with by Lord Hokage before it can be suppressed. Hyuga Hayashi took a group of people and corpses and headed for the Hokage building in a mighty manner. Naruto quietly followed behind, watching the fun. At this time, he finally discovered the magic of Bedrock armor. The anti-reconnaissance function allows him to find the ninjas around him at any time, no matter how secretly he hides and how cleanly his aura is eliminated. Under the scanning of the armor, they are all shining like bright lights. Moreover, it also comes with a strength rating. The stronger the strength, the stronger the light in the armor. In this case, Naruto easily avoided the various secret ninjas in Konoha, and even the eyes of the Hokage family could not find his existence. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen walked down from the Hokage building, looking exhausted. Not long ago, Shimura Danzo came over and asked him to give orders to raise the alert level on the border front, so as not to be caught off guard and be attacked by Cloud Shinobi village. A group of elder advisors were arguing over this matter, and there was another big commotion at the Hokage's house. There is no peace for a moment. Lord Hokage, this is how it goes. Hokage Hayashi goes through the ins and outs of things. He had previously heard Naruto muttering that some bad guy had caught Hinata, and he was muttering in his heart that he had given Hinata more protection in the past 2 days. Unexpectedly, Hinata was still kidnapped. The leader of Cloud Shinobi village went to your Hokage's house, kidnapped your little princess Hokage, and was killed by a mysterious person. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like listening to a book from heaven. But when he saw the body of the man in black, his body couldn't stop shaking. That face, yes, is the Cloud Shinobi village peace talk leader. The peace treaty is about to be signed tomorrow, and the leader of the peace talks died tonight? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like his brain was about to explode, buzzing. Hokage-sama, you want to give justice to our Hokage family. This Cloud Shinobi village is so daring and wants to win the eyes of my Hokage family. It's really hateful. Hokage Hayashi couldn't help raising his voice, full of anger. Cloud Shinobi kidnapped Hinata, no doubt, for the disdain of their Hokage clan. This is moving their Hokage family's inverse scales. I'll deal with it, I'll give you a fair deal, you can go back and talk about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's perfunctory opening. He needs a moment to calm down. Lord Hokage, the people from Cloud Shinobi village are here. A ninja appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen and whispered. Chapter 8. The people from Cloud Shinobi village are here? That's right, Hokage-sama, we're just going to confront them and see what they have to say. Cloud Shinobi must give us an explanation for the Hokage family. Hokage Hayashi was going to leave, but now he stayed with a look of anger on his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down, ready to hear what the people at Cloud Shinobi had to say. The people of Konoha, our leader is gone, it must be you who are playing tricks, hand over our leader quickly. My god, isn't this Lord Lizu? You Konoha are so vicious that you brutally murdered Lord Lizu. It's unbearable or unbearable. If you don't hand over the murderer and welcome you Konoha, it's war. The murderer must be a member of the Hokage family. You must hand over Hokage yourself. Otherwise, the peace talks will not continue. The change in things made Konoha's people stunned. As soon as the people of Cloud Shinobi village arrived, they started roaring like thunder. Especially when they saw the corpse of the man in black, the expression of the grief but the tricky success was vividly displayed. They glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen with hideous faces, roared loudly, and spit all the stars on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Threaten. In front of the dignified Hokage, he threatened Konoha with peace talks and war. That kind of unscrupulous, simply crazy to the extreme. It's obviously your Cloud Shinobi people who sneaked into my Hokage's house, kidnapped my daughter Hinata, and did such a ridiculous thing. There is still plausibility. You Cloud Shinobi are shameless. Hokage Hayashi laughed angrily. He pointed to the man in black who was dressed in black and covered his face with a black scarf. Anyone who looked at him would know that this was a thief who was stealing chickens. We Lizu adults like to come out at night to blow the air and wear more clothes, what's the matter? Looks like you're the murderer, head of the Hokage family. To pay for your life, to pay your debts, you must pay for my life, Lord Lizu. Yes, if you don't lose your life, then there is only war. My Cloud Shinobi is ready to go. If you Konoha dare to say nothing, the army will go straight into the country of fire, and I will definitely kill you without leaving a single piece of armor. The people of Cloud Shinobi village completely ignored the Hokage family's rebuttal, and only stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen murderously, and the threat was all naked on the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a headache. He looked at Hokage Hayashi and said, Chief Hokage, you said that the Cloud Shinobi ninja sneaked into Hokage and kidnapped the little princess of the Hokage family, can anyone see it? How come no one saw it? Everyone in my Hokage family saw it. Apart from the Hokage family, is there anyone else? In the middle of the night, except for my Hokage's family, there is no one else nearby. Is my Hokage's family not enough proof? This person's night wearing black clothes, masked black turban, these things are not enough proof. Hokage Hayashi glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his voice getting louder. He came to Hokage for justice. Unexpectedly, the meaning of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words clearly wanted the Hokage family to swallow this breath. Head Hokage, it is about the peace plan between Konoha village and Cloud Shinobi village. As Hokage, I have to be careful. I hope you can understand. Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi looked at the murderous Cloud Shinobi ninja and couldn't help but snorted. He walked away with a sigh of relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking about the peace treaty. Whether he wanted to or not, the Hyuga family could only swallow hard. Everyone, things happened suddenly, detailed information, wait for me to find out everything, and then elaborate, okay? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke softly to the people of Cloud Shinobi village, with a feeling of humility. For the sake of peace, he feels that it is not a problem for him to even spit himself out. Humph, don't say we're unreasonable, and we don't want to embarrass you, Konoha. After all, peace talks are a big deal. As long as Konoha surrenders the murderer of Lord Thunderfoot and Hyuga Hayashi, we can let go of this matter. If not, then there is only war. The Cloud Shinobi ninja almost pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose and threatened viciously. They sneered and turned away. The people of Cloud Shinobi village, why are they so arrogant? Every moment is a threat of war. Don't they understand what war means? Naruto, who was hiding not far away, saw all this in his eyes. He was furious, pd off by Cloud Shinobi village's shameless face. Obviously they did something bad, not only did they not admit it, but they also took a bite, and even threatened war. Grandpa third generation, be hard-hearted. The truth lies with us Konoha. We are not afraid of them if we say God. Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's sullen appearance, and really had a feeling that he hated iron. Danzo, you're right, the border really needs to be alerted. Back at the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke to Shimura Danzo. It's useless to say that, Hiruzen, have you thought about what to do next? In any case, the peace talks cannot be suspended. It is related to Konoha's survival plan. So, you're going to sacrifice the Hyuga family? The Hyuga family's disdainful eyes, but my Konoha village's major strategic resources, if I give it to Cloud Shinobi village, there is no guarantee that they won't be able to research something. This matter needs to be discussed again. Always think of a way to get the best of both worlds. If you want me to say, the Hyuga family should really beat it. It's not bad to take this opportunity to weaken their strength. Tomorrow, I will personally talk to the Hyuga family. The peace treaty must be signed. Naruto listened to every word of the conversation in Hokage's office, his face getting colder. He never thought that third Hokage, who had always been kind in front of him, had so many calculations behind his back. No wonder, the smell of this Konoha always made him uncomfortable. The bones are rotten, how can it be comfortable? The death of Hinata uncle probably originated here. Chapter 9. War? Peace? Sacrifice? One night, Naruto couldn't sleep, thinking about these questions over and over again. Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to be looking at the bigger picture. Shimura Danzo seems to have ulterior motives. Cloud Shinobi ninja Ishine provoked war, inexplicably. Too complicated. The world shouldn't be like this. With such a question, Naruto fell asleep. The sapphire statue on his chest flickered for a moment, then fell silent again, as if nothing had happened. What is this? I don't seem to have made a wish. Early the next morning, Naruto found an incomparably exquisite black box by the bed, and gave him an instruction manual. Multifunction projector, you can cast images in host's mind at will. The images and sounds are guaranteed to be clear within 1,000 times zoom. You can take pictures, record audio, and record everything. Naruto read the manual over and over, and finally figured out how to use the projector. What can this thing be used for? After thinking about it, Naruto was still a little confused, so he simply put the projector into the subspace carried by the Bedrock armor as a storage bag. Naruto changed the training time and completed today's training volume early. Take a shower and change clothes. He separates himself and pretends to practice the three-body technique. The main body slipped out of the window. Naruto's movements became more and more skilled, like a spirit fox, silent. Transformation technique doesn't even need to make a seal. Naruto turned from a 3-year-old child into a tall villager with a sway of his body, swaggering out of the alley. The villagers were unaware and unaffected by what happened last night. But in Naruto's induction, the whole Konoha village became obviously tense, and there were more ninjas on guard in every corner. Naruto went to visit the guest house where Cloud Shinobi village is stationed. He even sneaked into the guest house. Lord Lizu's death can't be wasted. We must let Konoha hand over the Hyuga family head. We must win. Before he came, Lord Thunderfoot made up his mind to die. It would be fine if he could take the little princess of the Hyuga clan. If not, Lord Thunderfoot would let himself die at the hands of the Hyuga clan's ninjas. At that time, there is an excuse to attack the Hyuga family. What if Konoha gets tough and ignores our request? Lord Raikage isn't ready enough to fight. Don't worry, Konoha's third Hokage is a soft persimmon. As long as we are tough enough and talk about tearing up the treaty and talking about war, he will soften himself, and he will never dare to be tough with us. The crux of the matter is whether third Hokage can put enough pressure on the Hyuga family, and the Hyuga family can't stand the pressure. Naruto was hiding in the corner, his lungs going to explode listening to these outrageous remarks. The people of Cloud Shinobi are not only thick-skinned, but also shameless enough. Such things can be said. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. He took out the projector and recorded the conversation. He aimed the camera at the people of Cloud Shinobi, and recorded their faces clearly. The arrogant and murderous expressions were all omitted. Who? A Cloud Shinobi ninja suddenly shouted, and a shuriken shot out with lightning, slamming into the corner wall. What's wrong? It's okay, I just don't feel right. No one at all, you are too nervous. Naruto had come out of the guest house. He turned the projector upside down, and his eyes rolled around. He found a corner, and according to the settings, he input everything he saw last night into the projector. Even the arrogant appearance of Cloud Shinobi village threatening Sarutobi Hiruzen is clear. With this, the people of Cloud Shinobi can't stand their ground and will probably retreat. Naruto was thinking happily, but he was startled when he heard the conversation of a passerby. I heard that third generation Sama went to Hyaga's house in person. It's a big deal. Is there anything that requires Lord third generation to act in person? Third generation and these big families have always been very different, and they seldom come into contact with them publicly. I heard that there was a big incident last night, involving the Hyoga family, and the third generation had to come forward. Alas, the third generation has worked so hard, and I don't know what happened to the Hyoga family. Naruto had a bad premonition in his heart and hurried to Hyaga's house. He activated the Bedrock armor, and then performed the transformation technique, turned into a Hyoga family ninja, and infiltrated the Hyoga family. In the lobby, a group of people from the Hyoga family were confronting Konoha, represented by Third Hokage. Their faces were ashen and furious. Third Hokage, do you know what you mean by saying this? Hyoga Hayashi didn't speak, instead Hyoga Hisashi questioned angrily. I have no malice. It's just that now, the leaves are green and yellow, and our strength is at its weakest, and we really can't stand more tossing. Once we tear our face with Cloud Shinobi village, and the war starts, it will be a waste of life again. I don't know how many Konoha men will be buried on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a sympathetic look on his face, and when it came to the emotional part, there were a few tears in his eyes. The Cloud Shinobi ninja did something wrong. Our Hyoga family was the victim, and you made our Hyoga family make sacrifices and sacrifice the owner? It's absurd. There's no such thing in the world. Third Hokage, your proposal, our Hyoga family will not agree. Please go back. Hyoga Hisashi was not touched by Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance at all, and his face was always cold. Chapter 10. Hisashi, don't be rude to Hokage-sama. Hyoga Hayashi finally spoke up. His face was gloomy, and the look in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes was icy cold. Originally, I thought about swallowing this breath and not bothering the Cloud Shinobi ninjas. The Hyoga family has already tolerated it enough. Unexpectedly, Cloud Shinobi had to go so far as to want the life of the owner of the Hyoga family, and to hand over the body. The Zone family's eyes are so obvious that Cloud Shinobi's purpose is so obvious. Hyoga Hayashi can't believe it, and Sarutobi Hiruzen can't see it, but he still has to persecute, and wants to satisfy Cloud Shinobi's ambition. Lord Hokage, are you the shadow of Cloud Shinobi village, or I am Hokage of Konoha village? Hyoga Hayashi couldn't hold his breath any longer, and spoke sarcastically. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned ashen, and then returned to normal in an instant. Patriarch Hyoga, please be careful. Shimura Danzo stepped forward, murderous. He stared at Hyoga Hayashi and said, House Hyoga, you keep saying that Cloud Shinobi broke into Hyaga's house, kidnapped your little princess, and a mysterious person shot and killed Cloud Shinobi ninja. Excuse me, where is this mysterious person? If there is such a mysterious person, hand him over and give Cloud Shinobi an explanation. The matter will come to an end, and your Hyoga family will naturally be safe and sound. But if this mysterious person was just created by your Hyoga family, the Cloud Shinobi ninja was really killed by your Hyoga ninja. In this matter, your Hyoga family also needs to explain to the village and Cloud Shinobi. Breaking the peace treaty between the two villages is a responsibility that the Hyoga family can't afford. Hyoga Hayashi couldn't help choking. The mysterious man did exist, but he really didn't know who he was, let alone handing over him. I don't believe that Umbu can't figure out what happened that night. Hokage-sama, just say it bluntly, as a victim of the Hyoga family, as a member of Konoha, do I deserve to be blamed for Cloud Shinobi's arrogance and unreasonableness? Sacrifice. Hyoga Hayashi looked directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen and questioned loudly with grief and anger. The members of the Hyoga family were in a rage and gathered around, also staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen, waiting for his answer. To protect the village and maintain the stability and peace of the village has always been the direction I strive for as a Hokage. The long-term peace of the village should also be an important treasure for your Hyoga family to guard. For the sake of the village and everyone in Konoha, even as a Hokage at the critical moment, I will choose to sacrifice without hesitation. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and looked directly at Hyoga Hayashi, his voice heavy but sonorous. He firmly believed that his choice was right. In other words, Hokage-sama, you chose to sacrifice our Hyoga family. For the peace of Konoha, for the tranquility of the country of fire, for the sake of countless villagers, and countless ninjas will not be reduced to battlefield cannon fodder, please be generous to the owner of Hokage, sacrifice the ego and save the big ego. Facing the angry eyes of the Hokage ninjas around him, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up straight, his eyes were firm, and his voice was even more decisive. The whole place was in an uproar. The Hokage ninja looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with disbelief, such a third Hokage they had never seen before and was extremely unfamiliar. Hokage Hayashi's eyes dimmed. Righteous pressure. Standing on the moral high ground, even if he is the head of the Konoha family, he cannot bear that kind of pressure. Unless the Hokage family betrays Konoha, otherwise, even if the pressure from Hokage is unreasonable, he must break his teeth and swallow. Lord Hokage, this. Hisashi, needless to say. Hokage-sama, I have to discuss this matter with the Hokage family. Please come back first. Hokage Hayashi stopped Hokage Hisashi, who was about to go berserk, and spoke to Sarutobi Hiruzen with an indifferent tone. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared deeply at Hokage Hayashi, turned and left. Hiruzen, aren't you worried about his repentance? Hokage Hayashi is not that kind of person. Since he has decided, he will not go back on it. Aren't you worried about the outflow of white eyes? This is a precious resource for the village. The Hokage family will find a way to solve this problem on their own. I believe that they, the Millennium Clan, how could there be no secret techniques passed down? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo walked, talking in low voices. The corners of Shimura Danzo's mouth twitched in a cruel smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, with a helpless expression of pity. Sacrificing a strong family is also a heavy loss for Konoha. As a Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen really felt blood dripping from his heart. But for the sake of peace, he has no hesitation. When they reached the front door of Hokage's house, a group of people had to stop. Outside the gate, a mysterious man dressed in jet black armor, like an Iron Man, stopped them. Nice Hokage. Naruto stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, word for word, gnashing his teeth. He heard all the previous conversations. The mood is extremely complicated. Third Hokage, for Naruto, was the only warmth around him until he met Hinata. Just like his grandfather, kind and gentle, he brings pocket money to him every month to comfort him and make him feel a little warm in this cold world. This is the softest and most precious memory in Naruto's heart. But now, that face has become distorted and illusory. Is that Sarutobi Hiruzen really him? I'm afraid it's another face behind his Hokage identity. Who are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped the ninja who was about to shoot and asked. Naruto's voice was filtered through the armor, and it became hoarse and weird, especially in line with his current identity. Lord Third Hokage, you know, what do I say about you? How to evaluate? You deserve Hokage, it sucks. Chapter 11. Bold. Some Umbu ninja burst out. Sarutobi Hiruzen reached out his hand to stop the impulsive ninja, and said coldly, let him speak. Seek peace through struggle, and peace will survive, seek peace through compromise, and peace will perish. You don't even understand the truth, why are you Hokage? Naruto couldn't come up with any big reason, he just blurted out the words that crossed his mind. The cause and effect of this incident, everything, Naruto saw clearly in his eyes. Whatever the reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen's disposition is, in Naruto's view, ridiculous. What the tranquility of the village, what cannon fodder on the battlefield, it's just nonsense. Sacrificing one's own people with things that haven't happened yet, there is no such stupid leader in the world. Seek peace through struggle, and peace will survive, if you seek peace through compromise, will peace perish. Shimura Danzo raised his head, admiration flashing in his left eye. It just spoke to his heart. Who are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, his face gloomy. He felt that the principle he had adhered to all his life seemed to have been inadvertently poked a hole by something. Although it was not big, it made him extremely uncomfortable. Who am I? I killed the people in Cloud Shinobi village, what, don't you know? After getting rid of the shadow of Third Hokage, Naruto felt that the whole person was relaxed, and his behavior became more wanton. Oh, you know. You know everything, but why did you sacrifice the head of the Hokage family? The big family is disobedient and has to beat and beat. Tisk tisk, what a dirty trick. Hokage is doing what you do, it's not a big deal. Figures appeared on the walls everywhere, and even Hokage Hayashi was standing on the eaves, overlooking the two groups of people facing each other on the street in front of the house. Hearing Naruto's words, the corners of Hokage Hayashi's mouth twitched slightly, but he smiled. Very good mood. Sarutobi Hiruzen can no longer maintain a calm personality, and his face is ashen. Take this person, he is the murderer of the people of Cloud Shinobi village. With a wave of his hand, the Umbu ninjas around him rushed out, surrounding Naruto tightly. Fire style, great fireball technique. A ninja's chest swelled, and a giant great fireball spewed out, enveloping Naruto. The fireball burns out. When I looked again, Naruto appeared on a building not far away. Let me teach you how to be a qualified Hokage. Naruto looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and laughed out loud. He jumped up and down and walked away in a blink of an eye. Crap, he's targeting the Cloud Shinobi Ninja's guest house. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed suddenly, and he exclaimed. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and also swept away. Others followed suit, and for a while, countless figures flew over the building, which was spectacular. Big brother! Let's follow along too. Hyaga Hayashi nodded and followed with Hyaga Hisashi and a group of Hyaga ninjas. He was in a very relaxed mood. Originally forced by righteousness, he has made up his mind and chose to sacrifice himself. But now, as soon as Naruto appears, all the focus will be shifted to Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen will persecute again, and the Hyaga family will have enough excuses to refute it. Naturally, there is no need to sacrifice. Who is this mysterious person? He seems to have goodwill towards my Hyaga family. Did he come to save Hinata that night? Hyaga Hayashi thought to himself and decided to help Naruto as much as he could. The leaves are messed up. After the information was passed, ninjas kept stopping in front of Naruto, ready to block him. But Naruto was just a flash, and he passed through the crowd, no one could stop him for a moment, strange and unpredictable. After a while, behind him, he followed a large group of ninjas. With such a big movement, the whole village was attracted. Konoha village is not supposed to be like this, it must be changed. I'm too young now, and I can't show my true face, and I can't do anything big. But anyway, Konoha can't go on like this anymore, I'm going to set it on fire. Naruto's eyes shone with fire-like light, extremely hot. What righteousness, what peace, what war. He doesn't care at all. He only has one thought now, that is, to vent out the unhappiness in his heart. Mastery of ideas. Yes, it's just asking for an idea. The people of Cloud Shinobi Village, come out for me. Naruto landed in front of the guest house and started drinking loudly. After the amplification of the armor, his voice exploded like thunder. A group of Cloud Shinobi ninjas had received the message long ago, and rushed out at the same time, glaring at Naruto. Where did the thief come from, dare to provoke our Cloud Shinobi people? A group of rude people, your grandfather, I am the one who killed your Cloud Shinobi leader. Don't you want a murderer, grandfather? I am standing in front of you, what can you do to me? Naruto's voice was getting louder and louder. Wearing bedrock armor and a layer of mask, many things in his bones were not restrained, and he could no longer suppress them, and he began to run wild. You said that you were the murderer of Lord Lizu? What proof? Cloud Shinobi ninja choked. This is not what they expected at first. If he was disturbed by this inexplicable person, the death of Lord Lizu would be in vain, and the Hyaga family's eyes would be completely ruined. Ha ha ha, even if the murderer is standing in front of you, what kind of evidence do you have to look for? Do you really want to find the murderer? Or do you want to do something sneaky in the name of looking for the murderer? Nonsense. Our Cloud Shinobi village has always been upright, but unlike your Konoha, it has always been very sinister. Who said I was from Konoha? Forget it, what nonsense are you talking about with you shameless villains? Naruto originally wanted to say a few more words to the people from Cloud Shinobi village, but when he saw that the Konoha Shinobi crowd had gathered around him, he immediately stopped and prepared to act. Chapter 12. Lightning Style, Sanda Screen Ryudu. Hearing the tone of Naruto's words, Cloud Shinobi's ninja was already out of consciousness, and his hands quickly formed seals. In an instant, two groups of bright lightning appeared on his hands. Like Wang pushed forward. Crackling. The thunder and lightning spread out in the sky, covering the front. Naruto's dark figure shuttled through the lightning, and the lightning struck his armor, like a mud bowl entering the sea, disappearing in a blink of an eye. The metallic fist slammed into Cloud Shinobi's face. Crackle. Cloud Shinobi instantly turned into lightning and exploded. It was actually a group of thunder clones. Humph, mere thief, how do you know how powerful my Cloud Shinobi lightning style is? The Cloud Shinobi ninja, who was dodging, was complacent, and suddenly, his hair was horrified. Lightning flashes on his body, stimulating cells, trying to make his reaction and speed faster. Faster. Hurry up. What? You can't hit me. Boom. Just when Cloud Shinobi thought he had dodged the attack, he was punched in the half of the face. Boom. Like a dead fish, he smashed a big hole in the ground, bounced again, and then lay down again. Damn you BD, how dare you hurt Mr. Well. Lightning style, double shock wave. Lightning style, Senbunyu. Lightning style, snake technique. The other Cloud Shinobi ninjas were all furious, and they took action one after another. For a time, the front of the guest house was filled with thunder and dazzling, making people unable to open their eyes. Boom. 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 But no matter how fierce and powerful they attacked, Naruto still came and went, punching a child without exception. You, don't come here. Beast. Watching his companions fall one by one, the last remaining Cloud Shinobi ninja was terrified and stepped back again and again. In the end, he finally became crazy, his hands condensed bright lightning, and all chakra was input into it, making the lightning more turbulent and even more powerful. He shot with all his strength, and 2 balls of thunder slammed into Naruto's chest like battering rams. Crackling. The scattered thunder and lightning lingered around Naruto's body, making him feel like a black Shinigami in the thunder, making people shudder. Useless. All the lightning was absorbed by the bedrock armor and turned into its foundation. Damage absorption, the base ability of bedrock armor. As long as the absorption limit of the armor is not exceeded, all energy attacks will only recharge the bedrock armor, and will not damage half of the armor, let alone the Naruto inside the armor. What a pity. Naruto grabbed the ninja's neck, lifted the whole person, and shook his head. Don't you keep saying you want war? Don't want peace? Then I'll give you war. He threw the man up. Swing arm. Boom. The Cloud Shinobi ninja curled up in a ball, spewing a mouthful of blood in the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally arrived at the scene. Seeing the screaming Cloud Shinobi ninja, he couldn't help but twitch. Who are you? Why did you destroy the peace talks between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi? What are your intentions? Sarutobi Hiruzen was righteous and shouted loudly. The surrounding Konoha Shinobi people and the villagers who were watching the excitement all looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with adoring eyes, and they all felt that his current posture was so majestic, as if he was wearing a golden coat. Sabotage the peace talks? You're so funny, aren't you the ones who destroyed the peace talks? Naruto stepped on a Cloud Shinobi ninja with 1 foot and was very flamboyant. Let's see, how did it happen? Why did it cause such a commotion? How did you deal with the Konoha village Hokage and Sarutobi Hiruzen? Naruto turned on the projector. A huge light curtain suddenly appeared in the sky, and most of the Konoha village could clearly see the situation inside. Deep night, quiet street. The huge buildings of the Hyuga family crawl, and the lights are gradually sparse. Swish. A black figure swept over and turned into Hyuga's house. Hey, someone dares to break into Hyuga's house in the middle of the night? I really don't know whether to live or die. Is this what happened last night? No wonder 3rd generation Sama is going to Hyuga's house in person today. Who is that thief? Just when the Konoha crowd were talking, they were all stunned. Outside Hyuga's house, 2 figures appeared silently. Lord Danzo, I noticed that the people from Cloud Shinobi village came out of the hotel and went straight to Hyuga's house. The purpose is very clear. Should we remind Hyuga's house, lest something go wrong? No, let them make trouble. Lord Danzo, if it's really a big mess, tomorrow's peace talks won't end well. You just need to watch. Hiruzen's temperament, if you don't force him, he is always indecisive. The Cloud Shinobi barbarian clearly has ulterior motives, and this peace talk is just a cover. Well, Cloud Shinobi may be ready to go to war. No, you have to send orders to the border right away to make them be more vigilant. You just stay here and record the cause and effect of the incident. If it really comes to a critical moment, it may be useful. The conversation between the two was so clear that the camera even moved in front of Shimura Danzo and recorded his face with bandages and only one eye. It was clear and clear. Countless people turned their attention to Shimura Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a sullen face, and his body was terrifyingly strong. Hyuga Hayashi also had a gloomy expression, and his eyes were full of icy aura. Danzo and the Root Ninja saw everything in their eyes, but when they were threatened and wronged at the Hyuga family, they didn't say a word, watching the Hyuga family being forced to sacrifice their owner. The depth of the mind, the viciousness, is simply outrageous. It's boring, it's just an illusion projection. Shimura Danzo sneered and pretended to be calm. Chapter 13. Who is Danzo? Cloud Shinobi is here for peace talks, just a pretense. Danzo is the elder Konoha advisor. Could it be true that what he said? Cloud Shinobi village is going to fight us. How do I feel? Weird, Konoha's ninjas, shouldn't they catch the bad guys as soon as possible? Why watch the fun? The content on the screen made the Konoha village residents in all directions clamored and shocked. The true gesture behind Konoha made the ignorant villagers see for the first time. There is an indescribably odd taste. Lord Hokage, most of the people in the village saw it and couldn't stop it. A ninja reports. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face became more distressed. When the man in black reappeared in the picture, and a little girl was entrained around his waist, countless people were angry. Seeing that Naruto suddenly appeared and killed the man in black with one punch, the audience clapped and applauded. Naruto escaped far. Hyuga Hisashi exclaimed when he found out that the man in black was the leader of the Cloud Shinobi village peace talks. The Konoha Shinobi and the Konoha villagers were stunned. The leader of the dignified peace talks went to Hyuga's house in the middle of the night and snatched the little princess of Hyuga's house. This is absolutely ridiculous. They recalled what Danzo had said, Cloud Shinobi came over for peace talks, just a pretense, and couldn't help but suddenly realize. Wolf ambition, nothing more than that. The Hyuga family took the body to the Hokage building and asked Hokage to help the Hyuga family get justice. Cloud Shinobi Ninja also aggressively slaughtered. The arrogant and domineering attitude of the Cloud Shinobi Ninja is very clear in the picture. Yes, if you don't lose your life, then there is only war. My Cloud Shinobi is ready to go. If you Konoha dare to say nothing, the army will go straight into the country of fire, and I will definitely kill you without leaving a single piece of armor. The Konoha crowd looked at the scene in which the Cloud Shinobi ninja pointed at Third Hokage's nose and scolded, and couldn't help but tear their eyes apart and burst into anger. I'm so pd off, if you want to fight, fight, who's afraid of who? Cloud Shinobi barbarians are really hateful, it's obviously their fault, how come we Konoha have to explain compensation? Master Hokage will definitely handle it fairly and give the Hyuga family a fair. The villagers were eagerly waiting to see how Third Hokage would show Hokage's majesty, handle the event beautifully, and let Cloud Shinobi village return. Many of them had full confidence in Sarutobi Hiruzen, and worshipped the amiable old man, believing that he would surely give justice to the people of Convoy. In any case, the peace talks cannot be suspended. It is related to Konoha's survival plan. So, you're going to sacrifice the Hyuga family? The Hyuga family's disdainful eyes, but my Konoha village's major strategic resources, if I give it to Cloud Shinobi village, there is no guarantee that they won't be able to research something. This matter needs to be discussed again. Always think of a way to get the best of both worlds. If you want me to say, the Hyuga family should really beat it. It's not bad to take this opportunity to weaken their strength. Tomorrow, I will personally talk to the Hyuga family. The peace treaty must be signed. The scene shifts to the Hokage office, a Hokage, a councillor elder, and their conversation leaves the Konoha shinobi and the villagers stunned. Such a high level, they have never seen before. Third Hokage, who was usually kind and amiable, had a gloomy expression at this time, and looked extremely terrifying. And Shimura Danzo is even more eerie, like an evil ghost, exuding a fierce aura that chooses people to devour. For the sake of peace, it can't be said that the third generation has done something wrong. Yes, we don't want war. For the sake of peace, it's natural to make a little compromise. Lord Third Generation has endured humiliation, it's really hard work. But, is this really necessary? Many Konoha shinobi people are trying to excuse Sarutobi Hiruzen, making many excuses for him. But more Konoha people became silent. This kind of Hokage is not what they want to see, this is not the Hokage in their minds. Hiruzen, can't let him play like this any longer. Shimura Danzo showed murderous intent, and his voice was cold. He knew that if things went on like this, let alone him, even Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation would plummet, which would have a huge impact on the entire Konoha village. Hokage lacks prestige, so it can't suppress the various forces underneath, not to mention the Hyuga family, there is also a Uchiha family on the side. No, let him continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Cloud Shinobi ninja Naruto stepped on with a sad face, and stopped Danzo, who was about to go berserk. One Cloud Shinobi leader had already died. If a few more members of the peace talks team died, with Fourth Hokage's irritable temperament, the possibility of another war would be too high. He can't afford to gamble. More importantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen firmly believes that he is doing nothing wrong. For peace, sacrifice is inevitable. In other words, Hokage-sama, you chose to sacrifice our Hyuga family. For the peace of Konoha, for the tranquility of the country of fire, for the sake of countless villagers, and countless ninjas will not be reduced to battlefield cannon fodder, please be generous to the owner of Hyuga, sacrifice the ego and save the big ego. When the screen moved to the lobby of Hyuga's house, Third Hokage said, asking Hyuga's head to sacrifice himself and make the overall situation, the whole Konoha village was silent. Countless people, their eyes dimmed. In my heart, something was broken. Ha ha ha, well said, well said. If you don't hand over Hyuga Hayashi and greet you Konoha, it's war. Lord Lizu died. If you don't pay for your life, you can only see you on the battlefield. Hand over Hyuga Hayashi or there will be only war. The Cloud Shinobi ninja, who was seriously injured and paralyzed on the ground, saw it all. They saw Sarutobi Hiruzen bowing his head and saw the ruthlessness of Sarutobi Hiruzen forcing his own people, and they couldn't help laughing proudly. If they can force dignified Hokage into this, even if they die, they will have no regrets. You. A Konoha shinobi was furious and tried to rush out, but was stopped by the people around him. Naruto watched all this with a cold eye. He opened his mouth to Sarutobi Hiruzen, a civil war expert, a foreign war layman. You Hokage, is that what you do? Chapter 14. Words cannot describe the disappointment in Naruto's heart. Every time he watched the video, the anger in his heart increased by 1 point. Deep love, hate all. The scene of Sarutobi Hiruzen standing on the moral high ground and threatening the Hyuga family with righteousness and dignity is a stark contrast to his low-pitched appearance when facing Cloud Shinobi village. I am for the peace of Konoha and the peace of the villagers. I have a clear conscience. This is my responsibility as Hokage. Forcing the Hyuga family owner to sacrifice himself in exchange for the signing of a peace treaty, I admit that I am ashamed of the Hyuga family and the Hyuga family owner. But this is the only way to solve the problem at present. Only in this way can wars be avoided. This old man will live his life without any guilt. Sarutobi Hiruzen's beard and hair are full, plausible. His voice spread all over the place. Many villagers and ninjas suddenly raised their heads and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, their eyes glowing again. They just need a reason to trust Hokage. The righteousness of Sarutobi Hiruzen made them regain their faith. Lord Hokage is right. For the peace of the village, a little sacrifice is essential. For the sake of the village, I can also give my life without fear of sacrifice. That's right, the peace treaty was supposed to be signed today, but someone is making such a big noise. If it ends up causing a war, the person in front of you, and the Hokage family, will be the culprits of the war. Many people opened their mouths, and the more they talked, the more excited they became, and they all stood on the side of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The ninjas of the Hokage family were furious and rolled their eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen rejoiced. He has been in power for decades, and his prestige in Konoha village is enough for him to easily change people's hearts. Besides, he believes that he has no selfishness at all, and it is only natural that Uchiha is a public man and is loved and supported by everyone. What a worthy one! Naruto laughed angrily. You all open your eyes to see if you can really be worthy of your conscience. On the big screen, the picture suddenly changed, becoming the situation in the Yinban Pavilion. Several Cloud Shinobi ninjas got together and talked loudly. Lord Lizu's death can't be wasted. We must let Konoha hand over the Hokage family head. We must win. Before he came, Lord Thunderfoot made up his mind to die. It would be fine if he could take the little princess of the Hokage clan. If not, Lord Thunderfoot would let himself die at the hands of the Hokage clan's ninjas. At that time, there is an excuse to attack the Hokage family. What if Konoha gets tough and ignores our request? Lord Raikage isn't ready enough to fight. Don't worry, Konoha's third Hokage is a soft persimmon. As long as we are tough enough and talk about tearing up the treaty and talking about war, he will soften himself, and he will never dare to be tough with us. The faces of the Cloud Shinobi ninjas are clearly identifiable and can be matched one by one at the scene. Their conversation left everyone in Konoha speechless, as if a basin of ice water was poured down. It's that simple and clear. Cloud Shinobi village came to Konoha for peace talks. The main purpose is to win the eyes of the Hokage clan, even at the cost of the life of the leader of the peace talks. The contempt for Konoha in their words, the ridicule for third Hokage, slapped the faces of many Konoha people with slap in the face, burning pain. Did you hear, Sarutobi Hiruzen? People think you are a soft persimmon, weak and can be bullied. When the enemy is tough, you will soften up. Cloud Shinobi Ninja is really right, you are a scumbag, plausible and majestic to the Hokage family, but swallowed up and humiliated by the enemy's ninja. After all, you have forgotten one thing, you are the Hokage of Konoha village, not the shadow of Cloud Shinobi village. You're a Hokage, so confused, so shameful. Naruto's voice grew louder and more angry, almost swearing at Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was pale, and his expression was dazed. As the saying goes, the admiration of the enemy is the greatest glory of a hero. Conversely, the contempt of the enemy is the greatest shame of being a man. Am I really doing something wrong? Sarutobi Hiruzen swayed, his mind buzzing. Third Hokage is a soft persimmon. Hokage is a soft persimmon. Soft persimmon. Shimura Danzo quickly supported Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Hiruzen, don't listen to this person's nonsense, these are all illusions, but the enemy's heart attack. His words were interrupted by Naruto. And you one-eyed dragon, you are Konoha's advisor elder. A good elder does not want to meet the enemy, but instead spends all his mind on dealing with his own people. You think you're doing it for Konoha's sake? Bah. All the guys who put all their minds into dealing with their own people are all Konoha's cancers and threats. If you're really good for Konoha, you'd better be a little bit more straightforward. Just wipe your neck. Because, you are the tumor that hurts Konoha the most. Naruto pointed at Shimura Danzo and cursed again. Danzo's eyelids twitched and his blood was surging. This guy is the most annoying. Naruto just looked at Shimura Danzo, and all sorts of disgust rose in his heart, and he couldn't stop his anger. You see it, you hear it. This is the first of the 5 villages, the high-level Konoha village, weak, rotten, degenerate, and specially aimed at their own people. As people of Konoha, haven't you seriously thought about a question? Why, Konoha, who was once invincible in the world and overwhelmed the other 4 villages, has become like this? You are just so confused, watching your beloved village, step by step toward decline. Think about it, where is the source of Konoha's continued degeneration? Naruto vented all his anger and finally felt relieved. He looked down at the Cloud Shinobi ninja stepping on his feet. Push hard. Click. Hiss. This is even cooler. Really thoughtful. Chapter 15. Take him. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just regained his senses when he saw this scene and couldn't help but tear his eyes apart. Another Cloud Shinobi ninja died. The hope of peace is even slimmer. He shouted loudly, and his hands were sealed at the same time, actually preparing to do it himself. It's really in a den, and a Cloud Shinobi ninja died, is it that hard for you to accept? Naruto flashed and appeared on the top of the welcome attic. He looked down at Sarutobi Hiruzen with disappointment in his eyes. Who are you? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his body, stopped the knot, looked up at Naruto, and screamed with all his might. Naruto ignored the ninjas surrounding him from all directions and looked at the west slanting sun in the distant sky. The sun was warm and warm, like the rising sun. A sentence suddenly appeared in his heart, the red sun is rising, and its path is bright. I am the Red Sun Society, Kira. The voice curled. People have disappeared, strange and unpredictable. Red Sun Club? Kira. Muttering the name, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, look at the good deeds you Konoha have done. Not only was Lord Lizu killed, but Lord Downhole was also killed here. If you Konoha do not compensate for this, what will greet you will be a war. The remaining Cloud Shinobi ninjas stood up supporting each other. Once Naruto left, they both breathed a sigh of relief. The waist is straightened, and that kind of bossy, domineering and arrogant attitude is displayed again. Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to say something nice to lighten the atmosphere, but the next moment, his body froze. From all directions, all kinds of eyes were cast over, staring at him, waiting for his performance. Expect. Question. At a loss. Indifferent. And so on. He understands that as long as he behaves a little weaker, the hat of the soft persimmon will be placed on his head, and he will never take it off for the rest of his life. I, Konoha, have already checked this out. The ninjas in your village have bad intentions. They dare to commit the evil act of kidnapping children in Konoha. 9 deaths are not enough to atone for their sins. As for this Genin, the murderer who killed him is Kira of the Red Sun Society, and it has nothing to do with me Konoha. If Cloud Shinobi Village wants to attach this matter to my Konoha, and wants war, just do whatever it takes. Bring it on. Sarutobi Hiruzen's stern face, took out the power of Hokage, murderous, extremely tough posture. Cloud Shinobi Ninja was stunned. A generation of ninjas, dignified Hokage, that kind of majesty is indeed not something that ordinary ninjas can resist. This matter. I will report the truth to Lord Raikage. Angrily, the Cloud Shinobi Ninja took the corpse of his companion and left Konoha in embarrassment. As for the peace talks and alliances, it is natural that it has never happened. Good job Lord Hokage, these Cloud Shinobi barbarians, they should be treated. But before. That's all illusion, it's designed to confuse people, don't take it seriously. Yes, it's an illusion, not real. Everything that thief named Kira said is to slander Lord Hokage out of thin air, I can't believe it. Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance really won him back a lot of hearts. But more Konoha shinobi, all with thoughtful expressions, watched it all. The source of Konoha's continued degeneration. A teenager wearing a Uchiha coat, muttering to himself, his eyes are very deep. Itake, don't think about it, go back with me. Brother Shisui, you said, that person named Kira, is everything he shows really illusion. Lord Hokage is also for the peace of the village. That's not illusion. Because of a threat from the enemy, Lord Hokage can sacrifice the people in the village. Is this really good? An elder Danzo, he knew that the Hyoga family was a victim, but he didn't testify, and Ishine wanted to weaken the Hyoga family. Is this behavior really for the good of the village? Brother Shisui, tell me what is right and what is wrong. Uchiha Itake, who was only 8 years old, had a series of questions that made Uchiha Shisui, who was also only 12 years old, speechless, unable to answer a word. Not only Uchiha Itake had doubts, but even Uchiha Shisui was shocked by Naruto's questions. He was very scared to think about that answer. He's used to his ninja life, he's used to following orders. In his opinion, as long as it is an order from the top, it must be for the good of Konoha village. But Naruto's question was really deafening and straight to the heart. Although Konoha won the Third Ninja War in name, the following series of events, the Nine Tails Rebellion, the defection of Orochimaru, the departure of Chunnin from the village, etc., all made Konoha fall into an unprecedented period of weakness. Konoha is really no longer the leader of the invincible ninja village before. Why did it become like this? Uchiha Itake is thinking. Uchiha Shisui is also thinking. Not only them, but many ninjas who seem to be indifferent on the surface, have the same question in their hearts. This fire has been lit. Next, I just need to train well to make myself stronger. When I'm old enough, it's time for me to sit in this Hokage position. Naruto dived back to his house, changed his avatar, pretended that nothing happened, and continued to practice the three-body technique. He was in a very relaxed mood. It was the first time in my life to yell at Hokage, it was so exciting. After all these changes, if Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted the Hyoga family to bow their heads, it was just wishful thinking. In other words, Hinata's uncle, Hyoga Hisashi's demise issue, should be resolved. What a joy! Chapter 16. This kid, it seems very interesting. Inside the seal, Kurama laughed strangely, with a very happy smile. Especially seeing Naruto scolding Sarutobi Hiruzen in the face, Kurama laughed and fell back and forth, and the joy was great. I won't make trouble with him, let's see what tricks he can come up with. Kurama dropped his hostility towards Naruto and got ready to see what this new Jinchuriki could bring him. The tailed beast has a long age, and a Jinchuriki is only a few decades in the blink of an eye. Well, chakra seems to be running smoothly. Naruto felt the condition of chakra in his body, and his mood was even more pleasant. People are happy when they are happy. Even chakra came along for the fun. It was a wonderful day. According to his own rhythm, he trains the Saitama method every day, practices the three-body technique, goes to the Konoha library to read books, absorbs all kinds of knowledge, and is very busy. As for the war that Cloud Shinobi is clamoring for? Calm. Nothing happened. After Raikage heard all the information, although he was furious, he finally swallowed his breath and calmed down. However, on the black market, Kira of the Red Sun Society was quietly put on the reward list, and the reward was 3 million taels. Look, as soon as you get tough, he gets soft. Naruto's mouth twitched slightly when he heard passers-by talking about it. From this incident, he firmly remembered one thing. Blindly compromising will not bring benefits. It is the worst way to do it. Third Hokage, it really doesn't work. Hinata, come, you train with me. It took more than half a month before Hinata was allowed to go out. Seeing the little girl whom he hadn't seen for a long time, Naruto smiled, pulled up Hinata's little hand and ran in the snow together. As for the Hyuga ninja next to him, he ignored it. Hey, don't run around. Boy Demon Fox, don't bring down our Miss Hinata. Boy Demon Fox, you are so hateful, how can you strike so hard? Poor Miss Hinata, your hands are dark blue. Damn Naruto, what mischief did you do? I'm at odds with you. Miss, take it easy, our Hyuga's 8 trigrams palms were all learned by that damn Naruto. The Hyuga family ninja who has been with Hinata and acts as a guardian ninja, is named Hyuga Shin. Just as Hyugas knew all kinds of rants and nagging, time flies by. In the blink of an eye, it was a year and a half. Naruto has grown a lot taller, from a 3-year-old child to a 5-year-old child. His relationship with Hinata is also very close. Hinata, who has always been shy, trains with Naruto every day, her personality has become much brighter, and her face has a lot of smiles. This relationship even made Hyuga Hayashi eat vinegar. Occasionally, Naruto's eyes were full of knives and murderous. But in the end, Hyuga Hayashi didn't stop Hinata from getting in touch with Naruto. Because, with Naruto, Hinata's gentle fist progress is unusually fast, and now he is only 5 years old, he has reached the level of 8 trigrams 32 palms, and with time, 64 palms is easy. Naruto-kun, what did you drink for me? It's sweet, and the injury on my body has healed so quickly. This is a secret between us, don't tell anyone else. Well, I won't tell anyone, not even my father. Naruto sat side by side with Hinata, resting and whispering. Today's Hinata is no longer the same as in the beginning. The face is flushed with a little touch, and the action is more intimate, and it will become a steam girl. She was accustomed to Naruto's presence, even if she pulled her little hands and snuggled together, her cheeks were only rosy and slightly shy. Naruto secretly took the red potion he had saved, mixed it with a drink, and gave it to Hinata. The most important thing in cultivating taijutsu is that the damaged body can be recovered. The faster the recovery, the faster the physique cultivation progress will be. It is for this reason that Hinata has advanced in strength and won the attention of Hyuga Hayashi. Her self-confidence is also increasing day by day. As for Naruto himself. Now, he is stroking his head with a sad face. Fortunately, the hair is still very thick. Naruto-kun, what are you thinking? It's okay, I'm thinking about a problem. Today's Naruto, after 2 years of training, is getting stronger and faster, and even without the help of bedrock armor, he is confident to fight Chunnin. The only thing that worries him is when he wakes up one morning to find that his pillow is full of blonde hair. He lost his hair. It's not a matter of once or twice. Every morning, you can see the golden pillows. At this time, Naruto vaguely remembered that this Saitama training method is good, but it seems to have the side effect of hair loss. I'm bald and stronger. No. I am only 5 years old. If I was young and became bald, what should I do in the rest of my life? Thinking of the terrifying place, Naruto couldn't help pouring himself a bottle of red potion. Hinata. Naruto-kun, what's the matter? Let me use an analogy, what would you think of me if I lost all my hair and turned bald? Naruto looked at Hinata expectantly and apprehensively. Bald? No, Naruto-kun has very good hair and looks good, so he won't get bald. I say suppose. What if? No matter what Naruto-kun becomes, Naruto-kun is Naruto-kun. Hinata seemed to sense Naruto's inner sorrow, took Naruto's hand, looked directly into Naruto's eyes, whispered but firm, and said word by word. Those crystal clear white eyes are full of infinite persistence and firmness. In an instant, Naruto floated up like he was drinking honey, giggling. As for baldness, hair loss? Who cares? Aren't you bald yet? Chapter 17. Not bald. Really not bald. Naruto discovered the truth. His hair loss is very serious, but his hair grows very fast. One increase and one decrease forms a balance. And the secret to growth is that he drinks a bottle of red potion every day. Maybe there was a bug when he made the wish. Naruto can receive the red potion specially used to restore his body every day, and after drinking a bottle, a new bottle will appear, as if there is a source of living water. A bottle of red potion every day, keep away from the trouble of hair loss, you are trustworthy. What Saitama-sensei lacks is probably a bottle of red potion. After solving the troubles in his heart, Naruto became cheerful again, with a smile on his face all the time. His current life is very fulfilling. In addition to training myself and making myself stronger, it is also a very important thing to accompany Hinata and kiss me. As for the rest, Mu Yefeng is calm now, no major events have happened for the time being, and Naruto is also happy to be quiet. Every few months, Naruto donned his bedrock armor, dressed as Kira, and roamed Konoha village at night, patrolling his turf. He encountered a lot of things, saw a lot of secrets, and learned a lot of ninja hobbies. Although it was a small matter as big as sesame and mung bean, it made him relish and his eyes widened. That night, Naruto got rid of the surveillance Umbu ninja again and started patrolling the entire Konoha. Brother Shisui, you are confused. I was just excited and couldn't help but say it out loud. I didn't think about it that much. Brother Shisui, your Mangekyo Sharingan ability is too terrifying. I can believe that you won't abuse it, but others won't believe it. You are too confused to say it. Lord Third Hokage should be trustworthy. Not necessarily. Shisui-san, it seems that you forgot about the Hyuga family incident. Isn't this already over? Lord Hokage drank Cloud Shinobi, eliminated the war, and protected the village. He is a respectable adult. Besides, the situation in the clan is getting more and more serious, and the meeting is going on. More and more, the situation is on the verge of breaking out, and I can't let it get worse. Naruto floats around Konoha village like a ghost. Suddenly, a voice of dialogue attracted him. On an empty rock, two young people were arguing with each other, very excited. The situation is serious. Mangekyo Sharingan. Is it from Uchiha? Naruto silently posted under the rock. He was very strange. Today's Konoha, there is no turbulence, everywhere is peaceful and peaceful, where is there any deterioration? Of course, this is also the reason why Naruto never sneaks into other people's homes to spy. He has always only wandered on the streets, listening to 8 trigrams in the streets and alleys, never going deep into other people's privacy. Uchiha, Konoha's largest clan, is like a cloud of masters. If there is a problem with this family, the entire Konoha will be severely damaged. Naruto's heart sank, and he listened carefully. Because of that Kira, his remarks made more and more people in the clan radicalize, all clamoring to overthrow Third Hokage's rule, overthrow this rotten Konoha high level, they are planning a coup, they will cause unrest in the village. No matter what, I want to prevent it from happening. Brother Shisui, I don't want a conflict between the village and the family. But you must think about it, the third generation is more and more persecuting the big family in the village, first the Hyuga family, and now our Uchiha family. What he does it really help the village? Itake, you also believed what Kira said? This is the conclusion I came to after thinking about it. Not to mention the third generation, Shimura Danzo, the consultant elder, has always been eyeing our Uchiha family, being picky in every possible way, and his hostility is too obvious. Itake, you, who? On the rock, Uchiha Shisui was about to continue to refute Uchiha Itake's statement when he suddenly shouted loudly, his eyes wandering around, extremely cold. Their conversations cannot be passed on. Naruto thought for a while, and Shiren came out from under the rock. Hi guys, good evening. Red Sun Club, Kira. Seeing the familiar jet black armor, both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi couldn't help exclaiming. This man, they were so impressed. The moon is bright tonight. I can't help it. I went out to hang out for a while. I didn't expect to hear the conversation between the two. I'm really sorry. Naruto spoke eloquently. Kira, I didn't expect you to appear again. I will arrest you and bring you to justice, and let Lord Third Generation come to judge you. Uchiha Shisui appeared in front of Naruto in an instant, and a kunao lightning struck. Naruto raised his hand, ding. There was no way for kunao to break the protection of the bedrock armor. Undaunted, Uchiha Shisui turned into countless phantoms in the blink of an eye, as if each one was real. Dazzling. Shining Shisui, it really lives up to its reputation. Naruto opened his mouth in admiration. A year and a half ago, in the face of Uchiha Shisui's attack, he was afraid that he could only rely on the strong defensive power of the bedrock armor to cope with it, or escape through the void teleportation. Uchiha Shisui's speed, too fast. But now, Naruto is taking it easy. He doesn't know how much his strength has increased, but he only knows that his strength and speed have increased to a very astonishing level, and he has no chance to use his full strength. After finally encountering a master, Naruto is also in high spirits, parrying and testing his own strength. Ah, I'm sorry, I can't help it. Boom. Uchiha Shisui was punched in the face, and the whole person flew out, very embarrassed. Naruto smiled sheepishly. Excited. A little more power is used. Chapter 18. Big Brother Shisui. Uchiha Itachi helped Uchiha Shisui up. Uchiha Shisui was dizzy, feeling his brain buzzing non-stop. If it wasn't for Naruto's strength halfway through, he'd probably have his head exploded. You. What are you? I heard everything you said just now, Uchiha Shisui, are you okay? Naruto blocked Uchiha Shisui who was trying to speak. Who is third Hokage, who is the senior Konoha, not what he said, but what he did. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Whether Konoha is prospering or declining, this is the only criterion to test the qualification of Konoha's high rise. I heard that your Uchiha family is going to oppose? Tisk tisk, even the number one Konoha clan is being forced to oppose, instead of being appeased properly and quelling anger. If you want to say that the current third Hokage is qualified, you believe it, but I don't believe it. Naruto crackled a lot, and said spittle. It's obviously because of your rumors that instigated more and more radicals in the clan, and the riots became more and more inscrutable, which led to the current situation. Uchiha Shisui retorted excitedly. I'm inciting rumors? Last time, I just showed what others have said and done. Is that a rumor? That's the truth. Naruto looked at Uchiha Shisui and shook his head. It is said that this person is the first genius of the Uchiha family, but his brain is not easy to use, so he believes in the brainwashing of the third generation. Today's Naruto sees more, knows more, and gradually matures his ideas. His views on Sarutobi Hiruzen are no longer mixed with emotional factors. Judging from an objective point of view, Konoha village has indeed declined step by step during Sarutobi Hiruzen's reign. This Hokage is indeed unqualified. You said that there are more and more radicals in the Uchiha family. Why is this happening? Have you thought about the reason? The effect of force is mutual. I don't know what happened to you Uchiha, but radicals, if they are not stimulated too much, people will not be radicalized step by step, right? You keep talking about how the Uchiha radicals are doing, why don't you talk about it? How are the top officials of Konoha? What did they do to cause this situation? Did they try to take a step back and ease the situation? A slap doesn't make a sound. Uchiha Shisui, your vision is too narrow. To be honest, Naruto really didn't know what happened to the Uchiha family, nor did he know what the top officials of Konoha did to the Uchiha family, which led the Uchiha family to riot. But just based on the conversation between the two of Uchiha, Naruto can guess the general situation. Uchiha Shisui listened to Naruto's words. He looked distressed and troubled. Why did Uchiha get to where it is today? It's not that Uchiha Shisui hasn't thought about the reason. The most crucial point is that the top management of Konoha has no trust in the Uchiha family, not even the slightest bit of trust. The Nine Tails Rebellion, Nine Tails was controlled by Sharingan, putting the Uchiha family in an extremely embarrassing situation. Then, the migration of the tribe, Umbu surveillance, all kinds of visible and invisible restrictions, made the Uchiha people feel like they had entered a cage. They were constantly oppressed, more and more breathless, and their grievances naturally grew. I know all of this. But how to solve the problem? That's the key. Uchiha Shisui growled in a low voice, his voice full of pain. Uchiha Itachi was equally troubled, looking at Naruto expectantly, trying to get an answer from him. Don't look at me, I don't know what happened among you. Naruto shrugged. He suddenly said again, however, I can help you deduce what will happen to the Uchiha family next. Both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi suddenly looked up and looked at Naruto. The grievances of the Uchiha family are getting bigger and bigger, to the point where they want to overthrow the third generation. It must be at the level of life and death. If you want to save it, it is as difficult as going to the sky. In other words, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the high-level Konoha is already like fire and water, and there is no room for change. In this case, the matter can only be settled if one party falls completely. Naruto tilted his head, and some fragments flashed in his mind, as if he had a sense of sight. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were shocked, and their faces were so ugly that water was dripping. Depending on the situation, you, Uchiha Shisui, trust the third generation very much, and you, Uchiha Itachi, also oppose the rebellion of the Uchiha clan. One of the greatest geniuses of the clan, the son of the patriarch, all oppose the revolution. The Konoha executives have mastered the power of the entire Konoha village. It seems that, in the end, only the Uchiha family will fall. With the ruthless nature of the advisor Elder Shimura Danzo, the Uchiha clan, the result will only be that there will be no leftovers, and the clan will be wiped out. When Naruto said this conclusion, both Uchiha's expressions changed greatly, and expressions of disbelief appeared on their faces. Impossible. How is it possible to get to this point? Genocide? Too harsh, too cruel. Not only the two Uchihas couldn't believe it, but even Naruto himself was taken aback by his own inference. Konoha's largest clan, the Uchiha clan, ended up exterminating the clan? This is not good. Konoha village, the future will be my territory. If the Uchiha family is really wiped out, and I become Hokage in the future, won't I lose my left arm and right arm first? No. This must never happen. Chapter 19. Naruto's face became serious. It will be a long time until he grows up. If during this period of time, Konoha village has been tossed so badly, or even destroyed, leaving him only a mess, then he can't find a place to cry. In any case, the Uchiha family must be saved. How to protect? As Naruto himself deduced, the relationship between the high-level Konoha and the Uchiha clan was already like fire and water, but Uchiha Shisui, the middleman, did a mess and didn't play a role in turning it around. In other words, between Konoha High-Rise and Uchiha, one must disappear in order to restore peace to Konoha village. The Uchiha family can't disappear, so let the high-level Konoha disappear? This is also not right. Even if Naruto hits Kamui and pushes the invincible horizontally, he directly kills all Konoha F4. Without high-level control, the entire Konoha will definitely fall into chaos, and most of the other 4 ninja villages will also take advantage of the fire. The result is the same, it is all turbulent, and the vitality is greatly damaged. How to do it? These are just your inferences. Lord Third Generation is kind and generous, how could he treat the Uchiha family like this? Uchiha Shisui raised his spirits and refuted Naruto's words. He still has fantasies about Third Generation. Merciful and generous? You should say that he is indecisive. Just like Uchiha has radicals, there are also hardliners in the high-level Konoha. That Shimura Danzo, the root in charge, is a parallel organization with Hokage Sumbu, even Hokage can't get involved. If Uchiha is going to go berserk, you can be sure that Danzo won't go berserk. The root ninja won't go berserk. At that time, the overall situation has been decided. Third Hokage may pretend to shed a few tears and sprinkle some soil for you Uchiha, other than that, what else can he do? Uchiha Shisui remembered Shimura Danzo's gloomy face, and every time he looked at him, his eyes filled with a strange light, and he couldn't help but believe it. But he still wanted to object. If he didn't speak again, he feared that he would be convinced by Naruto. You are an outsider, why do you decide that Elder Danzo is as ruthless as he looks? The Mangekyo Sharingan you just talked about is the advanced ability of your Uchiha family Sharingan. Naruto changed the subject and came to Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui's expression instantly became alert, and the look in Naruto's eyes became extremely alert. The ability information of ninjas has always been tightly covered by each other and will not be easily leaked. Unless they are extremely close people, they will not reveal their core abilities to outsiders. Don't be so nervous. I don't want to know what your abilities are. You can't beat me anyway. Naruto shrugged. Uchiha Shisui was dumbfounded. From the conversation between the two of you, is this Mangekyo Sharingan's ability particularly powerful, the kind of strategic force that can easily affect the situation? Naruto asked back. Uchiha Shisui nodded lightly. You revealed your abilities to the third generation. Yes. Since third generation knows it, Shimura Danzo must know it, no doubt about it. Naruto slapped his thigh and asserted. Uchiha Shisui was silent. Since he revealed his abilities to third generation, he naturally didn't mind Danzo knowing. Uchiha Shisui, bad news for you. Naruto spoke mysteriously and said with a smile. What bad news? You're going to die. Naruto's words shocked both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, and looked over in astonishment. What do you mean by that? Uchiha Shisui didn't speak, but Uchiha Itachi couldn't wait to ask. Danzo knows your ability, powerful, uncontrollable, threatening, must be eradicated, very reasonable logic. But Danzo is suspicious. No matter how loyal you are, he won't believe you. I heard that if the root ninja joins the root, all of them have to put on the seal of the ban. He doesn't believe anyone. Naruto has been wandering Konoha for so long, 8 trigrams has heard so much, and heard a lot of news about the root ninja. It is because of the convergence of various clues that he can judge the basic character of Shimura Danzo. Danzo admires absolute control. As long as the power is not in his hands, he will feel insecure and want to take it away. So, Uchiha Shisui, Danzo has his eyes on you. Your death is not far away. Naruto said the most thrilling words in a mocking tone. This is all your inference. Uchiha Shisui's voice is getting weaker and weaker, a little lack of confidence. Naruto's words, he believed at least 90%. Oh, I figured it out. If you want Uchiha to exterminate the clan, you Uchiha genius, Uchiha's #1 master can't stay. Without you as a middleman to balance the two, the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan will become more and more intense. Until no one could suppress it, and finally broke out. Danzo absolutely wants you Uchihas to die. I think about it, you Uchiha Shisui is dead, how can Danzo complete the task of annihilating the Uchiha clan? Well, choose a ninja from the Uchiha clan who has a heart for the village, must have enough strength and identity, and then use this name. The soft underbelly of the ninja threatens to disintegrate Uchiha from within. Naruto's eyes suddenly fell on Uchiha Itachi, his eyes lit up. The truth is out. The real murderer of Uchiha's genocide is you, Uchiha Itachi. Naruto was decisive, pointing at Uchiha Itachi without the slightest hesitation. Those 2 tear troughs are too visual. Naruto often dreamed at night, and various images flashed in his dreams. The image of the tear trough ninja squatting on the telephone pole, his eyes were red, and the Guya was spinning, was too impressive. Me, exterminate Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi was stunned, his scalp tingling with shock at Naruto's outrageous assertions. This is too absurd. As the son of the Uchiha patriarch, he deeply loves the Uchiha family and his younger brother. How is it possible? How could he kill the family? Not to mention genocide. Chapter 20. You are talking nonsense, how could Itachi slaughter the family? Uchiha Shisui refuted Naruto. If the previous inference is reasonable, then Uchiha Shisui does not believe a word of Naruto's statement about Uchiha Itachi's genocide. He knew Uchiha Itachi, a 10-year-old child, mature, steady, kind, full of love for the family and the village. For all this, Uchiha Itachi could even sacrifice himself. Therefore, Uchiha Shisui absolutely does not believe that Uchiha Itachi will embark on the road to the ultimate genocide. Yes, Kira, I absolutely don't believe your inference. Uchiha Itachi, even if I strangle myself to death, I will never kill my family or my relatives and friends. Uchiha Itachi made up his mind and vowed. His eyes were firm, like a rock. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. We'll see. Naruto's eyes turned to Uchiha Shisui. Shisui-kun, although I don't know when Danzo will attack you, but most likely, it will be in the near future. You'd better be vigilant. When meeting with Danzo, just use a clone. Is it really so? Uchiha Shisui hesitated again. His reason told him that what Naruto said had a high probability of happening. But his feelings were unacceptable. How could the high-level officials of Konoha village, because of Sharingan's ability, have poisoned their loyal subordinates? This kind of self-destruction of the Great Wall is definitely not wise. You can try it. You won't suffer if you try. By the way, you'd better prepare. Danzo covets the power of your eyes, and the moment he strikes, he will go to your eyes. You'd better prepare an eye for him, otherwise, he will be endless. Understand? Naruto's suggestion made Uchiha Shisui stunned again. Why? If Danzo did this, and I reported the truth to Lord Third Generation, he would naturally handle it fairly. How could he do that? Aren't you too naive? Naruto looked at Uchiha Shisui with pity and shook his head. The genius of Uchiha, whose IQ is full of cultivation, is first class in strength, but his brain is like water, and he can't tell what is good or bad. Uchiha Shisui was angered by being seen, and his heart was full of anger. Where am I naive? No Orochimaru. Of course I know, one of Chunnin, the disciple of Lord Third Generation, Konoha's rebellion. Orochimaru conducts human experiments and uses people in the village. This is the reason for his defection. Do you know how the Third Generation handled it? Orochimaru is powerful and broke out of the village. Hey, this kind of thing, you just listen to it. The Third Generation took action and captured Orochimaru, but Orochimaru escaped. The Third Generation has let the bosses water. The Third Generation has a lot of feelings. Very forgiving. Uchiha Shisui was silent. He believed what Naruto said. It was not surprising that Third Generation showed mercy to Orochimaru, after all, they had been disciples for so many years. Then do you know how many years Danzo has known Third Generation? It is said that Danzo also participated in Orochimaru's human experiment. Orochimaru has defected. Danzo is still in his elder position. How comfortable it is. So, if you die a mere Uchiha genius, Third Generation may shed a few tears, but it will never do anything to Danzo. Your weight is too far behind Danzo. Uchiha Shisui sighed and had nothing to say. Uchiha Itachi also had a heavy expression. Naruto's analysis completely revealed the essence of Konoha's high rise, allowing them to see the twists and turns behind them. These things are too scary. Uchiha Shisui, you don't have any illusions. The Uchiha clan is unstoppable on the road to perdition. Danzo will be the first to attack you. If you resist, a name of rebellion is indispensable. If you die generously, then congratulations, Danzo eradicated it. A serious problem, you can safely deal with the Uchiha family. Don't call me alarmist, and don't expect Third Generation to help you. Naruto continued to speak, gushing. Uchiha Shisui looked desperate and said, then what should I do? He didn't want the village to be in turmoil, nor did he want the family to perish. Between these two difficulties, it is really tormented. You can get away with a fake death, keep your useful body, and see if things are what I deduced. And you, Uchiha Itachi, you can also look forward to it. If Shisui disappears and the pressure falls on you, it will not lead to the final road of genocide. Naruto laughed, feeling very interesting. But doing this is exactly as you expected. My Uchiha clan cannot avoid the end of death. So what's the point of what we've done? Uchiha Itachi was calm and questioned. The Uchiha clan can disappear, but not necessarily. You all know how things are going. If you can still reach the end of the clan, then I will really doubt your IQ. Naruto waved his hand in disapproval. He couldn't think of a solution to the Uchiha family for the time being. But always come to mind. Even if it is unexpected, as long as you make a wish to the wishing statue, if you are lucky enough, the problem can be solved. Therefore, Naruto was not too anxious, and his mood was always calm. Chapter 21. Kira, who are you? Uchiha Itachi stared at Naruto and suddenly asked such a sentence. Although Naruto has always been very enthusiastic, and he has sorted out clues for them, so that they can see the essence of the high-level Konoha, in the final analysis, the other party is still a stranger who is unknown to the enemy. No one has a heart for strangers. Me? I'm just a good-hearted person passing by. There is no such good-hearted person in the world. Uchiha Itachi, your paranoia is really serious. Just remember, even if you have any thoughts in your heart, it's best not to show them on your face. Third generation and Danzo are old foxes, don't let them see through. Naruto laughed and left a reminder, and the person disappeared. This person is mostly from the village. He cares too much about Konoha. Uchiha Shisui opened his mouth. Big brother Shisui. Don't worry, I won't do stupid things. I'll be vigilant and open my eyes to see if this Konoha village, as Kira said, is completely rotten. Shisui's voice was quiet, but his expression was so lonely. Uchiha Itachi was speechless. His mind kept circling, extermination, extermination, extermination. Like a nightmare. Impossible, what I don't want to do, no one can force me. Uchiha Itachi finally put aside the distractions and strengthened his will. BD third generation, damn Danzo, why can't you just wait for me to grow up? Naruto appears in front of the root base. He stood quietly in the dark, his anger growing stronger. Although everything is just his inference, he can intuitively tell him that no matter what happens to Konoha, the culprit must be Danzo at the root. Danzo is the root of all evil in Konoha village and the biggest cancer. If Danzo is not removed for a day, Konoha will not be at peace for a day. Danzo appeared at the gate of the base with a group of root ninjas. He still had a gloomy face, as if he couldn't smile, and he exuded an unpleasant vicious aura. Even when talking to his subordinates, his bossy and arrogant attitude is very clear, as if he does not treat his subordinates as human beings. Distinguished heavenly gods, this ability, I must get. Only with this ability can I suppress 9 tails, control Konoha, and finally ascend to the throne of Hokage, and then unify the ninja world, end the disputes between these 5 countries, and make the world completely peaceful. Shisui, don't blame me. For the sake of peace, sacrifice a little one of you, and you will die well. Danzo's face was indifferent. His heart was extremely hot, and he couldn't wait to call Uchiha Shisui over immediately and grab Shisui's eyes. Mangekyo Sharinon, the ability of the blood family, is really wonderful. Imagining the infinite future in his mind, Danzo's mouth was slightly upturned, showing a rare smile. Although all actions have not yet begun, he is convinced that he will succeed. Whether it is to win Shisui's eyes, become a Hokage, or even unify the world of ninjas, all these wishes will come true. How could he, Shimura Danzo, be the next generation of Ganju? Hiruzen, you've been sitting on the Hokage throne for so long, it's time for me to sit. Who? The root ninja, a bear may from a bear maze house suddenly snorted, as if facing a great enemy. In an instant, the other root ninjas spread out and surrounded Shimura Danzo. Danzo frowned and said, take the root, what happened? Lord Danzo, my bugs suddenly became restless. This sign, something must be threatening them, making them so frantic. A bear may looked at the darkness not far away with a solemn expression. He wanted the bugs to spread out and investigate the surrounding situation. As a result, only in that direction, the bugs did not move at all and did not dare to move forward at all. As if there were their natural enemies there. Come out, you have been discovered. Shimura Danzo spoke coldly. Right at the gate of the root base, the time is right and the place is right. He is not afraid of anyone at all. Even if a cage-level powerhouse strikes, he is confident that he will kill the opponent on the spot. The source of all evil, kill it. A hoarse and strange voice suddenly sounded. Shimura Danzo was instantly horrified and cold. Because a man in pitch-black armor suddenly passed through the ninja encirclement and appeared straight in front of him, no more than an arm's length away from him. Red Sun Club, Kira. Danzo spit out these words, and the person was already backing fast, like lightning. His pupils contracted, horrified. Unexpectedly, Kira, who disappeared for more than a year, would reappear in Konoha and find him directly. Wind style, vacuum waves. As a veteran cage-level powerhouse, Danzo's movements are approaching the extreme. In an instant, his hands have completed the seal, and dozens of spinning wind blades are spit out from his mouth, whistling and attacking the approaching person. Naruto just clenched his fist and shook forward, and all the wind blades instantly shattered and turned into air currents. Wait, did we have any misunderstanding? Danzo opened his mouth while forming the seal, trying to ease the situation. After all, this battle was too inexplicable. But the next moment, Naruto appeared in front of him, and his fist suddenly became bigger, as if covering the sky, his pitch-black fist descended like a mountain. Dying. Danzo looked at the fist, and the thoughts flashed through his mind, his expression desperate. Too fast. Too fierce. Can't stop. Boom. Danzo's head shattered into flowers, and the man fell to the ground, too dead to die. Humph, the source of all evil, deserve to die. Naruto looked around at the root ninja, snorted coldly, and disappeared with a flash. He finally had a good idea, and he was relieved. As for sabotaging Uchiha Shisui's suspended animation plan and causing a chain reaction of events, he doesn't care. Nothing made him more comfortable than killing Shimura Danzo. Chapter 22. Lord Danzo, damn that damn Kira. Hurry up and notify Hokage-sama about this. Why panic, I'm not dead yet. The root ninja was stunned by the change of the rabbit. They were at a loss, like a swarm of headless flies. A familiar voice suddenly sounded from the corner, weak but still full of majesty. Shimura Danzo covered his bandaged arm and walked out with a pale face. The headless corpse mysteriously disappeared. Damn, consume me a Sharingan. The plan to exterminate the Uchiha clan must be accelerated. Also, to contact Orochimaru, a new Sharingan must be transplanted. Danzo was terrified and looked around, afraid that Naruto would appear out of nowhere. He has already made up his mind that when he goes out in the future, he will use clones instead. This matter is kept secret and is not allowed to be spread. Also, secretly investigate the entire Konoha village to see which ninja has been secretly whereabouts recently. That Kira must be hiding in the village, the threat is too great, find him. Danzo's eyes were cold and murderous. Sharingan, Izanagi, these things must not be leaked. More importantly, he wants to find out Kira's true identity. If he doesn't get rid of this person, he will not be at ease for a day. Distinguished Heavenly Gods, Shisui's Distinguished Heavenly Gods Mangekyo Sharingan, get it as soon as possible. Why is the village so quiet and peaceful? Could it be that Danzo is not dead? The next day, Naruto didn't feel any disturbance in the village and everything was calm. The death of a consultant elder is no small matter, and it will more or less cause riots. But the current situation made Naruto have to suspect that what he killed last night was just Danzo's stand-in. Damn, it's really an old silver coin, it's too insidious. This experience will definitely make Danzo more vigilant, and it will not be so easy to kill him next time. Naruto thought to himself, a little helpless. He is only 5 years old now, although his mind is more mature than the average child. After all, there are many ill-conceived places, and he eagerly goes to kill Danzo once, but it turns out to be a slap in the face. Naruto put those distractions aside and became that happy, sunny child again. Killing Danzo, the days are still long, there is still a chance, he can't escape. Better to live your own life first. With the weights on, Naruto starts a new day of training. Squats, sit UPS, push UPS. Together, the movement is very smooth. The pressure is still heavy, as it was at the beginning. But Naruto has become accustomed to this kind of pressure, and his movements are very standard, with an indescribable rhythmic beauty. As for the weight on his body, he was just trying to fool third generation. For Naruto, it was as light as a feather. It was getting dark. Naruto was running down the back road, sweating profusely. His breathing was gentle, his breath was long, his steps were steady, and he was extremely calm. Yo, Naruto boy, do you want to have a youthful match with me? A man in a turquoise leotard running with his hands upside down ran alongside Naruto, inviting. This is the weirdo might guy from Konoha village. For more than 2 years, Naruto has been running 10 kilometers every day, and he often meets might guy. Okay. Naruto laughed and picked up the pace for the first time. Ha ha ha, today I must defeat you, Naruto boy. Might Guy's hands were like windmills, and the whole person rushed out like the wind, and the speed was extremely fast. Naruto is also accelerating. The pressure is like a mountain, but his legs are as tough as iron, so that under this kind of pressure, he can still transform into a son of the wind, getting faster and faster. Look, those two weirdos are competing again. Guy is Jonin, don't keep calling people weird. Is that kid a demon fox? I didn't expect it to grow so big all of a sudden. He runs really fast. For more than a year, I have been paying attention. This kid trains every day, persists every day, and his willpower is good. Unfortunately, he is the incarnation of a demon fox, and I will never be able to forgive him. Maybe it's a rumor, I see him laughing every day, full of sunshine, not like a bad guy. Although the road is remote, there are still people. Many people watched the match between the two and whispered, especially to Naruto. Their eyes were extremely complicated. Although they were still indifferent, they had some other meanings. Ha ha ha, Naruto boy, this time I won. Not necessarily. Originally, Guy overtook Naruto by half, but at the last moment, Naruto accelerated sharply and crossed the endpoint agreed by the two first. Ah, I lost again. Guy jumped to his feet and stood up with a look of regret. He stared at Naruto with bright eyes and said, Young Naruto, do you want to learn Konoha Gangkwon with me? It's amazing. It's a pity that you don't practice Gangkwon with your body. No. Your green tights are so ugly, I don't want them. Naruto refused immediately. Similar conversations have happened many times. Guy is not sensitive to physical techniques, so he easily found that Naruto's body is extremely powerful, and he has been eager to try to take Naruto as a disciple. It's a pity that Naruto is very fond of Guy, but he scoffs at guys' aesthetics. In any case, he would not accept that unsightly tights. Chapter 23. 2 more days passed. Naruto finished his daily training, and then he trained with Hinata, who had sneaked out. Hinata's eyes were wide open, and the blue veins on both sides of her eyes gave her an indescribable sassy beauty. She drank tenderly, her palms were sharp, like a knife splitting an axe. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. He made a circle under his feet, his palms flew, and in an instant, Hinata was like a swallow, circling around Naruto, attacking like a violent storm, pouring down in one go. Okay. That's how it feels. Come on, Hinata, you're the best. Naruto's stance is also gentle fists move. His hands were as soft as the breeze, and he took all of Hinata's attacks, inadvertently reducing the strength. Tai Chi round. It didn't let Hinata's attack fall into the void, and it didn't bounce back the power, which was just right. Naruto-kun, you are amazing. Hinata paused, panting, looking at Naruto with admiration. In the field of vision of her white eyes, Naruto's body has an amazing amount of chakra, surging like the sun, and she can't see where the weakness is. Fortunately, Naruto didn't fight back, just a simple feeding. If Naruto made a serious move, Hinata thought, he might not be able to resist a single move. Hinata, you are really amazing. You can memorize so many moves one by one and make them so skilled. You must be training hard at home. Well, Father-sama even complimented me today. In order to catch up with Naruto-kun, I have to work harder. Hinata blushed and was very happy. Naruto smiled and praised Hinata in a different way. He found that Hinata's timid character was caused by the strict tutoring of the Hyuga family. Hyuga Hayashi was very strict with the eldest daughter and seldom praised Hinata, which made Hinata become more and more introverted and weaker in temperament. However, after meeting Naruto, Hinata's personality gradually became brighter. In addition, Naruto constantly praised her from various angles, which made Hinata's self-confidence a little bit built, and the person was obviously stronger. Naruto-kun, this is the bento I made today, come and try it. Hinata took out a large 5-layer lunchbox from the side, opened it layer by layer, a variety of carefully prepared dishes, fragrant, and rice, a full box. The bottom of the lunchbox is added with a hot carbon grid for insulation, so that the bento is still hot. Wow, it's so fragrant. Hinata, you will definitely be a good wife in the future. Naruto split the rice in two, he took the smaller half and gave the larger half to Hinata. Gobbling it down, Naruto couldn't help but take the time to give Hinata a thumbs up and smirk happily. Hinata bowed her head shyly, her ears turning red. She felt that this day was the happiest time in her life. Naruto reluctantly swallowed half of himself, holding on to panic, only to find that Hinata had swept away his weight long ago, and now, like a lady, he quietly stood by and gently served Naruto tea and water. Knowing that Hinata has a big appetite, I didn't expect it, it's amazing. Naruto gulped a few sips, drank the tea that Hinata handed over, and then burped comfortably. He looked at Hinata packing his things, and couldn't help but worry. Faced with such an edible Hinata, it seems that he has to consider how to make money. He can't let the Hyuga family help him raise Hinata all the time. Okay, I've made up my mind. In addition to being Hokage, I want to make a lot of money, a lot of money. Naruto raised his head, looked into the distance, and set a new ambition. Naruto-kun, what are you thinking? I'm thinking. Before Naruto could finish speaking, Hyuga newly appeared in front of the two with a sigh. Miss Hinata, we have to go home quickly, something has happened to the Uchiha family. What big thing can happen to Uchiha? I heard that Uchiha Shisui, the genius of Uchiha's family, died and committed suicide. Naruto, you should go back too, now the village is in chaos, it's better to stay at home and not go out. Hyuga Shinchong Naruto solemnly warned, very serious. Naruto froze for a moment, and his expression became complicated. He just inferred. In just a few days, what was inferred has become a reality, and the absurdity of Konoha village is all here. After separating from Hinata, Naruto walked towards his house. At a certain street corner, he was still walking straight, but a small stone rolled into the corner. The Umbu ninja who was watching followed and moved away. The small stone suddenly turned into Naruto, and the jet black bedrock armor instantly put on his body, wrapping him tightly. Soon, Naruto came to the cliff where Uchiha Shisui had a conversation with. I didn't expect it to be a reality. Naruto opened his mouth to the side corner and shook his head. I didn't expect it, it's ridiculous. With a bang, white smoke flashed in the corner, and Uchiha Shisui's figure was revealed. One of his eyes was tightly closed, the blood stains were conspicuous, and only one eye was intact. You didn't use your clone to test. Naruto frowned. The clone is too easy to see through, and... Uchiha Shisui was hesitant to speak, his expression was depressed, and the twilight atmosphere of broken three views and complete heart death made people sigh. Naruto understood. Uchiha Shisui, after all, survived the last bit of luck. What if? What if third generation is a good person, what if elder Danzo is not as ruthless as he deduced? You are too honest, too naive. Naruto shook his head, not wanting to say more. In the eyes of some people, Uchiha Shisui's actions are stupid and innocent, but in the eyes of some people, it is with good intentions and a pure heart. After all, it is his own choice, and he himself bears the consequences. Others say it is useless. Chapter 24. You're like this, what are your plans? Naruto has now confirmed that the one he killed that day was definitely not Danzo. Kira, I want to hear your opinion. Uchiha Shisui looked at Naruto with hope in one eye. Uchiha Itachi is now dealing with your suspended animation. Yes. I left a suicide note and Itachi will take care of everything. From now on, Uchiha Shisui, are dead. Uchiha Shisui looked lonely. If he didn't know that the Uchiha clan was in danger of genocide, after he was attacked by Danzo, he would most likely choose to cut himself off so that the village would not be in turmoil. But after Naruto's inference and Danzo's despicableness, Shisui began to think about what is the best way to treat the village and the family. He wants to stay useful and wait for the time. But now he was at a loss, not knowing what to do next. He desperately wanted answers from Naruto. Itachi is here too. Uchiha Itachi suddenly appeared in front of the two, and Naruto nodded at him, not surprised. Weasel. Uchiha Shisui looked at Uchiha Itachi with anticipation in his eyes. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. I told third generation that you were attacked by Danzo, and third generation said that he will punish Shimura Danzo. Depending on the situation, a maximum of 3 drinks will be fined. Uchiha Itachi's face was sad, obviously stimulated by third generation's answer. He's not stupid. The hesitant look of third generation when he spoke, obviously couldn't be ruthless towards Danzo, even if it was punishment, it wouldn't be too heavy. As Naruto said, third generation was shocked to hear Shisui's death, and then burst into tears, looking very sad. But Uchiha Itachi felt sick. No matter how many tears the crocodile sheds, it is better to avenge the victim cleanly. Shisui's weight is not comparable to Danzo after all. Is that so? Uchiha Shisui sighed, his eyes completely darkened. It seems that now you should give up completely to the third generation and the high-level Konoha. The root of Konoha's depravity lies in these high-level people. They are no longer those high-spirited ninja boys. Tisk tisk, no matter what, I can't figure it out, why these people are so stupid. They have been doing their best to deal with their own people, Hyuga's family, now it's your Uchiha's family. I remember there was the incident of Konoha's White Fang. Piece by piece, third generation, the old fool, Danzo, the old silver coin, why are they digging the roots of Konoha? Naruto shook his head again and again, looking puzzled. You have to say that third generation doesn't love Konoha, Danzo doesn't value Konoha, but they swear that they can throw their heads, shed blood, and sacrifice for Konoha tragically. Even Naruto believed that third generation really believed in this, and at a critical moment, it was willing to sacrifice himself to protect Konoha. But unfortunately, everything they did was weakening Konoha, it was really a ghost. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi both have expressions of empathy. Let me analyze it with you. When Shisui is dead, Uchiha loses a formidable combat power. In a short period of time, the radicals in the Uchiha clan will shrink a lot. Similarly, third generation will suppress Danzo for a while, even if it is superficial. In other words, there will be a period of relaxation between the Uchiha family and Konoha. This period of relaxation depends on how long the two sides can endure. This time is as short as 1 year and as long as 3 years. That is to say, within 3 years, Danzo will definitely launch a general attack, Uchiha will exterminate the clan, bang. Naruto made a firework explosion. Both Uchiha felt that their hearts were blown up, their hearts swayed, and their brains were dizzy. Shisui, you have 3 paths to take now. The first rule is to sacrifice everything, lead the Uchiha clan, enter the root base, and directly destroy Shimura Danzo. You were attacked by surprise, that is the best excuse, and the third generation has no reason to intervene. After destroying Danzo, the third generation's temperament will never dare to touch the Uchiha clan, and the genocide crisis will be resolved naturally. Uchiha Shisui's eyes lit up, then dimmed again, and shook his head. This approach is refreshing, but fighting against the root will ultimately lose the power of Konoha village, which is something he has always tried his best to avoid. Since you don't choose the first one, then the second one naturally doesn't need to be said. Why? Because the second rule is more radical. Quickly cut through the mess and directly push the third generation down, and Uchiha will take his place and become the new Hokage. With Master Konoha in hand, Uchiha's genocide crisis will naturally vanish. Naruto had an urge to try. With the help of Uchiha's power, he is really confident, suppressing the turmoil of the revolution in a small area, and then rushing the third generation to step down, cleaning up the rotten air of the entire Konoha, and making Konoha look brand new. But he knew that Uchiha Shisui would never choose this path. He can only think about it, he has been addicted to it. Sure enough, Uchiha Shisui shook his head again, and even Uchiha Itachi showed disapproval. Then there is only the third rule left. You can only pretend to be a dead person honestly, go to the ninja world and find a way out for the Uchiha family. It has to be like this? Doesn't this make us Uchiha betray the village? Your brain is too rigid. Find a way out, save your vitality, and not let you defect. The third generation can't control Konoha village for the rest of his life. He will always step down one day. When the new Hokage comes into power, you can naturally return to Konoha. Kira, how can you be sure that the new Hokage will not target us Uchiha? Uchiha Shisui stared at Naruto and asked earnestly. Naruto looked at the Hokage rock in the distance, looked at the four giant heads, and suddenly showed a confident smile. Because, the new Hokage, the next Hokage, can only be me. His voice was sonorous and powerful, full of pride and ambition, and the confidence overflowed, making people involuntarily convinced. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were both stunned by Naruto's bold statement. Chapter 25. Who are you? Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi asked the same question again. They had already guessed that Naruto was from Konoha village. But they ruled out all the powerful ninjas with names and surnames in the entire village, but found that no one could match Kira's identity at all. Kira is so mysterious. If it wasn't for such a big commotion at the Hokage family, I'm afraid Kira would never appear in front of the world at all. Who am I? You will naturally know in the future. Naruto glanced at the two, and his heart suddenly moved. I set up a Red Sun Society, do you two want to join? Red Sun Club. Uchiha looked at each other with hesitation in their eyes. This mysterious organization has never even seen the true face of the leader. It is difficult to believe that they should join this organization. The red sun is rising, and its path is bright. The river flows out, and Wangyang is swept away. The dragon is submerged in the abyss, the scales and claws are flying. The tiger screams in the valley, and the beasts are shocked. The scumbag emperor. The cotters will be shackled, and there will be their brilliance. The sky wears its blue, and the ground wears its yellow. Even if there is a long time, there are 8 wastes. The future is like the sea, and the future is long. Naruto's heart was touched, and he read out the sentences that flashed in his mind, word by word. He is only 5 years old now, and it was when he was young and vigorous. The kind of Haki in these sentences, who was roaring in the valley, and the beasts were terrified, was right in his heart, and he couldn't help but integrate his emotions into his voice, and his voice was full of emotions. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were dumbfounded. The grandeur and integrity in the verse was a picture they had never seen before. The will of fire that third Hokage talks about every day is far worse than the infinite brightness of the great light of the rising sun. It can't be compared, it can't be compared. Red Sun Club. Uchiha Itachi whispered these 3 words softly, feeling a new door opened, allowing him to see a whole new world. It is said that he is young and mature, and he can see things from Hokage's perspective at the age of 4. But Uchiha Itachi realizes that for so many years, he has been circling in the circle of the will of fire, thinking about the problems of the village and the family. It is very narrow, and it may even go to the horns. The appearance of Naruto just gave him a new perspective and made him feel that his eyes were suddenly enlightened. The Red Sun Society is based on the concept of the rising sun and its great light. Don't you realize that there is something wrong with Konoha village, the other 4 ninja villages, and even the entire ninja world? This world shouldn't be like this. The first ninja war, the second ninja war, the third ninja war, why do these wars break out again and again? Why can't people understand each other? Why does ninja have to endure the darkness without being able to enjoy the light? A series of questions raised by Naruto were deafening, and they directly asked the 2 of them. Why did the people of Cloud Shinobi village come to steal the eyes of the Hokage family? Don't they know that this might lead to a war? Why did Shimura Danzo take your Shisui's eyes? Didn't he consider the possible consequences? Why do 3rd generation and Danzo always target the Uchiha family? Why do you Uchiha family want revolution and overthrow the top officials of Konoha? The human heart is so complicated. It seems that the entire ninja world is shrouded in darkness. Everyone, consciously or not, chose the worst way to deal with the world. The world is twisted. The Red Sun Society is the first ray of light in this twisted and dark world. This is the original intention of my creation of the Red Sun Society. Naruto was impassioned and eloquent, with a bright light in his eyes. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi stared blankly at Naruto, feeling that the other person seemed to be covered with a layer of gold powder, sparkling, and people couldn't help but be attracted to it. The world depicted in Naruto's words was a new and desirable bright world for both of them. Especially Uchiha Shisui, who was at the lowest point of his belief being broken and bewildered. Hearing Naruto's eloquence, the light in his eyes became more and more bright, as if he had found a new belief, and his spirit was lifted all of a sudden. Then, the Red Sun Society, how many people are there now? Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but ask. In his opinion, an organization with such a lofty mission must have many members, all of whom are like-minded and ready to give their part to changing Konoha and the ninja world. It would be great if you could join in. Ahem, the Red Sun Society, I will be appointed as the president. Do you two want to be the vice presidents of the left and right sides, or the guardians of the left and right? Naruto coughed twice and replied nonchalantly. Uchiha Shisui was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, exclaimed, "The Red Sun Society is only you. What? You look down on me alone? Any organization starts from scratch, builds from scratch, and builds up brick by brick. The so-called spark can start a prairie fire. Without this first spark, where will the last prairie come from? Fire." Naruto puffed out his chest, not at all ashamed, but plausible and confident. "If you join now, not only are the veterans, but you can also witness the progress of history step by step. Even if the organization has gone wrong, you can correct it and make it more in line with your philosophy, right?" Uchiha Shisui was silent for a moment, and he looked at Uchiha Itachi and laughed suddenly. "Let's join." The three hands joined together to witness the official establishment of the Red Sun Society. Chapter 26. "Come on, here it is. This. Isn't your eye hurt? Drinking this will restore your injury." Naruto took out a red vial, which contained a crystal clear red liquid. Uchiha Shisui hesitated for a moment, then took over. He laughed suddenly. He also took out a small bottle with liquid from his body, and there was an eyeball in it, floating in the bottle. "Didn't your eyes get gouged out by Danzo? I thought that the clone would be easy to see through, so I went to see Danzo with my main body, but I gave Danzo my own eyes for nothing, and I felt a little uncomfortable. I took off my right eye and replaced it with a normal eyeball. Even if Danzo took it away, all he got was nothing." Uchiha Shisui took out the eyeball and put it in his own eye. When he opened his eyes again, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in front of Naruto. Aside from the blood stain, Uchiha Shisui looked back to normal, with a hint of cunning in his glasses. Naruto smiled knowingly. "I thought to myself, Shisui really didn't come home naive. If Shisui still stupefied his eyes when he knew what was going to happen, then he would have to consider whether to accept this new member of the Red Sun Society." Uchiha Shisui drank the red potion in one go, and the red bottle in his hand was scattered, which surprised him. Soon, he showed a look of shock, looking at Naruto with gratitude in his eyes. Shisui was sneak attacked by Danzo, and after a series of battles, he even forced Susanoo out with one eye. The surface of his body looked unharmed, but the inside was actually riddled with holes and his vitality was severely damaged. "I thought it would take a long time to recuperate before I could barely recover, and my life expectancy would be greatly reduced." Unexpectedly, when a bottle of red potion went down, Shisui felt warm all over his body, all kinds of dark wounds were healing silently, and even the hidden dangers left over from his previous training and battles were treated and all recovered. "Medicine. You have a bottle too." Naruto took out another bottle of red potion and handed it to Uchiha Itachi. "I'm not injured again, this kind of precious thing, I don't need it." "No, you really need it." Naruto has a tough attitude. In his vague sense of déjà vu, Uchiha Itachi seemed to be a sick child. "Since I don't know why it's like that, it's better to cut it directly from the source. A bottle of red potion, no matter how serious the disease, can be pushed horizontally. It's amazing, I feel a lot lighter on my body." Uchiha Itachi drank the red potion and his face was full of shock. Amazing. He originally thought that he was free from disease and disaster, and his health was great. As a result, after drinking the red potion, in addition to the warm current, there was a faint tingling sensation in every corner of the body. It was obvious that there were various hidden dangers that were not discovered usually. Now the warmth has enveloped the past, and all the pain has been swept away. Uchiha Itachi felt as though a layer of restraint had been removed, and his body was reborn, full of vitality. "The wind has been tight these days. Danzo will most likely suspect you of suspended animation, so you should hide it a little more closely. After this period of time, let's think about how to help the Uchiha family get through this difficult time." Since it was properly negotiated, the time and place for the next meeting were agreed, and the three separated. At this time, Konoha, because of the death of Uchiha Shisui, the wind was shaking, the ninjas all looked serious and walked in a hurry, and third generation was also dealing with all the sequelae caused by this headache. "Damn Shisui, how dare you fool me with a fake Mangekyo Sharingan, it's clearly just an ordinary Sharingan with a single hook." In the root base, Shimura Danzo was furious and furious. He didn't study it carefully when it was eye-catching, and he was still full of joy, but when he returned to the base, when he looked again, the eyes were not the expected Mangekyo Sharingan at all, but just the most common one Tomo Sharingan. Snapped. Danzo squeezed his eyeballs, his face twisted, and he was extremely angry. "Shisui, I know you're not dead. Want to get away with a fake death? No way. It's so ulterior motive, and I changed my eyes in advance. It seems that the Uchiha family really doesn't have a good thing. Even you, Shisui, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are so cunning and ambitious. The Uchiha family must not be kept." The more Shimura Danzo thought about it, the more angry he became, and his hatred for the Uchiha family deepened. He began to figure out how to make the Uchiha family perish faster. He wants to kill all the Uchiha clan, leaving no chickens and dogs, in order to avenge being fooled today. "Danzo, you actually shot Shisui." At the root base, Sarutobi Hiruzen strode in, but the root ninja did not dare to stop him, not only because of Hokage's identity, but also because the ninja on the side were eyeing him. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in front of Shimura Danzo before lowering his voice and roaring in a furious tone. Uchiha Shisui had ulterior motives and tried to assassinate this old man. I was just acting in self-defense. Shimura Danzo had already figured out an excuse and didn't respond at all to Sarutobi Hiruzen's questioning. Itaki reported to me that you took one of Shisui's eyes, didn't you? I took an eye, but... Danzo, you hand over Shisui's Mangekyo Sharinon, step down as the root, and then step down from the position of the consultant elder. During this time, you should think about it behind closed doors. Sarutobi Hiruzen was decisive, staring at Danzo with a murderous look, his eyes extremely cold. No, I don't have the Mangekyo Sharinon. Danzo was speechless, he wanted to explain that what he got was just an ordinary Sharinon. Don't mention it again. If you don't hand over Shisui's eyes, you will keep closing the door and reflect on it. You remember, I'm Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned and walked a few steps, then turned back and stared at Danzo with a complex expression. Distinguished heavenly gods, Danzo, what do you want to use it for? After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen strode away, showing no doubt about his determination. Shimura Danzo suddenly understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted so intensely, Shisui's distinguished heavenly god's ability was the key. No matter which superior, it is impossible to allow someone with this ability to exist around him, even his old friend of decades. Good Uchiha Shisui, this one move alone has divided the relationship between me and Hiruzen. Good, very good. In the depths of the base, there was a sound of gritted teeth, gloomy and terrifying. Chapter 27. Night. Naruto tossed and turned. How to deal with the Uchiha family and how to save them from the crisis is a question that Naruto has been thinking about. Of course there are simple and crude ways. Just like the first and second points that he and Uchiha Shisui proposed, go up and have a good fight, ping ping pong pong, beat the third generation and Danzo into pig heads, and tell them with a fist the size of a sand bowl, be obedient and step down, otherwise, die. Big fist is the truth. Naruto understands this, isn't the third generation and Danzo relying on the master's entire Konoha's power, and their fists are big enough to oppress the Uchiha clan like that? But once this is done, Naruto suspects, Konoha village will be in chaos. Because, the Uchiha family is not popular in the village. The human heart is a strange thing. A slap doesn't make a sound. If it wasn't for Uchiha being too arrogant and not getting along well with the people in the village, third generation wouldn't dare to oppress Uchiha too much. It is because of isolation that it is regarded as a soft persimmon. I don't know the ghosts, steal the sky for the sun, the civet cat for the prince, the solution to the problem. Saying something that no one could understand, Naruto finally fell asleep. Wish confirmation, solution, steal the day. Consume luck and make a wish. Wish a success. The sapphire statue on Naruto's chest lit up, and after a long while, it went silent again. What is this? I made a wish again? Damn it, why didn't you say hello to me? I don't even know what I made a wish. It's always so confusing and uncomfortable. Naruto woke up early in the morning, looked at the bedside table routinely, and found that there was a model on it. He took the model over, and a piece of information entered his consciousness instantly, allowing him to understand the model at a glance. An unnamed town, a subspace, which can be used by people to live in the town, can be used as a secret base for the host, has the ability to steal the sky, and can replace the space with the virtual body somewhere in reality. Naruto was stunned. After a long time, the corners of his mouth grinned, and he laughed ecstatically. The laughter even made the ninja outside the house wonder, this fox kid, periodically going crazy again. Blood binding. It can be carried by the host with you, and you can open a portal to enter and exit anywhere you want. So convenient. Naruto was in a hurry to deal with it. He split up a clone to maintain his daily routine, while he opened a door and walked in. Inside the gate is an empty town. There are many buildings on various roads, the streets are vertical and horizontal, and the shops and residences on both sides are one after another. If it is popular, it must be a very lively town. The street is paved with bluestone, which is extremely flat. Naruto walks on the street and feels very comfortable. He opened his arms and laughed loudly, his laughter was indescribable joy. So many houses are mine, and the whole town is mine. Mine, everything is mine. I live in this house today, and live in that house tomorrow, one house, two houses, it's cool. Naruto is in a great mood. It doesn't matter whether the Uchiha family's problem is solved or not. Purely, the pie that fell from the sky hit the head, it was too sweet and delicious. Although the house Naruto lives in is big enough for a small child, it is a little smaller. Everyone dreams of living in a big house, and Naruto is no exception. This vast town is now Naruto's, and the joy of the harvest, full to the brim, filled Naruto's chest, making him extremely satisfied. In the future, you don't have to worry about being laughed at by Hinata. In the future, someone will gossip and throw a bunch of houses and hit him in the face. Laozi has a house or an existing house without a mortgage. Are you upset? Hold on for lousy. Naruto didn't know what strange idea came to his mind, and laughed again. After walking around the town, Naruto explored again. Outside the town, farmland, forest, hills, everything is available. It wasn't until 20 miles outside the town that Naruto reached the end and touched an invisible barrier. 20 miles around, the range is not small. Naruto is back in town again. He stood on top of the tallest clock tower in the town and looked out in all directions. It feels a little monotonous, it would be nice if it could be changed. Naruto was thinking about it, but found that a light screen popped up in front of him, which was a structural map of the town, and even included the surrounding fields, mountains, and rivers. You can modify it as you like? That's great. Naruto crouched on the roof, leaned in front of the light screen, and began to use his imagination to modify it. Unreal. Have a bee in one's bonnet. Crooked way. The whole town, as if being rubbed by invisible big hands, changed from place to place, and all kinds of strange appearances came out, just like Luli. After working for a long time, Naruto gave up the modification and finally chose the original appearance. He found to his dismay that he really had no design ability, and his aesthetics were also a bit poor, and none of the various towns he had created were good looking. Well, this town just happened to be used as the base of the Red Sun Society. In the future, it can also be the retreat of the Uchiha family. All problems solved, congratulations. Naruto withdrew from the town, ready to find time to meet Uchiha Shisui, let him enter the town life, lest he hide. Another night, Naruto reunites with Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi and brings them into town. This is the base of our Red Sun Society in the future. I have given permission to both of you, so you can enter and leave here at any time in the future. Our business starts from this small town. Naruto spoke arrogantly and with high spirits, as if he had grasped the entire ninja world in his hands. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were also excited and in a good mood. Chapter 28. Then, let's start the first Red Sun meeting. Naruto got a large classroom and came out. He stood on the podium, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi like two elementary school students, sitting below. First of all, we must clarify the organization's philosophy and program. Naruto wrote a large line on the blackboard. What is the will of fire? The pointer tapped on the blackboard. Both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi looked confused. Will of fire, need more to say? Third Hokage said this thing every day, the whole Konoha village, even children know how to recite it. The will of fire refers to the place where the leaves are flying, and the fire is endless. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and make the new leaves sprout. Uchiha Itachi said this word for word. In the past, he had no doubts about this sentence. Well, as the name suggests, this will of fire is the philosophy and program pursued by the big organization Konoha village. Countless Konoha shinobi people follow the will of fire, and they are willing to sacrifice their lives for Konoha village. Because they firmly believe that the light of their own burning will illuminate the village, allowing a new generation to grow up and support the village. Both of them nodded. They all believed it, because they believed it too, and were willing to give their lives for the village. The will of fire, the idea is very good and inspiring. But, can any of you explain clearly, what is fire? What are leaves? After burning, new leaves sprout, what does it mean? Both Uchihas were at a loss. Will of fire, they know what it means, but they can take it apart and let them explain, but they can't explain it for a while. Konoha village was established by the Senjo clan and the Uchiha clan. The name of the village is Konoha, and the shadow is Hokage. As the name suggests, Konoha refers to the Senjo clan, and the fire refers to the Uchiha clan. Together, they are the will of fire. The source. Speaking of ideas and principles of Taoism, you can't use a beautiful sentence, but explain the meaning from the root, let people understand the most essential source of this idea, let them know, because of what, so what will the result be? The current high-level Konoha has completely gone the wrong way, messing up the goodwill of fire. Konoha's white fanja suicide in the past, you all know it. Is the mission more important or the companion? It's really nonsense. It's already stated in the will of fire, burn yourself, let the fire light, let the new leaves sprout, this is the let the Konoha people cherish their companions. If the mission fails, you can come again, but if the person is gone, it will be completely gone. About Danzo's eye-catching incident, Shisui, you're only in your teens now. 14. Yeah, you're only 14 years old, you're a young shoot of Konoha, and your hope. But Danzo, an old helper, actually wants to destroy you, just to satisfy his selfish desires, you say he has the will of fire? Absurd extreme. So, there is no doubt that the senior management of Konoha has completely decayed and can't keep up with the times. It is garbage that will be eliminated by the times. Naruto gushed and spittled, explaining his ideas to the two geniuses of Uchiha. He only vaguely remembered some of these things, and took advantage of the opportunity to revisit the lectures so that he could understand them more deeply. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were so fascinated that they even took out a small book to record it. In their lives, what they have learned the most is that ninjas are tools, consumables for completing tasks, and obeying orders. That is the iron rule of ninjas. Even if the order given above is wrong, they must strictly implement it. Ninjas don't need their own independent minds. If not, Uchiha Shisui would not have committed suicide after being gouged by Danzo. Uchiha Itachi will not resolutely carry out the act of genocide under the orders of the third generation and Danzo. Just because they are ninjas, their thoughts are imprisoned in the frame of ninjas. Naruto's speech, like a hammer, smashed the ninja frame that imprisoned them, allowing them to open their eyes to see the world, to see this vast world that is infinitely wonderful besides ninjas. What is the philosophy of our Red Sun Society? Peace. Peace in the ninja world. But peace is divided into Yamato Flat and Small Peace. The peace of Konoha Village, the peace of Tsunagakuer, the peace of Cloud Shinobi Village, the peace of Kirigakuer, the peace of Uegakuer, and the peace of countless small countries in the ninja world, and among these countries, countless family, peace of countless individuals. All of these, intertwined, make up the entire ninja world. For example, the war between the five great powers was to strive for their own peace and tranquility, but they chose Rain Shinobi Village in the war, and turned Rain Shinobi Village into a battlefield, then Rain Shinobi Village lost peace. So, at such a time, how should we choose? For the sake of the five great nations, sacrifice the peace of Rain Shinobi Village? Or for the sake of Rain Shinobi Village, fight with the five great nations to create a bigger war? It's all about weighing the pros and cons. Naruto came up with a new idea, stripping the thing of peace naked and showing it in front of the two of Uchiha. Weigh the pros and cons? How can we create true peace in the ninja world? Simple, unify the ninja world. Naruto knocked on the blackboard and wrote down the highest goal of the Red Sun Society, to unify the ninja world. Both Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were stunned, obviously taken aback by Naruto's goal. Then, let's set a small goal first, let Konoha truly be at peace. Chapter 29. Let Konoha make peace? From Konoha 53 to Konoha 55, Konoha was very peaceful on the surface in these 2 years. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was 7 years old. It is also the age of the Jonin school. Sarutobi Hiruzen visited Naruto once, and Naruto's usual sunny smile made Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was haggard, very satisfied. In the past 2 years, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had a lot of conflicts. Shisui's eyes gave third generation a thorn in his heart, and he couldn't get rid of it. However, he finally gave up suppressing Danzo, let Danzo control the roots again, and take the position of the elder. As for the Uchiha family, all kinds of undercurrents are brewing again. The more intensive the gatherings are, the more unstable the situation is. Uchiha Itachi joins Umbu honestly and is promoted to the position of Captain Umbu, becoming the new genius of the Uchiha family, and his fame is catching up with Uchiha Shisui. He has also become a double agent who keeps watch over the Uchiha family and third Hokage at the same time. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was secretly shocked. He remembered what Naruto had said to him at the beginning. According to his current state, when Danzo ordered him to slaughter the entire Uchiha under the threat of Sasuke, would he act? Will do. Uchiha Itachi sadly found that if it was his original self, he would most likely embark on this road of genocide if he had not experienced the baptism of Naruto's various thoughts. However, the current Uchiha Itachi was not overwhelmed by the heavy pressure of the sandwich biscuits, but felt very relaxed. He took Uchiha Sasuke all the way to the ninja school. Today is the opening day of ninja school. Big brother, I will definitely become the first-year chief just like you. Uchiha Sasuke was bouncing and jumping with joy. He looked at a group of little radishes in the school with an arrogant expression. These people, I want to defeat them all. I want to be the number one in this session, and no one can stop me. Puff. A laughter sounded. Uchiha Sasuke turned his head to look, only to see a blonde boy in a yellow coat who was a bit taller than him, burst into laughter, and leaned forward and backward with laughter. Why are you laughing? Sasuke looked at the blonde boy, and his stomach got angry for no reason. I saw a toad blowing in the sky, it was so funny, so funny. Ha 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 ha. Where is there? Where are the toads in the sky? Oh, you didn't see it, it flew away. It took Sasuke a long time to come back and realize that he was being molested. He was furious and wanted to find the other party's theory, but found that the other party had gone far. Big brother, this man is so nasty. He actually called me a toad. After the actual combat class, I must make him look good. Uchiha Itachi smiled and sat down with Sasuke's nagging, while staring at the blonde boy with very deep eyes. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. This child should be Konoha's biggest variable, so it's time to pay attention. Hinata, here I am. The blonde boy is Naruto. After years of training, plus the daily red potion to support his body, Naruto has grown very fast, half a head taller than Uchiha Sasuke of his peers, and looks like an 8 or 9-year-old boy. He waved desperately and recklessly in the crowd. On the road in the distance, Hyaga Hinata, accompanied by Hyaga Hayashi, was walking towards the ninja school. Hearing Naruto's call, Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly, and she sneaked a glance at Hyuga Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi frowned and snorted coldly, but turned his head away. His face was extremely aggrieved, quite the desolate look of his own cabbage being arched by a pig. He wanted to pose as a strict father, and scolded him sharply. However, in the face of the increasingly outstanding Hinata, Hyuga Hayashi didn't know how to scold him. This dear daughter, he was reluctant to say a single heavy word. Fortunately, I still have Hanabi. In the future, I must be strict with Hanabi, otherwise, how can she catch up with her sister? Hyuga Hayashi made up his mind secretly. Seeing that Hyuga Hayashi didn't say anything, Hinata knew it was okay, so she trotted over and joined Naruto. Naruto-kun, it's great, we can be together all day from now on. Hinata took the initiative to hold Naruto's hand, very close. Occasionally separate. Haven't you heard of it, Xiao Bisheng is newly married. Naruto teased Hinata and made Hinata blush again, so cute. Hey, who is this person? It's amazing. As soon as I went to school, I fell in love with the little princess of the Hyuga family. Isn't that the demon fox boy? It's so big in the blink of an eye. Son, remember, don't interact with that person in the future. Really like, that blonde hair, that sunny smiling face, it's exactly the same. The Hyuga family is in such close contact with Jinchuriki, is it really good? Are they not worried about the pressure on Lord Hokage's side? In the Cloud Shinobi incident a few years ago, there was a rift between Hokage-sama and the Hyuga family. Even if there is pressure, the Hyuga family is a Konoha family. Even Hokage-sama, there is no reason, and they dare not offend them easily. Most of the parents who came with their children cast their eyes on Naruto, with complex expressions and different expressions. Someone told the child not to interact with Naruto. Some take the attitude of staying away. Some people were excited and murmured, but did not dare to approach. Some parents got together, whispered, and chatted with 8 trigrams. Naruto ignored it all, holding his head high, and walked towards the classroom with Hinata, like a proud admiral army. Soon, he is growing up. In a few years, he will be able to show his skills and step on the stage of the Jonin world. Be patient. A few more years. Chapter 30. At the entrance of the classroom, a man wearing a Chunnin vest, a Konoha forehead protector, and a scar on the bridge of his nose was standing by to welcome the new student. Naruto's heart moved when he saw this man. He stopped, bowed to the man, and said, "Hello, teacher." Okay, you two. Come in." The scarred man was a little helpless, his face was stiff, and his voice was shaking. His eyes fell on the whiskers on Naruto's face, his eyes extremely complicated. There is hatred, and there is confusion. Hinata also followed Naruto to the man and walked into the classroom with Naruto. As soon as Naruto walked in, countless eyes were cast on him. The girl's eyes lit up one by one, like hungry wolves seeing the delicious fat and drooling. Today's Naruto is tall and full of blonde hair, and with a mature and sunny temperament, the whisker marks on his face add a touch of mystery to him, and his lake blue eyes are bright and glowing. Konoha's girls are always precocious. Seeing Naruto, many people unconsciously compare Naruto with the handsome and delicate Uchiha Sasuke, and come to the conclusion that Sasuke is too tender. Or Naruto is better. The combination of handsome and mature is simply the most suitable Prince Charming. When Hinata walked in and stuck with Naruto, the eyes of the girls suddenly dimmed, and it was really abhorrent that the famous flowers had their own owners. The eyes they looked at Hinata suddenly became murderous. Similarly, when the boys saw Hinata and Naruto together, there was murder in their eyes. Sprinkle dog food as soon as it comes up. God damn it! Facing the countless gazes, Naruto took it with equanimity, and his gaze continued to wander, as if he were inspecting his subordinates. Nara Shikamaru of the Nara family, Akimichi Koji of the Akimika family, Inyazuka Ya of the Inyazuka family, Yamanaka Ino of the Yamanaka family, Uchiha Sasuke of the Uchiha family, and Aberame Shino of the Aberame family, the direct son of the Konoha family, all concentrated in this session. Naruto thought to himself, holding Hinata's little hand with a sunny smile, and walked to his seat. "Hey, what's your name?" Uchiha Sasuke jumped out and shouted aggressively at Naruto. "Oh, don't you know that before asking someone else's name, you have to report your family name?" My name is Uchiha Sasuke, please give me some advice." "Hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. From now on, everyone will be classmates, Sasuke-san, you have to work hard." Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder with an encouraging look on his face. Come on, too." Uchiha Sasuke returned to his seat, only to realize that he had been tricked again. He felt like a fool, obviously trying to trouble the other party, but after a few words, he was fooled. He glared back at Naruto and hated Naruto even more. But Naruto got together with Hinata at this time, whispering, not paying attention at all, letting Sasuke punch in the air. So sad. "Hey, we have a powerful person this time." Nara Shikamaru, who was slumped in her seat, gave Naruto a deep look and muttered softly. "A powerful person? Am I that powerful?" Akimichi Koji, who was nibbling on snacks, muttered, and the sound spread throughout the classroom. Nara Shikamaru glared at Koji helplessly, but did not speak. Okay, everyone is here. Then let me introduce myself first. My name is Irika, and I'm your next class teacher. You can call me Irika-sensei. Now, let our classmates introduce themselves to everyone. Let's start with the first one. One by one, the students stepped onto the podium and introduced themselves. Naruto listened casually. It wasn't until Hinata came to power that he picked up his spirits. My name is Hyuga Hinata, I'm good at cooking, I love cooking, and my dream is to be Naruto-kun's bride. Please give me more advice. Hinata's face was a little red, but she could look up at everyone, and more bluntly said her dream frankly. There was an uproar in the audience, and even Irika was stunned, looking at Naruto with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. So hateful. I don't even have a girlfriend yet. Your kid is only 7 years old, and you have booked a future wife. You should pour gasoline and burn it. Naruto was equally surprised. Unexpectedly, Hinata was so daring to make such an explosive announcement in public. If the news spreads, Hyuga Hayashi is afraid that he will come to him with a knife. Still, Naruto had an indescribable sense of pride. After so many years, Hinata's introverted personality has finally improved, which is all due to him. The following introduction is obviously boring. Every now and then, the students turned their attention to Naruto and Hinata, murderous and stinging. Naruto was always poised, and even had time to nod at these people, with an expression like I'm thick-skinned and not afraid of you watching. On the other hand, Hinata, as soon as he came, lay down on the table, burying his head, not daring to face the eyes of others. Her ears were red, her head was steaming hot, and she turned into a steam girl again. I'm so shy at this time, how can I be so bold on the podium? But, my Hinata, it's so cute. Naruto tilted his head and looked at Hinata, his eyes were tender and doting, and his heart was warm. He felt that even if he could never be seen by the Konoha villagers in his entire life, having Hinata by his side would be a comfort in his life. Chapter 31. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Irika said Naruto's name with a complicated expression. Son of the demon fox. Orphan. Similar to his life experience, but Naruto's appearance does not have the miserable and lonely helplessness of an orphan at all. On the contrary, like a yin family in his life, it is so brilliant that people can envy and hate. Seeing Naruto striding up to the podium, that calm, haki overflowing, like Hokage. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to become the 5th Hokage in the future. If you want to follow me, hurry up and practice and try to keep up with me. If you can't keep up with me, I won't stop and wait for you. The wheels of the times are rolling forward, and the world will be turned upside down. Are you ready? Naruto stared at the students below with a burning gaze, exuding a kind of haki that gave up on me. For a moment, the students were shocked by his words. It feels like there is really a high-ranking Hokage on the podium, loudly announcing the election manifesto. After a long time, the students recollected, and there was an uproar. Is he crazy? 5th Hokage? Isn't that when Lord 3rd generation has stepped down, it's his turn to be Hokage? It's so crazy that he wants us to follow him? Who is he? Just a yellow-haired boy. Probably climbed up to Hyuga's house and got carried away, I really don't know what to say. My father also told me not to associate with him. It seems that he has long known that this guy is a lunatic. Staying away from him is the correct solution. Otherwise, this madness will be contagious. Oh, such a handsome guy, why is there something wrong with his brain? The students talked a lot, looking at Naruto as if looking at a lunatic, very strange. All kinds of ridicule blurted out one after another. Naruto's expression didn't change at all, still smiling. With his hands on the podium, he leaned forward, and an invisible haki instantly enveloped him, causing the entire classroom to fall into an extremely depressing atmosphere. The students were shocked and silent. Remember my words. Okay, I'm done with my self-introduction. Naruto withdrew his momentum, clapped his hands, nodded to Irika, who was dumbfounded, and walked down. The classroom remained silent until Naruto returned to his seat. Hinata looked at Naruto with a deep sense of admiration in his eyes, feeling that Naruto's face was still unchanged when he faced everyone, too haki. Cough cough cough, okay, then, let's start class. After a long time, Irika came back to her senses and hurriedly started the process of the first day of class. He lectured casually, his eyes flicked to Naruto from time to time, his mind was in chaos. This demon fox boy he should have hated so much, but now he has mixed feelings and feels extremely complicated. Naruto seems to be enveloped in a layer of mist, so mysterious that people can't help but want to explore. Get out of class has ended. Naruto was still with Hinata, as if no one else was there. The students looked at the two of them from a distance, with both fear and disgust, as if they were looking at a behemoth that they couldn't get close to at all. That instinctive vigilance made them choose to stay away. Hey, Uzumaki Naruto, I'm going to challenge you. Uchiha Sasuke stood in front of Naruto with a serious face. Not just for being molested by Naruto. More importantly, when Naruto introduced himself, Sasuke felt that he was shocked by Naruto's aura, which was an insult to the dignity of the Uchiha family. In any case, he wants to take this dignity back. Okay. The two came to the playground. The students also gathered around, wanting to see what the result was. The people of the Uchiha family have always been geniuses. This Uchiha Sasuke must not be weak. He should be able to defeat that Uzumaki Naruto. You guess wrong, he will definitely lose. Shikamaru, why are you so determined? Intuition. Ah, you're the Riddler again. Shikamaru looked at Naruto back and forth, trying to find some clues, but found that he couldn't see anything. This Uzumaki Naruto must be a big man in the future. Involuntarily, a thought came to Shikamaru's mind. Hurry up and fight. Uchiha Sasuke, come on, beat this nasty guy. The genius of Uchiha, you can definitely win, beat that guy into a pig's face. A mere orphan who actually wants to pretend to be a clove of garlic. When you lose, there are times when you cry. The students' overwhelming support for Uchiha Sasuke made Uchiha Sasuke feel a little flattered. After all, their Uchiha has always been unpopular. Seal of reconciliation. I'm up. Uchiha Sasuke started charging towards Naruto. Punch. Fail. Cyclone legs. Wiped in front of Naruto. Sasuke did everything he could, feeling that his movements had never been so smooth before. In an instant, he took more than a dozen moves in a row, and his fist hit the air, making a snapping sound, which was extremely fierce. Yes, all in vain. Naruto smiled and swayed slightly, dodging Sasuke's attack with ease. Sasuke, you still have to work hard. After Sasuke had gone through all the moves, Naruto shot and pushed Sasuke to the ground with a slight push. Sasuke fell to the ground, dumbfounded. The students' onlookers were also dumbfounded, their throats were dry, and they couldn't say a word. They looked at Naruto's eyes as if they were looking at a terrifying demon king, fearful, frightened, and complicated. Chapter 32. Come on, I haven't lost yet. Sasuke's eyes were red, and he charged up again growling. Naruto turned slightly and stretched his feet. Thump. Sasuke fell hard and his nose was red and swollen. Again, I don't believe it anymore. Sasuke's voice turned into a urn, and his eyes grew redder. Boom. He fell to the ground. Boom. He tripped again. Boom. He rolled out like a rolling sweet potato. The students' onlookers were silent, looking at Sasuke with sympathy, but looking at Naruto like a demon. Everyone can see that Naruto's strength is far beyond Sasuke, and he is not a level opponent at all. But Naruto just smiled like that, knocking Sasuke to the ground again and again, never getting tired of it, as if he was playing a cat and mouse drama, playing it over and over again. Ah! Sasuke stood up and glared at Naruto, shaking all over. His eyes were getting redder and redder, and finally, a Guya suddenly jumped out. It was one Tomo Sharingan. Ha 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 ha, I have awakened the Sharingan. In front of the Sharingan of my Uchiha clan, Uzumaki Naruto, you are definitely not my opponent. Come to your senses, I will definitely defeat you. Sasuke was overjoyed, and let out a wild laugh, to the extreme. As if it wasn't him who was beaten all over the floor before. Hey, amazing. Uchiha has another genius. At the age of 7, he has awakened Sharingan. It's amazing. Uchiha Sasuke, his elder brother, is that Uchiha Itachi? Both brothers are geniuses. God is too partial to the Uchiha family. It seems that Uzumaki Naruto is really going to be miserable this time. In the face of Uchiha's Sharingan, ordinary people are not opponents at all. Uchiha became a famous big family in the ninja world because of the Sharingan. Awakening the Sharingan is equivalent to stepping on the steps of the strong. Uchiha Sasuke, the future is limitless. The crowd of onlookers grew more and more, and even the teachers of the ninja school came over. They couldn't help exclaiming when they saw Sasuke awakening Sharingan. The students are still young and don't know the horror of Sharingan. The teachers are all clear, and they can awaken Sharingan at the age of 7. They are also first-class geniuses in the Uchiha family. In their view, Naruto lost. Vortex Naruto, admit defeat. You are not my opponent. Sasuke pricked up his ears, hearing the audience's comments, and felt even more proud in his heart. With a grim look, he spoke to Naruto condescendingly. The rain has stopped, the sky is clear, Uchiha, do you think you can do it again? Sasuke's brows twitched suddenly, feeling an ominous premonition welling up in his heart. He looked at Naruto, and saw the bright smile on Naruto's face, and the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Disdain? Ridicule? Teasing? Then what? Before Sasuke could tell what it meant, a fist suddenly appeared in front of him. It seemed to cover the whole world. The fist was like a big mountain, carrying the momentum of destroying the dry and the rotten, and it pressed in front of his eyes in an instant, and it continued to enlarge and enlarge in his eyes until it was infinitely large, occupying all his mind. This punch down, to die. Absolutely will die. I don't want to die. How to do? In an instant, countless thoughts appeared in Sasuke's mind, and his face was as pale as paper. The hunting wind blew across his face was blown all over the place, his hair exploded suddenly, his fist stopped in front of his eyes, and he did not continue to move forward. Naruto pulled his fist back. He patted Sasuke on the shoulder and said gently, "You're still a little short, keep working hard." When Naruto was far away, Sasuke suddenly felt something, and all the fear came to his mind, and he fell to the ground. Cold sweat poured out instantly, soaking his body. The audience fell silent. Even the teachers of the ninja school looked at each other in dismay, feeling that they had been slapped in the face, which was too ironic. "Don't mess with that Uzumaki Naruto, it's horrible." I don't think even the second-year senior is his opponent. I can't see his movements at all. Stay away from him, I hope he didn't hear what I said before. What should I do if he comes to the door? Uzumaki Naruto, the great demon king of ninja school, it's best to stay away. On the first day of school, the news of an invincible demon king in the ninja school spread throughout Konoha in a short time, attracting the attention of many people. Well, it's amazing that Naruto actually defeated the Uchiha family. He also threatened to be 5th Hokage? The ambition is really lofty, but unfortunately he is too young, otherwise I would have passed the Hokage position directly to him. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Naruto's performance in the ninja school and couldn't help but smile and didn't take it to heart. After all, Naruto went out to train every day for 4 years in a row, and more often mixed with the training madman Might Guy. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew all this information. Naruto can make great achievements in Taijutsu, defeating Uchiha who has just entered school, of course. No fuss. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very satisfied with the current Naruto, hard-working, sunny, and an excellent inheritor of the will of fire. He also really wanted Naruto to grow up quickly so that he could take the burden off Hokage. After all, today's Konoha, the surface is peaceful, but the turbulent undercurrent underneath is like a volcano, erupting at any time. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt terrified and stressed. Chapter 33. Big Brother, I'm sorry, I lost. Sasuke returns to Uchiha's house with a frustrated look on his face. The news had spread long ago. Uchiha clan chief, Uchiha Fugaku saw Sasuke's embarrassed appearance, snorted coldly, turned his head away, and his dissatisfaction was evident. As a mother, Uchiha Mikoto gently helped him deal with the wound. Sasuke endured the discomfort and grievances and did not dare to talk to his parents. It wasn't until Uchiha Itachi returned that he came over, bowing his head and sobbing. "Sasuke, it doesn't matter, just try harder next time." "But the dignity of the Uchiha family." "What is the dignity of the Uchiha family, Sasuke? How old are you? The pride of the Uchiha family, it's not your turn to fight. You just need to practice hard, grow hard, don't think too much." Uchiha Itachi stroked Sasuke's head and frowned. He could hear curses from the clan. Today's Uchiha family has fallen into a state of incomparable madness, excited, paranoid, and fanatical. Sasuke's failure caused a lot of riots. The son of the patriarch is really incompetent. To lose to an orphan is a shame for our Uchiha family. Our Uchiha family has always produced talents, and the ninja school has always strived to be the first. This year is a big shame, and we lost the position of chief just after the school started. Sasuke, he's usually pretty good, why did he lose? What else can I do? As the son of the patriarch, the honeypot is so big that it can't stand up to the wind and waves, and I can't even win a fight between children. It's a waste. But I heard that he opened his eyes, and one Tomo Sharinon has awakened. At this age, he is very powerful. But, if you open your eyes and lose, isn't that more useless? There was a wall separated, and the sound from the outside kept coming in. Sasuke listened to it, his face became more and more ugly, and he was shaking with anger. But he couldn't refute it. "Can't say a word. Sasuke, don't listen to their nonsense. As long as you practice diligently, you will definitely become stronger in the future." Sorry, Sasuke, I have a mission to go. Remember, don't be defeated by gossip. The only one who can defeat you is yourself." Uchiha Itachi suddenly disappeared, leaving only the last words to comfort Sasuke. Sasuke was extremely lost. Similar situations have happened many times, and my dear big brother has never had time to spend with him. Immediately he perked up again. "Uzumaki Naruto, I will definitely defeat you. The big brother must have some important task. I can't get in his way. I can do it myself. The only one who can beat myself is always myself." I wrote down. Uchiha Itachi appeared in front of the door of his room, and the void lightly tapped, the door turned into ripples, he passed through, and the door returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Bright, spacious town. Outside the town, some farmers were tinkering with their crops, looking happy. Uchiha Itachi was walking in the town and saw a group of children playing with eagles and catching chickens, noisily, and couldn't help showing a gentle smile. This is the result of the Red Sun Society in the past 2 years. If you want to complete the great cause of unifying the ninja world, the most important thing is to have enough fire to pass on the idea. Strength is important, but hope is more important. This is what Naruto, the president of the Red Sun Society, said. In the past 2 years, as the only idler among the three, Uchiha Shisui was sent out as an errand, and asked him to collect the helpless orphans in the ninja world and send them to the town to cultivate the seeds of hope. Uchiha Itachi and Naruto acted as teachers for these children, teaching them lessons, imparting knowledge and instilling ideas, so that they would understand that in life, in addition to food, clothing, housing, and transportation, there are more important things that they need to work hard and transform. Teacher Itachi, hello. Teacher Itachi, you taught me how to throw a shuriken yesterday. I don't understand something, can you tell me more about it? Teacher Itachi, you are handsome again today. Seeing Uchiha Itachi appear, a group of children gathered around, chatting happily. Uchiha Itachi responded with a smile. Finally, he escaped. Coming to a towering building, Uchiha Itachi flashed his pupils at the camera on the gate. After the light scanned, the gate slid open. Tisk tisk, this technology is really advanced. Uchiha Itachi thought to himself, feeling that the president of his family is so powerful that he can make any strange things. When I came to a bright conference room, Uchiha Shisui was sitting at the table, biting the barrel of the pen, staring at the report in front of him with an embarrassed expression, sighing. Lord Itachi, please use tea. A red-haired girl came up with a cup of tea, her face trembling like a frightened bunny. Excuse me, Xianglin. Uchiha Itachi gave the red-haired girl a gentle smile and was very kind. The red-haired girl Xianglin's face turned red all of a sudden, she lowered her head, and stepped out gently. Itachi, you are here. Why is this fragrance still so timid? She suffered too much damage in Caonin village, and her mother is even more scarred. Now that she has settled in our Red Sun town, it will always take a little time to get used to it. Uchiha Shisui put down the barrel and sighed. Xianglin, it was Naruto who suddenly reminded him recently and asked him to go to the grass ninja village for a trip, and only then did they bring their mother and daughter back. At that time, what Uchiha Shisui saw in Kusanagi village made Uchiha Shisui's eyes split open, and it was horrific. If it wasn't for his sanity, I'm afraid he'd just open Susanoo and wipe out the grass ninja village. Chapter 34. The world really needs to change. Uchiha Shisui was silent for a moment before saying this more. When he was a ninja, he always only focused on performing tasks, and his understanding of the ninja world came from task-related, killing, darkness, life and death. But when he stayed out of the matter and walked around the ninja world as a bystander, what he saw was completely different from when he was on a mission. Farmers would sigh and sigh at the poor harvest. The merchants wept bitterly over the loss of goods. Orphans fight hungry dogs over a piece of food in the garbage. And bandit raids. The aftermath of the ninja battle hit, houses collapsed, and people were injured. All in all, too many things are shocking. Uchiha Shisui suddenly understood what Naruto had been emphasizing, that the ninja world, not only ninjas, but the vast majority of ordinary people, are the cornerstones of this ninja world. It's too narrow to cast your eyes on Konoha village. Naruto walked in jet black armor. With his gestures, he became more and more powerful. Fragrant came in again with tea. Xianglin, sit aside and take the minutes of the meeting. Xianglin was about to retreat, but Naruto pointed to the seat next to him and let him sit down. Xianglin was trembling, not daring to resist. She was only 8 years old. She was either beaten or scolded in Kayan village, which made her form a habit of being cautious. Even if she came to Hungry Town and her life became stable, her habit did not change. She quietly looked at the three people in the room with curious eyes. Shisui, do you have something to discuss with us? Naruto sat in the main seat and spoke. In the past 2 years, a total of 387 people have come to the town. Except for the 160 adults, the rest are orphans of different ages, 227 orphans. Naruto nodded with a sense of accomplishment, and before he knew it, there were so many people around him. There are many empty houses in the town, and the children have a place to live. We can also be self-sufficient in food and vegetables. The problem is that people can't only eat food and vegetables, but also fish and meat. They also need clothes to wear and daily necessities. Use, as well as the tools they learn, the props to practice ninjutsu, and so on. Uchiha Shisui poked at the report in front of him with a pen, and the bitterness on his face became more and more intense. Uchiha Itachi also looked suspicious. He has been busy with Konoha's affairs, and he doesn't care about the work in the town except teaching students. In the whole town, Uchiha Shisui is undoubtedly the big housekeeper, and he needs to control all kinds of food and drink. You mean? We're out of money. Uchiha Shisui handed the report to Naruto and spread his hands. Didn't we join forces to catch a group of bounty criminals last time, and I remember that the bounty was more than 10,000 taels, and we ran out. Naruto opened his mouth in astonishment. More than a year ago, he realized that money was a big problem, so he left a doppelganger in Konoha, and together with Uchiha Shisui, he captured a group of heinous bounty criminals through the black market, and received a large sum of money. Bounty. Not much left. Uchiha Shisui sighed. I really don't know how expensive oil and salt are. In the past, he had eaten enough for the whole family without being hungry. With the ninja's mission gold, he didn't know how dashing he was to live. But now, he finally knew the value of money. This is indeed a big problem. It's not reliable to catch bounty criminals all the time. We still need a stable and reasonable income channel. Naruto tapped on the table and pondered. When it comes to making money, he really has some ideas. The problem is that if there are not enough people around you and people you can trust enough, no matter how good your ideas are, you will not be able to work hard. After all, Naruto can't run these things himself. Manpower. Naruto's heart suddenly moved. He looked up at Shisui and said, "Shisui, how is the person I asked you to check, have you found his whereabouts?" "It's been found, Yakushi Kabuto, who has now been sent to Iwagakure as a spy for the route, has been on a mission for some time." "Go to Iwagakure already." Naruto's face changed, feeling a little bad. He asked Shisui to check Yakushi Kabuto because occasionally a few fragments came to his mind, knowing that Yakushi Kabuto seemed to be an important person. This year is the moment when Yakushi Kabuto has changed his life. It was the great change in life that made Yakushi Kabuto slip into the abyss, and the place of the change seems to be in Iwagakure. "Shisui, the money issue, let's catch a few bounty criminals to solve the dilemma first." "Wait a minute, I'll act with you, Itake, you stay in the village and pay close attention to Danzo's actions to see how long he can endure." The three discussed some trivial matters in the small town, and made a decision. Xianglin quietly recorded the conversation of the three, and his eyes became more and more curious. In her eyes, the incomparably powerful three ninjas were actually troubled by these little things, which really opened her eyes. She felt a sense of peace in her heart. It seems that staying in this small town will be very safe and very comfortable. "Xiong Phosphon, let you manage those little devils below. All in all, don't let them do too dangerous actions, just stay healthy and be safe. If you are naughty, beat them up and reward them with fried pork with bamboo shoots. Remember." Xianglin was dumbfounded, a little caught off guard by the task. She never cared about anyone else. Naruto was determined, not giving her a chance to refute at all. "President, you seem to value Xianglin very much. She is a member of the Vortex clan. She has high potential and can't be wasted. This kind of good seedling should be cultivated well from the beginning." The conversation between Naruto and Uchiha Shisui came from far away. Xianglin listened to her ears, her eyes suddenly became bright, and her mood was inexplicably excited. For the first time, someone recognized her and really needed her instead of just treating her as a medical kit. Chapter 35. Hinata, these days, I will use my clone to come to the ninja school to teach, don't tell the teacher. Naruto-kun, I won't tell anyone. Hinata hurriedly covered her mouth with a serious expression on her face. Naruto laughed and touched Hinata's little head, this little girl is so cute. Today, Naruto's clone technique has long been practiced to the point where it looks like the real thing. His clone can not only practice chakra, but also exercise his body and fight with a certain intensity. If the main body does not release the spell, the clone can exist for a long time. It also gave Naruto time to get around. The only problem is that I can't accompany Hinata to enjoy this leisurely college life. Whoosh whoosh. In the forest, Naruto and Shisui kept flying toward Iwagakure. Shisui gave Naruto a sneak peek. It's been more than 2 years, and he still can't guess which ninja Konoha is in this dark armor. He is really curious. In this operation, Iwagakure's betrayal bounty is the second, and the main purpose is to find the person Yakushi Kabuto. President, Yakushi Kabuto, is it worth our efforts? Of course it's worth it. I checked his information. He was born in an orphanage. He was taken away by Danzo at a young age, trained to be a spy, and wandered among the various ninja villages. He was good at disguising his whereabouts and aura. A first-class talent. Putting it at the root is simply a waste of time. The root ninjas have been brainwashed by Danzo. It is very difficult for us to win this Yakushi Kabuto. There is a way. If you want to escape the exploration of other ninja villages, you can't impose too many restrictions. The connection between Yakushi Kabuto and the root is not strong, and it is easy to disconnect. The two swept all the way, and the speed was astonishingly fast. After all, it's hard for a Shunshi Shisui, a ninja version of Saitama teacher, to be slow. Arriving at the Iwagakure border, Naruto and Shisui separated to search for Yakushi Kabuto's whereabouts. Iwagakure is surrounded by mountains, it is difficult for outsiders to invade, but rock shinobi's communication with the outside world is also obviously difficult. However, these difficulties were not difficult for the two of Naruto. Naruto crossed the mountain and looked down at Iwagakure below with deep eyes. Trapped in the mountains, closed to the country, this kind of mentality, rock shinobi ninja is very difficult to deal with. It's easy to defeat the rock shinobi ninjas, but breaking the stubbornness of their minds is not so easy. Unifying rock shinobi in the future is a long way to go. Naruto quickly put those distractions aside and started searching. It can be imagined that it is not an easy task to find a spy who is specially hidden in the vast crowd. A few days later, Naruto and Shisui reunited to exchange clues with each other, and both shook their heads. Unless he makes a little noise, it will be difficult to find someone. Shisui opened his mouth. Well, Shisui, you go catch that rock shinobi bounty criminal, and I'll find Yakushi Kabuto. Naruto vaguely remembered that Yakushi Kabuto did make quite a splash at rock shinobi. He's ready to sit back and wait. Shisui nodded and disappeared instantly. Naruto slipped back into the shadows and wandered around Iwagakure. He is probably used to patrolling in Konoha village. His stealth skills are perfect. As long as there is a shadow, he can silently avoid the sight of the ninja and come and go freely. There are rocks, fortresses, and hard things everywhere. Rock shinobi ninjas all have the same temperament, honest, down-to-earth, just like this land. It seems that their earth-style ninja is very good. Naruto shuttled in and out of Iwagakure, listening to various 8 trigrams and watching various scenery. After several days, he also had a basic understanding of Iwagakure. This day and night, Naruto was hiding in a rock somewhere, closing his eyes and resting. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Iwagakure seems to have made some commotion. It is not big, but the sound reaches him. Could it be that Yakushi Kabuto was discovered? Naruto swept up high and looked down, capturing the source of the movement. Quick, don't let that little thief escape. Damn, it's abominable to come to our Iwagakure to be a spy. Make sure to catch him. Various ninjas swept through the mountains and rocks, carefully searching every corner, forming a surrounding net. Probably in that corner. Naruto swept past silently, and no one could find his presence. Dean, I'm a pocket. Who are you? Naruto's ears twitched, and he turned around, picking up speed. Under a rock, a teenager in rock shinobi costume was kneeling in front of a woman. His face was ashen, and his body was trembling. Who are you? The woman made a weak question again, and the wound between her chest was bleeding non-stop. The boy trembled again, his expression dazed. But he thought of something, stretched out his hands again, and the green light spread out, trying to heal the wound on the woman. BD, what did you do? With a swish, a kunai electric shot came. The boy rolled away and tried to rush forward again, but found that more rock shinobi ninjas were coming, and they were about to form an encirclement. He stared at the woman with blank eyes, as if he wanted to imprint that face into his mind. He turned around and fled, staggering, full of sadness. A step slower. Well, it's not too late. Naruto appeared strangely beside the woman, and the rock shinobi ninja on the side jumped. The next moment, he found that not only Naruto had disappeared, but even the injured woman had disappeared without a trace, as if he had seen a ghost. Chapter 36. In front of a lake, a silver-haired boy was putting his hands into the water and rubbing it desperately, as if he wanted to wash the blood on it thoroughly. He washed helplessly. But it doesn't feel clean at all. Even if the skin on his hand was rubbed off, the blood was still so dazzling. Why did the dean forget me? Why don't you remember me? Why? If that's the case, what have I been all along? What is everything the dean gave me? My name was given by her, and I was adopted by her. Even the glasses. The teenager wanted to take off his glasses, but found that he took them off. He suddenly remembered that the glasses had been put on the man's eyes. He stared blankly at the reflection in the water. The ripples are rippling, the reflection is very blurred, and it is difficult to see the appearance. Who is this guy? This is not me, not the real me. The young man muttered to himself, his expression crazy, and his eyes were confused to the extreme. It seems that you still don't see yourself clearly. A strange hoarse voice suddenly sounded, and the reflection in the water suddenly turned into another face. The young man was startled, and couldn't help but step back. Whoa! A person suddenly burst out of the water, with long jet black hair, pale face, eyes like snake pupils, showing a cold breath. That face leaned in front of the boy and stared at the boy earnestly. Sure enough, you have become an excellent ninja, I remember you, Pocket. You, seem to be. The man came out of the water, and Yakushi Kabuto was forced by the man's momentum and couldn't stop backing away. I've been monitoring you, and Ayu. Come with me and I'll tell you what you want to know. The visitor sent an invitation to Yakushi Kabuto. What do I want to know? What is it? Yakushi Kabuto's voice suddenly increased, and the person also broke away from the pressure of the person's momentum. His expression was extremely fierce, like a wounded beast, in the most dangerous state. Why the dean wants to kill you, and why she doesn't remember you. Yakushi Kabuto looked at the visitor, and the air fell into a kind of icy stillness. Don't want to know these answers. Even if you want to know these answers, you don't necessarily have to answer them. There is nothing that can answer this answer better than the person concerned. Orochimaru, do you think so? The voice of the visitor was full of bewitchment. Yakushi Kabuto looked dazed and wanted to agree. At this time, another voice sounded, with ridicule and teasing. The snake-eyed man, Orochimaru, and Yakushi Kabuto, were all startled and looked away. A mysterious man in jet black armor and a woman dressed in rock shinobi came out. Yakushi Kabuto froze, his eyes widened suddenly. Dean? You're not dead. Do, are you Do? Why are you different from the one in the photo? Yakushi Nanoyu stared at Yakushi Kabuto up and down, and his face was full of confusion. Why? Dean, Why did you forget me? Yakushi Kabuto finally remembered the question that he was obsessed with, which was his obsession. Hey, why else? The answer is very simple. Children grow up fast. If they don't see each other for a few years, they will change their appearance. As long as the roots are changed halfway, they will pretend to be you with another person's photo. After brainwashing again and again, the gods will also I don't recognize you. Naruto opened his mouth and sneered. To die for such a simple question, this Yakushi Kabuto's nerves are too sensitive. Is that so? Do, are you really Do? I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so many years, you've grown so big all of a sudden. President, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you, it was too hard. It doesn't matter, I'm all right now. Yakushi Kabuto finally couldn't hold back, hugged and cried with Yakushi Yaneiyu, and told each other sincerely. The confusion in his heart disappeared without a trace. Orochimaru watched all this silently, his eyes swept over Naruto. Red Sun Society, Kira. He spoke suddenly and pointed out Naruto's identity. In Konoha village, Orochimaru still has many sources of intelligence, and it is not surprising that Naruto's identity is known. Orochimaru, you defected to Konoha. Unexpectedly, even Iwagakure has your base. It's really a cunning rabbit, and your snake holes are hidden everywhere. Naruto looked around and said. Orochimaru, do you want to come with me? I'll get you a big experimental base, give you enough experimental funds, and you will work for me. How? Naruto invited Orochimaru on a whim. Oh, this is really flattering. However, you ruined my plan today, so please give me an explanation first. Orochimaru laughed awkwardly, watching Naruto's eyes twinkle with a cold light. According to the information he got, Kira of the Red Sun Society appeared in the Hyoga incident and caused a riot in Konoha. Even the third generation himself could not leave anyone behind. Later, it seemed that there was another riot at the root base, which caused Shimura Danzo to suffer a big loss. Such a person must be strong enough to be difficult to deal with. However, letting Orochimaru retire just like that, he was unwilling. He finally took a fancy to a seedling. After waiting for so many years, he grew up. He was about to pick it, but was cut off halfway. He couldn't swallow this breath. Want to explain? How about this explanation? Naruto appeared in front of Orochimaru in an instant and threw a punch as fast as lightning. Even with Orochimaru's strength, it was too late to react. Boom! Like a ball, Orochimaru tumbled and flew out, rolling dozens of laps on the lake, and even caught the attention of rock shinobi ninjas from afar. Yakushi Kabuto and Yakushi Nanoyu on the side were stunned, looking at Naruto's eyes as if they were looking at some monster. You know, that's one of the Chunnin, Orochimaru. Chapter 37. This fist is really heavy, like a monster. Red Sun Society, Kira, it's really scary. Orochimaru stood up from the lake, his body was still swaying, and the vestibular nerve seemed to be shaken into water waves, swaying around. After a long while, he stabilized his body. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Orochimaru's eyes were extremely solemn, and Naruto's eyes were full of fear when he looked at the shore. Terrible! Even in the face of Tsunade's strange force fist, his snake skin escape method can still reduce most of the strength, so that he is not seriously injured. But with the punch just now, Orochimaru had a feeling that as long as the opponent's strength was a little heavier, he would really die. Look, there's someone there. My god, it's one of Konoha's Chunnin, Orochimaru. Hurry up and inform Lord Tsuchikage. Orochimaru invades Iwagakure, come with me, stop Orochimaru, and we must not let Orochimaru's tricks succeed. Iwagakure all kinds of chickens and dogs. Countless ninjas jumped down from the rocks and stepped on the lake to surround them with murderous aura. Damn, the rock shinobi base is going to be abandoned. Orochimaru felt like he was going crazy. Not only was he stopped halfway, but now he has shown his body, rock shinobi's base will inevitably be discovered by rock shinobi ninjas, and the fortune he finally bought has been completely defeated. The source of everything is that man. Orochimaru took a deep look at the shore. Naruto sank into the water and disappeared. Before he was discovered by rock shinobi, he had to go back to the base to pack up his belongings, minimize the damage as much as possible, and then evacuate separately. We should go too. Who are you? Leave Iwagakure first. Naruto turned first and swept forward. Both Yakushi Nanoyu and Yakushi Kabuto were extremely wary of Naruto, but at this moment, they could only follow. With Naruto leading the way, the three easily passed through Iwagakure's various dark posts and left Iwagakure. When he came to a cave, Naruto stopped. Let's rest here first and wait for someone. Who are you? What do you want to do? Yakushi Kabuto stood in front of Yakushi Nanoyu, staring at Naruto with a wary face, and even made a gesture that he might attack at any time. Even if he knew that the person in front of him had rescued Yakushi Yaneiyu, but as a spy for many years, whether it was Yakushi Yaneiyu or Yakushi Kabuto, he would not easily trust others, and he was suspicious and sensitive. I want you two to join the Red Sun Society I founded. Naruto said straight to the point. Red Sun Club. Yakushi Nanoyu and Yakushi Kabuto looked at each other and sighed inwardly, as expected. In the eyes of the two of them, only their rich spy experience is worthy of the other party's win. Today, they are not only spies of Konoha, but also to become spies of the Red Sun Society, to perform some shady tasks and become a multifaceted spy. Yakushi Kabuto's eyes were resentful, and Naruto's eyes were full of icy coldness. He had just experienced the tragic cannibalism with the dean, and he understood the tragic end of being a spy. Naturally, he did not like anyone who invited them to be a spy. The scene suddenly became quiet. All three were silent. Naruto didn't care much about what the two of them thought. He is now thinking about how to settle the two. Spy? Simply outrageous. Yakushi Yanayu's medical technology is very proficient. He should be a medical ninja and treat diseases and save people well. Shimura Danzo is simply a first-class idiot in the world, and he doesn't even understand the simple truth of making the best use of things. As for Yakushi Kabuto, what should he do? Time passed little by little. The next day, in the early morning, the sun was shining brightly. Uchiha Shisui appeared strangely beside Naruto. President. Shisui, someone caught it. Caught, 3 million taels, and I can hold on for a while. Naruto had a brief conversation with Shisui. Yakushi Kabuto, who was beside him, squinted and stared at Uchiha Shisui for a while. His face suddenly changed, and he recognized Shisui. You are Uchiha Shisui? Aren't you dead? He exclaimed in disbelief. Yakushi Nanoyu on the side was equally shocked. 2 years ago, Shisui's death shocked the entire ninja world. Even Yakushi Nanoyu, who was in Rock Shinobi, heard the news. She also felt sorry for Konoha at the time, lamenting that Konoha was missing another pillar. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Shisui not only did not die, but depending on the situation, he also became a member of the Red Sun Society. How many intrigues are behind this? Will it be specifically aimed at Konoha? This is Yakushi Kabuto? Who is this next to me? Well, he is Yakushi Kabuto, a sensitive and hypocritical guy. Next to him, is the Walking Witch, the former director of the Konoha orphanage, Yakushi Nanu, a medical ninja with superb medical skills, who was sent to Iwagakure by the route. Be a spy. Shisui heard the words, glanced at Yakushi no Neyu, and felt more anger at Danzo in his heart. Yakushi Kabuto couldn't help but pouted when he heard Naruto's evaluation of himself. But when he heard Naruto's evaluation of Yakushi no Neyu, the positioning of a medical ninja, he couldn't help but glance at Naruto with a little light in his eyes. Okay, everyone is here, let's go back to Konoha. But, Iwagakure's mission. Yakushi Yaneiyu, in the future, you don't need to pay attention to the orders of the roots, just let it go. It's ridiculous that the roots are doing these messy tasks and let their own people kill each other. Naruto snorted and interrupted Yakushi Nanoyu. His positioning of Yakushi Yaneiyu, but the hospital director of the Red Sun town, it would be best to take a part-time job as a nanny for orphans. As for root spies? Who cares about it? Chapter 38. The four rushed to Konoha all the way, speechless all the way. On the way, Shisui also went to the black market to collect the bounty. Okay, we're home. After approaching Konoha, Naruto opened a door and walked in first. Shisui is close behind. Yakushi Nanoyu and Yakushi Kabuto walked in with an uneasy state of mind. Breathing in the air of Red Sun Town, Shisui's mood was visibly relieved. It's the president, and Shisui-san. The president and Shisui are back, the president and Shisui are back. A group of children rushed out from every corner, surrounded by smiling faces, staring at Shisui's pockets, and some even drooling. Okay, come here, line up, everyone has sweets from Tianyun town. Yakushi Yaneiyu stared blankly at these children, and a vague feeling of acquaintance came to his mind. How long had she not seen a laugh like this? It's been too long, too long. Following behind Naruto, Yakushi Nanoyu turned back from time to time and looked at the group of children. Yakushi Kabuto's eyes fell on Uchiha Shisui, his eyes full of puzzlement and shock. He never thought that Shisui, who was famous in the ninja world, was actually the same person as the man with a smirk in the crowd of children. Incredible. Naruto took the two and directly entered the most central building in Red Sun Town. Wait a minute, I'll let someone take you to settle down. There are many rooms in the town. You can choose the place you like. You can also live here. Also, this is the headquarters of the Red Sun Society. Some verification methods are required to pass through. We will deal with it later. The three walked all the way into a conference room, and Naruto sat in the middle position, motioning them to sit down. President, if you have any orders, just say it. Yakushi no Neyu said with a look of apprehension. Along the way, she saw so many incredible things that she was dazzled. This place is many times better than the route, and it makes people feel comfortable. But not knowing the final arrangement of the two, she was still worried. If possible, she is even willing to sacrifice herself in exchange for Yakushi Kabuto's freedom. You saw that group of kids just now. For the time being, you are still doing your old job, be the head of the orphanage in this Red Sun town, and manage these children. These children are all orphans scattered all over the ninja world, and they are helpless. We, the Red Sun Society. They were taken in. However, with the large number of people, it is inevitable that there will be some confusion, and an experienced person is still needed to manage them. When Yakushi Nanoya heard the words, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Rather than being a wandering spy, she naturally prefers to be with children. Of course, this is only a part-time job. In the future, the organization will become larger, and a hospital will be established. At that time, President Yaneiyu, you will be the future director of the hospital, and you will control all affairs in the medical direction. No need to fight. Hey! Dean Yaneiyu, I'm not laughing at you, even a child like a pocket can hurt you. Your strength is really not very good. It's better to contribute your medical ninjutsu well, other things don't need to be. You think about it. Yakushi Nanoya blushed. The mood is relaxed. But when her eyes turned to Yakushi Kabuto, she was nervous again. Master President, how will you arrange the pockets? Yakushi Kabuto also held his breath and clenched his fists, his palms sweating. Naruto looked Yakushi Kabuto up and down and said nothing for a long time. Orochimaru said, you've become an excellent ninja. I want to ask you, do you like being a ninja? Naruto finally spoke. Ninja. Yakushi Kabuto glanced at Yakushi Nanu. He was at a loss. A large part of the meaning of his life was given to him by Yakushi Yaneiyu. When he was in the orphanage, he wanted to share the pressure for the dean, even if he joined the route, he also wanted to help Yakushi Yaneiyu reduce the threat from Danzo. A ninja is nothing but a means by which he keeps moving forward and earns a living. Like? Do not like? He does not know. Okay, needless to say, I know. Yakushi Kabuto, from today onwards, you will no longer be a ninja, you should become a businessman, spread the business all over the country of fire, spread all over the ninja world, and become the richest man in the ninja world. Naruto stood up and gave Yakushi Kabuto orders aloud. He saw through it. Yakushi Kabuto is a naturally weak and hypocritical guy, like a daughter, he can't live without clinging to others. In the past, Yakushi Kabuto pinned his spirit on Yakushi Nanu, this time if Naruto did not appear, he would definitely leave with Orochimaru and cling to Orochimaru. In this case, Naruto simply gave Yakushi Kabuto a life goal and let him find the sustenance. President, I don't understand any businessman. Yakushi Kabuto was tongue-tied and his mind was in turmoil. Yakushi Nanoya was also stunned, and was stunned by what Naruto said. The richest man in the ninja world? Are you kidding me? You are very smart, you are very flexible, you are just a businessman, you will be able to get started soon. But it's not necessary to do anything. Do you know the reason why the root threatens Dean Yaneiyu to become a spy? It's to cut off the funds of the Konoha orphanage. Yakushi Kabuto shook his body, remembering the situation back then, and it was true. Money is not everything, but without money, it is absolutely impossible. There are hundreds of orphans in this small town. To manage them and support them, Dean Yaneiyu also needs money. How to get money the fastest? Do ninjas do tasks? No, only by being a businessman and being a first-class businessman in the ninja world, then the money will flow. Our Red Sun society needs a stable source of income. Dean Yaneiyu needs huge funds to support a large group of orphans. Your task is very arduous. The future of the organization and the future of Dean Yaneiyu all depend on you. So, go, work hard, fight hard, and become the richest man in the ninja world. Chapter 39. Why Time Ninja? Remember, the future is an era of electrification. Refrigerators, televisions, computers, trams, whatever is related to electricity will be able to pass through the future. Okay, I've given you all the information. You study it, think about it, write a plan, give a plan and budget, and then act, work hard, and struggle. Naruto pulled Yakushi Kabuto to chat, and threw a bunch of materials to Yakushi Kabuto, all of which were the manufacturing methods of electrical equipment, raw materials, equipment materials, and so on. Yes, Naruto is going to let Yakushi Kabuto start with electrical appliances and enter the big market of Luli, the ninja world. He believes that Yakushi Kabuto is smart enough, as long as he gives Do the corresponding support, he will definitely become a top businessman in the ninja world and earn enough money. There are people and money. Doing things naturally goes smoothly. Yakushi Kabuto was also inexplicably excited, diving into this new world with all his heart, and fighting for it seriously. He is such a person. As long as someone was whipping him behind him, he would go for it. Moreover, seeing Yakushi no Neiyu with a group of children, that kind of happy smile from the heart, Yakushi Kabuto even made up his mind that he must not let the dean become short of money again. Damn, why are there so few bounty criminals during this time? In a black market, Kakuzu, wearing a red cloud and black robe, stared at the bounty list on the panel and let out an angry roar. In just 1 or 2 months, Kakuzu feels that his work has become much more relaxed. Income has also dropped significantly. He was very dissatisfied. If there is no bounty offender, there will be no bounty, and without the bounty income, his empty heart will not be able to be filled, and he feels that the whole person has become weird and uncomfortable. Master Kakuzu, 2 very powerful bounty hunters have recently appeared in the black market. They have swept the bounty list and hunted most of the bounty criminals, which is why this is the situation. Bounty hunter? What kind of bounty hunter? It's very mysterious, wearing a white cloak, with the words justice hanging on the back, and wearing a strange animal mask on his face. Hey, just like that person. The black market steward suddenly whispered to Kakuzu and pointed to the person walking in. The person who came was as described by the steward, wearing a white justice cloak and a dragon head mask on his face. Under the roaring dragon head, the pattern on his mouth was extremely strange, and it looked like a smile but a smile. Bounty criminal, Mist Shinobi betrayed Momojuro, 4 million taels. Boom. The motionless corpse smashed onto the counter, and the dead man's dead grey eyes stared straight at him, causing the manager's eyelids to jump. Confirm, it's really Mist Shinobi Momojuro, 5% commission, this is your 3.8 million bounty. The dragon-head masked man put away the thick stack of banknotes on the table, turned around and walked out of the black market, acting resolutely. Before leaving, he seemed to glance at Kakuzu. Meaningful. 4 million taels, that's amazing. Kakuzu muttered to himself, and also walked out of the black market. Both of them are uncles. I don't know who will come here next time. The steward murmured, this kind of thing is commonplace. A wilderness, with a gurgling stream next to it, bushes and green grass. A man with a dragon head mask in a white cloak is standing quietly beside the stream, as if waiting for someone. Are you waiting for me? Kakuzu, who was covered with a face towel and only showed a pair of eyes, appeared across the stream and spoke with a stern tone. The man in the dragon head mask didn't say a word, he just measured Kakuzu up and down, as if he was figuring out where to start. Hand over your bounty, and I can spare your life. Kakuzu continued to speak, and when he mentioned the bounty, his eyes brightened, showing greed. It's best to hand over all the bounty for this period of time, that way, it will be easier for you. Kakuzu's eyelids twitched suddenly, his hands quickly formed seals, and he wanted to use defensive ninjutsu. But it's too late. Boom. He was punched in the face, the whole person smashed into the ground, and the water in the stream was shaken, which was extremely exaggerated. Wow. Kakuzu spewed a mouthful of blood, and the mask was soaked through. He curled up into a ball, in stark contrast to the big hole that was smashed out, it was like a broken bird egg, and he was the birdman inside. I hope you have enough bounty on you, otherwise, your life will be lost. The dragon-head masked man walked into Kakuzu, and the words in his mouth were clearly a replica of what Kakuzu said not long ago. Although the words were different, the meaning was exactly the same. Earth style, earth spear. Kakuzu stretched out suddenly, the marks on his hands were finished, and a sharp spear shot out, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the dragon-head masked man. The dragon-head masked man sneered, and the earth spear was caught in his hand at some point. Puff! The earth spear stabbed straight into Kakuzu's thigh, pierced through it, and plunged his entire leg into the ground. It really doesn't have a long memory. Come on, take out the bounty and buy your life. Kakuzu groaned, looking at the dragon-head masked man with awe in his eyes. Too strong. There was no fighting back. The bounty, I'll give it right away. At this time, I still want to play tricks, I really don't know what it is. The dragon-head masked man slammed his feet. There was a loud bang on the ground, and a person suddenly popped up on the ground not far away. It was Kakuzu. Somewhere on his body, a mask shattered with a click, causing him to vomit blood again. As for the Kakuzu in front of him, it exploded with a bang and was a clone. Yes, I really give it, I will give you all the bounty on my body. Kakuzu was really scared. The opponent is too terrifying, and he has no room to resist. This time it really hit the iron plate. In a hurry, he took out a bunch of seal scrolls from his body. That was all his income over the past few days. He hadn't handed it in yet. Yo-ho, there are more than 30 million taels, and there is a future. Ha 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 ha, I really have nowhere to go after breaking through the iron shoes. It takes no effort to get it. Kakuzu, right? I hope we can meet again next time. In the laughter, the dragon-head masked man disappeared, and it was extremely strange. Chapter 40. Ah, my money, my money. After waiting for a long time, Kakuzu was finally convinced that the dragon-head masked man was gone. He breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could relax, when he remembered the more than 30 million bounty he had handed over, he couldn't help crying, and the pain made it hard for him to breathe. Although the previous bounty was handed over to Kakuzu, in his opinion, the money was still his, but it was handed over to Konan for safekeeping. But now, these more than 30 million taels have really been lost. That's horrible. Kakuzu feels that the most painful time in his life is right now. Not only lost a mask, but also lost a lot of money. The thought of someone else taking his money and spending money indiscriminately, Kakuzu wailed again, pounding the ground again and again, excruciating pain. Kakuzu is such a nice guy. I had a headache for the start-up capital of Do. It's not an option to catch the bounty criminals all the time. It's a waste of time. Unexpectedly, Kakuzu, a rich man, came to the door. More than 30 million taels, enough, start-up capital. Absolutely enough. Naruto had put away his suit of justice and returned to his usual appearance. He was happily rushing to Konoha, in a wonderful mood. He suddenly stopped and turned to look in the other direction. Tiptoes lightly. A stone jumped up. Naruto fired a tiger shot that sent the stone flying. Boom. The stone shot away, and it rubbed with the air halfway to create a spark, and finally turned into a raging flame, and shot into a mountain a few hundred meters away with a bang. A huge explosion sounded all over the field, and a white monster was hit by the fireball and disappeared instantly. Hey, how did White Zetsu, who was following Kakuzu, get wiped out? Somewhere in the ninja world, a half-black and half-white figure floated up from the ground, showing a surprised expression. Could something have happened? Looks like I'm going to ask Kakuzu for information. The black and white figure sank into the ground again and disappeared without a trace, as if nothing had happened. What a nasty guy, stalking all the way, haunted, like a clone of something. Naruto put away his feet. He soon became happy again, and went home as he counted the bills. These little days are too happy. As for the dead stalker, it's just a little minion, don't worry about it. Governing a big country is like cooking a small fish. If you want to unify the ninja world, you have to take it step by step. Now Naruto doesn't have the mind to pay attention to the chaos in other parts of the shinobi world. He only intends to take the Konoha master first, use Konoha as the base, and then look to all directions. The leaves are still peaceful on the surface. Ninja school, big playground. Naruto confronts Uchiha Sasuke again. Sasuke, this is the first time you've come here. You're not annoying, I'm still. Shut up. Today, I must defeat you. Sasuke glared at Naruto angrily. During this time, he challenged Naruto every day, and every time he was beaten and bruised, he failed repeatedly. The news spread, Uchiha Sasuke is no longer the Uchiha genius in people's eyes, but a crane tail with repeated failures, and his reputation plummeted. Every time I return to the clan, all kinds of ridicule are endless. At first, Sasuke jumped with anger, but slowly, he got used to it and became indifferent. Before he knew it, he became a lot more mature. Of course, Sasuke can't help but get angry when facing Naruto. No one can laugh in the face of a guy who beats himself up every day. Okay, let's make a move. Naruto yawned lazily. He found the situation amusing. It seems that this situation has happened, but the object is reversed, and it is he who is beaten. Swish swish. Suffering from electricity. Naruto deflected Sasuke's attack with a kunao. Sasuke rushed up, punching and kicking, and his movements were extremely sharp. For the sake of your big brother, I'll give you some extra food. Naruto parried, and his strength gradually increased, making Sasuke feel more and more pressure. It's this cat and mouse gesture again, teasing me again. But today, I won't lose again, because I've learned the ultimate move. Sasuke pursed his lips, attacked a few more times, and suddenly stepped back. His hands began to form seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. The flames were raging, and a ball of fire was sprayed out, and Naruto was wrapped in it in a blink of an eye. Huh? Why don't you hide? Before Sasuke could be proud of himself, his face became panicked. Because the fireball hit Naruto in the middle, it was completely burned out in a blink of an eye. I don't mean it, Sasuke was about to go up to check, but his neck was cold, and the cold kunwa was sticking to his neck, making him freeze. You lost again. I can't see through such a simple body replacement technique, Sasuke, you're still far from it. Naruto left with a swagger, swaggering away. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief, and his face collapsed again. Lost again. Naruto is like a mountain whose top can never be seen, so he can only struggle at the foot of the mountain. No matter how hard he tries, it seems to be of no avail. Too painful, too tormented. Sasuke sat down with a bum, dazed. Today, he no longer cares about Uchiha's dignity, Uchiha's manners, Uchiha's anything. He only had one thought, how to defeat Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 41. Naruto came home, BG away. A new Naruto stands out. This Sasuke is really persistent. Naruto accepted the memory from the clone and smiled. Other things are handled pretty much the same. Now the key is, when will Danzo carry out the Uchiha genocide plan? Shimura Danzo has been released by third generation and is back on top. His movements are also increasing. The targeting of Uchiha is also getting worse. The grievances within the Uchiha clan had already boiled over to the sky, and the radicals were almost unable to bear it. The gatherings became more and more intensive, and the footsteps of the riots were even clearly audible. Just a fuse. This explosive pack will explode completely. Uchiha Itake's nerves have tightened, and his expression is extremely serious every day. During this time, Naruto was not ready to go out, and even Uchiha Shisui stayed in the town of Red Sun, waiting for the final night of extermination. At this time, without Naruto's inference, both of them have clearly seen the direction of the future situation. Either the Uchiha clan violently overthrew the third-generation rule, or Danzo executed the genocide plan to wipe out the Uchiha clan. There is no third possibility. I was near the village and I ran into a guy who called himself Uchiha Madara. He seemed to be approaching me on purpose, for fear of some conspiracy. On this day, Uchiha Itachi took time to visit the Red Sun town. Uchiha Shisui said, "Uchiha Madara? This guy is too funny. Madara has been dead for so many years, and there are still people pretending to be Madara." Naruto said, "Itachi, are you going to invite him to execute the genocide together?" Uchiha Itachi, the situation is getting more and more critical. My father is already urging me, and Danzo has also approached me in private. The words imply that the turmoil is only in these 5 or 6 days. He stared at Naruto for a moment, with seriousness and tension in his eyes. "President, can you really take away the entire Uchiha family, leaving only a group of clones?" Uchiha Itachi was distracted. Naruto has always acted in front of him as a supernatural being, omnipotent. Naruto said that the Uchiha family could be evacuated without knowing it and entered the town of Red Sun. Uchiha Itachi also firmly believes in this, so that he can maintain a relaxed attitude between the village and Uchiha. But now that things were coming, he was finally overwhelmed by the approaching pressure, and he needed Naruto to give him a reassurance. "Don't worry, Itachi, the Uchiha clan, I will save it no matter what. I promise you." Naruto's solemn promise. That's good, that's good." Uchiha Itachi breathed a sigh of relief, and his frown loosened a little. "Itachi, if you really follow the plan, Sasuke will probably hate you for the rest of your life. Have you really made up your mind?" Shisui looked at Uchiha Itachi worriedly. He knows best, but Uchiha Itachi loves Sasuke the most, and being hated by Sasuke is definitely a torment for Itachi. This is something that can't be helped. Now, he also needs some motivation. If you hate me, hate me. Let hatred become his motivation. It's better than being calculated by a conspirator like Danzo. Uchiha Itachi looked disappointed, obviously not as relieved as he said. "That's it, until that night comes." Naruto waved his hand, decisive and murderous. He really hoped that Shimura Danzo would be able to reveal his true body on the night of Uchiha's extermination, so that he would be able to smash the yellow dragon and crush the bug directly. In the past few years, Danzo has been hiding more and more tightly. Every time he appears in front of the world, he is a clone. No one knows where his main body is hiding. He is extremely cunning. "Itachi, you should know that there will be a meeting in the clan in 3 days. Do not know." Uchiha Itachi returns home. Sunset slanted. In the long corridor, Uchiha Fugaku was standing in the middle of the corridor with his arms folded, his face serious. Itachi brushes past Fugaku. Hearing the question, Itachi stopped. "From tomorrow, I will leave the village to perform a mission. Don't run away." "Escape? What am I escaping from?" "Escape your fate as Uchiha. Remember, I'll wait for you." Fugaku started walking away, leaving only the last meaningful words. Itachi smiled bitterly. "What is the fate of Uchiha? It's just a matter of oppression and anti-oppression, bullying and anti-bullying, and it has nothing to do with Uchiha's fate. Is it really coming?" Uchiha Itachi sighed, but his expression relaxed. When things came to an end, he looked away. As long as there is a powerful leader, the Uchiha family can survive, and the village will not be turbulent. Even if he is charged with some crimes and is wanted as a traitor, it is not difficult for him to accept. Itachi is even a little fortunate that Naruto exists. In this way, he does not have to bear the guilt of killing his parents and become an unpardonable sinner. "Come on then." Uchiha Itachi strode forward, his footsteps becoming firmer. 3 days later, in the ancestral land of Uchiha, the raging fire was burning, reflecting on Uchiha Itachi's face, making his face dark and uncertain, and his blood-red eyes looked strange and unpredictable. "What kind of wrong environment the Uchiha clan are in right now, Itachi, you should know. Even if this is the case, it can't be an attempt to subvert it by force. The higher UPS in the village are afraid of us. If they are afraid, then we can only be in power." In the ancestral land, Uchiha Fugaku's words completely clarified the position of the Uchiha family. They want to launch a bloodless revolution, conduct a surprise attack on the high-level Konoha, and seize the control of Konoha at the least cost. Uchiha Itachi's face was blank as he listened to all this quietly. "Itachi, you are my son, please." Chapter 42. The future of the family, please. Uchiha Itachi was in a trance. Fugaku's voice still seemed to reverberate in his mind, the kind of deep pleading that came from blood and family affection, a feeling he had never felt in Fugaku. It seems that Fugaku already knew that he was a spy from Konoha planted in the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Fugaku dropped all his father's dignity and pleaded in a low voice. "He wants me to choose the family between the village and the family." With a retreat, Uchiha Itachi did not completely fall into despair. But he still felt that heavy pressure, his shoulders were so heavy that he couldn't breathe. He was cranky. It seemed that he was really going to carry out the mission of exterminating the family, killing the entire Uchiha clan, regardless of gender, age, and age. The scene that made his heart ache just by imagining it was approaching step by step. What do I do? According to the plan, I was supposed to report to the third generation, the information about the unrest in Uchiha. Do I really want to tell? For the village. But who else will think about it for me and ask me if I am willing to face this situation? And Sasuke, even if it's fake, he'll be very hurt. I'm doing this, right? Uchiha Itachi was motionless, as if stiffened into a statue. Captain, please instruct. The voices of the members of the Umbu team were somewhat ethereal and illusory, as if they were in the distant sky. Continue the patrol mission. Uchiha Itachi's voice was as erratic as it came from the sky. His eyes suddenly firmed. Indecision is not his style. Now that you have chosen this path, go ahead bravely. The Uchiha family decided to start a revolution in Konoha. Hokage building, Uchiha Itachi half kneeled on the ground, raised his head, expressionless, and said the information he had obtained coldly. The situation is urgent. The first to speak was Shimura Danzo. His expression was cold and murderous. It has to be strong before they start. Uchiha is a former comrade in arms. I want to use communication to solve the problem, rather than resorting to force. I will think about the countermeasures. This matter, let's take it slow and wait until I think of a solution. Uchiha Itachi bowed his head, but his mood was quite mocking. Every time. Communicate? Without resorting to force? I'll think about countermeasures. After Naruto's continuous teaching and analysis, Uchiha Itachi is no longer a simple ninja who believes whatever the third generation says. He started thinking and came up with his own answer. Third generation always talks about communicating and de-escalating the situation, but every time Danzo starts to walk alone, exacerbating the deterioration of the situation again and again, third generation only says a few beautiful words after the incident, and the situation still hasn't changed. The evil is all done by Danzo. White Lotus has always been the label of third generation. This time again. When the Uchiha clan is completely wiped out, the third generation will definitely throw the blame on Danzo again, and maybe they will angrily rebuke Danzo, let Danzo resign as an elder, and reflect on it for a while. After a while, Danzo can come out again and continue to make waves. Time and time again. Every time. It's disgusting. Uchiha Itachi lowered his head even lower and his body even trembled because of nausea. Don't look at Third Hokage's good words, but when the time comes, he will still choose to protect Konoha. In front of a temple, the three-headed, six-armed, four-eyed-looking King Ming stands on the left and the right, with murderous aura. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and there were even thunder and lightning flashing among the dark clouds, and there were bursts of muffled thunder. In the middle of the statue of King Ming, Uchiha Itachi and Shimura Danzo are opposite, and the reflections of the two of them are twisted under the flash of lightning, like demons, roaring again and again. I hope you can make a choice, Itachi. It was on Uchiha's side to participate in the betrayal and destroy it with the family. Still side with our Konoha village, leaving only my younger brother before the rebellion and helping to kill all the Uchiha people. Uchiha Itachi looked up suddenly, shocked. He exclaimed in his heart, come, more than 2 years ago, the president seemed to have seen it with his own eyes, and guessed the current situation clearly. It was exactly the same as what the president said. Danzo really threatened me with Sasuke. For a while, Uchiha Itachi's admiration for Naruto was like a surging river, and it was out of control. His mood suddenly calmed down. Since the president is so powerful and wise, the things the president promises are bound to be foolproof. If that's the case, let's give it a go. In order to protect the village, it is necessary to suppress the situation before things go wrong no matter what. The ninja who can take on this important task are only the double agents of Uchiha and Konoha, Itachi, and no one else can do it except you. Are you willing to accept this task? Thunder boomed and boomed. The electric light flickered, and Danzo leaned forward slightly, staring at Uchiha Itachi in an oppressive gesture. The merciful Buddha statue behind him, twisted and grinned under the thunder light, with a sinister aura. Uchiha Itachi bowed his head. Speechless for a long time. He felt the deepest malice in the world. In this temple ground, in front of the Buddha, what penetrated from Danzo was an unparalleled viciousness and cruelty. What else can I say? I will. The voice seemed to come from hell, struggle, despair, pain. Uchiha Itachi interpreted this emotion vividly. Danzo nodded in satisfaction. He laughed. Everything goes as planned. Uchiha exterminates the clan, and enters the final countdown. Chapter 43. The village, the family, the ninja. Uchiha Itachi's clone, sitting in the room, leaning against the wall, thinking blankly. Trance, hesitant. Although only acting, he still entered the role. His heart was really hesitant. There is also a clone that appears in the ancestral land of Uchiha. A man wearing a dark blue robe and a one-eyed mask with orange-red Madara pattern appeared, with a mysterious atmosphere. Operate tonight. Okay, according to the agreement, I will help you. Then, do as promised. Uchiha Itachi turned his face away, as if he didn't want the Madara masked man to see his expression. The reason why I promised to annihilate the Uchiha clan was not only for revenge, but also for other purposes. Just pretend you didn't see them. The man in the Madara mask folded his arms and seemed to be smiling. Are you telling me not to use Sharingan to remember your actions? That's right, this is also proof that I let your brother die. I don't need a child without Sharingan. Sasuke has opened his eyes. Oh, this is the first time I've heard of it. Is it Shanguyu? For your sake, I'll let him go. So I'll be at ease, eh? There's nothing I can do but trust you. The man in the Madara mask looked at the back of Uchiha Itachi who was about to leave, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. If you are desperate, you can come to my organization. Your organization? The name is Xiao. Xiao Organization? The name is a bit similar to our Red Sun Society. It means the light of dawn. However, this kind of organization can do things that destroy people. This kind of organization is nothing but terrorists. Naruto tapped the table and stood up suddenly. Itachi, go back and get ready. Before the action, give me the code, and I will transfer all the Uchiha clan to the Red Sun town, and open up a new residential area for them. You can leave a clone in the town to meet them. Shisui, please help. Naruto stared deeply at Uchiha Itachi with a serious tone. Itachi, although the body of the Uchiha clan will be safe and sound, you are still dealing with people with flesh and blood. They will exclaim, plead, scream, and bleed. This is no child's play. If you can't pass the test in your heart, you can stop your actions. I will directly use violence to suppress Konoha's high-level officials such as the third generation, and use violence to seize Konoha's control. Although it will leave some hidden dangers, it is still nothing compared to making you bear this kind of crime of genocide. Uchiha Shisui looked at Uchiha Itachi with worried eyes and tried to stop, but was speechless. Even though the situation was what he saw step by step, Shisui still felt like a dream. How did it come this far? How much pressure was it on the Itachi? If he had chosen to commit suicide at the beginning, Itachi, who had no more support in Konoha, would be so desperate and helpless? Thinking of this, Uchiha Shisui felt even more distressed. Itachi, otherwise, let me do it. I used transformation technique to become your appearance, and no one will recognize it. Brother Shisui, don't worry. Master President, I have made up my mind and action is imperative. A smile suddenly appeared on Uchiha Itachi's face. He bowed deeply to Naruto. Lord President, thank you. It is precisely because of your existence that I don't fall into the abyss completely, so that I can still have a chance to see the light again, really. I really appreciate it. Uchiha Itachi straightened his back, turned and walked away, his footsteps resolute. His back, with a bleak, but indomitable determination. It really hurts him, Itachi. Uchiha Shisui sighed, eyes moist. Okay, don't sigh. It's up to them to sing the big play in the first half of the night, but we must come to the finale of the second half of the night. This is the first step for our Red Sun Society to enter the stage of history, so don't screw it up. Naruto looked up in the direction of the Hokage rock, and there was a fire in his eyes, which was extremely intense. Sunset slanted. The afterglow of the setting sun shrouded the entire Konoha village, making Konoha village stained with a thin layer of yellow halo. If someone blinked, the halo seemed to turn into blood. Uchiha Itachi appeared at the ninja school. He glanced at Sasuke among the students from a distance, stayed there for a long time, and disappeared again. According to the plan, Sasuke will be used as an excuse to stay by the ninja school teacher to avoid this night's killing. It might be better for Sasuke to not have to witness the gore. Naruto walked out of school with Hinata. Hinata, have a good dream tonight, don't come out and run around. Well, I listened to Naruto-kun. Naruto waved goodbye to Hinata and went home with a smile on his face. No one could see the difference in him. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in front of the office window, looking at the direction of the Uchiha family, his eyes were deep, like a statue. The curtain is about to kick off. I hope to harvest enough Sharinans tonight. Ha 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 ha. On the roof of a high-rise building, a man with a Madara mask overlooked the entire Konoha village and let out a crazy laughter. Just like that evening many years ago, although the architecture of Konoha village has changed a lot, the smell is still the same as before, which makes him want to make a scene, full of desire for destruction. Itachi, I didn't go home for dinner tonight, and Sasuke didn't come back either. Yes. Fugaku. Don't think too much, Itachi, he will always be our son. The dialogue is very soft, yet with an indescribably bleak undertone. Chapter 44. Tonight, Level 1 Alert. What happened? You are on first level alert. Don't ask things that shouldn't be asked. The Umbu base, an Umbu ninja wearing animal masks, began to get ready to go, and the atmosphere gradually became serious. Everyone smelled a strange smell. Everyone, all dispatched, set up a barrier in the Uchiha clan, and set up a defense line. No one is allowed to come out of it, and no movement is allowed to spread to the village. Did you hear clearly? Listen clearly. At the root base, Danzo gave an order, and all the root ninjas began to move, and the shadows flew, like ghosts flashing. Uchiha's extermination of the family is the long-cherished wish of this old man. It must be witnessed. Kira of the Red Sun Society, for so many years, has no way to find out his true identity. If he shoots again. Shimura Danzo sat at the base of the roots, a hesitant light flashing in his eyes. He casts a serious psychological shadow on Kira. Even though a few years have passed, this shadow has not only not narrowed, but has instead enlarged. Intuition tells Danzo that someone is always watching him, and once he shows the slightest flaw, a thunderous strike will fall from the sky, making him completely wiped out. Damn Kira, don't let me find your true identity, otherwise. The swearing roared like thunder, with a strong sternness. After a long time, a Shimura Danzo came out of the base, and no one could see through whether he was real or fake. Are you ready to start? Naruto stood like a ghost in the Uchiha land. He got a signal from Itachi. Steal the day for the day. Suddenly, the projection of Red Sun Town appeared in his hand. In the town, the orphans had fallen asleep, and the lights were gradually extinguished, but it was Yakushi no Neyu's room, the lights were still on, and she could clearly see from the projection that she was lowering her head to mend clothes for the orphans. The former spy now has a gentle face, as kind as an old grandmother. Naruto smiled knowingly. He stretched out his hand on the small town projection, and drew a few times out of thin air, creating a huge open space, exactly the same as that of the Uchiha clan. He fiddled with the projection to enlarge it. The projection is getting bigger and bigger, even covering the entire Uchiha tribe, covering the police force building, and covering the area where the Uchiha tribe is located. Then, it descended silently. Day and night. Except for Naruto, no one noticed, a strange breath swept across, and the spatial fluctuations flickered. On the projection of the Red Sun Town, in the empty space that was originally empty, the entire Uchiha family, including people, including things, all magically appeared, like a replica, exactly the same. As for the original Uchiha clan land, there seems to be no change on the surface. The ninjas who should be alerted are still on alert, and the sleeping Uchiha clan people are still sounding asleep, and no one has noticed the slightest clue. What happened just now? Am I being too sensitive? In a void space, the man with the Madara mask suddenly raised his head, revealing a suspicious look. He felt as if something had happened. But upon closer inspection, nothing happened. He could only feel his own suspicion. Red Sun Town. Uchiha Itachi's clone saw the Uchiha clan land appearing out of thin air in the open space, a bright light burst in his eyes, and the huge stone in his heart was completely relaxed. He walked into this familiar clan, and the induction spread out, everyone was there, and everything was the same as usual. That is really good. A reassuring smile appeared on Uchiha Itachi's face. Weasel. On the empty long street, Uchiha Fugaku was standing quietly, looking at Uchiha Itachi walking from a distance with a very complicated expression. His eyes were red, and the Guya Sharinan spun rapidly, turning into the Mangekyo Sharinan. Itachi, I let you see the future of our family, do you want me to see different results now? Are you on their side? Fugaku was heartbroken and his face was extremely gloomy. Uchiha Itachi smiled and said, Yes, father, I really want you to see a brand new, completely different future. Seeing the smile on Uchiha Itachi's face, Fugaku was furious and was about to speak, but found that Uchiha Itachi turned into a cloud of white smoke and dispersed. Shadow clone. Fugaku was stunned, not sure what that meant. Patriarch, something is not right. Swish swish. Several figures landed next to Fugaku, all with strange expressions on their faces. What's wrong? Our family land, together with the police force building, seems to be no longer in place. It was inexplicably moved to a completely unfamiliar place, and the surrounding area is not Konoha village. Fugaku listened to the person who came, and the shock on his face was beyond words. Are you really sure that there is no problem with your eyes? Did you fall into someone else's illusion, so that you talk nonsense? For no reason, how could the clan land not be in Konoha village? Patriarch, we have confirmed it again and again, it's not an illusion, it's really not an illusion. Several people spoke in unison, making Fugaku confused. He suddenly remembered the last smile of Uchiha Itachi's clone, and what the other person said. Itachi, is this what you're talking about, a brand new, completely different future? Gather all the people of the clan, and call out the sleeping people, and gather them in front of the gate of the clan's land. Send out people to investigate the surrounding environment, and make sure to find out exactly where this place is. Fugaku pondered for a moment, and immediately ordered. In any case, he had to figure out what was hidden behind this. The entire Uchiha clan began to clamor, the ninjas woke up one after another, and even the commoners walked out of their homes in a daze and gathered in the open space in front of the clan. They talked a lot, and they were all astonished at the unfamiliar things in front of them. They didn't feel relieved until they saw Uchiha Fugaku standing at the front. Patriarch Fugaku, your actions are really fast. Amidst the raging fire, a figure emerged from the darkness and smiled at Uchiha Fugaku and other Uchiha tribesmen. Seeing the faces of the people who came, everyone was in an uproar. Shisui. Is it Uchiha Shisui? More than 2 years have passed, and his appearance has changed a lot, but his features are still the same as before. Could it be an enemy? Transformation technique can change its shape at will. Chapter 45. Shisui, is it really you? Fugaku looked at Uchiha Shisui, who was getting closer, and his expression became more solemn. He could see that it was really Uchiha Shisui, the induction from the blood of the Uchiha clan, and the mutual aura of the same owner of Mangekyo Sharinon, are all proofs. 2 years ago, Shisui's death was obviously strange. However, Shisui left a suicide note, and Uchiha Itachi was there to cover, so the Uchiha family could only acquiesce to this happening. Even the radicals are getting more and more crazy, and there are reasons why they are stimulated by this incident. In their opinion, Shisui, the most powerful man in the Uchiha clan, must have been murdered by the top officials of Konoha, but he just pretended to commit suicide. What is this? Patriarch, a lot of words are a long story, let's see a video first. Shisui took out a seal scroll and undid it. A huge screen suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Shisui erected the screen, and even performed earth-style ninjutsu, so that the base of the screen bulged high, facing everyone in the Uchiha clan. Connect the line. Turn on. Suddenly, the big screen lights up. Under the faint moonlight, the scene that appeared on the screen was exactly the same as where they were, in front of the gate of the Uchiha clan. There was an uproar in the crowd. Then, they fell silent again. A figure suddenly appeared on the screen, wearing an Umbu ninja costume and carrying a long sword. Fugaku's eyelids jumped. Without even looking at his face, he knew it was Uchiha Itachi. The figure flickered and disappeared in front of the gate of the Uchiha clan. Who are you? In a building, there was an exclamation, and then, a man fell out of the gate, screamed, and fell to the ground, motionless. Behind him is an Umbu ninja wearing a fox face mask. Umbu ninja took off the mask from his face and rushed out of the room. Under the moonlight, his face was so clear that it was Uchiha Itachi. What's even more eye-opening is that in the room, there are corpses all over the field. A woman is slowly sliding down, blood gurgling under her body. Oh my gosh, isn't that me? Damn it, Uchiha Itachi, why did he do it to our family? In the crowd, a man exclaimed. He hurriedly hugged his wife beside him and felt the body temperature of the other party, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. In the picture, Uchiha Itachi continues to slaughter. Blood splattered, staining his face red. A scream, a corpse. More and more blood made his face more and more blurred, and his whole person seemed to have become a demon, only a pair of scarlet eyes, the iconic Sharinon of Uchiha. Weasel. In the crowd, Uchiha Mikoto covered his mouth and tears welled up. Mother and son are connected. She could easily see his pain, his struggle, his despair in Itachi's eyes. Fugaku closed his eyes, his expression excruciatingly painful. He opened his eyes again, a pair of scarlet eyes, just like in the picture, the same blood-red Sharinon. Itachi, what is at the end of this killing? I once let you see the future of the family, do you want me to see a different result? Fugaku's face twitched, and that was what he wanted to say. In the picture, Uchiha Itachi's Sharinon blinked, and a brand new picture appeared in front of everyone. In front of the guard building, a Uzumaki suddenly appeared. A man in a robe wearing a Madara mask came out of the vortex, and looked coldly at the ninja who rushed forward. In just an instant, the Uchiha ninja of the garrison died unexpectedly, unable to stop the masked man's footsteps. The masked man walked into the guard building. The screams, the exclamations, and the flickering lights made the killing look particularly eerie. Damn, who is this guy? If we met this person, wouldn't it be the same, we would die with one move. In the crowd, the members of the garrison were all sweaty and fearful. After a long time, the masked man came out of the guard building, and the building behind him was dead silent. The crowd was also dead silent. They all knew that this meant that everyone in the garrison was wiped out. The picture jumps again, returning to the confrontation between Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. This is the future of the village that I see, the future of the family. Really? Sasuke. Fugaku dissipated and turned into white smoke, but it was a shadow clone. Just when the Uchiha family was terrified by the weird and tragic scene, the Konoha village was still peaceful. See if you don't, this is the top of Konoha. Forcing ninjas to attack their own family, seeing others kill each other for the so-called village, but these high-level people don't touch a little blood, and they have time to set up a barrier to isolate everything that happens here. Naruto, dressed in a white cloak and a dragon head mask, looked coldly at the killings taking place in the Uchiha lands. Beside him, Uchiha Shisui, also wearing a white justice cloak and a tiger head mask, looked at all this with a gloomy face. There is also Yakushi Kabuto, as well as Flavor, all in the same attire as Naruto, but with a slightly different face mask. Yakushi Kabuto's is a snake head mask, and Kalen's is a rabbit head mask. All masks are specially made according to the image of the zodiac. Naruto brought them here and let them witness all this with their own eyes, and also wanted them to accept the dark baptism of a genin world, and let them experience a little education. Of course, for Yakushi Kabuto, who is a perennial spy, these things can't shake his mind at all. And Xianglin, who was also suffering, also silently looked at all of this, and her eyes flashed the traces of worry and sadness for Uchiha Itachi. Slaughter the whole family, and even do it to the biological parents. This sin is horrific. Damn, how could Konoha treat Uchiha like this? Among them, Uchiha Shisui was the most unacceptable to this situation, and was shivering with the fire of anger. Chapter 46. A little more, a little more. This kind of sound is so wonderful, so touching. Shimura Danzo stood outside the Uchiha clan and listened to the screams coming from inside. He couldn't help closing his eyes and listening, with an intoxicated expression on his face. It was the most beautiful sound he had ever heard in his life. Mr. Tobirama, you were too kind back then. It's still the best, don't leave a single Uchiha, kill them all. In the future, when the ninja world talks about Uchiha, it will not say anything about the number 1 Konoha clan, but the unlucky family that has been exterminated. Yes, that's right. Only a dead Uchiha is a good Uchiha. Shimura Danzo didn't even know that he had laughed out loud inadvertently, and the joy and cruelty in his voice made people shudder. The root ninja listened, and pretended not to hear one by one. In the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi swept into his home with a vigilant look on his face. The splashing blood, the helpless screams, and the collapsed body. Everything stimulated him. He has completely entered this genocide role. He couldn't tell whether it was true or false. He felt himself covered in blood, a thick layer sticking to him and making him breathless. But he still had to finish one last kill. Father, is my biggest enemy in this operation. Uchiha Itachi clings to the lit door, carefully peering into the room through the gap. This way. Uchiha Fugaku's voice came from another room. Uchiha Itachi was startled and turned his head suddenly. There are no traps, come in. The footsteps are heavy, but silent, which is the physical instinct formed by countless trainings. Itachi trembled, his arms seemed to be heavy. He slowly opened the door. The situation in the room made his pupils shrink suddenly. In the empty room, 2 figures turned their backs to him, kneeling at the very center of the house, motionless. Father. Fugaku lowered his head, unable to see his expression. Uchiha Mikoto raised his head, not knowing where he was looking, like a statue. I don't want to kill each other with my own son. Really, are you on their side? Fugaku's voice was low, self-deprecating, and powerless. Uchiha Itachi stood behind the 2 of them, the sword in his hand overflowing with cold light, but the blade was trembling. The moonlight slanted in through the window and reflected on Fugaku and the 2 of them. Their expressions were calm, with the calmness of dying calmly. Uchiha Itachi's face was shrouded in darkness, and the moonlight left him and did not shine on his face. Father, Mother, we understand, Itachi. Itachi, finally promise me, Sasuke will entrust it to you. I see. Uchiha Itachi took another 2 steps forward, and the tears in his eyes couldn't stop flowing. He clenched the handle of the knife with both hands, but the blade kept shaking up and down. The knife was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. He even wanted to throw the knife away and walk away. This FG village, this hellish world, just destroy it. Too painful. Too painful. Not only was the blade shaking, but Uchiha Itachi was shaking all over his body, and tears kept pouring out, blurring his eyes. Do not be afraid. It's the path you choose. Compared to you, our pain is only a moment. Even if we think differently, we are still proud of you. You are really a kind child. Fugaku is like a real father, even at the end, he gently comforts Itachi, letting Itachi let go of the burden in his heart. This is the warm side he has never shown in front of Itachi. Uchiha Itachi hunched his body and gritted his teeth, tears pouring down like rain. He raised the knife, closed his eyes, and slashed. In the town of Red Sun, Uchiha Mikoto cried out of breath, and the tears were also streaming down his face. Fugaku pursed his lips, his body trembled slightly, and his mind was a mess. Everyone in the Uchiha family stared blankly at the tragic scene, and the resentment they had against Uchiha Itachi had unknowingly faded a lot. Shisui, is this a scene created by illusion? Uchiha Fugaku finally calmed down again. He looked at Uchiha Shisui and asked. All the members of the Uchiha clan also looked over, their eyes burning, waiting for Shisui's answer. If the situation in the picture is true, then what are these people? If it's fake, what's the point of Shisui showing them these pictures? They want an answer. No. Itachi is now in the original clan, and everything that happens on the screen is broadcast live simultaneously. If you were not transferred here, everything that happened in the picture would fall on you. Uchiha Itachi, who will become the demon executioner who slaughtered the whole family and killed his parents, was wanted by the Konoha village with a bounty, and he became a Konoha traitor and could only escape to the end of the world. Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath, his voice flat. Who are those who died? Fugaku's voice rose, confused by Shisui's answer. You can think that those people are your projections, or you can also clone. The top level of Konoha, the root Danzo, needs our Uchiha clan to exterminate the clan, so we must also give them a sign that Uchiha has exterminated the clan. Shisui opened his mouth. You mean, Those are all illusions? This is what Ataka said, showing me a whole new path. Fugaku's eyes brightened slightly, and his suppressed mood was actually relieved a little. Seeing his son behave in such pain and despair, his mood was inevitably affected, and he was so depressed that he couldn't breathe. Chapter 47. Lord Danzo, the Uchiha family has all perished, and there are no survivors. Swish. A root ninja appeared beside Shimura Danzo and whispered. Shimura Danzo didn't speak, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, slowly savoring the aftertaste of the news. Remove the barrier and guide the Umbu ninja to discover the strangeness of the Uchiha clan. Others, withdraw to the base. Shimura Danzo plunged into the darkness with a handful of henchmen. In the picture, these conditions are also clearly shown in the eyes of the Uchiha family, especially Danzo's complacent smile, which makes everyone angry. Okay, it really was the old dog Danzo who was behind the instructions. He imposed a barrier, and the root ninja set up a defense line to intercept the Uchiha people who might escape, and let Ataka carry out such a brutal killing alone. Uchiha Fugaku's eyelids twitched, and his eyes were so red that he was bleeding. He was furious to ultimate. Even if Danzo led the root ninjas into the Uchiha land and slaughtered them, he would not be too angry. After all, the two sides have reached the point where they are on the same page. Since it is hostile, you will live and die, there is nothing right or wrong at all. But they actually only let Uchiha Ataka do it alone, and let Uchiha kill each other with his own people. This kind of viciousness is outrageous. Soon, the Umbu ninja noticed the abnormality of the Uchiha clan and sent a signal. More and more Umbu ninjas arrive in the Uchiha land. Everyone was shocked by the tragic scene of corpses lying everywhere. Many people suddenly realized why they were on alert level 1 tonight. The reason was as simple as that. Sarutobi Hiruzen also came to the Uchiha land. Lord 3rd generation, it has been checked. The entire Uchiha clan, young and old, were all killed. Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Umbu's enduring report, his face became extremely gloomy. The moon poked its head out of the clouds and spread a soft light over the bloody land. It seemed that he couldn't bear to look any longer, so he used the moonlight to cover it up. Who is it that slaughtered the entire Uchiha family? An Umbu ninja whispered, still in shock. That was the Uchiha clan. The first family of Konoha. The Uchiha family is rich and genius, and there are evil spirits born from generation to generation. It's Uchiha Ataka. Uchiha Ataka was full of disgust and hatred for his people, so he killed Uchiha Shisui and took Shisui's eyes, causing a dispute with Uchiha's compatriots. And, in the end, it led to such a tragedy. At the other end of the street, Shimura Danzo, with one hand in his clothes, came over and opened his mouth. That guy? How could? A silver-haired Umbu ninja exclaimed in disbelief. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his face sideways, his eyes filled with icy light. Don't be dawdling, work fast. Several Umbu ninjas fled away, leaving only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo on the long street. The camera is aimed at the two of them, against the background of the corpses, which makes them both exude a strange and eerie taste. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo. Everyone in Uchiha stared at the two people in the picture. Many people gritted their teeth, and their red eyes lit up. It wasn't Ataka who stole my eyes, it was Danzo. Shisui spoke quietly. That's how it all worked out. Shimura Danzo stood side by side with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the smugness on his face could not be suppressed, and the indescribable excitement made him laugh. What's the solution? Now a thick bone pierced our throats, don't you understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and scolded, his face frosty. Just a small bone. Danzo replied with a relaxed expression. Decades of friends, he has become accustomed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Danzo, I can no longer turn a blind eye to your arbitrary behavior. From now on, you will be relieved of your role as Hokage's assistant. Sarutobi Hiruzen was rude and ordered Danzo to be dismissed immediately. But Hiruzen, if this is for the village, Uchiha is also a member of the village. Danzo wants to defend. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him with a dignified expression on his face. Besides, from today onwards, the Umbu of your root will be dismissed. Soon, I will officially decide what to do with you. Before that, I will punish you for confinement. Danzo frowned, then stretched out again. It's not like he hasn't experienced similar punishment, it's trivial. Clap clap clap. The two were about to separate when loud applause suddenly came. The figures were all around, and in an instant, dozens of Umbu ninjas and root ninjas appeared on the long street, protecting Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. 4 figures appeared on the roofs of nearby buildings, overlooking the crowd on the long street. The leader was wearing a dragon head mask and a white cloak, hunting and dancing. Just leaning forward slightly, there was an aura that looked down on the world, making a group of Konoha's elite ninjas feel breathless. The dragon-head masked man applauded softly, his voice was particularly rhythmic, as if he was appreciating, but also mocking. Wonderful, really wonderful. The acting skills of the two of them are really consummate and superb. I can't help but call the two of them honorably, Lord Actor. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, wary of the sudden appearance. Danzo's expression changed drastically, and he shivered. You are, the Red Sun Society, Kira. That sound is so distinctive. Even if it has become a lot thicker, it still has the same voice as before. This voice, Danzo, is unforgettable. This is the first time in his life that he has encountered a desperate situation of death. Chapter 48. Kira. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face twitched when he heard the name. He was still fresh in his memory. At the beginning, he was scolded by this person, and he lost a lot of face in front of countless villagers. He lost his prestige in those years, and it took him a long time to let that influence wear off and restore Hokage's majesty. Could it be, do you want to come again? Involuntarily, Sarutobi Hiruzen had an ominous premonition in his heart. Lord Hokage. An Umbu ninja appeared in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, half kneeling, his voice trembled, as if he saw something incredible. Lord Hokage, when we were collecting the corpses of the Uchiha clan, we found that those corpses were automatically burning and could not be stopped at all. Without even reporting, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself has eyes. On the long street, the fallen corpses jumped with strange flames, and the flames jumped up and swayed, making people horrified. Damn, why don't you stop it? Uchiha is also a compatriot of our Konoha, how can we let their bodies be destroyed for no reason? Shimura Danzo was even more exasperated and growled. Water style, water dragon bomb technique. Water style, water waves. Water style, water waves. All the ninjas are in a hurry to make prints, perform water style ninjutsu, and want to put out the flames. To no avail. No matter how fierce the water was, the flames still enveloped the corpse, expanding its range and getting bigger and bigger. Eventually, the corpse turned to fly ash. The entire Uchiha tribe, all the corpses, were burned to the ground. Damn, what's going on? In the corner, an exclamation came out. Everyone turned their heads and saw a man with a Madara mask appeared, slapped his body in a hurry, and flames were burning on him, just like the flames floating on the corpse. Uchiha's Sharingan, it's not that easy to get. On the high-rise building, the man in the dragon head mask said, with a strong sense of sarcasm in his words. It's you. It's you who did it. The man in the Madara mask reluctantly threw away all the Sharingan on his body, which stopped the flames on his body. He glared at the dragon head masked man, his voice full of anger and murder. All the gains from participating in this Uchiha genocide were burnt so cleanly, making him happy. This hatred is too big. For the sake of Uchiha's blood successor, Sharingan, tisk tisk, the senior officials of Konoha joined forces to plan this night of extermination. You, an outsider, participated in the killing with your own hands, which is really unsightly. The Umbu ninjas from the entire Uchiha tribe gathered around. Hearing what the dragon head masked man said, the Umbu ninjas were terrified one by one, and the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became strange. Everything that happened tonight was very strange. Level 1 alert issued by Umbu from the start. The brutal killing of the Uchiha clan did not disturb the village. Shimura Danzo placed the charge on Uchiha Itaki as soon as he came up. All of this makes people have to wonder what conspiracies are hidden behind this. Kira, you are talking nonsense. Uchiha is our comrade in arms and our Konoha compatriot. Although they think differently, as Hokage, I have been trying my best to make the village reconcile with Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted angrily. He can't let the other side talk about it, and in any case, he can't have another Hyoga incident. Reconciliation? How to reconcile? Where is the action? Under the dragon head mask, the corners of Naruto's mouth twitched, with a sneer that was extremely mocking. Lord Third Hokage, tell me out loud, where is your reconciliation effort? Let everyone see, how did you reconcile with the Uchiha clan? This matter is about the secret of the village and cannot be leaked to the outside world. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless and could only prevaricate with secrecy. Naruto sneered. He waved casually. A light screen appeared in the sky above the Uchiha tribe, and it soon lit up. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes in pain and lamented in his heart. Here we go again. Sure enough, it came again. On the screen, a young Uchiha Shisui meets Shimura Danzo. Danzo suddenly burst into flames, took one of Shisui's eyes, and sent root ninjas to hunt down Shisui. This scene made all the Umbu ninjas feel cold. Looking at Danzo's eyes, it was not only jealous, but full of disgust. Shisui, this. In the Red Sun town, the Uchiha clan also saw these pictures, and they couldn't help but look at Shisui with suspicious expressions on their faces. Fugaku asked. Shisui looked embarrassed. He said, the eye-catching thing about Danzo in the front is true, and the chase is also true. Later, when he reunited with Itake, and then in the diving section, it was an acting performance. He remembered how confused Naruto was when he and Itake called him together and reenacted the scene. The two acted in a mess at the beginning, but in the end they continued to hone their acting skills under Naruto's high pressure. It took half a month to make this scene vivid and sincere. Unexpectedly, Naruto actually used this thing on this. In the picture, it jumps to the incident where Uchiha Itachi reports to Sarutobi Hiruzen that Danzo is eye-catching and Shisui is dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hesitation, fake tears, and finally the punishment of 3 drinks were all presented in front of people's eyes. Hey! Lord Third Generation, is this what you said, the sincerity of reconciling with Uchiha? What a great sincerity! Dangtang Uchiha was the first genius. He died in a confused way. The murderer is right in front of you. The evidence is like a mountain. As a result, he resigned from his position and thought about it behind closed doors. Clearing rewards and punishments is the most basic quality of a Hokage. It is the biggest taboo of a Hokage to not distinguish between public and private. Even the murderer who murdered the village ninjas only needs to think behind closed doors for a few months, and then he can become an elder again and continue to be bossy in the village, ordering this, ordering that. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you old fool, what are you doing? Is Hokage considered a personal item of your Sarutobi clan? Naruto shouted sharply, recounting all the messed up accounts Sarutobi Hiruzen had made, with a heart-wrenching meaning beyond words. Chapter 49. Red Sun Society, Kira, you are using this obfuscation method again. These things you play, any illusion or transformation technique, can be made up, no matter how tragic the scene. If you want, I can make it for you. Fake is fake, you think others are all 3. Will any child be deceived by you? Shimura Danzo spoke up, plausibly. As the root of Konoha, he has been in darkness all his life, and he has mastered the skill of inverting black and white. He believes in one principle. As long as I'm thick-skinned, no one should make me blush. Oh? If you say it's fake, it's fake. Naruto sneered. His figure flickered, and he appeared in front of Danzo in the blink of an eye. In an instant, he grabbed Danzo's neck and lifted one hand into the air. Scoff. Half of Danzo's clothes and bandages ripped apart, revealing his arms as pale as a corpse. On the arm, the wide-open Sharingan appeared in front of everyone, scarlet as blood, making people horrified. See clearly, as Konoha shinobi people, don't tell me you don't know what a Sharingan is. Elder dignified Konoha, how did the Sharingan of this arm come from? You should have guesses in your heart. Over the years, are there any examples of ninjas from the Uchiha clan who died for no reason? When going out on a mission, are there any examples of them dying in a daze? Is there an example of a secret mission route that was suddenly discovered by a hostile ninja village? Shimura Danzo, I said 4 years ago that you are the biggest cancer in Konoha village. How many Konoha shinobi people lost their lives inexplicably because of you? Do you really not know how to repent at all? Naruto's voice was extremely cold, and murderous intent filled his eyes. His words shocked everyone present. Especially the hand of Sharingan, which is extremely dazzling. Even the root ninja has been brainwashed countless times by Danzo. Seeing these things, his heart can't stop twitching, and anger arises in his heart. I'm not wrong. I'm all for the good of the village. I'm the root of Konoha. My love for the village is no worse than others. Shimura Danzo tried to struggle, but found he couldn't break free. He could only speak hard, trying to defend himself. Loving the village means desperately weakening the power of the village? Loving the village means wholeheartedly destroying the Konoha #1 clan? Loving the village means the ninja who specialize in pitting the village and attacking their own people. What do you know? The Uchiha family is plotting a rebellion. They are rebelling against the party. I'm going to do it first. Is there anything wrong? You stab Uchiha with one knife at a time, move the clan, monitor Umbu, use all kinds of tactics, and blame others for resistance. This is really funny. You don't even know that the Nine Tails rebellion was caused by the people of Uchiha who used Sharingan to control Nine Tails, which caused such a huge loss to the village. We are taking precautions before it happens. Danzo still tried his best to argue, hissing as hard as he could. He absolutely cannot tolerate it, and his loyalty to Konoha is insulted. Many people in the world have this kind of Sharingan. Here, you see, there is a Sharingan over there. Naruto pointed at the man in the Madara mask. If you want me to say, he is the real culprit who caused the Nine Tails rebellion. You suspect that the Uchiha family is wrong, Danzo, do you admit it? You point out that the individual is the murderer, and there is no evidence at all. Who would believe it? Shimura Danzo sneered. Slowly, he became more confident, and he didn't care about being controlled by Naruto. You don't believe it without evidence. But there is no evidence to prove that the Uchiha family participated in the Nine Tails rebellion, so why did you decide that Uchiha would be happy only if everyone died? When the two were talking, the man with the Madara mask was shocked and his pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't know if Naruto meant something, or if he meant it unintentionally. That's what Ju said, the one who killed White Zetsu and stole Kakuzu's bounty? Red Sun Society, Kira. This person is a big threat to future plans and must be eliminated as soon as possible. The man with the Madara mask was thinking about it, while watching the excitement. Now that he has been discovered, he simply eats melons openly. Danzo, you are a clone now, so you are so calm. A clone, if you die, you will die, don't you think so? Naruto suddenly put Danzo down and even helped him smooth out the lines on his clothes. He suddenly looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with cold eyes. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I'll just ask you a question. What is the crime of killing the village ninjas and using them for human experiments? Sarutobi Hiruzen shuddered and was speechless for a while. The same predicament came. The eyes of the Umbu ninja all around were cast, also with the meaning of questioning. Ordinary ninjas, as long as they violate the rules a little, will be severely punished. The various rules and regulations are clear enough to determine guilt. In the decades of Konoha's history, countless ninjas have been punished by the rules, and even deprived of their lives in severe cases. Because it's a rule, everyone accepts it. If an ordinary ninja makes a mistake, he must be selfless. If the senior officials of Konoha make a mistake, they can let it go and get 3 drinks? Sarutobi Hiruzen, is that what you mean? Naruto leaned in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and looked down at the wiry old man with an imposing manner. Shimura Danzo suddenly realized something, and his face changed drastically. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, looked up at Naruto, and said, "What if I really let Danzo go? How will I be?" Naruto suddenly raised his head and looked around the entire Konoha. "You have also seen the Nine Tails Rebellion. However, you should have never seen a scene more terrifying than the Nine Tails. Really, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you wouldn't want to see it." The voice was very calm, the confidence flying, Haki's unparalleled momentum, slammed into all directions. Overbearing. Ultimate domineering. Chapter 50. He's just a stomp. The earth seemed to be shaken violently by a strong earthquake. The ninjas all over the place fell to the ground in unison, unable to stabilize their bodies at all. The entire Uchiha tribe, all the buildings, with a bang, all turned into dust, only the ground remained intact. Sarutobi Hiruzen was dumbfounded. Shimura Danzo opened his mouth wide, his eyelids twitching. The man with the Madara mask shivered for a while, and took a step back subconsciously. Sarutobi Hiruzen, for the sake of Konoha village, I want you to think carefully about what you have to say next. I know that you can give up a lot of things for the sake of the village, so now you can choose to give up something. Naruto didn't even give Danzo a single glance. But it's an avatar. It's useless to kill. I declare. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed, took a deep look at Shimura Danzo beside him, and spoke loudly. As third Hokage, I declare that Konoha Hokage assisted Shimura Danzo in committing an unforgivable sin. Who did the genocide of the Uchiha clan? Naruto cut in suddenly. Cough, cough. Shimura Danzo, secretly murdered the village ninja Uchiha Shisui, killing people and even hated the Uchiha clan, killing the entire Uchiha clan. Anything else? Shimura Danzo, even teaming up with Orochimaru, the Konoha villager, used Konoha village residents to conduct human experiments, with a vicious heart. Shimura Danzo, disobeying Hokage's orders, secretly disturbing other countries, killing. Shimura Danzo, who ordered the root ninja to assassinate third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice grew louder and more fluent under Naruto's aggressive eyes. Not only Uchiha's incident, but also many tragic events that Naruto never knew about, were brought together by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and all fell on Shimura Danzo's head. Come to think of it, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already figured out these things, but it didn't happen because of the friendship of decades-old friends. Now, facing the oppression of Naruto, a terrifying monster, Sarutobi Hiruzen has figured out that it is not difficult to sacrifice a Shimura Danzo for Konoha village. What's more, there are too many black histories on Danzo, and it is light to say that he deserves it. In view of the above evil deeds, I, as third Hokage, declare that Shimura Danzo is listed as a Konoha village traitor, and is on the wanted list. Anyone who sees this person in Konoha Shinobi can be shot to death. Countless ninjas present were shocked by this series of crimes. They are not 3-year-olds. If we talk about the genocide of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen was forced by Naruto, but the death of Uchiha Shisui, and the series of dark history of Danzo, were not indicated by Naruto. These things were all spoken by Sarutobi Hiruzen in one breath, and they must have been in my heart for a long time, otherwise they would not be able to speak so fluently. Danzo has committed so many crimes, and Lord Hokage knows it very well, but why has he never been punished? Until now, he was forced to declare a crime. This high-level Konoha is really so rotten, and there is so much darkness behind it. The will of fire, this is the will of fire that Lord Hokage often recites? It's ridiculous, it's ridiculous. Many Konoha shinobi people, even the root ninjas, are very confused in their minds, and the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen also become strange. Third Hokage, who has always been kind in their eyes, and Lord Hokage, whom they have always respected, how many things have not been revealed behind them, it really makes people wonder. Danzo has committed so many crimes, it is absolutely impossible to say that third generation is not clear. After all, third generation can count this long list of black histories over and over again. That means, there are many things here, which are the defaults of third generation. Shimura Danzo, is just a scapegoat? The name of the pot shadow is worthy of the name. Hiruzen, you. Shimura Danzo looked lonely and wanted to say something. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him. Danzo, you should still remember the oath you made at the beginning. Since you are determined to bear the darkness of the village, then you should bear it well, it is all for the sake of the village. For the sake of the village, you must bear the name of betrayal and forbearance. You can no longer stay in the village, and the root members are no longer under your control. I will send Umbu members to hunt you down. If you want to escape, just run away. Bar. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed with complicated emotions. But the next moment, his voice became icy cold, without the slightest emotion. Okay, very good. I remember your words. Red Sun Society, Kira, don't be complacent, I will definitely come back. Danzo stared deeply at Naruto, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred, that hatred almost turned into a sword, slashing over with a knife. Physical destruction, to Danzo, is not terrible. But directly destroying his roots in Konoha village, ruining his reputation, and turning him into a Konoha rebel, this is the most terrible thing. He Shimura Danzo, but he claims to love the village the most. As a result, he actually became a traitor? So ironic. Simply murderous. Boom. White smoke exploded. Sure enough, this Shimura Danzo is a doppelganger. The base of the communication base, Shimura Danzo has become the Konoha rebellion, and all the members of the roots no longer need to follow his orders. See him and treat him directly as rebellion. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave orders coldly to the members present, showing the majesty of Hokage. He has done everything he can. As for whether Danzo can escape Konoha, should be able to escape. After all, that is the darkness of Konoha, the root hidden in the deepest part of Konoha. Chapter 51. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha is where I cover, and I don't want any more incidents like Danzo's persecution of my own people. Konoha needs stability, peace, and tranquility. You keep it firmly in my mind. Naruto made a cold announcement to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's as if this Hokage is just a subordinate who obeys. Strangely, none of the ninjas present thought it was strange. I remember your words. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head and replied in a muffled voice. He knew that from today onwards, his prestige in Konoha had really plummeted and could never be recovered. Perhaps, in front of the villagers, he was still the amiable lord of the third generation. But in the eyes of the ninja, he really lost too many points. Among the ninjas present, in addition to some civilian ninjas, there are more family ninjas. As long as these ninjas go back and talk about the matter, many Konoha families will be disappointed with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and their support will be greatly weakened. There is no support below, and even though Sarutobi Hiruzen is Hokage in name, it's almost like a puppet. It's a waste. And you? Naruto's voice was still echoing. The man appeared in front of the Madara masked man and punched him. The man with the Madara mask was watching the fun, but he didn't expect Naruto to target him. It's useless, you can't hurt me. Although the man with the Madara mask was taken aback, he acted fearlessly. He even opened his mouth and swore. But the next moment, his face changed suddenly. The illusory space seemed to be oppressed by something, and it was about to condense into reality, and an incomparably terrifying force passed through the space. Wow! The man in the Madara mask spat out a mouthful of blood, and a strange vortex appeared behind him, and he couldn't stop throwing into the vortex. Sneaky guy, if you dare to appear in Konoha again, I will kill you. Naruto retracted his fist and snorted. Naruto's voice, along the vortex, entered into an empty and desolate space, still carrying the awe-inspiring and terrifying haki. The man with the Madara mask didn't care about anything else, he just lay on the ground and vomited blood. The whole mask shattered unconsciously, and the rustling fell, revealing his scarred face. Almost dying. Who is that guy? Damn it, Konoha has this person, how can Nine Tails be caught? Can't we give up the plan? What should I do? The scar-faced man finally stopped vomiting blood. He rolled over and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes still filled with fear. At that moment, he really thought he was going to die. Even if Hollow is gone, the physical attack should be ineffective, but the opponent's fist seems to be able to break through space, the power penetrates in, and it is weakened countless times, but it can still hit him hard. If he was actually punched in the face by that person, the scarred-faced man asked himself, even if he had white zetsu to repair his body, I am afraid that he would die, and he could not die any longer. This Konoha can't come again. The scar-faced man has left a serious psychological shadow, and he is really afraid. I thought that Kamui was invincible. In this huge ninja world, he can come and go freely, and he can conquer the world. Unexpectedly, this time with Uchiha and his party, he actually met his natural nemesis. Hollow is ineffective, and when he encounters that person again, he can only hide far away, not daring to approach at all. Thinking of this, the scar-faced man was suffocated to death. He had never imagined that he would encounter such an opponent, which was even more difficult than fourth Hokage. Red Sun Society, Kira, that's the name. We must find this person and destroy him, otherwise, all our plans will fail. This person must not be kept. In Red Sun Town, the members of the Uchiha clan were stunned by the scene in the picture. Shimura Danzo became a rebellious, third Hokage was given a reluctant order by pressing his head hard, and the Uchiha family had been genocide on the surface. This series of events made them feel like they were reading a novel, it was too weird luli. Even the members of Uchiha's radical faction, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen bowing his head and making promises, suddenly aged 10 years, they couldn't help but sympathize with each other, it was too pitiful. Of course, there is also an indescribable sense of refreshment. And when Naruto took a step, the entire Uchiha tribe turned to dust, everyone saw it, and their eyes were about to fall out of shock. This scene is so terrifying. They looked back and saw that the Uchiha tribe was still there, and they breathed a sigh of relief. When they saw the Madara masked man being punched by Naruto, he vomited blood and was seriously injured, and fled in embarrassment. The Uchiha people became silent. As the elite Uchiha member of the garrison, he was vulnerable in the hands of the man with the Madara mask, but the man with the Madara mask, in the hands of Naruto, knelt down with the same move. The difference between them can be imagined. Uchiha, are we really that weak? A lot of people had to put aside Uchiha's pride and start thinking about it. Shisui, that person is. He is the president of our Red Sun Society, Kira. He is the most powerful man I have ever met. Shisui raised his head proudly and answered Fugaku's question. After several years of contact, Shisui basically understood Naruto's behavior, and was gradually convinced by Naruto's style, and truly believed in Naruto's ideals. It is not something that is said casually, but a practice that keeps pushing forward. Shisui believes that one day, the ideals of the Red Sun Society will be thoroughly spread throughout the entire ninja world, and the final piece of the ninja world is just around the corner. Chapter 52. Konoha is getting more and more depraved. Just one person can destroy the whole family of Uchiha. One Danzo can do so many bad things without being held accountable. Sarutobi Hiruzen, not only you have a problem, but the whole Konoha shinobi has a problem. They are weak like chickens, vulnerable. Without strength, there is no right to speak. When the time comes when a ninja will come out and swept Konoha to the ground, you will regret it again, but it will be too late. Naruto looked around. Looking at the ruins of this Uchiha clan, I couldn't help shaking my head. He was really a little disillusioned. The Konoha in front of him is really not the Konoha he imagined. Too weak. Walk. Naruto left first. Shisui and the other three followed behind, following suit. Lord Hokage. An Umbu ninja looked at the back of Naruto's departure and spoke in a low voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while, then shook his head, stopping what Umbu ninja wanted to say. Without strength, there is no right to speak. He seemed to realize this. Because his strength is not as good as others, Naruto only showed his strength a little, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to bow his head, he had to swallow his anger and dare not say anything. Even in the Nine Tails rebellion that year, the strength that Nine Tails showed was far inferior to that of Kira of the Red Sun Society. If it weren't for the fact that the other party always kept goodwill towards Konoha, the other party alone would really be able to sweep Konoha and turn the entire Konoha into ashes. Just like, first Hokage back then was the same as Shura in the ninja world. One person formed an army and swept the world. Am I really wrong? Sarutobi Hiruzen has to reflect on whether the philosophy he has always adhered to is really wrong. Not only is Sarutobi Hiruzen feeling complicated and uncomfortable. Of the ninjas present, which one is not dejected and silent? The rotten darkness at the top of Konoha made them angry, but Naruto's evaluation of them was like a knife piercing their hearts, making them extremely uncomfortable. Weak as a chicken? Vulnerable? Among the people present, which one is not the special Jonin that Konoha claims to be the elite? If you don't have the strength, how can you be selected to join the Umbu of Hokage's elite troops? They have always been very proud of their own strength. They usually walk on Konoha Street and feel that they are superior to others. Okay, check. Vulnerable? This kind of evaluation, in other words, they must be furious, and they want to roll up their sleeves and discuss theories with each other. But the person who speaks is a terrifying powerhouse who can make them all stagger with one step. They can't say anything and have no face to refute. Are we really weak? Naruto opened the door and sent the three into the town of Red Sun. He himself came to the roof of a tall building. In the bright moonlight, Uchiha Itachi was kneeling in the shadows under the spire, blank and empty in his eyes. Feeling Naruto's arrival, there was a slight gleam in his eyes. President. I thought you were strong enough to know that everything was fake and not to put in too much emotion. I was wrong, I shouldn't have let you do this kind of thing. Uchiha genocide, I put it in Shimura Danzo's head. Come on, you can rest for a while without worrying about Konoha. Naruto sighed. He found that he seemed to be doing something wrong. Because of his age, Naruto has always hoped that Konoha can wait until he grows up, hoping that the trajectory of everything will follow the images vaguely seen in his dreams, and move forward meticulously. So, knowing that Shisui would be attacked by Danzo, he just reminded him. After the incident, Shisui was also allowed to fake his death to escape, and did not make a big deal. So far, Naruto has chosen the same way to deal with Uchiha's genocide. Although the Uchiha family was rescued, he hoped that the genocide would continue according to his destiny. Because of this, the trajectory of fate will continue unchanging. But seeing Uchiha attack his desolate appearance that his spirit was greatly stimulated and nearly collapsed, Naruto had to reflect on whether he was a little oversight and couldn't let go. It's okay, President, I'm okay, I don't need to rest. Uchiha Itachi stood up, his usual calmness finally returning to him. His eyes were red, the guya was spinning, and he unconsciously turned into a windmill. It was Mangekyo Sharinon. When Shisui didn't die, Uchiha Itachi wasn't stimulated enough to keep his Sharinon in a three-goat jade state. Until tonight, Itachi finally fully opened Mangekyo. I don't know if this is lucky or unfortunate. Come with me, go see your parents, you should feel better this way. You have to face it all the time, don't be fickle. Naruto opened the door directly and pulled Uchiha Itachi inside. In front of the gate of the Uchiha clan did not disperse. They seemed to be waiting for something, whispering, and their expressions were all different. When Naruto appeared in front of everyone with Uchiha Itachi, almost everyone stood up, all eyes on Uchiha Itachi. This jealous, contemptuous, genius of the Uchiha clan they usually admire. Everyone's eyes changed. Weasel. Uchiha Mikoto rushed out of the crowd, holding Uchiha Itachi's head and looking up and down. Her eyes were full of distress and anxiety. She finally hugged Itachi in her arms and burst into tears. Itachi, don't think too much, you didn't do anything wrong, Mom doesn't blame you, really doesn't blame you. As long as you are all right, my mother is willing to die. She was incoherent, as if trying to tell Itachi what she thought, sobbing. Uchiha Fugaku stood silently on the side, raising his head, as if looking at the sky. This seems to be the last stubbornness of the old father. Chapter 53. Mother. Uchiha Itachi murmured, and his mind suddenly settled down. People are still there. After all, he never made that ultimate big mistake. That is really good. He suddenly broke free from Uchiha Mikoto's embrace, faced the Uchiha clan, knelt on the ground, lowered his head, as if to apologize. Uchiha Itachi, why are you so cruel? You actually attacked the entire clan. You don't even spare children, your heart is too hard, too vicious. You actually stand on the side of the village. Don't you know how much the village oppresses us Uchiha? Why didn't you see Sasuke? Oh, I see, you are trading with Konoha on the condition of Sasuke, using Sasuke alone, for so many people in our family. Well, you are such a good big brother, I bother. Uchiha Itachi, today, are you going to give us an explanation anyway? Otherwise, I'll kill you. Looking at the kneeling Uchiha Itachi, the anger of the Uchiha tribe finally erupted. For a while, the scolding continued. More ninjas stood up and walked forward step by step, with that hideous face, red eyes, and the pupils were full of angry fire and killing intent. Yes, they are not dead, good luck. It can be seen that in the picture, his relatives and friends, his children, and even himself, all fell under Uchiha Itachi's butcher's knife. The powerless anger made these Uchiha members go crazy. Thump. A figure accompanied Uchiha Itachi, kneeling in front of the Uchiha tribe. It was Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Mikoto also knelt down and apologized for his son. Father, mother. Uchiha Itachi has mixed feelings. Clansman, as the patriarch, I didn't lead everyone out of the predicament. As a father, I didn't play an exemplary role, and let Itachi do such a thing, causing trouble for everyone. I'm sorry. Fugaku bowed down and threw his 5 bodies to the ground. This was the most important gift from the land of fire. Uchiha Itachi also bowed to the ground, motionless. Uchiha Mikoto also bowed down. All the Uchiha people were stunned by this scene and were a little overwhelmed. But some were unmoved. Lord Patriarch, looking at the situation, you seem to have long known that Uchiha Itachi is the village's spy. Our Uchiha's revolutionary plan was leaked, so that the village could take precautions and attack first. The culprit is Uchiha Itachi. As the Patriarch, you know all this, but you don't do anything. When it comes to the end, if you say that you don't want to kill each other with your own son, you will be killed. Our entire clan, others also have parents, wives, and children, and their lives are lost. In your eyes, the Patriarch, is it so insignificant? As the Patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku, your irresponsibility, your sin, is bigger than Uchiha Itachi. You too, your family, all of you. The one who spoke was an old man Uchiha with Madara white hair and beard. At this time, his beard and hair were all stretched out, his eyes showed murderous intent, and that manic and aggressive atmosphere did not look like an old man in his 70s and 80s. He is Uchiha Setsuna, who has survived from the second Hokage era. He is the same generation as my grandfather. He is the leader of the radical faction in the clan. He has always been dissatisfied with Konoha's suppression of Uchiha, and has always wanted to change everything. Shisui whispered beside Naruto. He was old and had a high level of seniority. Even if he yelled at Fugaku, even if Fugaku was the patriarch, he could only bow his head and be disciplined. Not to mention, right now. Okay, I've scolded, and Itachi has apologized to you. This is the end of this matter, how about it? Naruto stepped forward and said. Go away, this is my Uchiha family's business, and has nothing to do with outsiders. Uchiha roared in an instant, not taking Naruto to heart at all. This is my territory. Itachi is my subordinate. Do you have anything to do with me when you talk about him? Naruto's voice turned cold. Judging from Shisui and Itachi's face, his attitude was very mild at first. But this old Uchiha, who didn't know what was stuffed in his head, looked like a terminal maniac patient, and really thought Naruto would get used to him. You. Uchiha was trembling with anger for an instant. But when Naruto's eyes swept over, he shuddered and did not dare to say another word. In the picture, Naruto's strength is overwhelmingly terrifying. Itachi, stand up. President. This is an order. Uchiha Itachi did not dare to disobey, stood up, and helped Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto together. The Uchiha people were all agitated, and the anger in their eyes became more intense. What? Very angry? Very dissatisfied? Can't wait to slash Uchiha Itachi with thousands of pieces. What are you angry about? What are you dissatisfied with? Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shisui, but after begging me for a long time, they persuaded me to save all of you Uchiha clan. Naruto glanced at the Uchiha people, his eyes were cold, making everyone silent. Uchiha Itachi, your savior, do you understand? He saved your life, do you understand? You hate him? Hate him, the benefactor who saved you. When did the Uchiha clan turn into benefactors? Naruto plausible, his voice rolled away like a big wave, shocking the entire Uchiha clan, and no one dared to refute it. Even, they all began to think, is their anger very unreasonable? After all, they are all well-rounded now, not a single strand of hair is missing. To blame Uchiha Itachi, it seems really unreasonable. Chapter 54. Why are you showing these pictures to you? Why have you rescued your Uchiha clan? Why do you need to do this and put on such a scene for Konoha village? Why does Itachi know that he can spend the night safely without doing anything, but he still insists on staged a night of annihilation for you? Have you thought about this? Naruto is getting more and more powerful and louder. Even if he was as stubborn as Uchiha for a moment, he was touched by Naruto's words and began to think about this problem. Why? I'll tell you the answer. Naruto waved his hand, and on the big screen, the night of genocide was played once again. Did you see it? Did you see it clearly? One Uchiha Itachi, even if you add another mysterious masked person. Just 2 people can kill your entire Uchiha clan. Don't you feel humiliated? What about Uchiha's Jonin? Jonin is dead? Is there any Chunnin? Chunnin is dead, what about Jonin? With so many people, even against a mere 2 people, the entire army can be annihilated. Tisk tisk, I have to doubt that the strength of this ninja clan, the Uchiha clan, is too unreal. Some Uchiha retorted, but we were all attacked, and the patriarch didn't take action. Sneak attack? What ninjas do is sneak attack and counter sneak attack. In such a large clan, the screams are so obvious. Are you all sleeping like dead pigs? Are you not vigilant? How old is Uchiha Itachi? 13 years old? 14 years old? You Uchiha group of Jonin, adults should have it, you can't even deal with a teenage child, you are too embarrassed to speak. Naruto shook his head in disappointment. He was in Konoha village and grew up listening to the legend of Uchiha. Even if he is powerful now, the legend he heard when he was a child still affects his perception of Uchiha. The strength of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui can indeed confirm that the Uchiha family is very easy. But this night of genocide really disappointed Naruto. No matter how talented and powerful Uchiha Itachi is, if one Jonin can't handle it, the 2 of them will do it. If 2 are not enough, then go up to 3, go up to 4, go up to 5 or 6, you can. According to Naruto's calculation, even if all the ninjas at the root are included, the Uchiha family can't deal with it, and there should always be 1 or 2 who can escape. This is a reasonable logic. But there were only 2 people, and the root ninjas were watching the fun, and the Uchiha family was just wiped out. Simply ridiculous. Just like what I said to the Konoha shinobi, you Uchiha clan, too weak. Naruto's words stabbed the hearts of the Uchiha people, making their eyes red. Nothing to say. Speechless rebuttal. I heard that you are going to start a bloodless revolution, overthrow the high-level rule of Konoha, and let your Uchiha family come to power. Let me tell you the truth, even though it's all chickens pecking at each other, Konoha's strength is still a little stronger than your Uchiha. You have no chance of winning at the beginning of the fight. Because you are too weak. Another knife, piercing the heart. In the end, even if you Uchiha really succeed and come to power, where can you take Konoha? It won't be the abyss, right? Konoha suppressed you, I can understand you being angry. But this response is really messed up. The premise of all revolutions is to figure out who is our friend and who is our enemy. You Uchiha, have you figured this out yet? Do you have any allies in Konoha? Your enemy, Third Hokage, has any allies in Konoha? Have you ever united your friends? Have you ever divided your enemy's allies? Have you made more of your friends and fewer of your enemy's friends? Naruto's words made all Uchiha stunned and shocked. Even the most stubborn radical, Uchiha, listened attentively and his eyes sparkled. You haven't figured out anything, so you just held the Uchiha plaque, feeling that you are the only one in the sky and the earth, and you feel that as long as you give an order, the entire Konoha village will give you Uchiha's winning food, and you will respond with 1,000 responses. You lay on the merits of your ancestors. You have slept for too long, and you have forgotten that in this world of ninjas, you look at the fist. The big fist is the truth. Just a mere Uchiha attack can kill you all. Do you think the plaque of Uchiha is really bright and beautiful? Can you continue to be proud? The glory of Uchiha was created by your ancestors of Uchiha. In the past, the Asura Uchiha Madara in the ninja world was invincible except for first Hokage. Uchiha at that time was of course called the strong family of the Jonin world. But now you guys are really embarrassed to tell others that you are Uchiha. Don't always think about the name of the Uchiha family as your pride, and you must call me Uchiha, but try to make yourself stronger and make yourself the new pride of the Uchiha family. This is what the real Uchiha should do. Things. Naruto spoke dryly. He sighed. Uchiha attack's rehearsal tonight is to shatter your illusions and your glory with blood-dripping facts. The Uchiha family has become so weak. When will you wake up and recognize your weakness? Shaking his head, Naruto crossed his hands and strode away. Having said that, here it is. Let them think about it. As for subduing the Uchiha clan, Naruto was not worried at all. They were all in the bowl, and they wanted to slip out, but there was no door. Chapter 55. It's really weird, why did the teacher suddenly ask me to help me mark my homework? Unconsciously, it was so late. Everyone should be asleep. I hope you don't disturb others. Uchiha Sasuke walked along the familiar street, and as long as he turned a corner, he could see the Uchiha tribe in the distance. He trotted. Turn. Suddenly, Sasuke stopped. He looked back. It's a familiar road. That's right. But the Uchiha clan, which had always been standing still, had disappeared without a trace, and there was only a white field in front of it. What happened? What the hell is going on here? An extremely ominous premonition floated in Sasuke's heart. He quickened his pace and rushed to the white ground before he stopped. This is indeed the land of the Uchiha tribe. The blue tiles on the floor are too familiar. Sasuke's body trembled, looking at the white ruins, he turned around at a loss, hoping someone would come and give him an answer. Isn't someone kidding me? Is this an illusion? Yes, it must be an illusion. The big brother must be joking with himself, that must be the case. Sasuke tried to calm himself down. Because this is so ridiculous. If it weren't for illusion, who could raise the Uchiha family to the ground overnight? Are you, Uchiha Sasuke? Are you an Umbu ninja? Can you tell me what's going on here? The elder Shimura Danzo has a deep resentment towards the Uchiha clan. He killed Uchiha Shisui a few years ago. Tonight, he was even more mad and slaughtered the Uchiha clan directly. Now, Lord Hokage has announced that Shimura Danzo is Konoha. Betrayal. Sasuke couldn't listen anymore. His head pounded, his body swayed, and he passed out. The Uchiha family was exterminated. Is the murderer Shimura Danzo, the root minister? Uchiha Shisui was also killed by Shimura Danzo. Hey, why did such a big incident happen in just one night? The next day, the entire Konoha was undercurrent, and among the ninjas, the news of Uchiha's genocide had completely spread, and everyone was terrified. Terrible. The dignified Konoha clan, the Uchiha, was slaughtered like this, and it is said that there was only one orphan left. It's just like a dream. Ordinary villagers have not yet received the news. They looked at the ninjas who came and went in a hurry, their expressions were very strange, and they felt that there were a lot of ninjas dispatched today. Uchiha was exterminated, and the murderer was Shimura Danzo. According to the information of the clan members present, it is said that Shimura Danzo said that the murderer of the clan was Uchiha Itachi of the Uchiha clan, but this charge was later placed on Shimura Danzo by the third generation. Ha ha ha, deserve it. Sarutobi Hiruzen also has today, Shimura Danzo, turned out to be a rebel, it's so heartwarming. In Hayaga's house, it is rare for Hayaga Hayashi not to maintain his serious and stern personality, but to laugh extraordinarily happily. Hayaga Hisashi also smiled and was in a good mood. Lord Patriarch, Lord Hisashi, Lord Hokage is holding a Jonin meeting, please go to the Hokage building as soon as possible. After receiving a report from the ninja, the two Hayaga Hayashi brothers looked at each other and walked out of Hayaga's house with easy steps. On the way, they met Narashika Issa from Nara's family and Yamanaka Kiki from Yamanaka's family. The two got together and talked about 8 trigrams. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Downstairs at Hokage, more family Jonins arrive, as well as other commoner Jonins, all thoughtful. Everyone has arrived, so let's start the meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked haggard and suddenly aged a lot. Both Mitokato Homura and Yudatan Koharu on the side looked bewildered, as if they were caught off guard by what happened last night. What do you want to say about the Shimura Danzo treasonous village? Lord Hokage, when Orochimaru used the village ninjas to conduct human experiments, Orochimaru defected and thought the incident was over. But Shimura Danzo's crime included collusion with Orochimaru to conduct human experiments. The mistake was missed, the sinner Danzo was missed, or else, Lord Hokage knew about it and suppressed it. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew for a long time that at this meeting, someone must question the original matter. He was well prepared, and the answer was watertight. In a series of events, the Jonin questioned one by one, and Sarutobi Hiruzen answered one by one, struggling to press the gourds that were raised one after another. Although it was all dealt with, the looks from the Jonins made Sarutobi Hiruzen know that, as a Hokage, he had lost most of the Jonin's trust. The next topic, let's discuss it, about the Red Sun Society Kira and the organization of the Red Sun Society. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes swept across the faces of the many Jonins, trying to get a clue. He had always suspected that Kira was hiding among these Jonins. Unfortunately, it was hidden so deeply that he couldn't see it at all. There was silence in the conference room. No one spoke. Kira, who has repeatedly caused trouble in Konoha, is unscrupulous. I think that we must try our best to trace the identity of this person, find this person, and eradicate him. Seeing that no one said anything, Mitokato Homura spoke up. Shimura Danzo turned out to be a traitor? Whether it was the death of the rabbit or the grief of the fox, or for any other reason, in a word, he hated the name Kira very much. I think Kira has always reserved goodwill towards us Konoha. On this basis, I do not recommend taking action against Kira and offending a super powerful person, which is not a good thing for Konoha. Yes, everyone is fine. I am against hostile acts against Kira. The Jonin opened their mouths, all refuting Mitokato Homura's opinion, ignoring his livid expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing. He knew that not only Danzo, but also the Konoha elders, including Mitokato Homura and Yuditen Koharu, had lost the trust of the Jonin, and it was difficult to make up for this trust. Chapter 56. The fact that Uchiha was exterminated and Shimura Danzo became a traitor in the darkness of Konoha spread throughout the ninja world in a short period of time, causing an uproar among countless people. Konoha village is in a state of panic. After all, with the sudden loss of strength and the lack of connection, Konoha village's weakness, even ordinary villagers can see. The other 4 ninja villages are also a little bit eager to move. Red Sun Society, Kira? Directly pressed Sarutobi Hiruzen to bow his head and give up Shimura Danzo. He said that Konoha village is his territory, and whoever dares to attack will be killed. One of the Chunnin, Jiraiya has arrived at the border and is sitting on one side. Forget it, don't care about him like Konoha. There are so many things in the village, so let's deal with the village first. All kinds of information about Konoha Uchiha's genocide fell through the hands of spies and fell into the hands of the shadows of the major ninja villages. In addition, Konoha also activated high alert for the first time, and the border troops were fully prepared. Jiraiya, who traveled in the ninja world, also upon receiving the news, go to the town as soon as possible. Konoha, which was swaying like wind and rain, stabilized again. Although weak, it still has bright fangs. The major 4 barons villages, after deliberation, still did not start the war, and chose to settle down. The commotion gradually subsided, and the days were still to pass. In the ninja school, Uchiha Sasuke, who had not seen him for a long time, finally appeared in the classroom. The students all looked at Sasuke with an odd look, sympathy, pity. Sasuke's expression was cold, as if he had changed. Sasuke, come out with me. Naruto was still discussing with Hinata what to do after school, whether it was a date or training. When he saw Sasuke appear, he frowned and walked over. What do you want to do? Sasuke glared at Naruto viciously, like a wounded beast, looking at everything with a gleam of ferocity. Get out with me. Naruto was not used to him, his eyes turned cold and his voice raised. His aura was all on Sasuke. For a time, Sasuke recalled the days when he was beaten, and a psychological shadow came over him, causing him to stand up involuntarily. Naruto walked out of the classroom first. Sasuke followed behind him angrily, but the icy aura on his body faded a little. In the classroom, the students were in an uproar. They all followed out one after another, wanting to watch this lively event. On the big playground, the two stood face to face. I heard that you became an orphan. Naruto's mouth twitched as he spoke. The students who ate the melon were stunned. I didn't expect Naruto to stab someone's pustule with the first sentence. It was too cruel. What do you want to do? Sasuke panted heavily, staring at Naruto with red eyes, pain and anger flashing in his eyes. He originally thought he could accept all of this calmly. But Naruto's words reminded him of the vast ruins of the Uchiha tribe, and his heart began to bleed again. Today, he is chanting Shimura Danzo's name every day, and the hatred keeps accumulating, making him more and more gloomy and more angry, that kind of powerless anger that makes him almost crazy. Naruto's words raised Sasuke's anger to ultimate. I don't want to do anything, I just don't like you right now. I always beat up people who are not pleasing to the eye and beat him into a pig's face. Naruto clenched his fists and looked at Sasuke, starting to look malicious. Sasuke took a step back, anger in his eyes, even more in full swing. This is the first time Naruto wants to shoot at him, usually he is always stalking and challenging Naruto. Damn, Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke was extremely angry and even more aggrieved. He didn't expect that Naruto would even come to bully him when he was so miserable. Simply unbearable. You hate me in your heart, don't you? You're angry now, don't you? You feel so miserable, why are you still bullying you, right? I'm sorry, I don't care about your hatred, your anger, and your grievances. My fist is bigger than yours, and I am stronger than you. If I want to bully you, I will bully you. Who cares if you are miserable or not? Boom. Naruto appeared in front of Sasuke in a blink of an eye and knocked Sasuke off with a punch. Damn, I fought with you. Sasuke felt half of his face swollen and painful. He couldn't hold back any longer, growled, and charged towards Naruto, while the seal was still forming, a great fireball sprayed out. Boom. Great fireball is empty. Naruto got close again and kicked Sasuke away. Sasuke rolled over in the air, endured the pain, and charged up again. He was angry, he was wronged, he was hesitant. Although the pain is unpleasant, what is even more unpleasant is the feeling that the whole world has collapsed. Bang bang bang! Naruto slapped Sasuke with his fists like he was playing with Sasuke. Although it wasn't fatal, it was very painful. Hey, Uzumaki Naruto is so ruthless, he really deserves to be the great demon king of our year. He's too vicious, Sasuke is so miserable, he still bullies Sasuke like this. Poor Sasuke, should we call the teacher over and stop him? The students talked a lot and looked at Naruto badly. If it hadn't been for Naruto, they might have rushed to help Sasuke get justice. Naruto, stop and stop fighting. Naruto, don't fight anymore, you'll die if you fight Sasuke again. Haruno Sakura, dressed in red, looked anxious and wanted to get closer, but couldn't keep up with the movements of the two, so he could only shout in vain. Naruto-kun, there must be some idea. Hinata watched all this silently, not saying anything to stop it. Boom. Sasuke flew out again, bruised and bruised, lying on the ground, panting heavily, unable to stand up again. Sasuke-kun. Haruno Sakura rushed up, at a loss, not knowing what to do. Naruto. Naruto came over, and Haruno Sakura was a little scared, but still tried his best to stop Sasuke. You can't even beat me, Sasuke, don't even think about taking revenge. When you can defeat me, think about revenge. You are too weak now. Sasuke tilted his head and looked at Naruto with a mixture of anger, powerlessness, and some kind of complicated gratitude in his eyes. Also, I'm an orphan too. Naruto patted the dust on his body, left Sasuke with the last words, and walked away. Sasuke's body shuddered and his eyes became more complicated. Chapter 57. Naruto, Naruto. In the teacher's office, Naruto stared out the window in a trance. Iruka shouted several times, but Naruto didn't even notice. Naruto. Oh, Iruka-sensei, what are you calling me? Iruka was so angry that she couldn't help raising her voice. Naruto suddenly realized this and recovered. Naruto, you beat up Sasuke this time. You should know that this is not right. Sasuke has just experienced such a difficult thing, how can you bully him? Iruka began to speak bitterly and ramble. He saw Sasuke's miserable appearance. To be honest, with that bruised face, Iruka wouldn't even recognize Sasuke if he hadn't known that it was Sasuke. That's horrible. Naruto's performance in school has always been good studies, good grades, and strong strength. In addition to throwing dog food with Hinata every day, he is a model student out of 10. Iruka had changed his mind on Naruto. But today, he was determined to seek justice for Sasuke. Iruka-sensei. What? I'm going to apply for early graduation, you can spread the news. That's it. Naruto gave Iruka a bright smile, waved his hand, and walked out of the office. Iruka froze. Graduating early? This is different from what he was going to say in the first place. Also, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is graduating early? This time? Naruto, Naruto, you wait, make it clear. Iruka ran after him. He caught up with Naruto. Naruto, why are you graduating early? At this time, spending 6 years at the ninja school safely is what students of your age should do. Graduating early, this. Master Hokage can't agree. Iruka was a little awkward and didn't know how to persuade him. Iruka-sensei, I understand what you mean. However, at the ninja school, I can't learn anything. I need to become a ninja, I need more knowledge, and I need a bigger stage. To be Hokage, I can't stay in school and play house games with these kids. Today's Konoha needs someone to stand up. I, Uzumaki Naruto, do my part. Naruto's voice was sonorous and his eyes were firm, and he calmed down Iruka. Naruto was far away, and Iruka was still in a daze. Hey, Iruka-sensei, I seem to have heard something extraordinary just now. Uzumaki Naruto, that demon fox boy, wants to graduate early. The white-haired Mizuki sticks his head out of the office, his voice is loud and his expression is weird. What? Teacher Mizuki, are you telling the truth? Someone wants to graduate early. Of course, the Uzumaki Naruto in Irika-sensei's class. He said, he can't learn anything at the ninja school. His tone is so big, doesn't he mean that none of us teachers can teach him? There is no such precedent in the era of peace, except in the war years, for such things as early graduation. It all depends on what Lord Hokage says. The news that Naruto is graduating early spreads throughout the entire ninja school. Not only was the teacher extremely shocked, but the students were also talking about it, looking at Naruto as if they were looking at a monster. Naruto-kun, are you graduating early? Well, Hinata, I've thought about it, I can't learn anything in school anymore, I want to go to a bigger stage, I can't continue to grind like this. You just stay in school and practice hard, I'm looking forward to it. You can help me later. Naruto rubbed Hinata's head, rather regretfully. Such a gentle and well-behaved girl will not be able to stay together every day in the future. Hinata bowed her head, determination in her white eyes. She wasn't going to persuade Naruto to give up. All she can do is support silently, and do her best so that she can chase after the taller figure. Do you need someone to stand up for Konoha today? The Hokage office, listening to Irika's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff and muttered to himself. Even a child like Naruto could feel Konoha's weakness. The wrinkles on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face are deeper, and these days, I feel more stressed and my spirit is a little trance. Indeed, Konoha needs new people to appear, and someone needs to take over. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally began to think about the successor. Lord Hokage. Irika, go down first. If Naruto wants to graduate, let him graduate. I will arrange the assessment. What? Irika was very surprised and didn't understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to Naruto's early graduation. Now is not a war period, and there is no need for a 7-year-old child to appear in the ninja work. With deep confusion, he left. Go, call Kakashi over. Yes. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in front of the window, looking out at the ninja school, and there was a hint of warmth in his heart. Naruto is such a good boy, he knows that he can share his worries for Konoha. If he was a little older, he might be a good seed for Hokage. However, even if you want to graduate, you must pass a strict assessment. If you don't have enough strength, you can't talk about it. Chapter 58. Ninja School, Big Playground. School teachers and even students gathered around. Naruto comes face to face with a ninja wearing a Chunnin vest. Everyone held their breath, watching whether the first student who applied for early graduation in the past few years could pass the graduation assessment. Sarutobi Hiruzen is watching this assessment through the telescope technique. In a corner of the ninja school, a silver-haired masked ninja also looked at Naruto with extremely complicated eyes. This is the student I will bring, the teacher's son, Uzumaki Naruto. After graduation from ninja school, the most basic assessment is 3-body technique. Uzumaki Naruto, you can perform ninjutsu. The assessment Chunnin was expressionless. Naruto raised his eyebrows, feeling that the examiner seemed to dislike him. He made a print at random. Bang, a new Naruto appeared on the side with the same lazy attitude, looking at the examiner with squinting eyes, full of provocation. This is the clone technique, there should be nothing wrong with it. This is transformation technique. It's the body replacement technique. Boom. After a cloud of white smoke, Naruto became the examiner, and in another instant, the others disappeared, leaving only a piece of wood in place. 3-body technique, when he was 3 years old, practice made perfect. District assessment, not worth mentioning. The examiner clearly felt the provocation in Naruto's eyes. There was a trace of anger in his eyes, but he still lowered his head and checked 3-body technique on the record book. Since you applied for an early graduation, in addition to the 3-body technique, you must also undergo a battle assessment, in the hands of a Chunnin, for 10 minutes. Your opponent is me. The examiner put down the pen and paper and stood up. He finally had an expression on his face, a fierce, twisting light shot from his eyes. Damn demon fox, if you let you walk past my hands for 10 minutes, I'll write the name of Misuji Yoshida upside down. Although he didn't open his mouth, Misuji Ryota's innermost thoughts were all revealed through his expressions. He hated Naruto from the bottom of his heart. Naruto blinked, looking a little dazed. Back then, it was this look and expression that made him choose to bury his head in training and no longer contact the villagers. I thought that through a long period of time, people's resentment could be reduced, even if it was indifference, it would be better than this kind of fierce eyes that just wanted to kill. Unexpectedly, after all, there are still people who can't let go. Come on then. Naruto's eyes froze, his hands clenched into fists, crackling. In the crowd, Uchiha Sasuke shrank his neck subconsciously, he felt Naruto getting serious. You can make a move. Naruto hooked his fingers at Yoshida Misuji and smiled contemptuously. Misuji Ryota's eyes widened and he was furious. This sentence should have been said by his examiner. Naruto turned out to be a guest-oriented person and did not respect him as an examiner at all. It was unforgivable. This kind of surly guy is really the incarnation of the demon fox. I absolutely can't let him pass the test, This damn BD, he should die. Swish. A kunao shot out, surprisingly fast. Yoshida Misuji is already making seals. Ding. Kunao was dismissed by Naruto. The next moment, Misuji Yoshida's attack arrived. Wind style, great breakthrough. A violent whirlwind suddenly rolled towards Naruto. Naruto's figure flashed, and the whole person rose into the sky, crossed the whirlwind, and came to the head of Misuji Ryota. Childish, it's just a target. Misuji Ryota sneered, and with a flick of both hands, 3 kunao shot out at the same time, blocking the possibility of Naruto dodging. He didn't give up, and quickly concluded the seal. Wind style, even empty bullets. His chest was bulging, and a violently rotating wind ball broke through the air, as fast as lightning. Moonwalk. Naruto stepped on the foot, and the whole person suddenly moved out, whether it was kunao or the wind ball, he was instantly dodged. Boom. He stepped in the void, and his figure was strange and unpredictable. For a time, Misuji Ryota's face changed greatly, he felt dazzled, and Naruto was everywhere. Wind style, snare. Another ninjutsu came out. The whirlwind spread out in all directions like a snare, and the sharp wind knives screeched, making people horrified. The expressions of the onlookers changed greatly, and they all stepped back, for fear that the wind knife would fall on them. This is Chunnin's strength? It's too powerful, it's not at the same level as us. Isn't Uzumaki Naruto's strength more powerful? Under such a master's attack, he is still able to handle it with ease, and he doesn't lose the slightest bit, and persists for 10 minutes. It's not a problem at all. Doesn't that mean that Naruto has reached the level of Chunnin? He's only 7 years old. We Konoha village, are we going to produce another teenage genius? During the discussion, Naruto appeared ghostly behind Misuji Ryota, and the cold kunao pressed against his neck, making Misuji Ryota's body stiff. He lost. As a Chunnin examiner, he actually lost to a mere 7-year-old child who was taking the genin examination. Simply shameful. I surrender. Misuji Ryota lowered his head and conceded defeat. He raised his face again, announcing Naruto's early graduation application, passing the examination, and only waiting for the formalities to be completed. Naruto is a veritable ninja, a Konoha genin. 3 body technique is extremely skilled, especially the body technique, and already has the fighting power of Chunnin. Better than Kakashi back then. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the file in front of him and Naruto's sunny smiling face, his eyes filled with wonder. Although he had known for a long time that Naruto was exercising every day, and even mixed with the physique madman Might Guy, his strength must not be weak, but he still could not have imagined that Naruto's combat power was so amazing. The way to step in the air and move your body is not some kind of ninjutsu, but a technique that relies solely on physical strength. The body is not strong enough, even if you know the skills, you can't do it. Boom. Sarutobi Hiruzen put the Hokage stamp on it. Since then, Uzumaki Naruto has become a true Konoha genin. Chapter 59. Isn't genin a team of 3? Why am I alone? In the empty training ground, Naruto looked around, curious. He was told to come to this training ground to join his guide, Jonin. Although the strength is already strong enough, Naruto is still full of yearning for the ninja career. It feels like playing role-playing, everything is so fresh. In the previous assessment, he did not even show 1/10,000,000th of his strength. Now, as a real ninja, maybe he can meet a strong enough opponent and let him move his body well, and he is almost rusted. Why hasn't this teacher come yet? Naruto waited for half an hour, but the guide Jonin still did not appear. His expression didn't change at all. He even cultivated by himself, constantly forming seals, brand new seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. Wind style, even empty bullets. Wind style, snare. All the ninjutsus used were those used by the examiner Misuji Ryota. These ninjutsu, from Naruto's hands, are many times more powerful. The wind howled and the wind knives shot indiscriminately, making the entire training ground a mess. He found me? What a hateful guy. A whistling wind ball was sprayed towards the trees on the edge of the training ground. Before it got close, the frantic airflow blew up the trees, and the leaves flew all over the sky. Amidst the crackling birdsong, lightning lit up, and the wind ball instantly shattered and turned into an air current. A silver-haired masked ninja appeared strangely in front of Naruto. Naruto also stopped practicing and stared at each other without saying a word. The two stared at each other with big eyes, as if they were competing for who was more patient. Why do not you speak? Why should I talk? Aren't you asking who I am? Why should I ask who you are? During the question and answer, the silver-haired ninja suddenly had a headache. This yellow-haired boy is not good at all. He had just retired from Umbu and brought Genin for the first time, and he encountered such a thorn in the end. Ahem, I'm your guide Jonin, my name is Heitake Kakashi, you can just call me Kakashi-sensei from now on. Kakashi coughed twice, posing as an instructor. Must be majestic. Take out your ninja card and take a look. What? If you say you are my instructor, I will believe it. In this world, there are so many scammers. Who knows if you are a liar from where to deceive this pink and lovely 7-year-old child. Take out your ninja card, I'll check. Naruto looked serious. Kakashi was stunned. He subconsciously took out his ninja card, but was snatched away by Naruto. Take off the face towel and cover your face. Who knows if the face below you is the same as the person on the ninja certificate? Really, a good-looking person, but you just put this and that on your face. Are you so shameless? Naruto glanced at the ninja card, then looked Kakashi up and down, and kept complaining. Wait, I'm your teacher, not your prisoner. Why do you investigate me? Boy, you're too arrogant. Kakashi finally came to his senses, and he was so angry that he smoked. This thorn is absolutely incompatible with him. Well, this style is a bit like a teacher. I approve of you, Kakashi. You should call me Kakashi-sensei. Okay, Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi. Kakashi was confused by Naruto, and the two stared at each other like a cockfight. Kakashi laughed suddenly. You recognize me, but I don't recognize you. If you can't pass my level, you Chunnin, go back and forth wherever you go. Kakashi, you're good at scaring a 3-year-old with this trick, but you're a little short of scaring me. Nonsense, I'm serious. Boy, don't think you're proud of winning a Chunnin. The world is huge, and there are many masters. Well, you said, what test is coming? I'll be next. Naruto is serious like a little adult. Of course. A game of bells and bells? Kakashi, aren't you an old antique still living in that old age? This game is too cliché. Naruto pouted. It's really like he's a little Harry who just came out of the ninja school. Over the years, he didn't know how much 8 trigrams trivia, led the bell game between Jonin and Genin, it was all too common, and it was the same every time, and never changed it. Nonsense. How old is this game? Kakashi roared as if he had been stabbed in reverse scales. Anyway, if you can't grab the bell, you will fail in my level, and you should go back to the ninja school and study for a few more years. Kakashi looked at Naruto with a serious expression. Although he never asked Naruto, but seeing this face again, seeing that brilliant blonde hair, he seemed to see his teacher again, it was too complicated. Although Naruto's strength is good, Kakashi still hopes that Naruto will not set foot in the world of ninja too early. Is this the bell you're talking about? Naruto was half smiling, holding 2 small bells in his hands, which rang non-stop. When will you? When Kakashi touched his waist, his face changed greatly, and the bell was no longer there. Forget it, you're over. Kakashi sighed and stopped struggling with these questions. What's next? What should I do? Kakashi is a little confused. He has prepared the task of grabbing the bell today, but he has no preparation at all for how to lead the students next. Kakashi, teacher, you don't know what the next process is, right? What process? Take me on missions, teach me ninjutsu, and let me familiarize myself with all aspects of ninjas. You are a copy ninja anyway, you don't know all this, right? Naruto looked at Kakashi with contempt, feeling that his guide, Jonin, was superfluous, and he might as well act on his own. Chapter 60. Kakashi has a headache. Very headache. My brain is about to explode. The majestic chakra in Naruto's body, of course, made him, a young blue ninja, look pitiful, with all kinds of envy and hatred. But what shocked Kakashi the most was that Naruto was so talented. Treading water, climbing trees, these basics, without his teaching at all, Naruto is already perfect. As for other ninjutsu, as long as he was taught the last time, Naruto would be able to perform it smoothly, and with that majestic chakra, the power of ninjutsu would be even higher. Kakashi is known as a copy ninja, and it is said that he copied thousands of ninjutsu, which is unparalleled. But the ninjutsu he knew was completely hollowed out by Naruto in just half a month, and there was nothing left. Naruto has all the 6 chakra attributes except the yin attribute. Although the wind attribute is more prominent, the other attributes are not bad at all. Learning similar to ninjutsu, they complement each other. What Chidori, Reikari, and Kakashi's housekeeping skills were all learned by Naruto. Kakashi, are you okay? Are you a teacher like that? I heard that you were also a genius who graduated early. You became a Chunnin at the age of 6. You are even more powerful than me. Why, at this level? In the beginning, you didn't get through it, did you? If at the end, you let my disciple compare to the past, your face is really not good looking. Naruto sneered at Kakashi. He really couldn't get used to Kakashi. It was a genius, but he turned out to be 21 years old, and his strength was just a little bit, which was a waste of great talent. He's going to whip Kakashi so that this guy can stop looking at intimacy heaven. Guys who don't work hard should smoke. You kid, did you say that to the teacher? Why can't I say it? Forget it, I won't need you to teach me in the future. If you want to come, you can only do that. Kakashi was shaking with anger, but he was speechless. He really had nothing to say. After all, after Uchiha Obito's death, Nohara-rin's death followed. Before he could recover, his teacher Namikaze Minato was killed in the Nine Tails Rebellion. With one after another blow, Kakashi has been confused all these years. Not to mention that the strength has improved, and if the strength is not allowed to go backwards, it is already Amitabha. But during the time he was in contact with Naruto, he was really angry, but his whole person's spirit and energy returned, and even the intimacy in heaven became less visible. It's time for today's task. It's another small task of catching cats and weeding? It's boring. It's boring, you have to do it too. This is Chunnin's exclusive task, don't exercise much, go to the battlefield. Kakashi looked at Naruto who was half smiling and stopped talking. If this monster goes to the battlefield, the person who should be afraid will probably be someone else. These simple tasks in Konoha village really don't give Naruto much exercise. Forget it, just do the task. Suddenly there was a clone next to Naruto, and the clone was equally lazy, with a look of disgust. Naruto, you are using the clone to do the task again, this is cheating. What cheating? Ninjas learn ninjutsu in order to cheat with ninjutsu. Clone technique is also one of ninjutsu. Naruto persevered. Kakashi found that he really couldn't speak Naruto, so he could only take Naruto's clone to do the task. Of course, he is also a clone. Kakashi's body is hiding in a training ground somewhere, training his ninjutsu desperately. Naruto's evil spirit completely stimulated him. As a teacher, if you are not as good as a disciple, your face is really ugly. As a former genius, Kakashi also has a competitive spirit. He usually looks lazy. That's because other ninjas in Konoha village are like that. Even if he is lazy and sinks, his strength is still first class, and he doesn't need to work hard at all. But Naruto's strength improved too fast. Kakashi vaguely felt that if he really fought, he might not be Naruto's opponent. It is precisely because of this feeling that Kakashi was not confident enough to speak in front of Naruto, and could not act like a teacher. So, he started training like crazy. Lord Hokage, I think it's time for Naruto to leave the village and perform a real ninja mission. On this day, Kakashi came to Hokage's office after training and gave his opinion. Continuing to stay in Konoha, he really had nothing to teach Naruto, so he simply took him to do tasks, various details in the tasks, various small experiences. Kakashi was still full of confidence, and felt that he could teach Naruto a lesson. Kakashi, tell the truth, Naruto's strength is really enough to go out on a mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a while, then asked seriously. Any normal ninja will do. But Naruto is the strategic force of Konoha village, 9 tails Jinchuriki, and it is impossible to let people out casually. Naruto's strength, even the top elite Chunnin, is no longer his opponent. Going out of the village to do the task, there is no big problem. Kakashi bowed his head, but in his words, Naruto's strength was greatly reduced. He won't tell the truth, Naruto's strength, even elite Jonin, may not be Naruto's opponent. On the surface, Kakashi is still a trusted subordinate of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but deep down, Kakashi no longer believes in Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although the report is still routine, the authenticity of the report content is more or less mixed. Not only Kakashi, but the whole Konoha, countless ninjas have such signs of yin and yang. If it weren't for the peacetime right now, I'm afraid Konoha would have completely fallen apart. When people are scattered, the team will really be scattered. Chapter 61. Shisui, after a while, I will leave Konoha and travel around the world of ninja. When that time comes, you will be in charge of the town's affairs. Take care of the Uchiha clan so they don't be so violent. The learning that should be done, they must also be forced to learn. Even if you are a ninja, you have to be a knowledgeable ninja. You can't just kill people. Naruto told Uchiha Shisui. Kakashi has already reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen that he will be taken away from the village to perform a ninja mission in the next 2 days, so he must arrange things in the Red Sun town before he can leave with confidence. The Uchiha family has joined the Red Sun society as a whole. Uchiha Fugaku stepped down as the patriarch. The new Uchiha chief is Uchiha Shisui. As the new chief of Uchiha and the elder of the Red Sun Society, Shisui did not have much difficulty in controlling the Uchiha clan. The only thing to worry about is that there are many ninjas in the clan, and if they stay in the small town doing nothing, there will definitely be problems over time. Naruto must find work for Uchiha's ninjas. During this time, the Uchiha people were training frantically, because their eyes were reddened by Naruto's words, "You are too weak. Shisui, get everyone together, and I'll give them another lesson, a theoretical lesson on unifying minds." Soon, the people in the town gathered on the square in the center of the town. They were all talking and looking excited. Because, the president of the Red Sun Society, Kira, is going to teach them a lesson, which is a new thing. For a long time, Naruto only taught the orphans in the town. As for the adults, he arranged things, and then he was in a state of stalking, and he didn't pay much attention to it. Now, it is the first time that Naruto has officially got together with everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Kira, the president of the Red Sun Society. I'm very happy to meet you, chat, and tell you what's in my heart. Everyone is from all parts of the ninja world, people from the country of fire, people from the country of wind, people from the country of water, people from the country of thunder, and people from the country of earth, of course, and members from other small countries. There is a big ninja world outside, then, our Red Sun town is a small ninja world. In the ninja world, peace is an enduring topic. Naruto spoke eloquently, his voice calm, but with an air of gentleness that one could not help listening to. Even the ninjas of Uchiha calmed down and listened carefully. In the ninja world, there are countless wars for peace. Why did first Hokage and Uchiha Madara abandon the long-term hatred between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan and jointly form Konoha village? For the sake of peace in the ninja world. Yes, for the sake of peace, family feuds can be put down, personal grievances can be put down, and everything can be put down. Because everyone hopes that their children can learn in the classroom and laugh on the street, instead of always in a kind of the precarious state is not to let children go to the battlefield at the age of 4 or 5 and become cannon fodder for the war. First Hokage and Uchiha Madara succeeded, Konoha village was established, and 5 ninja villages were established one after another. The system of one country and one village has reduced many disputes in the ninja world, and the common people have gained a little respite. But they also failed. The first ninja war, the second ninja war, and the third ninja war happened one after another. Even if these wars were not counted, the infiltration of spies between countries and the friction and killing in private continued to happen. Naruto's voice gradually became serious and muffled. He explained the various origins of the 3 ninja wars, some from the history books in the library, some from the 8 trigrams information obtained from the mouth of the ninja. Although they are not complete, they can be combined to form a logic closed loop. There are also small countries interspersed between major powers and become the battlefield of major power wars. That kind of tragic scene that is called the sky should not be called, and the earth is not working, makes people shudder. Suffering inevitably breeds hatred. Hatred, which leads to conflict. Conflict turns into war. A perfect chain is formed. The chain of hatred is the superficial source of the war in the ninja world, and disputes over interests are the most fundamental cause of the war in the ninja world. First Hokage took the first step and brought together countless ninja families. Within a village, the ninjas can maintain the most basic harmony and live in unison with the outside world. This is a big feat, but it's not enough. Because outside the village, there is the village, and outside the country, there is the country. As long as there are differences between each other, there will definitely be conflicts of interest, war is inevitable, and peace will never come. So, I established the Red Sun Society, and my biggest wish is to unify the ninja world. Why unify the ninja world? Because only when they are unified under one name and fight with each other, can there be a formal stage for communication and negotiation. Everyone can sit on the stage, talk about each other's ideas, exchange opinions, understand each other's positions, and reach a consensus. And it's not that they don't understand each other, they just follow their own ideas, and countless conflicts are derived. In a village, the major families can live in harmony. Similarly, the unified ninja world, all forces can sit down and have a good conversation and reduce disputes. Open and honest exchanges are always more peaceful than private intrigues, it is easier to understand each other, there will be less friction, and peace is obvious. So, unifying the ninja world is the real way to achieve peace, and this is also the biggest goal of our Red Sun Society. Everyone came to the Red Sun town for various reasons. They were destitute, frustrated, living on the streets, and experienced all kinds of suffering in the world. Everyone would have anger, hatred, and resentment. It doesn't matter. But everyone needs to understand that all these negative emotions are not good for our life, face it, get over it, face it with a positive attitude, and move forward. The red sun is rising, and its path is bright. On this bright and open avenue, everyone will find that there is absolutely no match for us in front of us. Naruto stretched out his hand and grabbed it, as if he was holding the entire ninja world in his hand. The resolute will exuded from him, the domineering and majestic aura, and the strong confidence in the future in his words made everyone convinced. Red Sun Town was silent for a moment, and then, applause and cheers resounded through the sky. People in the ninja world are just that simple. A bright description of the picture can make people forget their lives and die, and go on and on. Chapter 62. Isn't that the demon fox kid? Why did he wear the Jonin's forehead protector? Don't you know? This kid has applied for early graduation and has graduated from ninja school and has become a genin. Didn't he just enter school this year? He graduated early. Hey, doesn't that mean that this kid is a genius? I heard that his instructor is that Kakashi. 2 genius ninjas mixed together, maybe that fox kid can really become a great ninja. By the way, what's the name of that demon fox kid? I forgot his name. It's called Vortex Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto? I remember the name. Naruto was strutting down the street with his backpack on his back, his head held high and proud. The eyes of the surrounding villagers changed, and Naruto's extremely shocked expression made Naruto feel extremely refreshed, like eating popsicles in winter. Oh, that fresh. Yes, that's how it should be. At first you ignored me, but I will let you down from now on. Naruto has probably played Kira for a long time, and when he returns to his original appearance, his personality will change significantly, and he will become more naive and escape. And when Kira is, he's majestic, steady, hacky. Today's Naruto, recalling the time when he was beaten, scolded, and ignored by the villagers when he was 3 years old, raised his head even higher. At this time, he was sure of one thing. When you have nothing, are down, depressed, and miserable to the extreme, the people around you will not sympathize with you, but will only come over, step on one more foot, and step you into the mud. When you become powerful, famous, and bright, flowers and applause will follow, and people around you will surround you, smiling and holding you flatteringly. The world is like this, there is no way out. Sure enough, being a better self is the best weapon against them. The corners of Naruto's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help whistling. Today, he is tall, mighty, and powerful. His master has a powerful force. There is still Bai Fumei's future daughter-in-law waiting for him to return in the village. Neighborhood Konoha village residents, not worth mentioning. Their love, hatred, what's the point? Naruto, how come you've been dawdling? You've already agreed to meet at 8 o'clock, why are you here until now? Oh, I'm lost on the path of life. Kakashi couldn't help choking. This excuse was clearly his favorite for being late. This abominable yellow-haired boy really doesn't deal with him, so he likes to use various means to complain about him, anger him, and make his teeth itch with hatred. Leaving Konoha village and walking down the wide avenue, Naruto couldn't help taking a deep breath. Free air is so fresh. Although he has been wandering in the ninja world as Kira for a long time, it is the first time that he can leave Konoha village as Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and gave Naruto a deep look. It seems that his student is not as simple as it seems. Big guy. Uzumaki Naruto left Konoha? There is only one Hokage Kakashi around. Keep an eye on them and record their route. Nine Tails Jinchuriki? When I find a way to control Nine Tails, it's time to take action. Red Sun Society Kira, and Hiruzen, you will regret it. I will prove that only I, Shimura Danzo, is Konoha's real Hokage, who can truly lead Konoha to glory and the pinnacle. In a base, Shimura Danzo muttered to himself, the light in his eyes flickered uncertainly, revealing infinite madness. Cunning Rabbit 3 Caves. Even if he left Konoha, he also had his own secret base, the Root Ninja, and he also took part of it away. Others were arranged by him in Konoha to act as eyes and ears. Nine Tails Jinchuriki has left the village? This is good news. I wonder if the leader will like it. With red clouds and black robes, Orochimaru walked in the dark cave, looked at the information in his hand, and sneered, with a strange and unpredictable smile on his pale face. This is information from Danzo. Orochimaru is laughing. Danzo. An idiot with no self-knowledge. All my life I have been saying that I love Konoha, and I am loyal to Konoha, but in the end, I betray all kinds of information about Konoha. What I do is always different from what I say, and I don't know how Danzo keeps this schizophrenic state alive. Down. It's really fun. Nine Tails Jinchuriki left Konoha village. Nine Tails Jinchuriki entered the ninja world to perform a mission. Nine Tails Jinchuriki on a mission with Jonin Hokage Kakashi. The information was being passed on. Except for Konoha village, the other 4 ninja villages received the same information by coincidence. Go, trace Hokage Kakashi's whereabouts and find out where they go. This matter has nothing to do with me, Mist Shinobi is not suitable for anything at this time. For the time being, don't hold back, but pay close attention to relevant information. Those barbarians in Cloud Shinobi should be unable to hold back. After all, they suffered a big loss in Konoha a few years ago. Don't worry about it, we and Konoha are still allies. The major ninja villages have their own thoughts and actions, and the undercurrent is slowly surging. Naruto and Kakashi, bickering all the way, happily marched toward the mission goal. As for action against them? What is that? How many enemies come, isn't it all a slap thing? Chapter 63. A steep mountain with many trees. Naruto and Kakashi squatted on the tree, looking at the humble cottage below. Kakashi pulled out the intimacy paradise with a relaxed look on his face. Go, you can solve it alone. Of course I'll solve it by myself, do you still rely on your kidney deficiency? Naruto pouted and jumped down. The goal of his mission this time is to exterminate the bandits in this cottage. Who? Hello, everyone, I'm Uzumaki Naruto who is here today as a guest. Who is your boss? Come out to greet the guest, how come you don't understand politeness at all? Naruto swaggered and walked towards the gate of the cottage. His face was bright and sunny, as if he had really come to be a guest. Damn it, it's a ninja, Konoha Shinobi. The sentry saw the Konoha forehead protector on Naruto's forehead at a glance, and immediately shouted. Guest? Ghost letter. Just a kid, what are you afraid of? Bring me a bow and arrow, and I'll shoot him to death. The bow and arrow are here. Whoosh. Naruto turned his head to avoid the sharp arrow. Whoosh whoosh. Like a series of arrows, the dark arrows came from the sky like lightning. Naruto sighed, took a step left, took a step right, and the arrow fell in the air. These bandits can't test Naruto at all, they're too weak. Next time, take a higher level B-level mission. I just don't know how Naruto will deal with killing. Ninja, there's no blood, but it won't last long. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, watching Naruto's every move. This was Naruto's first sea-level mission, and it was a mission to kill people. Even if Naruto was strong, Kakashi was still worried. After all, Naruto was only 7 years old. That's how you greet the guests when they come to the door? I'm so rude. By the way, you all have hands and feet, so why should you be a bandit? What's wrong? Bandit is a job with no future. Not only will you be chased by ninjas, but you will also be spurned by others, and your family can't carry it. Get up. Don't you think it's pathetic? Why don't you abandon the darkness to the light? How about being a good person? Really stubborn. Naruto strolled in the rain of arrows, and Shishiren walked to the gate of the cottage. He stretched out his hand, and the door suddenly opened. The faces of the thieves in the cottage changed drastically, holding up swords and trembling all over, looking at Naruto as if looking at a demon. Hack him, this kid is a devil, he's thinking of ways to play with us. It's terrible. How can there be such a vicious ninja? He's playing with our hearts. I can't help it, I'm going to kill him. The bandit went completely crazy, brandishing his sword, and pounced on Naruto. Devil? I kindly give you a chance to repent, but you don't understand how to listen to people, do you? Naruto raised his eyebrows and his eyes suddenly turned cold. Fire style, great fireball technique. Putting his palms together, Naruto's mouth bulged, and he spat out fireballs the size of beads. 1 reward per person. The fireball landed on the bandit, and immediately expanded, covering the bandit's entire body. After a while, only a pile of ashes remained on the ground. Is the great fireball still useful? Kakashi was stunned, the intimacy heaven in his hand couldn't hold it and fell. He suddenly woke up and quickly caught it. Naruto gave him another big surprise. It actually modified the great fireball's display method, making the fireball condensed and smaller. This kind of great fireball has a faster casting speed and is more unpredictable. Compared with the original giant great fireball, it is obviously more suitable. After all, such a huge fireball can be seen through at a glance, and it is too convenient to dodge. Great fireball is known as the ninjutsu that does not kill, as you can imagine. Naruto, what are you doing? After clearing the thieves in the cottage, Naruto went shopping in the cottage. Kakashi was puzzled and asked. Of course, it's to pack up the spoils. I finally came out, and I can't come back empty-handed. This cottage should be left to the people behind to clean it up. We have task bounties. Kakashi's words made Naruto look at him with a foolish look. Are you stupid? This cottage was destroyed by us. Of course, we should clean up everything in it. Who would dare to snatch it from us? A famous person. I really don't know what it means to use our ninjas as tools. Naruto came out of the room with a suitcase, carefree. He opened the box in front of Kakashi. Inside were gold and silver jewelry, and stacks of banknotes. Everyone's task, half of you, half of me, is fair. Naruto divided the thing in two and put away half of himself with a smile, very satisfied. This is his private money, not a public account like the Red Sun Society. Kakashi looked at Naruto with a complicated expression, and felt that his disciple seemed a little rebellious, and he didn't seem to have any good words for the daimyo. You don't want? No, then I'll take it all. Who said I don't want it? Why do you carry so much money from a child's family? Otherwise, I'll keep it for you. Kakashi moved quickly, and put the things away in one fell swoop. He was still shy and wanted to put away Naruto's share. But Naruto gouged out his eyes. Let's go back to Konoha. Kakashi, pick a better quest next time, this kind of house-playing game, don't look for me again. All your time is wasted on the road. The two started bickering again while rushing on their way. When the two were gone, they disappeared. Inside the cottage, in a room, a new Naruto came out. He shook his body and turned into another person in a blink of an eye. This kind of garbage task, it is enough to do it alone. Also, hey, Kakashi must not know, I secretly hid half of the money. Walking in the ninja world, what's the most important thing? Of course it's money. Naruto laughed, swept out of the cottage, and went in the other direction. Chapter 64. Is Kirigakura across from it? Standing on the seashore, Naruto squinted his eyes and looked at the rippling blue ocean, his heart opened for a while. He wandered all the way, carefully observed the ninja world, especially the life of ordinary people, and examined the world from another angle. He had read Konoha's history books. The Sengoku era, the era of one village and one country, the war of the ninja world, all kinds of history. After all, there are only ninja stories in all the history books, except for ninjas, it seems that the gods are hidden. As the most common people in the ninja world, it seems that they only appear when they are needed, and they are pitiful. Naruto was even in a trance, and several ninja wars actually happened between ninjas. The worst one who entered the front line was Chunnin. It's just ridiculous. The ordinary people with the largest number are not used, and the ninjas fight alone, and those who preside over the war have their brains kicked by a donkey. To unify the ninja world, this huge number of civilians must be used. Therefore, Naruto pays special attention to the lives of ordinary people. Before he knew it, he came to the sea. Looking across the sea, Naruto knew that that was Kirigakuru's territory. His mind moved, as if something urged him to look over. Boom! Naruto instantly soared into the sky and swept into the sky. Wind style, great breakthrough. Before the castration was over, a strong cyclone erupted from under Naruto's feet again, giving him another thrust to fly forward with extreme speed. The whirlwind whistled. Naruto is like a big bird, flying across the sky, freely and freely. Freedom, that's what it tastes like. Ha 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 ha. In the sea, on the boats, the fishermen raised their heads, stunned. Have you heard that someone is laughing in the sky? You didn't hear it wrong, did you? No, I heard that too. Hey, I'm afraid that Lord Poseidon is out to cruise the world. Hurry up and kneel down. By Lord Poseidon, let him bless the old man. We go out to sea with calm and peaceful waves. On the sea, there are pious old fishermen everywhere on their knees, praying sincerely. The young people followed suspiciously, but their hearts were filled with awe. Naruto crossed the sea in a short time and entered the territory of Kirigakure. He spotted a misty valley and fell from the sky. Through the fog, into the valley. Naruto was sitting on a rock, his whole body seemed to melt into the mist, and he couldn't feel his breath at all. Kirigakure, valley, mist. Ah, so it's here. Isn't the 3 ninja wars over long ago? It's been so many years. Could it be that the matter has not been resolved until now? Naruto thought to himself, waiting quietly. He came to Kirigakure and chose this valley as a base purely on his own intuition. Intuition told him that he should come down and take a look, and he came down. Whoosh whoosh. One after another silhouettes flew over, landed on the high ground on both sides of the valley, and lurked silently. Naruto was right in front of their eyes, but they didn't see it, as if it were air. It really is this ambush. Why are these seniors of Shinobi village so confused? I don't know what it is. Naruto narrowed his eyes, thoughts flashing through his mind. He suddenly thought, Konoha village's 3rd Hokage doesn't seem to be such a bad guy, because compared to 3rd generation, other high-level Shinobi villages don't seem to be much better, they are all idiots full of brain water. Just as Naruto was thinking, a figure came quietly in the fog in the distance. The person who came was wearing a black shirt with a halter top and a white belt around his waist. Under the Sand Shinobi forehead protector, he had a very beautiful face. His Royal Highness Yakang of Scorch style, I'm here to greet you. It's an honor to meet you. Because the fog is too heavy here, you need someone to lead the way. On the other side of the fog, a mist shinobi ninja came, and he greeted him with a smile, very kind. Yakang paused, the alert that he had just raised was dampened by the gentle smile of the visitor. Thanks for your hard work. But it's just a valley, so I shouldn't get lost. That's what he said. Yakang's words made Mist Shinobi look embarrassed. Please this way. Yakang nodded lightly and continued forward. Just 2 steps away, her face suddenly changed drastically, she felt a chill behind her, and a sharp kunai stabbed her vest. What are you doing? Yakang was shocked and turned his head slowly. The pain of the comrades who died at the hands of Sand Shinobi, let's taste it. The Mist Shinobi ninja, with a grim face, yanked Kyu out, and with a swish he exited the distance. Yakang stumbled. Before she could return to her senses, on both sides of the valley, the shuriken of kunai poured down from the sky, like a violent storm. In the blink of an eye, Yakang was nailed to the ground full of holes, with blood gushing out, and it was extremely tragic. Don't make a mistake, don't think that this will eliminate the resentment of our village, sacrificing you, it's just to calm us down. Sand Shinobi's group of guys who think you are cannon fodder must also think so. The Mist Shinobi ninja looked down at Yakang condescendingly, with indescribable pleasure on his face, and a bright smile. Oh, they're all idiots. A voice suddenly sounded. In a trance, Yakang felt that someone appeared beside her. She was refreshed and opened her eyes slightly. In the blur, she saw only a pair of deep eyes. Come on, drink this. Chapter 65. A stream of fluid was poured down the throat. Yakang only felt a warm current spread from her throat and spread throughout her body. Her weakened body was replenished and she became strong again, making her consciousness return again. Tisk tisk tisk, I've been turned into a hedgehog, Mist Shinobi is really cruel. Naruto shook his head again, and pulled out the kunai shuriken. But when these weapons were pulled out, the wounds on Yakang's body healed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, they were as good as before. Except for the dripping blood, there was no trace of the wounds. Damn, who the hell are you? When he saw Yakang stood up again, his face was frosty and murderous. The Mist Shinobi ninja couldn't help but staggered back a few steps, his expression full of horror. With that kind of injury, anyone who comes here will die. But Yakang just drank a bottle of something, and immediately became alive, just like a dream. I saved you. Naruto ignored the Mist Shinobi ninja at all, just stared at Yakang and spoke indifferently. Yakang nodded silently, looked at Naruto seriously, and when she saw the dark armor on Naruto's body, she seemed to have thought of something, and her pupils shrank slightly. Tsunagakure, you can't go back. Naruto's words made Yakang's eyes dim, and he was also speechless. She almost died. Before she died, missed Shinobi's ninja's words, as well as the various actions of the Tsunagakure executives. Yakang thought through it for a moment. She was betrayed by the executives, and she couldn't go back to the village. You will follow me from now on. Yakang nodded. Now that she has nowhere to go, it is not difficult for her to follow her savior. Damn, UBD. The missed Shinobi ninja was ignored by Naruto, couldn't help getting angry, and even rushed towards Naruto. Boom. Naruto just waved his hand, and the ninja flew out, smashed against the rock, and collapsed into a ball. Follow me. Naruto spoke to Yakang, and he took the lead to walk out of the valley. Be careful. On both sides of the valley, the hidden weapons in the sky were shot down again. Yakang exclaimed. Kyo was in his hand in an instant, and he was about to take action to resist. But he saw Naruto wave his hand again, punching in the void. Humming sound. The shuriken that filled the sky, turned into powder, rustled down, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Let's go. Yakang kept his kunao and followed behind Naruto obediently, not seeing the slightest arrogance of Scorch-style Yakang. The missed shinobi ninjas on both sides of the valley were also shaken, their scalps tingling, and they did not dare to shoot easily. Quick, let the fourth Mizukage know that a powerful enemy is coming. 1. Who is this person? Tell Mizukage that this is the Red Sun, Kira. Swish swish. The missed shinobi ninjas were scattered, some followed Naruto and Hakura, while others rushed to Kirigakure to inform Mizukage. I came to Kirigakure on a whim, but I ran into you unexpectedly and saved you. But since everyone has come, it's not bad to stop by Kirigakure. Naruto chatted with Yakang as he walked. You can call me the president in the future. I am the president of the Red Sun Society, Kira, and in the future, you will be a member of the Red Sun Society. Naruto was very happy, and received another member of Admiral. The magpies were very happy today. Red Sun Society, President Kira. Yakang's mood was very complicated, but his actions followed step by step. Seeing Naruto's direction, it was Kirigakure, and she wanted to remind Naruto that it was Mist Shinobi's home base. It can be recalled the description of Kira of the Red Sun Society in the intelligence, but in the core area of the dignified Konoha village, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was intimidated, so that the other party had to bow his head and treat Shimura Danzo as a traitor. Thinking about it this way, it seems that Naruto's actions are not a big problem. Red Sun, Kira. Mizukage Yagura heard the name and couldn't help but lowered her head and groaned. Behind him, the man with the spiral mask shook, and a vortex appeared behind him, and he directly indented into the vortex. Kill him, beseech him with all your might, at any cost. 1. The masked man gritted his teeth and sent out his order. Citrus Yagura nodded lightly. He walked out of the Mizukage building, gave the order, and began to assemble the entire Mist Shinobi Masters. Mizukage-sama, who are you going to deal with, and have everyone come together? Red Sun Society, Kira. This person has come outside of Kirigakure, and also brought Tsunagakure's Scorch-style Yekura, who is not good. Kira of the Red Sun Society, is the Kira who forced Konoha Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to bow his head? This person is really not to be underestimated, but in our Mist Shinobi base camp, even if he is Zhang Qianglong, he must be honest it's real. Many of Mist Shinobi's master ninjas are proud, and they have never experienced it personally, and they are not convinced at all. Gaji Yagura led a group of masters and headed to the gate of Kirigakure in a mighty manner. No wonder it's called Kirigakure, it's really foggy everywhere. 1. Naruto looked around in amazement. In this environment, water-style ninjutsu is amazingly amplified, and it is not surprising that Kirigakure ninjas are good at water-style. It's too humid for my liking. Yakang said. She was born in Tsunagakure, the place where the sand is everywhere. Having become accustomed to the dry air, when I come to Kirigakure again, I am naturally uncomfortable with the ubiquitous wet and heavy air. Yo, is this battle coming to welcome us? It's really warm. Naruto stopped, a smile on his face. Yakang narrowed his eyes, his expression extremely solemn. Fourth Mizukage Yagura, leading almost the entire Kirigakure's elite, appeared in front of the two in a mighty manner. This kind of power is not a problem even in a ninja war, let alone dealing with only two people. Even if the strength is strong, the Scorch-style Yakang, known as the Sand Shinobi hero, can't help but be forced by Mist Shinobi's momentum, and his heartstrings are instantly tense to the extreme, as if he is facing a big enemy. Hi, everyone. Is this a welcome? Mist Shinobi's hospitality is so grand that I'm a little embarrassed. Naruto beckoned to Yagura, his voice full of relief and teasing. Kira of the Red Sun Society, what do you want to do when you come to our Kirigakure? Tangerine Yagura didn't make a big move as soon as he came up, but he looked cautious as a teenager. I didn't want to do anything, I just stopped by to see what Kirigakure looks like, and see the scenery. You Kirigakure don't let people travel? It's a pity. The scenery of Kirigakure is completely different from the scenery in other areas of the ninja world. It is very unique. If you open it for tourism, you can make a lot of money with just the ticket money. Naruto looked around the surroundings, tisk admiration, and then looked at the murderous ninjas of Kirigakure, and couldn't help shaking his head again and again. Zero ask for flowers. A group of embryos who only know how to fight and kill, talking to them about tourism development is like playing a piano to a cow. Tourism? What is that? This guy is babbling, I don't think he is pleasing to the eye, can I cut him? He seems to look down on us, which is really annoying. The Kirigakure ninja understood the meaning of Naruto's words and deeds, and his heart burst into anger, one by one being furious. Lightning style, thunderbolt. A petite figure came out first. Crackle. Suddenly, the sound of thunder exploded in the sky, and bright lightning, like a thunder dragon, broke through the sky in an instant and landed on Naruto's head. Naruto didn't notice, just tilted his head and looked at the figure rushing over. It was a petite girl with long brown-red hair, braids on both sides rising into the sky, and a fluffy bandage tied around her neck. She grinned, revealing sharp teeth, and her eyes were full of intense excitement. This is a ninja who pursues excitement, and you can guess from the fighting intent in her eyes. The girl was carrying a sharp knife, and the blade of the blade flashed with lightning, and the whole person was like a ball of thunder and lightning, violent and restless. 0, 0. Ding. Naruto stretched out his fingers and blocked the blade from the girl. Lightning style, thunder shock. The girl smiled strangely, and the violent thunder and lightning suddenly passed from the blade, forming a lightning cage with flickering rays of light, shrouding Naruto's whole body, and the amazingly powerful lightning strikes fell on Naruto's body. Are you tickling me? Naruto laughed, stretched out his finger, and with a ding sound, the girl could no longer hold the sharp knife, and the knife flew out and disappeared without a trace. Lightning style, 100 lightning strikes. The girl gritted her teeth, her hands quickly forming seals. The lightning style chakra gathered crazily, forming violent waves of thunder and lightning, which rushed towards Naruto one after another like a big wave. Boom! The sound of thunder was deafening, resounding through the entire Kirigakure, shocking to the extreme. Lingo's lightning style has become more and more superb. This trick is a 100-fold lightning strike created by her, and its power is comparable to S-rank ninjutsu. Even with 3 tails, she would not dare to take this trick. It's definitely dead. Legends are legends after all, and they can't be taken seriously. The guy that Ringo can deal with alone has sent us the whole village. It's a waste of everyone's time. The dazzling and bright lightning completely enveloped Naruto, and everyone could only narrow their eyes, unable to see what was happening in the lightning. A group of mist shinobi ninjas were discussing, and they all felt that the outcome was decided, and they were full of confidence in the girl Ringo Yuri. After all, this 13-year-old girl, but the new genius monster of Kirigakure, has amazing creativity on the way to lightning style, already has Chunnin fighting power at a young age, and is one of the 7 new ninja swordsmen. It's up to her to go out, just Kira, isn't it still easy to catch? The thunder light dissipated, and the scene was clear again. Everyone in Kirigakure was immediately speechless, stunned and speechless by the result. Ringo Yuri was pinched by Naruto's neck at this time and held in mid-air, like a chicken, showing his teeth and claws, but to no avail. She is too petite, 13 years old, and still like a 7 or 8-year-old child. Naruto shook his head, feeling like he was bullying a child, with an indescribable sense of guilt. Chapter 66. Let me go, BD, let me go. Ringo Yu roared Yuri, her hands were sealed, and she frantically released lightning style behind her. Lightning flashes and crackles. Naruto didn't notice, just continued to swing the girl like a pendulum. He was having a good time, moving faster and faster. However, Ringo Yuri was shaken so dizzy, and the whole person was shaken to the point of being paralyzed and unable to struggle anymore. Your Excellency Kira, please stop. Gaji Yagura shouted sharply, his expression full of anger. The other mist shinobi ninjas were also furious. Although Ringo Yuri has a violent temperament, her personality is simple. She is regarded as the mascot of the village by the ninjas of mist shinobi. Now I see Naruto playing with Ringo Yuri as a toy. It is tolerable, and it is unbearable. Water style, Hao Shui wrist technique. A white-haired youth instantly appeared beside Naruto, his arm swelled in a circle, his muscles bulged, and power was transmitted between them, and finally poured into his fist. The fist, carrying the unparalleled power, slammed heavily on Naruto's head. Naruto tilted his head and turned to look at the white-haired young man, with just this in his eyes, and the sarcasm was beyond the surface. Mist Shinobi, one of the 7 people who endure the 050 sword, the ghost lamp full moon. This timeline is really messed up. Naruto muttered in his heart, feeling that the sense of sight in front of him was getting heavier and heavier. In Kirigakure, many unfamiliar ninjas gave him a feeling of déjà vu. Ghost Lantern Menu's body was thrown out by the force of the shock. In mid-air, he turned his finger into a gun and aimed it at Naruto's head. Water style, water iron cannon technique. Liquid seeped from the fingertips, instantly turned into bullets, and with a bang, they shot on Naruto's head. Naruto didn't resist at all, just smiled and watched the other party's full-strength performance. Whether it is Ringo Yuri or Ghost Lantern Full Moon, in his opinion, they are all like children playing at home. They perform wonderfully, and he will applaud and applaud, that's all. There is not even a single white mark. The armor on his body is too hard. Ghost Lantern Menu was horrified. Full Moon, get out of the way. A loud shout came from behind. Ghost Lantern Menu's body instantly turned into a pool of clear water. A tall figure swept past, and the huge long knife slashed at Naruto's neck like lightning. When, after a loud noise, the long knife broke into 2 pieces and flew out. The tall figure was also kicked out by Naruto, like a rolling gourd. Same Hata, extend it. A fish head weapon covered with barbs suddenly stretched out. The fish head had a strong sense of freshness, its mouth was even more open, and it bit Naruto's shoulder. Watch me drain your chakra. The one who spoke was a burly man with long orange hair and a green Madara pattern on his face. His mouth was full of sharp teeth, his eyes were fierce and murderous. Click. The sword Same Hata let out a tragic cry, and his teeth were broken. What's more, it can't absorb any chakra. Suck a loneliness. Naruto's probing hand squeezed Same Hata, and with a click, the barb on Same Hata's body shattered instantly. Another scream. Naruto casually mentions that Same Hata and the green Madara man behind him are lifted up in midair, which is very funny. The green Madara man refused to let go of Same Hata, roaring in vain in midair. Naruto laughed, as usual. Boom. The man with the green Madara pattern was immediately smashed into the dirt, dazed. In the blink of an eye, a group of mist shinobi jonin were defeated. On one side, the shark-faced man who had been eager to try, and the reddish-brown curly-haired woman in a blue tube top dress all stopped subconsciously, stunned by the scene in front of him. On Naruto's other hand, Ringo Yuri saw all this and was stunned. Each of these people who shot is a well-known powerhouse in Kirigakure. One of the 7 new ninja swordsmen, the Ghost Lamp Full Moon. Mist Shinobi, one of the 7 new ninja swordsmen, will never cut the Peach Land again. There is also one of the 7 people who used to be ninja swordsmen, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Each of these people is Ringo Yuli's predecessors. Even if Ringo Yuli has a turbulent personality, he still maintains a sense of awe for these seniors, because of the strong strength of the other party. But these masters were as vulnerable in front of Naruto as children were in front of adults. It is simply beyond the scope of Ringo Yu's elephant. How can there be such a powerful existence in this world? Not only was Ringo Yuri shocked, but even Mizukage Yagura squinted his eyes, his expression extremely solemn. He is now finally convinced that the information that the Red Sun Society Kira overwhelmed the entire Konoha and forced the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to bow down is absolutely true. They Kirigakure, compared to Konoha village, are slightly inferior. They really want to fight. Are you dead? Kill him, besiege him with all his strength, and do whatever it takes. A nightmare-like voice sounded in his mind, making Yagura's eyes slowly turn red. Although he is controlled by Mangekyo Sharinon, Yagura can still maintain his original mind. He can consider the pros and cons, and choose what is more beneficial to himself and Kirigakure. But now, his mind is slowly lost, and only that order is left in his mind, which echoes over and over again. All shot, besiege this person. Gaji Orange Yagura's eyes were completely red, and there was a ruthless command from his mouth. Kill. With Mizukage's order, the Mist Shinobi ninja suddenly became murderous, unable to hold back any longer. They shot one after another, and all kinds of attacks poured out towards Naruto. Under the ruthless elimination in the blood mist, Mist Shinobi ninjas can usually maintain a little warmth and friendship with each other. Once the order is given, they will become ruthless slaughterers, and even no longer care about Ringo Yuri's life and death, just to complete the task. Mizukage-sama. The woman in the blue dress opened her mouth and wanted to stop her, but she remained silent in the end. Ringo Yuli looked at the ninjutsu equipment flying in the sky, and those attacks even shrouded her. She couldn't help but closed her eyes, knowing that she had been given up by Kirigakure. Then, the next moment, Ringo Yuli felt that as soon as his body became lighter, he fell into the hands of another person. She opened her eyes and saw that she had left the battlefield and fell into the hands of Yakang of Scorch style. In front, Naruto faced the overwhelming attack by himself, calmly to the extreme, and even had time to carry a hand behind his back. Boom. One punch. Naruto didn't even use too much force. The space in front was shaking, and all the attacks of the Mist Shinobi ninjas were shattered into shapeless pieces. Even the sturdy ninja Kunao also shattered and turned into ashes. Damn man! The shark's face swept into the air, and his hands were imprinted. Water style, Great Falls Rush. The big waves raged down and turned the earth into a swamp. Water style, Water Dragon Bomb. Water style, Big Water Iron Cannon Technique. Thousands of needles. Water style, Water Tooth Bomb Dash. One person creates a suitable environment, and other ninjas use water style one after another, and the power is obviously improved more than one step. 0. Boom. Naruto has disappeared. All ninjutsu was in vain, only the earth was blown up with potholes. Kisame, be careful. Shark face Hoshigaki Kisame was shocked when he heard this, but felt a kick in his waist. The whole person bent into a semicircle, and flew out with a bang. his blood surging, and he couldn't stop spurting blood. Opening his mouth to remind Hokage Kisame that it was the full moon of the ghost lamp, he suddenly shuddered and felt an ominous premonition. Water style, hydration technique. In an instant, ghost lantern menu turned into clear water, and although he was still in human form, he could see ripples on his body. A big hand descended from the sky and slapped the head of the ghost lamp full moon. Physical attack, but can't hurt me one. The ghost lamp full moon is proud of its strange and unpredictable ninjutsu, and its life-saving function is excellent. The next moment, his face changed drastically, and his eyes almost popped out. That hand didn't stop at all, just pressed down. The air seems to be compressed into a piece of paper, and the hydrated body of the ghost lamp full moon is even more flattened, clinging to the ground, and its face is distorted. The air suddenly exploded. That kind of crazy shock force made Ghost Deng Menu tremble all over his body, making his bones brittle. Rumble. When Naruto retracted his palm, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. At the bottom of the pit, the ghost lamp full moon appeared, and the whole person was paralyzed and could no longer move. Call. The broadsword Samehada slashed towards Naruto, the majestic chakra wrapped around Samehada, making it even more excited. The barbs on the body continued to spread, the dim light flickered, and the sharp breath became more intense. Naruto smiled slightly, stretched out his palm, grabbed Samehada, and squeezed it again. Crackling. The barbs were broken one after another. Samehada let out a tragic scream, and when Naruto looked again, his eyes were full of fear. This is the boss, really can't mess with it. Samehada's subconscious is deeply branded with this, and it has become a psychological shadow for a lifetime. Come on. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost in charge of Samehada couldn't stop flying towards Naruto. At this time, even if he wanted to let go of Samehada in 1.9 and run for his life, he couldn't do it. Too fast. He couldn't react at all. He could only watch helplessly as Naruto stretched out his palm, pressed it on his head, lifted his whole body, and threw it on the ground. Boom. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost rolled his eyes and fainted. Hateful. Dadaizabu took a half dagger and threw himself towards Naruto with a ferocious look on his face. Naruto did the same, reaching out and grabbing the broadsword. Click. The big knife shattered inch by inch, and Naruto's palm continued to move forward until he grabbed the peach ground and no longer chopped his head, which was consistent. Boom. Missed Shinobi, a ghost, passed out in a coma. Naruto will not cut and kick to the side, facing the last opponent with a smile. Lava style, monster melting technique. Terumi Mei, the woman in the blue skirt, quickly formed a seal, and spewed orange-red viscous and corrosive acid from her mouth, pouring down on Naruto like a torrential rain. Naruto waved his arm and smashed into the void. Boom. All the acid liquid was instantly shaken into powder, and even the chakra inside was shaken into particles and dissipated without a trace. There are other attacks, even if they are used, let me see and see. Naruto looked around, a hint of teasing in his voice. Chapter 67. Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded. Even Yakang, who followed Naruto, widened his eyes and his scalp was numb from the shock. She has met many of these mist shinobi ninjas on the battlefield before, and each of them is extremely difficult. Even if she has the scorch style, she has no certainty of victory. But such a powerful ninja, in front of Naruto, it is not an exaggeration to say that he can cut vegetables and melons, and he is simply vulnerable. Just like Chunnin faces ordinary people, the overwhelming disparity can be seen at a glance. Terumi Mei also saw the gap between the two sides. She hesitated, not sure if she should continue. She has a double bloodline limit, lava style and boil style, and her strength is second to none in Kirigakuer. Although she doesn't usually show it on her face, her pride in her heart has always been very high. Right now, Naruto shattered her pride with just one punch. Go back. Citrus Yagura spoke up. Terumi Mei let out a sigh of relief, and hurriedly dragged the watermelon mountain puffer ghost away. The other mist shinobi ninjas also carried the comatose ghost lantern full moon, Mamakai and Hokage Kisame, who retreated one by one, leaving an extremely empty battlefield. Their Mizukage-sama is about to take action. As Jinchuriki of the Three Tails Isofo, Yagura, who perfectly controls Isofo's ability, can be called the perfect Jinchuriki, whose strength surpasses the entire Kirigakuer. Mizukage-sama's shot, this time should be able to suppress that damn Kira. The other party is too strong. Lord Kisame, Lord Menu, Lord Tsukishin, and Lord Zaibuzan, Lord Terumi may join forces, they are not the opponent's opponent. Can Lord Mizukage really defeat the other side? How did you talk? How can you grow others' ambition and destroy your own prestige? Mizukage-sama is invincible, and you can defeat your opponent 30 times, that's not a problem at all. Yes, Lord Mizukage is invincible and mighty. The mist shinobi ninja on the side tried to cheer Yagura on, but his voice was somewhat weak. In the bottom of their hearts, they are really uneasy, and their confidence is seriously lacking. The fighting power that Naruto showed was too strong. Yagura stared at Naruto coldly, her eyes getting redder. He slowly pulled out the hook-shaped black stick on his back, and the green flowers on the stick looked extraordinarily bizarre. Call. In an instant, Yagura appeared beside Naruto, and the hook at the front of the stick suddenly hooked to Naruto's vest. The momentum was so strong that the air made a piercing whistling sound. Ding! Naruto held out a finger and blocked the move. Amidst the clanging noises, Yagura's attack was astonishingly fast like a violent storm. Ordinary people can only see the sparks splashing on the battlefield, and they can't see the movements of the two sides at all, and they are only dazzled. Yagura stepped back abruptly, the black stick was inserted behind him, and the seal quickly formed in midair. Water style, water mirror technique. A huge water mirror appeared out of nowhere, and the mirror reflected on Naruto. A strange thing happened, a man in jet black armor came out of the water mirror, exactly like Naruto. Come on, this is Mizukage-sama's unique trick. Through the water mirror, you can reflect people who are exactly the same as their opponents, and their strength is also average. This time, the opponent will definitely be numb. That's great. As expected of Mr. Mizukage, it's amazing. Red Sun Society Kira, your time of death has come. Seeing this scene, the Mist Shinobi ninja couldn't help but cheer up. Ching, what's the matter? You look so ugly. Everyone was cheering, only one ninja in azure clothes wearing a black blindfold was silent, and his expression was even more gloomy. Terumi Mei asked in a low voice. That Kira, I can't see the chakra on him. Mizukage-sama's water mirror technique can't reflect the other's chakra. Ching spoke in a low voice, her tone extremely heavy. Terumi Mei understood instantly. If the water mirror technique can't reflect the opponent's chakra, it will only be an empty shell, which is not useful. Boom! Just when the cheers of Mist Shinobi's ninja reached the highest level, the person reflected by the water mirror technique was shattered by Naruto's finger, effortlessly. The cheers came to an abrupt end. The Mist Shinobi ninja obviously couldn't accept this scene, and fell down from heaven to hell one by one. Citrus Yagura is also unable to accept this ending. He roared, and a grey tail covered with thorns suddenly sprang out from behind him. His speed was more than twice as fast as before. The black light circled around Naruto like lion majesty, and every now and then lightning pierced out like lion majesty poking his mouth. Naruto is still leisurely, parrying at will, and the situation has not changed. He was watching the opponent's tail beastization phenomenon. After all, he also has a 9 tails, 3 tails Isopho's changes hidden in his body, which can be used as a reference for him. This idiot, Isopho, even my uncle, I don't dare to fry my hair in front of this kid now, you 3 tails, you have eaten the guts of a bear's heart and a leopard, and you dare to fight this kid. Hehe, it's interesting to watch this lively event now. What happened to this kid is getting more and more interesting. Kurama was in the sealed room, gleefully laughing. Having seen the changes in Naruto for more than 4 years, Kurama has now completely given up the idea of escaping from Naruto. It is afraid. Because of being in Naruto's body, Kurama is the one who understands Naruto's body changes best in the world. That majestic chakra is many times stronger than 9 tails. Even more terrifying, the strength of Naruto's body had reached the point where Kurama could not perceive it. It suspected that even if it hit Naruto with a 9 tails tailed beast bomb, it wouldn't be able to break Naruto's skin. So, Kurama became honest and stopped tossing. It was determined to wait for decades, and to think about freedom after Naruto died of old age. Now, seeing the familiar Isopho over his own strength and wanting to do something to Naruto, Kurama couldn't help laughing, not to mention how happy he was. These melon eaters are happy. Citrus Yagura withdrew again. All the attacks were ineffective, which made him manic to the extreme. In an instant, a dark red aura gushed out from him frantically, 3 dark red tails swayed behind him, and the whole person was like a monster, exuding aura, full of rage and ominousness. Mizukage-sama turned into a half-tailed beast. My god, this is the first time I've seen Mizukage-sama in this form. 1. Is that the tailed beast bomb? Such a violent chakra, fortunately, it is not facing the village, otherwise, it will blow up most of the village with one shot. Yagura crawls on the ground like a beast. He looked up, there was chakra gathering in his mouth, and he spun very fast, forming a dark purple chakra ball. Boom! Tailed beast bomb blasted out at extreme speed. Naruto stretched out his palm and grabbed the tailed beast bomb in his palm. Tailed beast bomb? That's all. Naruto squeezed suddenly. There was a muffled sound, and from between his fingers, a violent wind rolled up and spread in all directions. Everyone was stunned by this scene, and their eyeballs fell to the ground. Freehand-tailed beast bomb? They had never heard of such a thing. Perhaps, the sage of 6 paths in mythology, can do this. Hateful! Yagura roared in anger. He rushed towards Naruto like a bolt of lightning. Coral palm! Snapped. The palms clashed with Naruto, and the two passed by. In an instant, dense coral formations emerged from the position where Naruto touched, and spread all over the body instantly, wrapping Naruto tightly. That's great, Mizukage-sama! The Mist Shinobi ninja were about to cheer, and the next moment, they had to swallow the cheers back in their stomachs, and they were very aggrieved. Because Naruto's body shook a little, the whole body of coral shattered to the ground, and he couldn't restrain him at all. Go on, let me see what kind of state it is to be completely tailed. Naruto said, looking curious. If it wasn't for watching the entire process of Jinchuriki's tail beast transformation, the battle would have ended long ago, rather than continuing. Yagura's eyes completely turned into a Sharingan state. He completely lost his mind. In the roar, a huge tortoise appeared in front of the crowd, 3 tails with thorns whizzed at 050 bar, waving around, pumping the air into a crackling sound. A huge head with spikes, big eyes with blood, like 2 red balls, is glaring at Naruto, which is full of tyranny and madness. The even larger and terrifying chakra swirls in the giant tortoise's mouth, forming the terrifying tailed beast bomb. This is different from the tailed beast bomb in the previous humanoid state. This is the real tailed beast bomb from 3 Tails Isofuji, a terrorist attack that can blow up several mountains with one shot. My god, what? Shoot this tailed beast bomb in there, and it's going to hit the village. Get out of the way, don't stand in the line of tailed beast bomb, do you want to die? It's miserable, how can things become like this? The mist shinobi ninjas were all shocked and fled in a hurry. They know too well the power of the tailed beast bomb. As long as you are on the route of tailed beast bomb, whether it is people or things, everything will be vanished and destroyed. It's not cute at all. Naruto sighed, and suddenly appeared in front of Isofuji, kicked it out, and kicked it on Isofuji's chin. Boom! The huge Isofuji, the whole body was lifted up, the mouth was also aimed at the sky, and with a hum, the tailed beast bomb was sprayed out. After a long time, there was a loud noise in the sky. The bright light is like a sun, shining in all directions, and there is a strong wind spreading, as if a typhoon suddenly came over the sea. Shadow. Isofuji smashed on the ground and became more irritable. It arched its entire body, turned itself into a huge wheel, and used its hard and thick shell to roll towards Naruto, trying to crush Naruto to death with its own weight. Forget it, I won't play with you. Naruto clenched his fists and punched. Boom. The unstoppable Jifu instantly changed from restless to still, paralyzed into a mass of hills, extremely strange. Its head has been broken in half, and it is terrible. Mist Shinobi Ninja, everyone was stunned, watching this scene quietly, their mood was extremely complicated. Chapter 68. This guy, really pervert. Ringo Yuli, who has always acted as an irritable girl, couldn't help shrinking her neck and muttered in a low voice. Other Mist Shinobi ninjas, such as Hoshigaki Kisame, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish, Terumi Mei and even 4th Mizukage Yagura, Ringo Yuri are just reverence, respect, such emotions. As for her fear? That is impossible. She is a genius of Mist Shinobi, she is not afraid of the sky or the earth, even Mizukage can't make her bow her head and be afraid. But now, in her heart, there finally appeared an existence that made her fearful. You're right, indeed pervert. Yakang echoed Ringo Yuri's words in a low voice. Naruto's performance is beyond her imagination time and time again, and it's almost terrifying. The dignified tailed beast actually lost a punch to Naruto? When did the tailed beast, which is the strategic weapon of the major ninja villages, become so weak and unpretentious? Hey, a bunch of idiots, this kid hasn't tried hard yet, you're all surprised. If this kid is serious at the end, won't you be so shocked that your eyes will fall out? Jifu, you guy has today, it's really pleasing to the eye, it's pleasing to the eye. Staying in the sealed space, Kurama clapped his hands and laughed, as happy as a tanuki with 9 tails. 3 tails gradually faded away, revealing the unconscious 4th Mizukage Yagura. Naruto looked down at Yagura, his eyes twinkling. Lord Kira, please let us go, Mizukage-sama, okay. Terumi Mei saw that Naruto was always beside Yutaki Yagura with a thoughtful look, so she couldn't help but said in a hurry. Oh? Can you be the Lord of Kirigakure? Naruto smiled. Terumi Mei was speechless and could not answer this question. This old man can be the master of Kirigakure. Sir Kira, if you have any request, just mention it. If you can agree, this old man will give you an answer right away. In the crowd, a shriveled bald old man stepped out, leaning on a snake-shaped wooden staff. Master Yuan! Master Yuan! Along the way, Mist Shinobi ninjas all respectfully saluted the bald old man, and even Terumi Mei bowed his head to show respect. I'll be blunt, I don't ask much. Number 1, I'm going to walk around in Kirigakure, see the scenery, appreciate the people, and I don't want anyone to disturb me. Master Yuan narrowed his eyes and felt a little relieved. It is not difficult to agree to this. Now this Red Sun Society Kira is just like the first Hokage Senjo Hashirama in the past and Uchiha Madara in the ninja world, sweeping the world and being invincible. Today's Kirigakure, even with all his strength, can't help the other party. He can only try his best to meet the other party's requirements and send this big guy out of Kirigakure as soon as possible. For a time, Master Yuan suddenly understood Konoha 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's psychology, and the description of the intelligence was really not false. Second, this little girl, come with me. Naruto pointed to Ringo Yuri with a firm tone. Ringo Yuri was stunned for a moment. She did not expect that she would actually become a bargaining chip. This. Master Yuan glanced at Ringo Yuri and hesitated. This is the genius ninja of their Kirigakure, let her go, no doubt a huge loss. But seeing Yagura's unmoving appearance, Master Yuan finally sighed and made a decision. Since Your Excellency Kira has so requested, I will agree to Your Excellency on behalf of Lord Mizukage. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. I only have these two requirements, since you agreed, everyone is good friends. As a friend, I might as well help you solve a little problem. Naruto suddenly disappeared, and in the blink of an eye he appeared beside a mist shinobi ninja. The mist shinobi ninja was stunned, and was grabbed by Naruto's neck in a blink of an eye. Lord Kira. Yuan Shi couldn't help but be in a hurry, thinking that Naruto was going to kill. But when Naruto shook his hand, the mist shinobi ninja distorted and turned into a pale humanoid monster. What is this? I thought he was a ninja in the village at first, but I didn't expect that this kind of thing changed. Hey, so there might be similar monsters in the village? Mist shinobi ninja was shocked to see this scene. Terumi Mei, the powerhouses, changed their expressions greatly, and they all wondered whether the same monsters would still exist in this village. They thought the village was weird at first, but now it just proved their idea. It's a ghost like you again, peeping every day, not knowing whether to live or die. Naruto frowned and shook his hand, shaking the white monster into powder. Hihuo, looking at a certain fall. A sudden punch. Boom. The entire Kirigakure seemed to be shaking, and ripples appeared in the space visible to the naked eye. In the ripples, a strange vortex appeared. The vortex was impacted by the ripples and tore apart abruptly, revealing the scene behind the vortex. In the desolate land, a man wearing a spiral mask was stunned, looking at Naruto. He wanted to cry without tears. Unexpectedly, they were separated by a space, and they were still discovered by Naruto. This Kamui space seems to be out of style. It's you again, isn't the lesson you learned in Konoha enough? Come to Kirigakure again to make waves and court death. Naruto raised his eyebrows and punched again. The vortex revolved extremely fast and wanted to disappear completely. Boom. After all, it was a bit slower, and under the ripples in the space, a force passed through the vortex. Boom. The entire barren space set off an extremely violent wind, and the man in the spiral mask was rolled up and thrown out, and smashed to the ground heavily, as if the whole person was about to fall apart. He vomited blood again, and the mask on his face shattered again. Damn, damn, damn. With endless curses and murmurs, the masked man passed out completely and was extremely miserable. Before he fell into a coma, he had sworn. As long as Naruto is there, he will never come close, he will run far away, and retreat. It's abominable. Too monstrous. Even the Kamui space can't isolate the opponent's attack. It seems that as long as he leaves a coordinate point in the outside world, Naruto can discover his existence, and he can directly tear the space apart with brute force, making him feel the pain. What should I do? Rin, the infinite Tsukuyomi plan seems to be failing. In the coma, tears suddenly rolled down the man's scarred face, and he didn't know what to think. In front of Kirigakure, the previous scene shocked everyone present. Not only were there people infiltrating their team pretending to be mist shinobi ninjas, but there were also people who hid and watched, and they didn't even notice. It's downright creepy. It's time and space ninjutsu, and it's hard to guard against. What happened in the village recently, could it have something to do with that person? Master Yagura's temperament has changed so much, is there any conspiracy behind it? Ghost Lantern Menu and Daize Buzan looked at each other thoughtfully. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost lowered his head, also thinking about something. Naruto clapped his hands, and Shiren walked over, very calm, as if he was not the one who ripped apart the space before. Hey, little girl, you will follow me from now on, you know. Naruto spoke to Ringo Yuri. Why? Ringo Yuri couldn't help but refute. Although she was a little afraid of the person in front of her, her stubborn nature still made her sharp teeth. In fact, her teeth are really sharp, shark-like. Ninjas, it is their duty to obey orders. The elders of your village have already agreed, do you want to go back? Naruto teased the little girl. Ringo Yuri was speechless, bowed his head, and made trouble. For her to leave the village where she grew up, after all, it is reluctance to part. However, she, who loves excitement by nature, doesn't have much intention of resisting following a strong man, so she just acquiesced. Yuan. We have to take a good look at your scene. Naruto had a haha with Master Yuan, and walked into Kirigakure with Yakang and Ringo Yuri swaggeringly, as if returning to his own home. Master Yuan. If the order goes on, you are not allowed to do anything. He will see what he wants to see. 1. But what? Keeping the village is the first priority of the village now, do you want Kirigakure to be destroyed? Master Yuan slammed a snake-shaped wooden stick, and a powerful momentum was released from the old body, which made the ninja around him couldn't help but dare not say anything more. Master Yuan, Lord Mizukage woke up, he asked us to gather elite jonin, and said there was something to announce. At this time, it's just this time to wake up. Master Yuan looked solemn and walked all the way into the Mizukage building. In addition to him, Terumi Mei, Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost, Hoshigaki Kisame, Dadaise Buzzy, Ghost Lantern Moon all gathered together, as well as other mist shinobi jonin, and everyone's faces were extremely ugly. After all, being beaten so badly that the whole village was forced to succumb and bow their heads, and that feeling is a fact that it is difficult for them to accept, of Lee's. But, had to accept it. The other party did not use any conspiracy and tricks, and directly crushed them with pure strength, and they lost nothing to say. What exactly is Mizukage-sama trying to announce? Do you still want to fight with that Kira? No, I haven't recovered yet, and I don't even have half of my strength. Master Mizukage will naturally weigh the pros and cons, and he will not do it again for the sake of the village. That's not necessarily the case, the latest Mizukage-sama looks very strange. Gaji Yagura came out, rubbing his head while still rubbing his head, with an uncomfortable expression on his face. It was obvious that Jifa was severely injured, which also affected him. Since everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point. I'm sorry, everyone, the things I've done and the orders I've given over the years have all been confused and brought disaster to the village. I'm very unqualified as a Mizukage. I'm here to apologize to everyone. Yagura bowed deeply towards the people present. KT. You don't need to say it. I know things are weird, but I still have to say that everything I do is under the control of others, not my original intention. I was controlled by a man wearing a spiral mask using Mangekyo Sharingan's illusion, and this control was not released until Isofa was knocked out. The words of the citrus orange Yagura are earth-shattering. The people present were all petrified, stunned. Chapter 69. What's the use of you doing these things? Ringo Yuri followed Naruto around Kirigakure, and her expression became more and more puzzled. She found that Naruto did not pay attention to Mist Shinobi's important strongholds and secret places, but communicated with the common people in the village. He was chatting and chatting, asking about the daily life of the villagers, food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Originally, Naruto's appearance in battle armor made the villagers feel intimidated. With Ringo Yuri, a genius ninja, following him, the villagers trembled and stuttered as if they were being interrogated. However, Naruto slowed down his tone, and there seemed to be a magical power in his voice, and slowly he let the villagers put down their guard and speak their hearts seriously. Life was very difficult, but at last there was still a bite to eat, barely able to live. If only there could be less fighting among ninjas. After the villagers said these words, they suddenly realized something, gave Ringo Yuri a fearful look, and refused to say any more. Naruto comforted the villagers with a few words before stopping to ask. Seeing the villagers leave room in amnesty, Ringo Yuri couldn't help but ask her doubts in her heart. Kirigakure, don't you care about the people in the village? Naruto asked back. Ringo Yuri was stopped by the question and could not answer. It seems that since she entered the ninja school and studied hard to become a ninja, she really did not have much contact with the villagers in the village, and she felt that the villagers were like the background board 050 of the ninja world. Usunagakure, is it the same? You only pay attention to the big and small things in the ninja world, and never care about the people under your rule. Naruto threw the question to Yakang. Yakang was also stunned. As the hero of Tsunagakure, all she cares about is Tsunagakure's major events, and at most she cares about the disciples around her. As for the common people? In the impression, it seems to be a glimpse of light, and it feels very light. I heard that your Kirigakure is called the place of blood fog. Many years ago, there was a case where a student killed all the students in that group, leaving him alone. Well, Mist Shinobi is no more. Chopping, it's this guy. Naruto opened his mouth. Ringo Yuri was silent, she was naturally aware of this matter, and Kirigakure was also in an uproar at the time, but in the end she suppressed the matter and left it alone. Have you ever thought that these students also have parents and relatives behind them? They will cry, they will also be angry, they will hate them, and they will run wild one day? This world sucks. The 5 great ninja villages seem to really treat ninjas as consumables, and they can kill unscrupulously, and they say that this is the fate of ninjas. It's really nonsense. Ninjas are human beings, too, and they have emotions and sorrows, and they don't want to be killed by their companions in the name of some kind of mission information. Well, what I'm saying is, you Mist Shinobi should also have similar ninjas, who specialize in scavengers and hunters. The existence of killing companions 1. I wonder how a scavenger who specializes in dirty things will feel when he kills his comrades? For the sake of the village, in order to keep information, for this and that, killing his comrades is a helpless thing. Or, he will think, this world is really sad, just like a fake, this kind of FG world, it's better to destroy it. Naruto walked slowly down the street, gushing out his thoughts. Ringo Yuri and Yakang silently followed behind, listening carefully. This was a statement they had never heard before, and it was extremely shocking, as if the world had been opened from another angle, which opened their eyes wide. In the corner, Hoshigaki Kisame with a shark face raised his head slightly, and there was an inexplicable feeling in his eyes. By the way, you Kirigakure are located overseas, and you don't have a relationship with the mainland. Why do you want to start a war and fight the big powers on the land to the death? Because of hatred? Because of profit? Or are you panicking in your spare time, and you won't feel comfortable if you don't fight a fight or kill the last group of people? Naruto suddenly changed the subject and asked about Ringo Yuri. And Yusu Nagakuer, logically speaking, your village's strength is always at the bottom of the 5 major countries, why do you want to start a war? I have always heard that the strong bully the weak, and I have never heard that the weak provoke the strong for no reason. He threw another question to Yakang. Ringo Yuli and Yakang were stunned when asked again. These questions, they really never thought about it. It should be to compete for the share of the task. If the strength is not enough and the reputation is weakened, there will be fewer people who come to the village to entrust the task, the village will become poor, and the ninja will have no task gold, Dab J. Ringoyu stammered the answer from Lee, which was the answer she came up with based on her own experience. Hey! After all, is it not because of lack of money? In the end, there is something wrong with this ninja system, and ninjas can only make money by entrusting tasks, which is ridiculous. Yukirigakuer won't send ninjas to do business, to be merchants? Circulation, trade, shipping, goods in and out, these things are all transactions that can make a lot of money. Ninjas with magical abilities are more convenient and profitable to do business. The money is also more, doing anything is more than taking the task in exchange for the task gold, and it comes faster. Why don't you do it? Why do you want to dive into this life and death ninja world, kill each other, and get blood dripping? So, there must be something wrong with this world. It needs to be changed, it needs to be changed. Naruto clapped his hands and came to a firm conclusion. Is something wrong with the world? Mizukage house, Yagura muttered to himself. Although they did not interfere with Naruto's group, their conversation was still recorded word for word and sent to Yagura. All mist shinobi powerhouses are gathered here, browsing the information sent. Hoshigaki Kisame was silent. These dialogue information was sent by him. Hearing these words at the time, he felt extremely shocked and his eyes widened. Red Sun, Kira. That person, like a beacon in the confused darkness, a lighthouse, let Hoshigaki Kisame see the way forward and let him rediscover the meaning of life. Behind every ninja, there are parents and relatives. Without turning his head, his eyes dimmed to the extreme. At the beginning, in order to change the policy in the blood mist, he used the most tragic means, killing all the students of the same class, shaking the entire Kirigakuer, and also promoting the reform of mist shinobi. Although it was changed back later, it was an achievement after all. But now that I look at it again, I am in a very bad mood. It's so stupid. A ninja does business, a businessman? How does his brain grow? Can such things come up? Terumi Mei's eyes lit up and he found the way forward to the village at once. Indeed, the ninja Baba pointed at the little task gold that was entrusted by the task. Once the task is less, the ninja will become impoverished, which is really absurd. Ninja, why can't you do things other than ninjas? Capable. So capable. It's all wise words, and it's deafening. 1. Pass my order, from today onwards, all policies in the blood mist will be reformed. Kirigakuer can no longer use ninjas as tools and consumables, and the means can no longer continue to be so cruel. On the face of the citron tangerine Yagura baby, there is a calm and calmness that does not match the appearance. After getting rid of Sharingan's control, he has made up his mind to atone for his past actions. Starting with these policies today, let Kirigakuer be reborn and reborn. G. Chapter 70. Lord Mizukage, Kira and his party have left the village. However, they are still in the land of water and have not left. It's good to know their whereabouts, and you don't need to approach them specially. Yagura waved the ninja back. He stood in front of the window, looking at Kirigakuer in the mist, with hope in his eyes. The policy has been discussed and reformed. In a short period of time, there is no obvious effect. However, the atmosphere in the village has become a lot more alive, and it is no longer as lifeless as before. The jonin in the village also became much gentler. Although controlled by Sharingan, Yagura knows everything that happened in the village during this time. He knew that many elite jonin couldn't hold back what he was doing, and they were waiting for a sudden explosion at some point to assassinate him. The tense atmosphere was getting stronger and stronger, and Yagura even guessed that if Kira of the Red Sun Society didn't show up, the assassination would be in these few days. But now, the tension is gone. Murder is also hidden. Are they looking at my performance? That's right, it's impossible for them to let go of the knots they've had for years. In the end, they have to see action before they can regain hope and bond with the village. Yagura clenched his fists. He still has a lot to do, so he can't waste time. If you don't cut it, will the action continue? Stop for now and see what's going on. 1. You still have hope for Mizukage-sama, don't you? When we overthrew the third Mizukage's rule together and vowed to reform the blood mist, the fourth Mizukage did a lot at the beginning, but later his temperament changed, and he continued the third Mizukage's policy. Now the truth is unraveled. As our former companions, we should give him some time. Mangekyo Sharingan, is that the Sharingan of the Uchiha family? Damn it, don't let me run into that masked man, how much power he has caused our Kirigakuer to lose over the years, it's a hell of a crime. I heard that Uchiha was exterminated. Hey, is this retribution? Kirigakure changes, silently. But the news that Kira of the Red Sun Society appeared in Kirigakure and had a big fight spread in a short time. The information is still on the way. Once the leaders of the major ninja villages get this news, they will be shocked, and their vigilance against Kira will definitely rise to a higher level. After all, the new ninja world myth, this weight, is enough to make people creepy. Doesn't it bother you to do this kind of thing every day? After walking in the land of water for a few days, Ringo Yuri finally lost her patience and was extremely irritable. Every day, Naruto will wander around the settlements of the people, watching the daily life of the people, chatting, talking about the daily life, or watching the mountains and rivers of the land of water, the geographical environment, and observing various details. Such trivial matters make Ringo Yuri, who has always been competitive and likes excitement, feel very unhappy and very depressed. Oh? Then what is it that you won't be irritable? Of course it is to perform a mission and fight with the enemy. The feeling of blood boiling is the most wonderful. Naruto narrowed his eyes. What Ringo Yuya said was absolutely sincere. Look at the light emitting from her eyes, it is the unique bloodthirsty light of ninjas. This is a habit that ninjas have been trained for more than 10 years, a kind of biological instinct. There is a long way to go to change this. Unifying the ninja world is very simple. The current Naruto, with his true strength, can push the entire ninja world, the 5 major countries, the 5 ninja villages, the shadows of each village, and even the 9 big-tailed beasts, all with one punch. But unifying the world of ninja is extremely difficult. It is easy to change the order, but difficult to change people's hearts. Just like Ringo Yuri, this 13-year-old girl, Naruto can suppress her with strength, restrain her from killing people, and make rules like this and that for her to abide by. But even so, Naruto couldn't let Ringo Yuri put down his longing for fighting, blood, and excitement. You can suppress her as a person, but you cannot suppress her heart. There are countless ninjas like this girl in the entire ninja world, and it is not something that a simple fist can suppress. There's still a lot of time, and things can always change. Naruto smiled suddenly, and his mood was relieved again. There must be a way to the front of the mountain. The general trend is on me, don't worry. On the street, Naruto suddenly stopped. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Found it. Ringo Yuri and Yakang were both curious why Naruto stopped suddenly. Naruto walked to a garbage dump on the corner of the street, squatted down, and looked at a small beggar curled up beside the garbage dump. He stretched out his hand. Come, stand up, and follow me. The little beggar raised his head, revealing his black and white eyes, shocked, dazed, cringed, and his emotions were extremely complicated. He didn't understand why this strange person would say these words to him. Do you know later? Naruto's hand never took it back, so he placed it in front of the little beggar. The little beggar's eyes lit up. Immediately it dimmed again. He lowered his head and pretended not to hear. Probably not for me. How could anyone in this world need me? Naruto made a direct move and lifted the little beggar, very domineering. That, Mr. President, you are. Not only was the little beggar stunned, even Yakang and Ringo Yuri were perplexed, wondering why Naruto was wasting time on this little beggar. Get him a new suit. Naruto told Yakang. He himself carried the little beggar and strode into an inn. Prepare wooden buckets, bath water, and a room, go. The shopkeeper of the inn didn't even have time to speak, and was blinded by Naruto's crackling instructions, so he hurried to prepare. 0 for flowers. Looking at Naruto's style, he didn't dare not to do it. Clothes, room, bath water. The little beggar was stunned all the way, feeling that the world was too weird. Naruto pushed open the door and threw the little beggar in. Wash it clean, put on new clothes, and in the future, you will be a member of my Red Sun Society. Boom. Naruto closed the door, went to the lobby of the inn, and sat down in bold and grandiose. President, you are kidnapping and selling children, it's really exciting. Ringo Yuri's face flushed with excitement, obviously admiring Naruto's resolute actions, feeling that this is the rhythm of life. President, is there anything special about this little beggar? Yakang guessed a few reasons and asked. Well, it's the inheritor of a blood successor family. Hey, you Kirigakure seem to be very unfriendly to the blood successor family. The blood successor with a magical inheritance can live on the streets. It's a waste of time. 0. Ah? This little thing is a member of the Sweji family. Ringo Yuri opened her mouth wide with a shocked expression on her face. To be honest, the blood step family is really not very popular in Kirigakure. A few years ago, the cruelty in the blood mist, in addition to the ruthless policy, was also aimed at the exclusion of the blood family. Even the famous Dead Bone Pulse Kagaya family was wiped out by Kirigakure. The blood-following family, big and small, died and escaped, making Kirigakure a serious injury. These inexplicable policies are the orders of the current Mizukage Yagura. Naruto sneered and didn't speak. He had seen the rotten darkness of Konoha village. Tsunagakure also witnessed the folly of sending a hero out to a hostile village to calm down. As for Kirigakuer killing the blood family in the village and self-destructing the Great Wall, from today's incident, we can also see a Madara. As for Cloud Shinobi village, in the Hyuga incident that year, it can be seen that their high-level brains were also kicked by donkeys. In the end, Iwagakuer, closed to the country, Tsuchikage has not retired for most of his life, and most of them are old and confused. In the entire 5 great ninja villages, all the high-rises, there is not a decent one. It is no wonder that several ninja wars happened one after another. What good things can happen when a group of idiots get together? Yet, the door opens. A little girl with unparalleled beauty and long hair in a shawl came out, timidly, and came to Naruto. Yakang and Ringo Yuyuli couldn't help but stare blankly. They have never seen such a beautiful little girl, and they are not in a flash. What's your name? White, the water is white without the moon. Gender? Male. Naruto tapped the table, asking questions. When Yakang and Ringo Yuli heard the last sentence, they couldn't help exclaiming, feeling that they had seen the most absurd thing in the world. Such a beautiful little girl, is it a man? Chapter 71. Absolutely, where is Kira now? I don't dare to approach the investigation now, and I can only get information from the ninja mist shinobi, who is still in the land of water. Go damn it, let's leave Kirigakuer. Obito, the foundation of Kirigakuer, are you willing to throw it away? What if I don't lose it? Mizukage suffered a loss, and trying to control him is as difficult as reaching the sky. Besides, Three Tails Jifa was severely injured by Kira, and he was unconscious, and he couldn't touch him even if he wanted to control him. Obito, are you afraid? Aren't you afraid? If you have the ability, run to that Kira and see if he will slap you to death. But what about Infinite Tsukuyomi's plan? Just think of another way. Uchiha Obito, the masked man, looked down upon the mist-shrouded Kirigakuer with unwillingness in his eyes. He worked hard to control Yagura, and he went backwards in Kirigakuer, causing Kirigakuer to suffer greatly, and he was full of resentment. The flame has been lit. With just one more push, Kirigakuer will be in the midst of infighting and torn apart. 050. In this way, he would be able to avenge no Harolin and completely vent the resentment in his heart. Unexpectedly, a Red Sun Society Kira was born, slapped him into a coma for several days, and then woke up. The whole Kirigakuer miraculously changed in the direction of improvement, and everything was completely different. Years of planning, all in one fell swoop. Miserable, so miserable. Red Sun Society, Kira. Half of his body melted into the ground, and half of his body was exposed. Black Zetsu's face was also gloomy and unsightly. Nepenthes Kabuto covered his face, giving his half-black, half-white face an air of madness and tyranny. If Uchiha Obito has only been busy for 10 years, he has worked hard for thousands of years. If the Infinite Tsukuyomi plan doesn't work out, all the things he's done over the years will all be in vain. Really kill people. We must kill him, Kira. Black Zetsu sank into the ground, with this thought always in his mind, like an obsession. Uchiha Obito also indented into the vortex and disappeared. Kirigakuer, completely restored calm. Kakashi, I said to you, you read such colorful novels all day, and you never thought of doing it yourself? Find yourself a girlfriend, start a family and start a business, everything can be solved, right? Doppelganger Naruto looked at Kakashi, who was on his way while holding the intimacy paradise, and couldn't help but complain. Girlfriend. Kakashi stumbled and nearly fell off the tree. Yes, you are a handsome guy anyway. There must be many ninja girls in the village following you, but you didn't like one. How old are you? If you don't hurry up and spread your leaves, others at your age will make soy sauce for children. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about the Haytake family. Also, don't keep messing with Guy's Elm Lump, that guy is going to be young for a lifetime, do you want to learn from him too? Naruto rambles, keeps talking. Are you my mother? Kakashi's head was big, and he felt buzzing, like 500 flies in his ears. I'm your first disciple anyway. Teacher's life events, so of course you have to take good care of them. You better take care of yourself first. This, I won't bother you to worry about it. My future daughter-in-law will be waiting for me in the village. Naruto's answer made Kakashi heartbroken again. Before taking up the position of instructor, Kakashi also had a deep understanding of his own disciple. Uzumaki Naruto, in addition to being a model student in the school, the most enviable and jealous thing is that he sticks with the little princess of the Hyuga family every day. Naruto's words made Kakashi, an old bachelor, remember this information, and his heart bleeds all of a sudden. Too bad, jealous and hateful. Could it be, should I really find a girlfriend? Strangely, related thoughts came to Kakashi's mind. Over the years, he has been indulging in the past, desperately torturing himself with tasks, and has no time to think about other things. Even in the gaps between tasks, he still hangs out with Might Guy, the green-clothed monster. It's not an exaggeration to describe Kakashi's life as a mess. When Naruto said that, Kakashi was really moved. Naruto stopped suddenly. What's wrong? Kakashi was a little startled. Naruto raised his chin and motioned Kakashi to look ahead. Lots of trees and green leaves. Everything looks the same as a normal forest without any difference. Kakashi frowned, feeling that something was wrong. He couldn't see through it, but his intuition told him that there was an ambush ahead. This kid is actually more alert than me. As a teacher, it's really getting harder and harder. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, and the pressure in his heart became heavier again. Lightning style, Kyanbanayu. Chi chi chi. A small cracking sound suddenly sounded. The fine needles of light poured down from the sky, completely shrouding the two of them. Swish. The two separated from each other and swept away in one direction. The target is Naruto. Kakashi squinted his eyes, dodged the Senbon light needle, and tried to support Naruto, but stopped halfway. Because on the trees ahead, a tall masked ninja was blocking his way. This skin color, this forehead protector, this guy, is this an idiot? You can tell at a glance that he is a cloud shinobi ninja, with his face covered, it's superfluous, 0. Kakashi's eyelids twitched, feeling that his IQ was insulted. Are you? Tsurugi. After taking 2 more glances, Kakashi suddenly realized that he recognized the identity of the person who came. Cloud Shinobi Jonin Tsurugi, a guy who is good at ninjutsu and swordsmanship. In the Third Ninja War, this guy escaped from the Flying Thunder God of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. His strength is extremely amazing. Ah, I'm not, you've got the wrong person. Tsurugi scratched his head and refuted in a serious manner. Kakashi scoffed. This mantra, this action, is not Tsurugi, he would rather take his head off and sit on it as a stool. Hey take Kakashi, aren't you in a hurry at all? Tsurugi was only in charge of intercepting Kakashi, so he wasn't in a hurry. Why should I be in such a hurry? Kakashi smiled, his expression very relaxed. Your disciple. I think it's you who should be worried. Your subordinate, the situation may be a little bad. There was a scream in the distance, extremely terrifying. Tsurugi's face changed. That was the voice of his subordinates, and he would never admit it wrong. Damn, even a 7-year-old can't handle it, these guys are usually lazy. Tsurugi was also resolute and took the lead in swooping in the direction of the screams. Kakashi followed, just as fast. Beside a stream, a cloud shinobi ninja screamed, plunged headlong into the stream, the flames on his body made a screeching sound, quickly extinguished, and the scorched smell filled the air, like the smell of barbecue. The other 5 cloud shinobi ninjas all looked horrified and looked at Naruto on the side as if they were looking at a demon. Go on, why don't you continue? I played with me, I still have more than 1.9 means I haven't tried yet, so I just try it out with you. Naruto smiled brightly. Looking eager to try. Swish. Tsurugi appeared by the stream, and when he saw the scene, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. A 7-year-old child, you can't handle it? My lord, he's so powerful, he's not human. No matter how powerful he is also a genin. You are all outstanding among genins, and you can't even handle a single genin. Are you all lazy in your usual training? Tsurugi roared like thunder, as if returning to the Cloud Shinobi village training ground. Kakashi fell on Naruto's side, his heart pounded, and he relaxed. Although I have confidence in Naruto, I can't see anyone, so I still have concerns. Hey, that uncle over there, don't look down on genin. We wouldn't genin, once they are powerful, without Jonin's presence, Konoha genin can go down. Why don't you try it? Naruto shouted loudly, the smile on his face even brighter. Chapter 72. Come on. Tsurugi glanced at Kakashi, and it seemed that the other party did not intend to shoot. He was instantly overjoyed. Thinking, as long as he shoots and captures the 9 tails Jinchuriki at the fastest speed, then he can retreat. With Kakashi alone, it was a dream to stop them. Zhang. Tsurugi pulled out the ninja knife, his arm shook, the ninja knife buzzed, and his eyes suddenly became sharp when he looked at Naruto. Even if you're just a genin, I won't show mercy. Boy, wake up. Uncle, if you take action, it's useless to speak harshly. As Naruto spoke, he began to seal. His seal was stumbling, pitifully slow, and there were several mistakes in the middle. It's ridiculous, how can a genin who can't even use his handprint correctly defeat his subordinates? With this question in mind, Tsurugi rushed towards Naruto. Fire style, great fireball technique. Naruto disliked that the mantra was too complicated, and the fingers were almost knotted, but it was still not completed. He simply clasped his hands together and spurted out a series of fire beads. Tsurugi was taken aback, his body suddenly stopped, and the ninja knife slashed out 30, blocking the fireball like lightning. The knife blocked the fireball. The next moment, the fireballs swelled into incomparably huge great fireballs, all of them gathered together to form an incomparably turbulent flame, which directly enveloped Tsurugi. I'm just planted on this trick, that kid's great fireball is so weird, it can change in size, and it's extremely difficult to deal with. The Cloud Shinobi ninja, who was burnt to ashes, hid aside and shuddered when he saw the raging fire. Lightning style, thunder shock dash. The bright thunder light lit up in the flames, forcibly dispelling the flames. Toryui jumped from the flames, his face extremely ugly. He could smell the smell of burnt hair, and although he wasn't injured, it was no different from being injured. Earth style, yellow spring marsh. Naruto smiled slightly and put his hands together again. Toryui's eyes were splitting, seeing that the land he had landed on had turned into a soft swamp. Once he stepped in, he would definitely fall into it, which was extremely dangerous. Lightning style, sword spinning technique. Toryui volleyed over and turned his head down, the ninja knife spun rapidly, and thunder and lightning flashed. In an instant, he seemed to have turned into a dazzling drill. The sharp breath swirled, directly cutting the swamp open, and the soil splashed everywhere. Earth style, earth flow wall. Naruto hurriedly cast an earth flow wall, and even had the intention to bend the wall above the earth flow wall to cover the top of his head. He didn't want to get all muddy. Kakashi and the other Cloud Shinobi ninjas also hurriedly backed away. Toryui stopped spinning and rolled over to the ground. The yellow spring marsh was cut open by him, leaving only a huge deep pit. Earth style, decapitation technique. Before Toryui could relax, he sank down, leaving only one head outside. Naruto showed his figure and walked over with a smile. Bang bang! Toryui's body exploded, and it was a clone. Swish! The knife light passed by, and Naruto couldn't dodge in time, and was split into two. Boom! It exploded, it was a clone. Toryui swept out of the deep pit, and in mid-air, he was sprayed straight by a fierce cyclone. Wind style, vacuum great breakthrough. Lightning style, lay clone technique. The lightning flashed, and the Toryui body had already appeared at the other end. He stared at Naruto vigilantly, feeling the difficulty of the other party. There are too many changes in this ninjutsu. And, fast and ruthless. It's amazing, as expected of Jonin, it's amazing. Naruto opened his mouth with a smile, raised his thumbs at Toryui, and praised him again and again. Toryui felt that his face was hot, and he felt that Naruto's words were mocking him. He turned his head in anger and charged towards Naruto again. Lightning style, two wolves rushing. The evil with electric lights on both ends too, rushed towards Naruto, the speed was astonishingly fast, and appeared in front of Naruto in the blink of an eye. Wind style, vacuum continuous wave. Naruto didn't show weakness either, and the whistling cyclone instantly greeted him, tearing the two thunder and lightning wolves into pieces. At this moment, Toryui appeared strangely, and the ninja knife turned into a white line and slashed down fiercely. Lightning style, lay clone technique. Naruto smiled strangely, his body turned into lightning flashes, and it exploded suddenly. Toryui was instantly enveloped by lightning. Water style, big waterfall technique. Naruto had already appeared in mid-air, and the monstrous waves crashed down, giving Toryui no chance to breathe. Lightning style, emotion wave. Water style is more than that, Naruto took advantage of the situation to add lightning style. Thunder borrowed the power of the water, and the thunder and lightning that filled the sky immediately spread along the water flow, and the whole land was covered with dazzling electric light, and the violent was extremely violent. Go, retreat! In the thunder light, a figure rushed out, his body was charred black, and he could see the green smoke curling up. It was Toryui. He shouted angrily and retreated first, and the other Cloud Shinobi ninjas also fled, apparently making this plan. Is this going? Uncle, you are welcome to come again next time, I will change the package to ensure that you are satisfied. When Toryui heard this, he couldn't help staggering. He looked back. Naruto didn't chase after him, just with a bright smile on his face, that smile was very sunny and very warm. But this smile fell in Toryui's eyes, but it looked like a devil's smile. The smiling devil, Konoha's nine tails Jinchuriki this time, is too evil. This matter must be reported to Lord Raikage as soon as possible, Konoha, another genius one. Naruto blinked and muttered, why is he running so fast? I'm not a devil, I'm still a 7-year-old. Kakashi stumbled upon hearing this. He couldn't help rolling his eyes. You're still a 7-year-old? Where can a 7-year-old beat Jonin? You kid, you're a monster one. He groaned. The tactics used by Naruto, to be honest, are not subtle, the kind of rookie novice, inexperienced 050's performance is undoubtedly revealed. But the point is, Naruto's ninjutsu is too fast. Even if you are inexperienced, even if there is a problem with the connection, even if there are many flaws, the speed of casting spells is enough to cover up all this. Ninjutsu is the same. If you can shoot ninjutsu like a machine gun, even the strongest ninja will be exhausted and overwhelmed. Naruto today, there are signs of this. Naruto, don't you need a seal to perform ninjutsu? Kakashi couldn't help but ask. A serious person, who still seals? Naruto raised his head proudly and said confidently. Hearing this, Kakashi couldn't help choking. Co-authored, these ninjas with seals are not serious people at all. Actually, it's just a feeling. When I feel it, the chakra will work itself, and the ninjutsu will be released. I guess it's probably because I have too much chakra, and I'm summoning myself one. Naruto held his chin and thought seriously. He really didn't know why he was able to perform ninjutsu without Yuyin, it felt like his body had learned everything instinctively. The body is too strong, there are always some benefits. He giggled hilariously, in a good mood. Kakashi feels like he's been at Versailles. This yellow-haired boy is really uncomfortable when he is not angry all day, he is really a BD. Chapter 73. The Red Sun Society, Kira, appears in Kirigakure, and fights the Kirigakure ninja, sweeping everything. Even 4th Mizukage's full effort was still suppressed by Kira. Three Tails Isofo appeared, and the perfect Jinchuriki turned into a complete body-tailed beast. He ran wild and was suppressed by Kira. Isofo was even beaten to the point of being unable to take care of himself, which was terrible. This information finally spread to the other 4 major ninja villages, causing a sensation among the senior management of the major ninja villages. First Konoha, then Mist Shinobi, the 5 major ninja villages. There are already 2 large ninja villages bowing their heads in front of Kira of the Red Sun Society. Faced with this situation, even the ninjas who don't take it seriously have to be vigilant. Check, find out for me, this Kira, and the Red Sun Society, what organization, where, what they have done, everything must be checked clearly. Another first Hokage and Uchiha Madara? The ninja world is really busy. Go on, if you meet Kira of the Red Sun Society, you can't fight, you can give up the mission and retreat. 1. Yakang was rescued by Kira of the Red Sun Society and followed behind Kira? Damn it, why didn't she die? Master Feng Ying, how to deal with this matter? Do you want Yakang to be wanted as a traitor? No, keep everything she has. When someone asks below, they say she's on a secret mission. All shinobi villages felt the pressure. They all began to restrain the ninja below, trying their best to restrain their sharp edges, so as not to bump into Kira and die without knowing how to die. There was a rare period of peace in the ninja world, and private frictions and conflicts were much less. More importantly, all the ninja villages have strengthened the ninjas' practice homework, urging the ninja not to be lazy, let them train crazily, and become stronger if they can become stronger. Rain Shinobi Village, on the tower, Tiandao Pain in red cloud and black robe quietly overlooks Rain Shinobi Village, next to Konan wearing a light blue paper flower and a ball head. Red Sun Society, Xia Organization, Red Sun Society, Xia Organization. Konan, don't you think these 2 names are a bit similar? Pain's face was expressionless, but his voice had a hint of doubt or anger. In this ninja world, there is actually an organization with a name similar to their Xia Organization, Dawn, and Red Sun. Is this a provocation? Nagato. Call me Pain. Pain, it's just a small organization that popped up out of nowhere, you don't have to worry about it. This is not a small organization. Kira, the Red Sun Society, has now overwhelmed the 2 major ninja villages. 1 person is equivalent to a large ninja village, not to mention that there is a Red Sun Society behind him. This guy, he is trying to steal the limelight of our Xia Organization. 1. Pain, isn't it a good thing that someone steals the limelight? The focus of the ninja world is gathered at the Red Sun Conference. We know that the organization can grow and develop secretly, which is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Pain was silent for a long time before he nodded. How are the members of the organization gathering? There are already Loquat Juzo from Kirigakure, Sasori of Red Sand from Sunagakure, Kakuzu from Taki Ninja Village, Orochimaru from Konoha, and the remaining targets are still being searched. In today's ninja world, the strong enough rebel ninjas are everywhere. Very secretive and difficult to locate. 1. Not enough, there are too few people, and the strength of this person is far from enough. Shimura Danzo of Konoha, how is this person? Darkness of Konoha? This person was involved in Yahiko's death and cannot be our member. Then we can only find manpower slowly. These all take time. 1. Let our organization continue to lurk and act in no rush. Pain stared into the distance with an expressionless face. Red Sun, Kira? The strongest ninja? Laugh. Don't let me run into you, otherwise, I'll let you know how insignificant you are in front of my eyes of God. Merely Kira, not worth mentioning. Cloud Shinobi Village. Reikage Office Building. Toryui half knelt on the ground and whispered everything he had seen and heard. What? It doesn't matter if the mission fails, but you said that you are a jonin, but you were defeated by a 7-year-old genin and fled in embarrassment. Toryui, do you understand what you are talking about? 4th Reikage blew his beard and stared with rage, and his voice was thunderous and deafening. Lord Reikage, calm down and listen to what has been said. The dark-skinned, beautiful Reikage Secretary Azabai said, stopping Reikage's rampage. Sir Reikage, everything I said is true. The 9 Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha is very powerful. He is a grandmaster of ninjutsu with various attributes, and his casting speed is so fast that he doesn't need a seal at all, almost equivalent to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi, a younger version of Hiruzen. Toryui recalled the battle that day, and couldn't help breaking into a cold sweat. Naruto's spellcasting speed is indeed too fast. Even, Naruto was just playing with him at the time, and he didn't make a full shot at all. If Naruto shot with all his strength, one ninjutsu after another would be unleashed, and Toryui thought to himself, he probably wouldn't be able to resist for a long time, and he would be defeated and killed. Young Sarutobi Hiruzen? AI narrowed his eyes, his expression extremely solemn. Don't look at Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance as a bad old man now. When he was young, Sarutobi Hiruzen, a grandmaster of the 5 attributes of ninjutsu, was extremely arrogant on the battlefield. Become a ninja doctor who deter other ninja villages, a generation of ninja. That is to say, when he became Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not have many opportunities to shoot, and his reputation was suppressed by the new generation of ninjas. AI has experienced the war years, and naturally knows how difficult the young version of 3rd Hokage is. What made him even more apprehensive was that this guy was only 7 years old. Or 9 tails Jinchuriki. In the first place, Kira of the Red Sun Society was born, and the talents are enchanting. How did this ninja world suddenly become ignorant? Raikage snorted, his eyes flickering uncertainly. The order goes on, and the action against Konoha will be temporarily stopped. Now in this world of ninja, it is not appropriate to make a big deal, and wait and see what happens. 1. Also, spread the information about 9 tails Jinchuriki, give him a nickname, and kill him with all his strength, so that everyone knows that Konoha village has produced an incomparably evil genius. Sir Raikage, you are. This kid is only 7 years old, his mind is immature, and he has been praised a lot. Maybe he will become arrogant, not thinking about progress, and it is possible to fall in the middle. Besides, in Konoha village, genius is too easy to fall. The former Uchiha Shisui, isn't that the case? Lord Raikage, you are so wicked. Nonsense, what do I, of Lee's, call Yin Sang? I call it, yes, I call the old senior caring for the younger generation of the ninja world, this is helping him make his name, which is a good thing. 1. The news spread from Cloud Shinobi village quickly spread throughout the ninja world. Uzumaki Naruto, the smiling demon, graduated from the ninja school ahead of schedule at the age of 7 and became a genin. On the way to the mission, he defeated the Cloud Shinobi elite jonin. His strength is terrifying and he is an uncompromising peerless genius. At the age of 7, he is comparable to Jonin's combat power, and he is definitely the most enchanting genius in the history of the entire ninja world. As soon as this news came out, the already restless ninja world became an uproar again. Uzumaki Naruto became famous all over the world, and his voice moved all over the world. Konoha village, which was originally judged by the ninja world to have plummeted because of Uchiha's extermination of the clan, has once again become unfathomable, making countless people fear again. Many people lamented that this god is too partial to Konoha, geniuses are born in large numbers, and now there is an unprecedented peerless evildoer. Could it be that Konoha is going to release another first Hokage? Chapter 74. That is Uzumaki Naruto. I didn't expect that in just a few years, this demon fox boy has become so powerful that he can actually defeat Cloud Shinobi's Jonin. I heard that Jonin is super strong. In Cloud Shinobi village, his fighting power is only comparable to that of Raikage. Down. I just said that he will definitely become a big man in the future. No matter it's windy or rainy, he will pass by my house every day and keep training every day without a day's interruption. It's just the perseverance to have this kind of fighting ability, no of course. Also, don't call people Demon Fox again. It's been so many years. This kid is so sunny every day, how could he be the incarnation of Demon Fox? It must be a rumor. Have you heard that it was the Shimura Danzo, the elder who defected, who spread the rumor that Uzumaki Naruto was a demon fox? Damn guy, he must have no good intentions and ulterior motives. 1. It's not all, that Danzo, he is behind many things. The incident of Konoha's White Fang was originally a secret of the village, and it was spread to everyone at once, so that White Fang was finally forced by rumors, suicide to death. This is what Danzo did too, he was intent on destroying the pillars of our Konoha. That said, Shimura Danzo is really not a good thing. Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto was not affected and grew up smoothly, otherwise, he would be ruined by this Danzo. The news of Cloud Shinobi also spread to Konoha village, and there was a lot of buzz. In addition, there are all kinds of specious news circulating, nothing more than those dirty things that Danzo did in 050, all of which have entered the sight of the villagers little by little. Naruto was walking down the street, feeling the eyes around him changed. It is no longer the same as before, with no warmth at all, a little bit of enthusiasm, vaguely, and a hint of guilt. Naruto's expression is normal, but his heart is very happy. He is truly grateful to Cloud Shinobi for helping him make his name. Those guys from Cloud Shinobi are really good people. If you have fame, you will have status, and if you have status, you will speak louder, and if you have a loud voice, more people will listen. The road of Hokage is just like this step by step. Good start and Naruto is happy. However, what the hell is the nickname of this smiling devil? It sounds ugly. Why don't you give me a majestic nickname? What Optimus Prime, Megatron, and the like? The only thing Naruto complained about was the nickname. Now that he smiled a little, others showed a horrified expression, as if he was really a devil. Smile devil? This nickname is really appropriate. That BD is a BD with a smile on the surface and a devil in his bones. Ninja school, Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists and his face was extremely cold. He couldn't listen to a word of what the teacher taught. The news of Naruto came back, and the ninja school also spread. The other students felt it was logical. After all, when he was in school, Naruto was in existence similar to that of a great devil. When he went outside, even if he punched the four shadows and kicked in all directions, it was a matter of course. Say just beat a mere one-cloud shinobi Chunnin. But Sasuke felt very uncomfortable. He listened to what Naruto said at the beginning. So, today's Sasuke, trying to suppress the hatred, set a small goal of defeating Uzumaki Naruto, and fight for it with all his strength. His training, insanely insane, is simply jaw-dropping, and Sasuke will not give up unless he pushes himself to the limit every day. His strength has also made amazing progress, and the ordinary genin is no longer his opponent. Sasuke couldn't sit still when he heard that Naruto had been able to defeat Chunnin. He felt that the gap between himself and Naruto had widened again. No, I can't play with these guys anymore, and I have to apply for early graduation. Sasuke made up his mind. Still, he has one more thing to do before applying for graduation. Naruto, I'm going to challenge you. Oh? You don't think you've been beaten enough? Nonsense. I just want to know how far I am from you now. On the training ground that Naruto often went to, Uchiha Sasuke came over and challenged Naruto with a serious face. Naruto looked at Sasuke, silent. In Sasuke's eyes, he was stubborn, determined, and calm. There was no inexplicable restlessness in his blood, but some were just serious and serious. After Naruto graduated early, in the ninja school, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly stood out and became a veritable chief, and he was the first in every exam. But none of this made Sasuke proud. Because there is a big mountain in front of him, he has no right to be proud if he has not crossed this big mountain. Go ahead. Naruto finally spoke, very solemnly. He treats serious people with the same seriousness. Sasuke shot. Kunao, shuriken, ninjutsu. His movements are more skillful, his shooting speed is faster, his ninjutsu is also concise and powerful, and he has indeed improved a lot. Naruto parried at will. No matter how fierce Sasuke's attack was, he broke through his defensive circle, but it was only in vain again and again. The so-called chakra is a mixture of physical energy and spiritual energy. If you want to become stronger, you must hone your body as strong as possible. If the body is strong enough, the spiritual energy will become stronger, and the chakra will be more abundant. These things are the foundation. When the foundation is strong, the power of other ninjutsu moves will also become stronger. Don't keep thinking about how powerful your Sharingan in Uchiha is, that thing is a support. You are strong, and the ability of Sharingan to play. Talent is strong, your body is a weak chicken, and Sharingan can't play any role one. So, you'd better go back and practice for a few more years. Naruto babbled and parried lightly, like playing with a child. He suddenly kicked up, as fast as lightning. Boom! Sasuke flew out, covered his stomach, and curled up on the ground with a face of pain. Although it was painful, he listened to all Naruto's words. You is proud or something, he doesn't care at all now, and he doesn't care about others mocking Sharingan in front of him. What the strong say is right, and what is wrong is right, and what the weak say is wrong, right and wrong. Boom! Naruto suddenly exploded, leaving a cloud of white smoke. Sasuke looked up, his pupils shrinking. Is it an avatar? Is the difference that far? Sasuke pursed his lips, slowly got up, and walked away without looking back. His back was very bleak. A figure slowly emerged, standing on a tree, looking down at Sasuke's retreating back, his eyes filled with distress and guilt. This is Uchiha Itachi. During this time, in addition to teaching those orphans in Red Sun Town, he followed Sasuke every day, watching Sasuke's various crazy trainings, which made him feel extremely distressed. Itachi, don't look at it, Sasuke is actually quite good. Didn't you notice that he is getting calmer and more mature? He really grew up. Uchiha Shisui appeared beside Uchiha Itachi and comforted him. Uchiha Itachi's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said, President's trick is actually quite useful. What? It's full body armor, who doesn't know what's behind the armor? What do you mean by that? Sasuke has always asked me to accompany him to train, and I kept pushing him away, which made him feel lonely all the time. In this case, it's better for me to train him with my own hands and make him a real powerhouse. In what name? It's very simple, just right, in the name of the Red Sun Society recruiting new people. Our organization always needs to expand. Let Sasuke serve as a peripheral member first, and it will become a matter of course for training. Uchiha Itachi's eyes lit up and his mood suddenly improved. Seeing Sasuke alone, without anyone to guide him, can only practice hard and blindly, and he is actually very distressed. Now let his own brother teach Sasuke. Uchiha Shisui hesitated for a while, then nodded lightly. It is also a way. Chapter 75. You also want to apply for early graduation. Irika looked surprised and wanted to shake her head in rejection. But seeing the serious expression on Uchiha Sasuke's face, he was stunned. Remembering the identity of the orphan, his eyes softened. I will report this to Lord Hokage. Don't be in a hurry. Sasuke, you are still young, and you will have a lot of time in the future. Take your time and don't let yourself get tired. Iruka comforts Sasuke gently. These days, Sasuke's madness really frightened him. This kid is really not afraid of ruining his body. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. Sasuke bowed his head, a warm feeling floated in his heart. Now, apart from Harano Sakura who is chatting around him, there is only Iruka's gentle, intangible care for him, which makes Sasuke feel a rare warmth. What? Sasuke is also applying, please graduate early. We only entered the school this year, and we will graduate 2 at a time, really. I haven't learned what the teacher taught, and others have already graduated. Where can I find the answer? Sasuke must have been stimulated by Uzumaki Naruto, that guy is a pervert, not a normal person at all. Naruto was still in the class saying, he wants to be 5th Hokage, let's follow him. Sasuke, is this the first to follow? When Iruka told Sasuke's application for early graduation, there was an uproar in the classroom. A group of little radishes were talking a lot, and their expressions changed. Precociously, they really felt some kind of pressing pressure, which was very heavy. Naruto made a great name in the ninja world, and the reputation spread back, which shocked the students. Now that Sasuke is graduating early, this is double pressure, layer by layer. Even if they don't care about themselves, when they come home, parents will start with what other children's children do, so that students feel the horror from the parental curse. Iruka-sensei. What's the matter, Hinata? I also applied and graduated early. In the classroom, Hinata held her little hand high. Iruka thought there was something wrong with Hinata, but Hinata's words made him stunned again. The classroom also fell silent in an instant. Got it. Triple pressure. I will report this to Lord Hokage. Even Iruka's voice became weak. He didn't understand, why are these children thinking about graduating early? What's so good about graduating early? When you become a genin, you have to be busy with various tasks, all kinds of running around and tired. It's like being a student, you are happy every day, you go to school on time, and you can go home every day, not to mention how comfortable it is. Anyone else applying for early graduation? I see, Uchiha Sasuke? Hyaga Hinata. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the file and couldn't help squinting when he saw the name on the file. He laughed quickly. Just apply, I will arrange the assessment, Iruka, you don't have to worry anymore. Recently, Sarutobi Hiruzen is in a good mood, and the burden on his shoulders feels a lot lighter. The birth of Uzumaki Naruto suddenly boosted the reputation of the entire Konoha village, stopped Konoha's decline, and relieved Konoha's lack of connection. A new generation, rising, Konoha village, is renewing hope. What's more, Naruto is the one that Sarutobi Hiruzen watched grow up, and has always been the best inheritor of the will of fire in his mind. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen's prestige has been greatly diminished now, the Hokage position is a little shaky, but the new inheritor is already growing, as long as he can support the new seedlings to grow into towering trees, and then hand over the handover stick, he will be able to rest assured, take care of your old age. I have to hold on for a while longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a cigarette, looked at the photos of Sasuke and Hinata on the file, and nodded with satisfaction. Not only Naruto, there are more new seedlings thriving, this Konoha, there is great hope. He pulled another application form from the desk. Apply, Uzumaki Naruto's promotion to Chunnin matters 1. Destroy the bandit, a C-level mission, the Cloud Shinobi incident, and the emergence of an elite Jonin, which can be judged as an A-level mission, plus those trivial tasks done in the village. Chunnin's qualifications are barely justified. 1. Now the village needs to boost morale and promote Naruto to Chunnin. With his fighting power, no one will object. In the past, Kakashi also had a precedent for promoting Chunnin at the age of 6. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it, and finally picked up the big seal and slammed the red seal on the application. Shikamaru, what do you think about this? Trouble is dead, what else do you think? Seriously, Naruto, does he really want to be 5th Hokage in one breath? He's not giving us the same generation a chance to survive. Roll. Shikamaru, you have to hurry up and work hard. I won't say what happened to others, this ninja world is becoming more and more dangerous, the more strength you have, the more likely you are to save your life in the future. The Nara family, Narashika Issa said quietly while looking at the Hokage rock. Nara Shikamaru fell silent. Father, give me one more pocket money? I want to buy more snacks. What's the matter, Koji? You have enough pocket money to spend, but you want to ask for more, you are really greedy. In our class, 2 more students applied to join in early. Well, I'll give you double pocket money, even if you spend. Akamika's house, the chubby Akamika Dingza heard the words, his originally angry expression suddenly relaxed, and he let out a hearty laugh. Akimichi Koji, the little fat man, looked at his father in confusion, not understanding why he was laughing. Yeah, are you practicing again? You're so crazy, even if you're not tired, Akamaru can't take it. Don't mind me. How could Akamaru not be able to stand it at this level? Wang. Yeah, you're in a bad mood. What's the matter? Did you hear about your classmate Uzumaki Naruto again? Can't stand it. No. In our class, 2 more students applied for early graduation. What? Really? Yeah, why are you so unsatisfactory? Practice more, you have to practice more, double the amount of training, as long as you don't die, practice to death. The same is true for you, Akamaru. Wong wong wong. Are you a devil? The Inuzuka family was full of turmoil and agitation. 0. Haruno's house. Haruno Sakura stayed in his room, got under the covers, covered his head, and there was a low sobbing sound. The other students were born in a ninja family and were taught by their elders. Even if they did not learn the things in the ninja school, they could grow up smoothly and become real ninjas. Haruno Sakura's family is just an ordinary family, and there is very little knowledge that can be learned. Only in the ninja school, she can learn ninja-related things. Haruno Sakura has been studying hard, and her theoretical knowledge has always been among the best. But, Uchiha Sasuke's application for early graduation made Haruno Sakura fall from heaven to hell. She couldn't catch up. When Nico Hinata opened her mouth to apply for early graduation, Haruno Sakura also had the urge to apply for graduation as well, but her reason still made her shut up. At this time, she clearly realized that theoretical knowledge alone is not enough. Ninjas also need enough fighting power. And Haruno Sakura, who was only 7 years old, couldn't even throw the shuriken from Kunao, and when he threw it out, his momentum was also soft, and he was still 108,000 miles away from Genin's combat power. Even if you apply, it will only become a joke during the assessment. Once Uchiha Sasuke leaves the ninja school, it will be extremely difficult to meet again. Thinking of this, Haruno Sakura couldn't help crying. The little girl's mind is so sad. No, I can't waste time on this, I have to work hard, keep trying. I, Haruno Sakura, am not someone who will give up when faced with a little difficulty. Even if my strength is not enough, one day, I will catch up with you, Sasuke. The quilt was lifted, tears wiped, and Haruno Sakura jumped off the bed, murderous. Her eyes, like the clothes on her body, were bright red, with infinite determination. Chapter 76. Hinata? You applied to graduate early. Right. Hyuga Hayashi looked at the eldest daughter in front of him, who had been able to meet his eyes, and her head became bigger. He suddenly missed the timid and obedient Hinata when he was a child. That Hinata is the really lovely daughter who deserves his love. In front of this, the idea is too right. Dare to confront him. Not cute at all. Hinata, you know, our Hyuga family doesn't need the identity of a ninja to do anything. Sending you to a ninja school is just a routine rule of the village. Our Hyuga family doesn't want to be different from other families, so we let you in. School. Even if you are not a ninja, our Hyuga family can support you. Hyuga Hayashi made a serious face and opened his mouth. I know. But I still want to graduate early. Hinata raised her head, her voice soft and waxy, but her tone was very firm. What is 067? Because I want to be by Naruto-kun's side. Hinata answered firmly. Hyuga Hayashi couldn't hold back any longer, and as soon as he patted his head, he knew it was because of this kid. He was angry and anxious, looking at Hinata's stubborn appearance. He couldn't beat him, he couldn't scold him, he couldn't swear, it was so bloody and hard to burst. The glorious deeds of Hinata's self-introduction to the class have been faintly spread throughout Konoha. Want to be Naruto-kun's bride? BD stuff. The eldest lady of the Hyuga family, she gave it to someone else for nothing so early, which has become the biggest laughingstock of the Hyuga family during this period of time. If it weren't for the fact that Naruto graduated early and gained a great reputation recently, it made the Hyuga family's face a little better. I'm afraid that some ninjas from the Hyuga family would go directly to Naruto to seek justice. In the corner, a small head stuck out, staring at Hinata admiringly. Wow, my elder sister is so powerful that she dares to say such words in front of my father. I must learn from my elder sister in the future. Hanabi, you haven't gone to the dojo to practice, what are you doing here? Are you being lazy again? Seeing that little head, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but straighten his face and scolded him sharply. He was putting all the anger he got on Hinata on his younger daughter. Hyuga Hanabi made a big face at him and trotted away. Humph. Look at the good things you have done, what bad example you have set for your sister, and let her follow the bad example. I can't control you, you can do whatever you want. Hyuga Hayashi was furious and wanted to leave with a flick of his hand. Father, only by Naruto-kun's side can I continue to become stronger. My Hyuga family, I can't continue to sink, I want to start from myself and let the name Hyuga resound throughout the ninja world. 1. Hinata's sparkling eyes shone with uncompromising determination. There was determination in her voice too. Hyuga Hayashi paused and continued to move forward, the anger in his heart miraculously dissipated. If I can't keep getting stronger, the distance between me and Naruto-kun will get further and further. I don't want to be left behind by Naruto-kun. Hinata pursed her lips, her heart surging with complicated thoughts. She originally thought she could stay in the ninja school quietly, waiting for Naruto to return. But when Naruto came back from a mission, his reputation spread throughout Konoha, and even throughout the ninja world, and Hinata was in a mess. The mind of a little girl is very complicated. So, when Irika announced that Uchiha Sasuke was graduating early, Hinata followed suit. She made up her mind, left the ninja school, became a ninja, and stayed by Naruto's side. Only in this way can her mind settle down. With this thought in mind, Hinata entered the Hyuga family dojo and began to practice. Niji, see no, Hinata's strength is getting stronger and stronger, and he has practiced 8 trigrams 128 palms at the age of 7. If you don't work hard, you will be thrown farther and farther by Hinata. Sister Hinata, father, I understand, I will try harder. In the corner of the dojo, father and son Hyuga Hisashi and Hyuga Niji quietly watched Hinata practice, and they were amazed. Hyuga Hisashi understands why Hinata has brought so much bad reputation to Hyuga's family, and his brother is still reluctant to blame her, so he can only hide at home and sulking. At the age of 7, he can train the Hyuga family gentle fist to 8 trigrams 128 palms. This talent is also extraordinary among the previous Hyuga family masters. How could such a genius, Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the family, be willing to scold him? Hyuga Niji was also stunned. In his impression, Hinata was always like a timid chick when he was a child, and people couldn't help but want to protect her. But today's Hinata, valiant, fierce in action, fully exerted the power of gentle fist, like a flying kestrel, no longer needs him to protect. The mission of the branch house is to sacrifice one's life to protect the clan one. Hyuga Niji couldn't help clenching his fists when he remembered these words that the clan elders often said. He turned around and left, determined to practice gentle fist 300 more times. If the branch house of the Zone family cannot be protected, it has no value at all. I, Hyuga Niji, must protect Miss Hinata. Today's strength is far from enough, far from enough. 0. You have to work hard, work hard, work hard. Have you heard that another student at ninja school has applied for early graduation? Hey, Uzumaki Naruto just came out, and another genius has been born in the ninja school. I heard that it is the orphan of the Uchiha family, and the eldest lady of the Hyuga family. It turns out that the Uchiha family is rich in talent, and it is natural to graduate early one. The eldest lady of the Hyuga family? I remember that she has always been weak and weak. She is only 7 years old. She is about to graduate to become a genin. Will the Hyuga family agree? Don't say it, go and take a look, this is a major event for Konoha. The news spread widely, and more people gathered on the playground of the ninja school to watch the graduation assessment this time. When Naruto was assessed before, the news did not spread. This time, with Naruto as a role model, and the fact that the person who was assessed was from the Konoha clan, many people became interested. After all, it is human nature to watch the fun. There will never be a shortage of people who eat melons. Naruto, wearing a Chunnin vest, also came to the ninja school. The audience couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Naruto's outfit. It didn't take long before Naruto was promoted to Chunnin, which was too fast. Isn't it a little bit out of line for such an over-the-top promotion like Hokage? Hey, don't be sour. If you also have a record against Jonin, Lord Hokage will also promote you. It was the first time I saw Chunnin at such a young age. You are ignorant, hey take Kakashi back then, but became Chunnin at the age of 6. Today, you are still the instructor of Uzumaki Naruto. Hey, it only takes 2 days for one class, it's really scary. 1.9. Naruto held his head high and listened to the crowd's discussion, his mood became more and more beautiful. It is not in vain for him to change the Chunnin vest on purpose. The oath he made back then is gradually becoming a reality. Sure enough, being yourself is the greatest weapon to be indifferent to all kinds of rumors and rumors. Naruto-kun, congratulations, you have become Chunnin. Hinata, accompanied by Hyuga Hayashi, came to the ninja school. Seeing Naruto, her eyes lit up, and she left her old father and trotted over, making the old father stomp in anger. Naruto ignored the old father-in-law's knife-like eyes, pulled Hinata's little hand, and the two gathered together to talk privately, sticky, without caring about other people's eyes. Uchiha Sasuke came alone. His expression was cold, ignoring the sympathetic and pitying eyes around him, and he went his own way. Only the moment he saw Naruto, his eyes changed a little bit. Chapter 77. Assessment begins. 1. This time the examiner was a Jonin. With an order, Uchiha Sasuke started first. Clone technique, transformation technique, body replacement technique, made it out in a blink of an eye, very silky. Hinata also uses the 3-body technique with ease, without the slightest lag. As children of the family, 3-body technique, the most basic ninjutsu, they have been learning since childhood, and they are proficient, which is a matter of course. Next, you have to stand under the attack of the Chunnin examiner for 10 minutes before you can pass the test. Of course, if you can defeat the examiner, you will pass the test as well. 1. Beside the Jonin examiner, a standing Chunnin stood up and smiled at the two of them. Which one of you will come first? I'll come first. Sasuke opened his mouth coldly, with a scorching glow in his eyes. As long as he can hold on for 10 minutes, he can become an official genin and become stronger on a bigger stage. Do not. Not only to hold on for 10 minutes, but also to defeat the opponent. What Uzumaki Naruto can do, I can do Uchiha Sasuke too. This Uchiha boy seems to have a high fighting spirit. Does he want to copy Uzumaki Naruto's assessment and defeat the examiner directly? Don't be ridiculous. This examiner is the famous Nohara Shiranui. It is said that he has fully met the conditions for promotion to the special Jonin, but he has turned down 30, saying that he wants to stay in the Chunnin position for a while longer. You are wrong. This Nohara Chunnin is very high-spirited. He wants to be promoted to Jonin in one breath, especially Jonin, but he can't satisfy his appetite. 1. Tisk tisk, this time, a Jonin host is actually dispatched, and an examiner with special Jonin combat power is used to assess it. The battle is a bit too big. You don't know, the last time the examiner was defeated by Uzumaki Naruto, the village was full of anger. Chunnin was defeated by Genin, and the village's reputation was not good. So it is. This time, the special Jonin combat power is dispatched, just to suppress this evil spirit and let the world know that Genin is Genin. Don't think about fighting casually. Amid the discussion, the battle has begun. Nohara Chunnin began to gradually improve his strength, ready to teach Sasuke a lesson, and then put some water to let the opponent pass. Zhang. The kunai clashed, and the sparks flew everywhere. Sasuke moved quickly and kicked out. Nohara Chunnin dodged, and a shuriken blasted out, as fast as lightning. When Sasuke blocked, the other hand opened the ninja bag, and the 3 shuriken threw out. The finished glyph enveloped Nohara Chunnin. The strength is not bad, Genin is indeed qualified. Nohara Chunnin narrowed his eyes and blocked. He was surprised and felt that Sasuke's strength was much stronger than he expected. This made him have to improve his strength again, so as not to become a joke. The strength of the opponent is far worse than that of Uzumaki Naruto, and the pressure between the two is not at the same level. Such an opponent, I have a chance to win. Sasuke pursed his lips, and in his eyes, the one Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, allowing him to see the situation on the field more clearly. Another 3 shuriken shot out. Sasuke volleyed backwards and completed the seal in midair. Fire style, great fireball technique. The huge fireball illuminated the audience extremely brightly. Loudly. Nohara Chunnin flew the shuriken and faced the great fireball. His expression did not change at all. The fireball fell, and the others had disappeared, leaving only a log in place. Body replacement technique. Swish. Nohara Chunnin has appeared behind Sasuke, very strange. Sasuke looked back suddenly, with a deep anxiety in his expression, as if he was overwhelmed. Boom. The white smoke exploded, and it turned out to be a clone. Another Sasuke emerged from behind Nohara Chunnin, and Kubu stabbed away in a hurry. Rabbits rise and falcons fall. The change in the field was so fast that the audience was amazed. The fighting consciousness is close to Chunnin, and the physical skills are also close to Chunnin. Ninjutsu only uses great fireball, and the basic clone technique. The speed of printing is not slow, and Genin is fully qualified. Jonin, who presided over the battle, kept recording it in the notebook and nodded with satisfaction. At Sasuke's current age, it's not bad to have such strength. However, in order to defeat Nohara Chunnin, he was still a little tender. Fire style, Fengxian Huo technique. Sasuke seized another opportunity and completed the seal in an instant. His chest heaved up and down, and from his mouth, tiny flames like impatience seeds spewed out, like a missile, swishly shrouded Nohara Chunnin. Earth style, flow wall dash. An earth wall suddenly stood up, blocking the attack of the flames. Nohara Chunnin suddenly backhanded, and kunai parried the silent attack from behind. Impressively another Sasuke. The previous one was obviously a clone. Okay, that's it. Jonin stopped the two and announced that the 10 minutes had ended, and Sasuke had officially passed the Genin assessment. Damn, if chakra is enough, I can cast a few more ninjutsu. This battle should have been won. Sasuke's face was pale, and he didn't show any joy in passing the test, but instead he was full of unwillingness. He remembered again what Naruto had told him. The body is the most important. With a strong body, there is a majestic chakra. With enough chakra, you can perform ninjutsu at will and choose more fighting methods. Sasuke is only 7 years old now, and chakra is pitiful enough to allow him to display the Fengxian Huo technique, which is already amazing enough. To be able to fight Nohara Chunnin like this is indeed a genius of Uchiha, really amazing. Isn't it said that this Uchiha Sasuke is a crane tail? How did he suddenly become a genius? You don't know. The former Uchiha Sasuke, because he never won a single victory under Uzumaki Naruto, challenged every day, lost every day, and it felt like the tail of a crane. Now there is no Uzumaki Naruto on his head. Soaring into the sky, of course. Hey, so, isn't Uzumaki Naruto more powerful? You are really hindsight. Uzumaki Naruto is not that good, how can he beat Cloud Shinobi Jonin? Of course he is very good. In today's generation, Uzumaki Naruto is the first genius. The audience discussed this assessment with great interest. When it comes to Uzumaki Naruto, many people have a proud expression on their faces, and they are proud of it. Start. 067. A new assessment begins. As soon as Hinata shot, the audience became silent. In the eyes of many people, Hinata gives them the feeling that they are delicate and incomparably weak. Looking at it, it gives people a kind of pitiful temperament that wants to pity and protect. But at the beginning of the battle, their feelings were completely different. Call. The figure was like electricity, and he appeared in front of Chunnin in the blink of an eye, and his fists were even more aggressive and unstoppable. Chunnin was taken aback. Boom. He blocked the punch, but he couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 1 palm, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms. Hinata moves faster and faster. Her whole body was like a phantom, surrounding Chunnin. Her small fist was like a gust of wind and rain, and it was extremely fierce. Damn, why is this little girl's fist so heavy? She moves too fast, she can only parry with all her strength, and she can't do anything else at all. 1. Chunnin blocked with all his strength, struggling to cope. He underestimated the enemy. The rhythm of the fight has fallen entirely into Hinata's hands. The audience's mouths were wide open, and their eyes dropped in shock. Hey, this little girl from the Hokage family looks so weak, but she fights like a lion, too violent. Is the gentle fist of Hokage's family so fierce? I remember that Hokage ninjas always just stare at the opponent's acupuncture points, and they are cunning and weird, but I have never seen such a violent and unparalleled gentle fist. As expected of the Konoha family, a 7-year-old girl has this fighting power, it's amazing. Chapter 78. The discussion was like a sea of waves, and they were all amazed. Hokage Hayashi listened to his ears, his expression was still serious, but his eyes flashed with excitement. It's not easy. The Hokage family has always been low-key, even if it is called the Konoha family, it does not often appear in people's discussion topics. People discuss more about Uchiha, other more distinctive ninjas. As for the Hokage clan, 8 trigrams are too few. What else is there to talk about other than scowling? It wasn't until recently that Hinata's bridal announcement made the Hokage family a little out of the loop. Now, Hinata's fighting performance has also caused a sensation among the audience, and the name of Hokage's family has been mentioned 3 times again. As the head of the Hokage family, Hokage Hayashi is naturally very satisfied. Low-key is low-key, and there is still vanity. The strength is enough to compare to Chunnin, no, it is stronger than ordinary Chunnin, comparable to elite Chunnin. The gentle fist of Hokage's family, in the hands of this little girl, actually showed a unique style, which is really amazing. Chunnin, who presided over the assessment, made a few strokes on the notebook and stopped. No need to record any more. If such a seedling cannot pass the genin assessment, it will definitely be criticized as a shady person. Hokage Hinata has such strength? That genin examiner, is his true strength now? Damn it, in the battle just now, he definitely let it go. Uchiha Sasuke watched the live battle, his face getting more and more ugly. He is not blind. Chunnin tried his best to deal with Hinata's fist, but he couldn't hide his strength at all. Compared with Sasuke's fight, his speed and strength were obviously improved by a lot. This is the true fighting power of the special Chunnin. Sasuke quickly suppressed his unwillingness. Got used to. The successive setbacks made Sasuke accustomed to this situation, and his mental quality was tempered. The arrogant Uchiha Sasuke, who opened a dyeing workshop with 3 points of color, can probably only appear in a parallel world. Today's Sasuke is calm, and has a clear understanding of his own strength. Many people are better than him. Even Hokage Hinata, a classmate, was clearly stronger than him when he saw this battle. There are people outside people, and there are mountains outside mountains. Uchiha Sasuke recognized this truth. This girl, she took on the stance she used to fight with me. That's fine. My future daughter-in-law is so fierce, so sassy, so cute. 2. Naruto giggled and was in a very good mood. He likes the weak Hinata, and the Hinata who is as fierce as a lion right now, and both are equally cute. It's still too young and not strong enough, otherwise, the opponent will definitely not be able to stop this continuous attack. 1. Naruto nodded lightly, seeing through the outcome of the battle. Draw. Okay, that's it, 10 minutes are over. 1. Congratulations, Hokage Hinata, you have passed the genin assessment. Also, Uchiha Sasuke, congratulations to you as well. You two can go to the Hokage building at any time, go through the admission procedures, and receive the ninja forehead protector. 1. When 10 minutes arrived, the Jonin examiner called to stop the fighting. Chunnin was sweating profusely, relieved. Hinata's fist was a little harder, and he was afraid that he would not be able to hold it, and he failed miserably. Hinata's face was flushed and sweat was dripping. Naruto walked over, took out the tissue, and wiped her sweat carefully, moving very gently. Hinata's small face is like a red apple, tender and lovely. She didn't listen to what the Jonin examiner said at all, she just enjoyed Naruto's care in a daze, feeling like she was covered with honey, very sweet. This dog food was sprinkled, and the Jonin examiner couldn't help but twitch. So hateful. Lao Tzu is already Jonin, and he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. These little guys, one by one, are paired together, what a god damn it. It's really amazing, both of them passed the assessment and graduated early. There are waves of young talents, and it seems that Konoha's revival is promising. The boy from the Uchiha family is good, but the girl from the Hyuga family is a little more powerful. She looks so handsome and cute. I really want to have such a daughter. It seems that the Hyuga family is the #1 family in Konoha today. Yes, there is only one person left in the Uchiha family, and the Hyuga family takes its place, of course. It's just a pity, the Uchiha family. The audience dispersed one after another, discussing today's assessment as they walked. They come with joy and return with joy. Really enjoyed 2 great fights, and there are 8 trigrams to talk about in the days to come. Sasuke is alone, walking home. The Uchiha lands have been burned to the ground, and Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged for Sasuke to live in an apartment, just like Naruto, with monthly allowances and the village to support him. Of course, Sasuke is now a genin, and in the future, he will have to do his own tasks to support himself. Who? Sasuke stopped abruptly with a wary expression on his face. On the dim boulevard, a man wearing a black robe and a bull's head mask stood quietly in the middle of the road, blocking his way. Want revenge? The masked man's voice was hoarse and his tone was cold and ruthless. Sasuke's pupils shrank, but his expression did not change much. He is no longer the second pillar who was swept away by blood as soon as he heard hatred. He had a clear plan for his future, to become stronger, to defeat Uzumaki Naruto, and to avenge his family. Hate is no longer the #1 priority. Do you want to become stronger? The masked man changed his words again. Who are you? What do you want to do? I'm the Kwei Ox, Uchiha Sasuke, one of the zodiac signs of the Red Sun Society. Your talent is good, and I was favored by the Red Sun Society. Join our Red Sun Society and we will help you become stronger. Red Sun Club. Sasuke's expression changed. The name Kira of the Red Sun Society has spread throughout the entire ninja world, and is said to be the #1 master of the ninja world. The Red Sun Society has also become a powerful and mysterious organization in the ninja world, making countless people jealous. Sasuke had naturally heard of the Red Sun Society. He couldn't help but be a little overjoyed and at a loss when the Red Sun Society came to recruit him. Don't be too happy. Even if you join the organization, you're only a peripheral member. Now you are too weak, you can't even deal with a mere Chunnin, you are still too far away to become a full member of the organization. Kwei Niu suddenly tossed a card. Sasuke took it and glanced at it, and it was a coordinate. Wang Zhao of Wang Zhao, you think carefully, if you want to join my Red Sun Society, you can go to this location. I will personally take action, train you, and make you stronger. Today, you are all in a mess and pitifully weak. Remember, come here if you want to become stronger. If you want to be weak for a lifetime, just refuse. The voice was faint, and the Kwei Niu had disappeared and disappeared. The boulevard, which had been silent before, had a sound again. Sasuke held the card, his expression changing. He kept the address firmly in his mind, flames burst from his hand, and in a blink of an eye he burned the card to ashes. The #1 master in the ninja world? Kwei Ox? Zodiac signs. Sasuke moved on again, as if nothing had happened. The next day, both Sasuke and Hinata went to the Hokage building to go through the induction procedures, received the ninja forehead protector, and officially became a glorious Konoha genin. Their instructor also decided that it was Hatake Kakashi. After all, Naruto was the only one under Kakashi's team, and there were 2 more to form a trio. Chapter 79. Squad Kakashi, officially established. Shouldn't you be cheering and applauding? It's such a shame. In the training ground, Kakashi looked at the 3 people in front of him and couldn't help sighing. Uchiha Sasuke stood silently with a cold face. Naruto and Hinata stick together and live in their own 2-person world, completely forgetting that he is still there as an instructor. Naruto-kun. Hinata blushed, tugged at the corner of Naruto's shirt, and started clapping, seemingly cheering for Kakashi's words. Naruto squinted at Kakashi with disgust on his face, and patted his palm lightly. This is for Hinata face. Sasuke also clapped twice in a gesture of perfunctory meaning, revealing it all. Since the team has been established, let's go to eat barbecue today to celebrate, teacher, I will treat you. Kakashi touched his wallet, feeling confident. The last time I went to the cottage, there were a lot of spoils, he divided half, and now the wallet is still bulging. Kakashi-sensei, what about the task? What about the cultivation? Sasuke became anxious when he heard the words. He became a genin, not to mix food and drink, but to become stronger. The way of cultivation requires a combination of work and rest. Sasuke, how long have you been taking a break? The strings are too tight and they will break. Listen to me today and take a good rest. Kakashi said to Sasuke seriously. With Naruto, there is no sense of accomplishment at all, but it is the new Sasuke who makes Kakashi ignite the spirit of a raging teacher. He's ready to train Sasuke seriously. But before that, let's eat barbecue 067 first. His. At the yakiniku restaurant, Kakashi gasped for the third time. He touched his wallet, blood dripping from his heart. Naruto and Sasuke eat a lot, but within reason. But Hinata's appetite made Kakashi see what a real big eater is. Roast meat is placed one by one, and the empty plates are placed one by one. Even Sasuke, who has been showing a cold face all the time, was shocked and wide-eyed, terrified by Hinata's appetite. Naruto-kun, am I eating too much? It's alright, eat hard, but don't order more. Kakashi-sensei has a bulging purse, and when he comes out to eat, how can he be full? Kakashi-sensei, are you right? Eat as much as you can. Kakashi answered feebly. He suddenly regained his spirits and looked at Naruto with a look of schadenfreude. This yellow-haired boy, his future daughter-in-law can eat so much, his future life will be miserable. Thinking of how Naruto had toiled around in order to earn Hinata's food expenses, and his face was so tired that his kidneys were deficient, Kakashi felt very happy, and his mood suddenly improved. This instructor, why does he have a bitter face and a smirk again? Could it be that he is a weird person? Sasuke's heart skipped a beat, feeling how difficult his future would be. After the dinner, several people separated from each other. Kakashi disappeared in a blink of an eye. Naruto sends Hinata home. Sasuke silently walked down the street. Unconsciously, he came to the forest near the training ground, which was the address left by Quainu of the Red Sun Society. You came. I am coming. The Quainu came out from behind the big tree, still wearing a black robe and a Quainu mask. Drink this. With a swish, Quainu threw over a bottle of drink. Sasuke was stunned, opened the cork, and drank the drink in one go. Aren't you afraid that I'll be poisoned inside? P. As soon as he drank the contents of the bottle, Quainu faintly said this. Sasuke froze for a moment, looking down at the bottle in his hand. Yes. He should have been extremely vigilant, why did he drink all the things that others casually throw over without any precautions? It seemed that he was not at all prepared for the Quainu in front of him. There are bursts of warm currents in the body, as if soaking in a hot spring. These days of frantic training were exhausted and hurt, and when I started ironing, I felt that my whole body was relaxed, as if I was reborn. Okay, today's training begins. Quainu stretched out his hand, with a handful of kunao hanging on his index finger, spinning yo-yo. Sasuke's heart froze, the same, hands, eyes. Tomo opened, ready for all challenges. Yes, anytime, anywhere, you can enter the battle state, this is a qualified ninja. A cold light flashed, and the sharp kunao had already cut to Sasuke's neck, approaching the extreme. When Sasuke tried his best to block this move, but he couldn't help staggering away. The opponent is too strong. When fighting, you must never lose your focus. The moment you lose your focus, that's when you lose. Boom. Sasuke got hit in the blink of an eye and flew out. He clearly saw this kick, the speed was not fast, and the strength was not strong, dab J, but he couldn't stop it. Lost your focus? By the way, if you lose your center of gravity, your body instinct will forcefully adjust yourself to regain your center of gravity, take this as the first priority, and put other things aside. Therefore, even if he knew how to parry, how to avoid it easily, his physical instinct still prevented him from making a move, and his reaction was more than one shot or two shots slower. Even if you are at a disadvantage, don't forget to be vigilant about your surroundings, because you don't know when your opponent will use the clone technique. Control the details of your surroundings at any time, your eyes will often deceive you, and you must trust your intuition. The Quainu opposite was still talking. Sasuke was horrified, feeling an extremely serious crisis behind him. He lowered his head subconsciously and swung forward. A cold light flashed past the position of his neck just now. Another Quainu appeared behind him, and he didn't know when the other party used the clone technique. Boom. Sasuke was kicked out again. Shhhhhhh. The sharp and swift shuriken shot out. Sasuke tried his best to parry, but found that the shuriken was actually a phantom, and he blocked it. In the originally empty place, Quainu's figure suddenly appeared, and he kicked it again. Sasuke felt that he was in some kind of predicament and could only be helpless. He was beaten and kicked like a sandbag by Quainu, and it was a fluke to be able to block 1 out of 10 moves. If Quainu wanted to kill him, 100 of him would not be enough for others to kill. Compared to the Chunnin examiner in the Genin assessment, this Red Sun Society's Quainu is much stronger. It feels like an adult beating a child, no matter how you resist it. A Quainu is so powerful, how powerful is Kira, the president of the Red Sun Society? Sasuke gritted his teeth and insisted, even though he was beaten until his nose was bruised, he didn't say a word. This is the fastest way to get stronger. Only by learning to be beaten can we finally learn to fight. Although the pain of the body came in waves, Sasuke was in a very relaxed mood, and he could feel that he was getting stronger a little bit. Quainu's teaching, word by word, was kept in his heart by him. The opponent's attack was ruthless, but Sasuke was extremely grateful. The other party did not perfunctory himself. He trained seriously when he said training, attacked from various tricky angles, so that he could learn lessons from pain and absorb experience from failure. These experiences are invaluable. It was discovered by countless people with blood and life. Okay, that's it for today. Kuei Niu suddenly stopped attacking. Sasuke stumbled and collapsed under the tree, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. After you go back, digest what you have learned today. I don't want you to be so weak when I see you next time. Kuei Niu said coldly, his figure disappeared suddenly. The forest was empty and silent. Sasuke slowed down and stood up slowly. He bowed deeply to the place where Kuei Niu disappeared, and then staggered away. This fat beating is enough for a long time. Itake, how does it feel to train with Sasuke? Feel? Putting on the mask, I feel like I'm especially capable of ruthless attacks. When I was with him, I was always afraid of hurting him, so I hesitated. Now, I'm more decisive. I beat Sasuke. Feels great. Chapter 80. President, have you changed a person? Qinghai City, Main Street. Ringo Yuli leaned in front of Naruto, looked at him up and down, and spoke suspiciously for a while. Yakang and Bai followed behind. The two of them were discussing all kinds of fun things on the street. Their footsteps were very light. A different person? Why do you say that? The former president was more dignified and a little more serious. Unlike the current president is too lively. Ringo Yuli touched his chin and thought about it before coming to a conclusion. Damn body, actually put me out to be exposed to the wind and the sun, but he ran back and talked to Hinata to kiss me and me, I was really mad at me. Naruto murmured inwardly, a burst of resentment. For Ringo Yuli's sensitivity, he was really a little frightened. This little girl's intuition is too keen. Shadow clone technique, the character between the clone and the body is roughly the same, but the subtleties are slightly different, and ordinary people can't find this difference. You think too much. Naruto stopped abruptly and looked at a group of people gathered on the street, as if something happened. There was a commotion. Hey, what happened? There's a lot of fun to watch. It's great. Ringo Yuli was excited for a while, and swish, swish, and ran over at a fast speed. Naruto took Yakang and Shiro and walked over as well. In front of a shop, a group of menacing big men surrounded the shop, carrying wooden sticks and iron rods, murderous. On the plaque of the shop, the 4 characters Singai shop are written. Naruto narrowed his eyes and laughed suddenly. In the shop, the guys all cowered and hid in the corner, only a boy wearing glasses stood at the front, neither humble nor arrogant. Boy, let your shopkeeper come out quickly, otherwise, I will smash your shop. I'm the shopkeeper, you can talk to me if you have anything. You're the shopkeeper? Don't fool people. Where can you find such a young shopkeeper? I'm the shopkeeper, you can't do anything if you don't believe me. Well, I'll tell the truth. When you open a shop in Qinghai City, don't you understand the rules at all? If you don't understand the rules, what kind of shop are you here to open? What are the rules? I pay taxes on time and pay a lot of money. What other rules should I follow? Don't pretend to be confused. This Qinghai City is covered by our Qinghai gang. If you want to open a store here, you must give 50% of the income to get our Qinghai gang's protection. Otherwise, your shop will not be able to open. Naruto sneered and shook his head. He didn't look any further. A gang formed by a group of local hooligans dared to speak up and demand 50% of the protection fee. It was crazy for money. Che, I thought there was something fun to watch, but it turned out to be just a conflict between some ordinary people. Ringo Yuri returned to Naruto's side again, looking bored. A group of ordinary people clashing. Lingo, when you were a ninja, how much mission gold did you get for a mission? Naruto asked. It depends on the situation. For a single mission, there are millions of taels more and hundreds of thousands of taels less. How long will the task take? A few days to dozens of days. President, why do you ask that? Ringo Yu asked curiously. You know, how much can these gangsters earn in a day? How many taels? How many taels? Ringo Yuli cast his eyes on those hooligans again and guessed. I don't know. I'll take you to see it tonight. After hearing Naruto's words, Ringo Yuri's eyes suddenly brightened, and he laughed. In front of the store, a group of hooligans flew out, crashing and crashing, causing 5 injuries and 5 injuries. Depending on the situation, they kicked the iron plate. This boy is very good. Yakang couldn't help but admire. The young shopkeeper wearing glasses, who knocked down the hooligan with 3 strokes and 5 out of 2, his movements were simple and fluent, and he was extremely refreshing. Naruto nodded lightly at the young shopkeeper, turned around and left. He led the 3 of Yakang around the city in a big circle, and then walked to a large courtyard and knocked gently on the door. The door opened, and it was the young shopkeeper. President. The young shopkeeper was very respectful. Naruto led the 3 into the compound and sat down at the stone table in the courtyard. The shop just now was also owned by the Red Sun Society? Ringo Yu smacked her tongue, and she never thought that the Red Sun Society would be so pervasive. Kabuto, why did you come to Qinghai City? President, because the shop here reported that there are often hooligans to harass, I will come and deal with it. Yakushi. 2. He still had the prudence of a spy, but his expression was not as gloomy as before, and he looked a lot more cheerful. Being a businessman is not a bad thing for him. What is the Qinghai Gang? The Qinghai Gang is an underground organization that was secretly formed by the city lord of Qinghai. It specially searches for the money of the people in the city for the city lord of Qinghai. In the name of protection fees, they charge 10% to 50% of the fees, which makes Qinghai City complain. Qinghai City Lord, what is it? The Lord of Qinghai City is a distant relative of the famous name of the Country of Fire. He was dispatched to Qinghai City to be the lord of the city. He has been doing it for more than 10 years, and his position is extremely stable. You have a heart, and as soon as you came, you checked them all over the place. 0. Ask for flowers. This is not my credit, it is the result of other members of the organization, I just read the information. Yakushi Kabuto glanced at the three of Yakura and spoke cautiously. They can't hold back and want to find something for themselves. That's right, this is also after the affirmation of the two adults, Kuei Nu and Bai Hu, that they chose Qinghai City, the place where the Fire Nation is the most resentful, to implement the plan. They want to replace the city lord of Qinghai City, and then control the entire Qinghai City as the base of our Red Sun Society, right? Yakushi Kabuto nodded slightly. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have opened the shop in a chaotic place like Qinghai City. By the way, let's get to know each other. This is Yakushi Kabuto, one of the zodiac signs of the Red Sun Society. This is new to the group, Ringo Yuri from Kirigakure. This is the same new member, Habara of Scorch Style from Sunagakure. 0. This one is also a new member, Mizuno Uebai, Blood Follower Ninja. Naruto looked at the three people who were listening with pricked ears, and then came over suddenly and hurriedly introduced them to each other. Yakushi Kabuto narrowed his eyes and was amazed. Ringo Yuri, the genius ninja of Kirigakure, has been promoted to Jonin at a young age, and the future is limitless. Scorch Style Yakura, Sunagakure hero, elite Jonin, made a name for himself on the battlefield. These two people, Yakushi Kabuto, have heard of each other's names, but unexpectedly, they were packaged into the Red Sun Club by the president, which is incredible. As for Bai, he hadn't heard of the name, but it must have something special to do with the president's eyes and heart. Tank Snake? Yakushi Kabuto. Yakang stared at Yakushi Kabuto suddenly, a little dazed in his eyes. Have I seen you? Maybe. Yakushi Kabuto smiled, non-committal. Of course I have seen it. He also worked as a spy in Sunagakure, and it was inevitable that he would meet Yakang. Okay, I don't need to say more about these greetings. Since I'm here, let's go to the Qinghai Gang tonight to see how they bully the market. By the way, Kabuto, you inform them, start action, and take down this Qinghai City tonight. Naruto slapped the table, and went into action. Ringo Yuri laughed strangely, and her eyes began to glow. Yakang also became excited. After all, she had not done anything for a long time, and her bones seemed to be rusted. Only Bai looked worried and helpless. He doesn't really want to participate in this kind of activity. However, he glanced at Naruto, regained his energy, and decided to join the operation. Chapter 81. At night, the full moon is in the sky. Qinghai City West District, Qinghai Gang resident. Naruto sat high in the hall, looked at the members of the Qinghai Gang who were kneeling below, and yawned. The action went smoothly. In fact, the Qinghai Gang is a gang composed of ordinary people. There are 2 worshippers in the gang. It is said that they are Chunnin. In fact, they are not even genin. Naruto didn't shoot at all. Bai also had no chance to shoot. Ringoyu Yuli knocked over a few people with his hands, and then stopped, bored. Only Yakang and Yakushi Kabuto, who acted in a single-minded manner, knocked all the Qinghai Gang members to the ground, made them gather and knelt on the ground. Swish! A figure dressed in black appeared in front of Naruto and handed over a stack of ledgers respectfully. President, this is the account book of Qinghai Gang's income and expenditure over the years, which records the protection fees they collect, as well as the protection money offered to the city lord of Qinghai City. Protection money. This is the name set up by the city lord of Qinghai City. It is said that it is a kind of tax to protect the 067 and protect the legal operation of the Qinghai Gang in the city. It is a very formal kind. Naruto flipped through the ledger and couldn't help gasping for breath. My dear, this is too cruel. The numbers above are astounding. For a split second, Naruto felt his own poverty. Come and see, let's see how a Qinghai Gang in this area is stronger than you elite Jonins, and how can it get such a huge amount of money. The task money of your life and death, compared to these people, is simply weak. Naruto patted the ledger with a look of emotion. Ringo Yuri remembered the question Naruto asked during the day, and was curious, and couldn't help opening the ledger. On the ledger, all kinds of data are densely packed, making her head overwhelmed and confused. Yakang and Bai also came over. Yakushi Kabuto stood aside, glanced at it, and was stunned. That number directly made his scalp tingle with shock. Recently, he has held a lot of money, opened factories, bought and sold shops, recruited people and was busy with all kinds of things. But now, he was still shocked by the amount of funds on the ledger. 1, 2, 3, 4, how many zeros? Ringo Yuli counted the zeros on the ledger, feeling that his eyes were exhausted, and he still couldn't count. 137,758,000 taels. Bai gave the answer directly. In the past 10 years, 12 billion taels of protection money have been handed over to the city owner of Qinghai City, and the Qinghai gang has left 1.7 billion taels and a fraction of more than 70 million taels, which are used as funds to maintain the operation of the gang. Yakushi Kabuto added. How many? Ringo Yuli felt that he had hallucinations, and his face was in a trance. Yakang was also stunned, shocked by these numbers, and his mind was buzzing. As Jonin, they have a big mission, such as an S-level mission. They are busy for half a month, and the mission fee is only a few million taels at most, and they have to deduct the share from the village. A piece. But in this mere Qinghai City, a small underground gang, the money earned over the years is enough to offset their elite Jonin's 10,000 S-level missions. 10,000 S-rank missions? Even if the ninja has 3 heads and 6 arms, it will take a lifetime to complete all these tasks. Ringo Yuli finally understood what the numbers in the ledger meant. She was all grey. I feel that I have been practicing hard for more than 10 years, fighting bloody battles with the enemy, and desperately trying to survive. As a result, compared with a group of local gangsters, the speed of making money is extremely weak. Her 3 views collapsed. Isn't ninja powerful, far more powerful than ordinary people? Why do ninjas earn so much less than ordinary people? A city lord of Qinghai City has collected as much as 12 billion from the Qinghai gang in the past 10 years. This amount of money is more than the total income of a village in the 5-year-old ninja village. Simply ridiculous. See, this is the absurdity of this world. It is said that it is the world of ninjas, all kinds of powerful ninjas are flying to the ground, but each one is very poor, but it is the aristocrats from all over the world, each with fat heads and big ears, and they don't have to undergo the cruel and ruthless training torture of ninjas, and can make a lot of money and live a very nourishing life. This world is not right. Naruto's voice was sonorous, and he waved his hands. The world is indeed sick. Along the way, he traveled the world of ninja, saw the daily life of many ordinary people, and also witnessed various riots in various cities. The rich have continuous houses and splendid clothes, while the poor have no place to stand, and their clothes are ragged. Ninjas roaming in this world, they seem to be extremely powerful, but they are out of tune with this world, as if a ninja system was forced into the world. Watching Naruto pacing back and forth, listening to his impassioned words, suddenly, Yakushi Kabuto understood Naruto's original intention of always talking about the unification of the ninja world. Yakang, Ringo Yuri, and Bai, their eyes followed Naruto back and forth, their eyes glowing, and it felt like such a president had a radiance all over his body. With the help of Qinghai gang, who was kneeling on the ground, he stopped. Kabuto, you are in charge of raiding the Qinghai gang's house and finding out the culpability of these people. Those who commit serious crimes of wounding and murder will be executed. 0. The rest of the crimes will not lead to death, they will be punished for reform through labor, according to the culpability. The labor penalty period varies in severity and punishment time. Also, inform Kuei Niu and Bai Hu, and you to join in, and formulate a salary grading system for the Red Sun Society. According to the level of rank and contribution, give the salary that each person needs to pay each month, and the funds will be distributed from the income in Qinghai City this time. 1. The principle of paying wages is set according to the 3 principles of more work, more pay, less pay, and no work. Remember, Kabuto, you have a lot of responsibilities. These windfalls are okay once or twice, but over time, there will always be a day of sitting idle. You must roll out the business as soon as possible and establish a stable source of income for the organization. 1. Naruto said whatever came to his mind, eloquently. Yakushi Kabuto tried to record Naruto's words and listened very carefully. Let's go, and see, what is the holy place of this Qinghai City Lord, and how can he loot so much money? Naruto left the Qinghai gang to Yakushi Kabuto, and let the man in black lead the way to the Qinghai City Lord's mansion. President. Master President. I've seen the President. In the luxurious City Lord's mansion, people in black saw Naruto, all bowed their heads and greeted respectfully. Yakang and several people were secretly shocked when they saw it. These people in black, every word and deed, there is a strong and powerful aura, and it is definitely not easy. The power of the Red Sun Society is far more terrifying than they imagined. President. It's you, Fugaku, I can rest assured that you will be in charge of Qinghai City this time. A middle-aged man with a serious expression walked out. 1.9 and gave Naruto a salute. Naruto nodded. Uchiha Fugaku? The head of the Uchiha clan. Seeing the middle-aged man, Yakang couldn't help but exclaimed, dumbfounded. The head of the Uchiha clan? Didn't the Uchiha clan be exterminated? Ringo Yuli's mind was a mess, feeling that the world was becoming more and more incomprehensible, and strange things were happening everywhere. President, they are all new companions, let's get to know each other. Naruto introduced both parties. Yakang and Ringo Yuri finally confirmed that the man in front of him was really Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan. Obviously, the news of Uchiha's genocide circulating in the ninja world is all false. Those ninjas with strong aura in the city lord's mansion are definitely from the Uchiha clan. The president is so powerful that even the Uchiha family can be brought under the umbrella of the Red Sun Society. Chapter 82. This is the lord of Qinghai City, Sakata Dagon. Naruto circled around a fat man with a dull expression 3 times, task. Besides looting money, what else did he do? He would walk around the streets with a knife for a few days every year, and when he saw someone who was not pleasing to the eye, he would go up and stab him, watch the blood flow, laugh out loud, and take pleasure in it. Over the years, more than 50 people have been injured or even killed because of his atrocities. Also, when he saw beautiful women on the street, he would occasionally get mad and take them back to the city lord's mansion, humiliating and abusing them. There were as many as 16 women who died because of this. He also spent money to hire wandering ninjas to train soldiers, and it seemed that he wanted to do something big. Later, he was reprimanded by the big name, and then he gave up. However, the wandering ninjas have been raised in the city lord's mansion and spent every day drinking and drinking. Fugaku's recounting of the bad things Sakata Dagon had done was really jaw-dropping and eye-opening. How can this guy be so bad? Ringo Yu's eyebrows stood upright from Li Liu's eyebrows, and she was so angry that she showed her sharp teeth, wishing she could take a bite. The ninjas were fighting each other, fighting to the death, no matter how bloody, no matter how cruel and ruthless, she would not feel how. But taking a shot at ordinary people for no reason and making fun of it is no different from a super pervert madman, which makes her really sick. I would never have imagined that among these nobles, there would actually be such a vicious and cruel guy. It's unbelievable. Uchiha Fugaku nodded with a look of emotion. He had been paying attention to things in Konoha village, things in the ninja world, and he didn't care about ordinary people at all. After careful investigation, I discovered that in the noble world of the Land of Fire, there are too many such outrageous things. Hidden darkness can be seen everywhere. Squeeze out the oil and water on his body, and destroy him. This kind of garbage should not live in the world. Naruto sneered, murderous. At this time, even the kind-hearted Bai didn't have the slightest objection, but instead nodded. In the future, you will be in Qinghai City. Naruto asked about Fugaku. Fugaku nodded. Staying in the Red Sun town, living in the Uchiha clan, he has always felt very depressed, always recalling the night of the extermination of the clan. Many people in the clan still have opinions on him, and they always look at him wrong. Simply, Fugaku took over the task of going out and moved to Qinghai City. You Uchiha clan must have quite a few members who can't stand loneliness. Send them all to Qinghai City, and I'll give them a new task. What mission? Conduct a thorough investigation of the great name of the country of fire, nobles from various places, and relevant officials, and find out what they usually do, no matter how good or bad. Gather all the information to form a target for the country of fire. Intelligence agencies, let's call it Umbu of Fire. Umbu of Fire? Yes. Knowing yourself and knowing the enemy is the only way to be safe in 100 battles. To achieve the ultimate goal of our organization, we must first understand what is going on in this world. Why is it like this? How can we correct it? Just investigating these ordinary people? How should the ninjas of other ninja villages, the ninjas of Konoha, deal with these? Fugaku is still a little confused. He still couldn't grasp the main meaning of Naruto's words. You don't need to pay attention to the affairs of the ninja world. When you encounter other ninjas during the mission, try to avoid them if you can avoid them. If you can't avoid them, try to keep peace as much as possible. 1. In this world, ninjas are only a superficial problem, a key problem, and they are still ordinary people. All the world, all problems, in the final analysis, are people's problems. As long as people are solved, the problems behind them will naturally be solved. The Red Sun Society targets the vast majority of ordinary people in the ninja world. This point, you have to tell them clearly, lest they go to the trouble of the ninja excitedly. Naruto explained his thoughts in detail to Fugaku and asked him to pass it on to Uchiha's ninjas. He has a lot of ideas, but after thinking about it, he always feels that there is a serious shortage of manpower. Uchiha's ninjas, fighting, reconnaissance, and intelligence investigation, are not bad, but it is really embarrassing for them to do those daily trivial things. Something like setting up the Red Sun Society's pay scale would definitely not work for Uchiha's people. There is also the structure of the Red Sun Society, which also needs to be adjusted and improved. After all, it is because there are too few talents around. Like Yakang, Ringo Yuri, and Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, they are all powerful ninjas, and few people are their opponents in battle. But if they want to do things other than ninjas, they are all big girls getting on the sedan chair. For the first time, it is inevitable that they will be in a hurry. To stabilize our position, we must first improve the organizational structure and gather enough talents before we can consider expansion. Naruto scratched his head. The thought of taking advantage of this opportunity to push all the plans in one go slowly faded away. His own thinking is still unclear, and if he acts rashly, something may go wrong. If you don't have talent, you can cultivate it yourself. There's still a lot of time, take your time, don't rush. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku in action, Naruto's mood gradually calmed down. Red Sun Town as the headquarters base and Qinghai City as the sub-base, developing slowly, not in a hurry to eat a fat man in one go. The next day, the people of Qinghai City suddenly discovered that the Qinghai gang, which had been bullying the market, seemed to have disappeared and never appeared again. They were apprehensive and worried. On the third day, those familiar faces were still not seen, and the air in Qinghai City seemed to be a lot fresher. Fourth day. Day 5. It wasn't until half a month later that the Qinghai gang's people still disappeared, and the people of Qinghai City were finally convinced that the darkness that had been pressing on their heads had completely dissipated. People started cheering, and some even set off firecrackers, which were very lively. In the 067C shop, the business has also improved at a visible speed and is booming. Because, the people of Qinghai City have a saying that the Qinghai gang will disappear when they hit the iron plate. And this iron plate is the person behind the Zingai shop. The members of the Uchiha family came to Qinghai City through various means. This brand new city makes the members of Uchiha who can't show their faces in a fair manner, feel sullen and swept away. They can show their strengths and bring a brand new look to the city. Many Uchiha members who are accustomed to the ninja life have also become members of Umbu of Fire, and they have scattered all over the country of Fire and started their own investigation missions. Everything is running smoothly. Naruto took the three of Yaking, disappeared completely from the ninja world, and returned to the Red Sun Town without a sound. Yaking and Ringo Yuri were thrown by Naruto to Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itaka to see what sparks they could make with each other. As for Bai, he joined Yakushi Nanoyo to help her take care of the children in the orphanage and learn medical ninjutsu by the way. Naruto, while teaching the children and spreading his ideas, secretly sorts out the entire Red Sun society structure to make the organization more complete and more organized. On the other hand, Naruto and Hinata, as well as Uchiha Sasuke, are also constantly performing tasks, gaining experience, improving strength, and moving towards higher goals. Time passed silently. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. Chapter 83. It's the annual ninja school graduation time again, and time flies. 1. This year has been interesting. Why do you say that? Isn't this the same year that Uzumaki Naruto Jonin graduated? In the blink of an eye, all the old classmates have become Jonin. They just graduated from school. Maybe some of them will become disciples under the guidance of Lord Vortex, isn't it? Is it fun? When you say that, I'm really interested. Uzumaki Naruto, but now the most popular existence in the ninja world, is even more beautiful than the fourth Hokage Lord back then one. Yes, the previous ninjas had only one nickname at most. This Uzumaki Naruto, not only has the nickname of the Smiling Devil, but also has different nicknames such as Ninjutsu Machine Gun, Ninjutsu Cannon, Ninjutsu Mangekyo, etc. I am really envious of others. Konoha Village, it's been busy lately. The graduation of the ninja school students is certainly a big event. Can cause this excitement, but someone else. Uzumaki Naruto, for his blameless merit, was officially awarded the position of Jonin by 3rd Hokage, becoming a super genius like his teacher Heitake Kakashi, who was promoted to Jonin at the age of 12. No one came forward to say a word. It was a shady story. Up to Jonin, down to the common people, everyone was convinced and recognized Naruto's Jonin's promotion. Uzumaki Naruto, who graduated early at the age of 7, was promoted to Chunnin in the same year after defeating Cloud Shinobi Jonin. 8 years old, performing an S-level mission, encountering 3 Jonins from Rock Shinobi, alone, with a violent and unparalleled ninjutsu output, smashing the 9-layered earth wall formed by Rock Shinobi Jonin, who is known for its defense. Shinobi Jonin fainted and captured 3 Rock Shinobi Jonin alive. At the age of 9, he and his teammates encountered the Kirigakuer Shinobi Sword, the 4th of the 7, Hoshigaki Kisame, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish, the Black Ho, Leia, and the Peach Land. With the violent fire-style ninjutsu, the 4 Jonin of Mist Shinobi were burned alive and fled, and they dared not appear in front of Uzumaki Naruto again. At the age of 10, facing Tsunagakuer Kazekage, a wind-style spiral shuriken directly blew up Kazekage Luasha's sand gold shield, and even attacked with overwhelming ninjutsu, which made Kazekage exhausted to deal with, and in the end could only be embarrassed. Run away and become the first shadow to be defeated by Naruto. 11 years old, 12 years old, Uzumaki Naruto's reputation has shaken the entire ninja world. All the senior leaders of the ninja village have given death orders to the ninjas below. In the face of Uzumaki Naruto, they can retreat and give up the task without being punished. Half a month ago, Naruto met Cloud Shinobi Village 4th Raikage during the mission, and the two fought against each other. But Raikage said afterwards that if the fight continued, he would only lose. Uzumaki Naruto is simply an out-and-out ninjutsu cannon. Every ninjutsu shot is like a cannonball, with astonishing power and amazingly fast casting speed. Even 4th Hokage, who is known for his speed, has a feeling of being overwhelmed. If the battle goes on, 4th Hokage will definitely be stunned by Naruto's machine gun-like ninjutsu. 1 round is not enough, 2 rounds are not enough, 4 rounds are not enough, 14 rounds are not enough, 16 rounds are not enough. Even if Hokage's defense is astonishing and his speed is lightning fast, he will definitely hate him on the spot. Therefore, in the face of Uzumaki Naruto's remarkable and amazing achievements this time, his promotion to Jonin has become a matter of course. This child is growing up so fast. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the high platform and looked at Naruto, who was tall and handsome below, with a relieved expression on his face. Over the years, thanks to Naruto's active performance, the entire Konoha village has become vibrant. In the ninja school, many students have also chosen to graduate early, so that the process of Konoha village's replacement of old and new starts early, and more newcomers stand out and embark on one after another. Front desk. It gives the impression that the whole Konoha is revived and invigorated. In addition, there is no Danzo behind the wind and rain. In the past 5 years, Konoha has been peaceful and prosperous. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen lost a lot of face in front of him, over the years, with the prosperity of Konoha, his prestige has gradually recovered, and he has regained his original momentum. After 4 or 5 years, the handover baton can be handed over to Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought proudly, feeling that he had become alive again. This Hokage, he could do it for a few more years. Just as Naruto said he wanted to be the 5th Hokage back then, whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen or other ninjas in Konoha village, consciously or unconsciously, Naruto was regarded as the future Hokage. Naruto's wish was already within reach and within reach. Because Naruto shows not only unparalleled strength, but also wisdom, affinity, and leadership. All aspects of performance give people a sense of stability, sunshine, and solidity. As long as this kind of person is continued, when Sarutobi Hiruzen retires and Naruto is promoted to Hokage, it will become a matter of course. Today, I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as 3rd Hokage, hereby honor the ninja Uzumaki Naruto, who was elevated to the rank of Jonin, in recognition of his great contribution to the village. The will of fire is the place where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow, the fire will continue to illuminate the village, and the new leaves will sprout. Now, this new shoot has grown strong enough to take over the burden of the ancestors and provide new flames for the latecomers to continue to light up the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen started his own gushing. His voice was full of surging passion and incitement, which made countless young people below them full of enthusiasm and bright eyes. That kind of admiration, longing, and yearning, just like in the past. Naruto stood aside with a big smile on his face, as if he was listening carefully to the will of fire, which he had heard countless times. But in his mind, he was looking for things to think for himself, in order to spend this long nonsense time. Naruto-kun, so handsome. Under the stage, Hinata, who has grown up a lot, is holding a small red face in both hands, looking at Naruto on the stage obsessively. His eyes are full of red hearts. Hinata, you've all been tired of it for so many years, aren't you tired? Harano Sakura, who was dressed in red, started to complain, and his tone was full of resentment. She secretly glanced at Uchiha Sasuke, who was standing not far away, sighing in her heart. Can not be in the same class, the same squad. She wants to contact Sasuke, the opportunity is pitiful. Moreover, Uchiha Sasuke has now become a famous elite Chunnin, and his fighting power is no worse than that of Jonin. Harano Sakura graduated a year early and is still a genin today. The gap is too big. How can I get tired of it? Naruto-kun is so handsome, he is getting more and more handsome, I feel like I can't see enough. Hinata speaks more and more boldly, and has become accustomed to this confident way of speaking. Yeah, Hinata, you are so happy, you have been looking for Naruto since you were a child. You are so handsome. Yamanaka Ino looked at Naruto on the stage, and also committed nympho. Today's Naruto, because of daily exercise, plus adequate nutrition, tall stature, 12 years old, is already comparable to the height of 14 or 15-year-olds, plus bright golden hair, bright smile, the whole person is like the sun, shining in all directions. Not to mention Hinata Ino, in the whole Konoha village, I don't know how many girls are fond of Naruto girls and never forget them. Naruto is really, step by step towards his goal, and he doesn't know how hard it is for others to chase. It's just the king of Konoha Volume 1, it's really troublesome. Nara Shikamaru glanced at Ino and the others, then glanced at Naruto on the high platform, and sighed again, her face dejected. He lived a trouble-free and peaceful life, but Naruto showed up and he was forced to follow him. The second year after Sasuke and Hinata graduated, he also invited him to graduate early, and this time he was promoted to Chunnin. He was busy all day, which made him miserable. In fact, it's not just him. Akimichi Koji, Inyazuka Yat, Abarume Shino, and Yamanaka Ino, one by one, graduated early from the ninja school, became a ninja early, and experienced various tasks ahead of time. Not only in their current class, but in their last class, and even in the last class, some people chose to graduate early. Naruto took the lead and swept the entire Konoha village to death. Chapter 84. Uchiha Sasuke looked up at Naruto on the high platform, his eyes were extremely complicated. 5 years. He practiced with all his strength, and even under the training of Kwei Niu of the Red Sun Society, his strength improved by leaps and bounds, which made Kakashi, who is an instructor, amazed and called a monster. But no matter how strong he gets, Naruto seems to be able to suppress him and is always better than him. In the past 5 years, Sasuke did not know how many times he had challenged Naruto, but he couldn't remember the number. The only thing he could remember was the word defeated. What a bad memory. Sasuke pursed his lips and smiled. Perhaps, this is the goal worth pursuing for a lifetime. Today's Sasuke is extremely calm. The genocide of Uchiha seemed to him far away. Hatred he still remembers, the murderer was Shimura Danzo. But this matter is no longer a problem for Sasuke. Vengeance, of course, has to be revenge, but life is not just revenge, there are many interesting things, always try one by one, in order to live up to this wonderful life. I also want to fight to be promoted to Jonin as soon as possible, and I can't let Naruto go too far. Sasuke's eyes flashed vigorously again. Repeated defeats, and countless failures have honed Sasuke's indomitable will, and no matter how big the gap is, he will never be able to erase his fighting spirit. Naruto, from today onwards, you are Jonin of Konoha village. I hope you can put the village first, and contribute to protecting the village and the country. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished his speech, he started to nag Naruto again, as if he wanted to repeat the previous 067 words. Master, you should say a few words less. You didn't see it, everyone is impatient. Under the high stage, the crowd burst into laughter, apparently being struck by Naruto's words. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little embarrassed, but finally stopped talking. Okay, I'm so happy today, I invite everyone to eat barbecue. Come, you must come. Facing the congratulations from everyone, Naruto responded like a spring breeze, and the sunshine was incomparable. He announced even louder that he was going to bleed heavily and treat the guests. In an instant, a group of people got excited and decided to kill Naruto well. Whether it's Shikamaru Koji, or Jonins like Kakashi, Asuma, and Might Guy, they all surrounded Naruto and headed for the barbecue restaurant, with no difference for a while. That's Vortex Jonin? How young? I still remember what he looked like when he was a kid, he was so big in the blink of an eye. It feels so familiar. If our children can be half as smart as the Whirlpool Jonin, I'll be Amitba. Whirlpool Jonin is so powerful, he will definitely lead our Konoha village to the top. The third generation adults are so old, when will they retire? Have you decided on 5th Hokage? Today's Konoha, in addition to the Whirlpool Jonin, who else, Dab J, is qualified to be the purpose of 5th generation? Like Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama. They are too old, I remember Mr. Tsunade is in his 50s, at this age, it's better to take care of yourself. And what about Kakashi Jonin? He's the teacher of Vortex Jonin, and he's young enough to be a 5th generation character. Bah, that's AST, holding on to the intimacy of heaven every day and watching. You say, don't you lose our Konoha's face when this kind of person is our 5th Hokage. Hey, I figured it out, you're a fan of Vortex Jonin. What's wrong with the brain dumplings? The brain dumplings have eaten your rice. Along the way, the villagers looked at him with admiration, and even discussed a lot in private. There were even Naruto fans who were arguing with others, and they fought directly. A long time is enough to fade the memories of countless people. Among these people who admire Naruto, many of them may have forgotten how they once treated Naruto. As Naruto became famous, became better and stronger, the former haters all subconsciously blurred their memories and put on new expressions. Naruto completely ignored those glances. He was playing with his friends and chatting with the elders of Jonin, and he made everyone feel like a spring breeze. The psychological shadow of the past has been completely forgotten by him. Boss, move out all the barbecues in your store. I'll treat you today. Everyone can eat as much as they can, open to eat. I'm happy today, so don't be polite to me one. In the barbecue restaurant, the scorching smell of barbecue fills the air, the smell of spices, the smell of barbecue, and the taste of joy are intertwined, forming an extremely lively and noisy scene. Naruto carried the barbecue and smiled happily. Life is proud of horseshoe disease. Today, he feels that the beauty of life is all at this moment. 5th Hokage. A 12-year-old hairy boy who wants to covet Hokage's position, really doesn't know what to do. The only one who can be Hokage is me, and only me. Outside the barbecue shop, a villager strolled by and glanced inside the shop, his eyes full of madness and resentment. Naruto raised his eyebrows, turned his head to look at the same, and smiled brightly at the villager. The villager hurriedly lowered his head and walked away quickly. Damn, why is that kid so sharp? His strength is very strong, he has to find a way to let him leave the village, otherwise, the plan will be destroyed by him. That village block, into the small courtyard. His stature gradually changed, black clothes, bandages, one eye, and he was the Dark One of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. Orochimaru, how long are you going to hide? Shimura Danzo spoke coldly. Oh, it turned out to be our elder Danzo. Oh, yes, you are no longer elder Konoha, just like me, you are all rebellious. Orochimaru came out of the room with a pale face, teasing. Danzo's face twitched, but he didn't get angry. He could still bear this taunt. The Konoha crash plan, how are you preparing? The plan is a bit difficult, it's really difficult for Konoha to collapse now. Orochimaru spread out his hands with a look of helplessness. After replacing the old Konoha, for Orochimaru, it was full of holes, and there were loopholes everywhere, and it couldn't be easier to do something small. But today's Konoha is really different. The appearance of Naruto, as well as the face-to-face mockery of Kira of the Red Sun Society, made Konoha shinobi feel the infinite pressure. They were forced to roll up, compare taijutsu, compare ninjutsu, compare illusion, all kinds of crazy training, all kinds of competition. Such Konoha forces the ninjas to continuously improve their strength and become stronger and stronger. The name of the head of the 5 great ninja villages of Konoha has become more and more stable. In this case, even Orochimaru, who was very familiar with Konoha's various arrangements, felt the pressure. The Konoha collapse plan he originally said has been overturned by him, and the updated plan has not yet come out. How to do? Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru looked at each other, feeling each other's embarrassment. How many people can you use from your roots? Only a dozen people can follow my orders, but I gathered a group of wandering ninjas outside, and they can also play a role. Not enough, far from enough. How about uniting with other villages? Not everyone wants to see Konoha continue to grow. Hehe, Danzo, don't you love Konoha the most? Why do you want to dig the roots of Konoha now? The current Konoha is not the Konoha I want at all. Only the Konoha that stands up from destruction is the best Konoha. At that time, it was the time for me to become 5th Hokage. Shimura Danzo grinned, and the madness in his eyes made him look a little crazy. Orochimaru shook his head slightly, a trace of disdain in his eyes. Chapter 85. President. 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 Naruto walked into the conference room, and along the way, people stood up to say hello, respectful and fanatical. In addition to Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, the people present, there were also Uzumaki Kumo, Yekara, Ringo Yuri, Shiro, Yakushi Nanu, Yakushi Kabuto, and a dozen or so young people who were only 15 or 16 years old. Juvenile. These young people are all elites who were cultivated from orphans. They are the elites that Naruto spent several years teaching and growing up little by little. Their combat effectiveness may not be strong, but their ability to handle various matters is outstanding, and they have been able to share the pressure of the Red Sun Society in all aspects. Lord President, Umbu of Fire has basically completed the investigation of the entire country of Fire. This is the report. Master President, Umbu of the Water has only completed the investigation of the most important cities, and more time is needed to advance the plan. This is the current investigation report. Lord President, Umbu of the Wind has basically completed the investigation of the Kingdom of Wind. This is the report. Uchiha Fugaku, Ringo Yuri, and Yakang all handed in their own findings. In the past 5 years, in addition to forming Umbu of Fire with the Uchiha family as the main members, Naruto also formed Umbu of Water with Ringo Yuri as the main member to investigate the internal situation of the Kingdom of Water. Umbu investigates the country of the wind. I don't know if I don't see it. I'm startled when I look at it. The nobles of the major countries have quite a lot of tricks. Naruto turned several pages of several reports, looked at the things described above, couldn't help laughing angrily, and shook his head again and again. Itake, according to the above report, classify the crime according to the crime, and demarcate the target, so as to facilitate the screening and removal in the future. Yes, President. Uchiha Itake looked solemn, and his eyes were murderous. He is now the head of the Law Enforcement Department of the Red Sun Society, specializing in the arrest, trial, and execution of internal illegal and criminal activities. Over the years, a climate has been formed. The small fights in the Red Sun Club are just practice, and in the future, it will be expanded to the entire country of Fire, and that will be the time when his law enforcement department will really show his face. Kabuto, how are things on your side? President, the electrical business has spread all over the 5 countries, and TV sets have entered thousands of households in the ninja world. Now the organization has enough funds to maintain greater expansion without breaking the funds. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses and reported with a calm face. His breath is now condensed, his face is soft, and his whole person exudes a delicate aura. Even with a straight face, it still gives people a feeling like a spring breeze. This is obviously a unique temperament that has been honed as a businessman for a long time. Yakushi Yaneyu saw it, and his heart burst with joy. This kid Kabuto is really promising. Xiang Lin, how are you doing about setting up a TV station? Naruto turned to look at Uzumaki again. Today's Xianglin, although still young, exudes a shrewd and hard-working atmosphere, heroic. Over the years, as Naruto's secretary, she helped Naruto handle various affairs, large and small. At first, Xianglin was still trembling and timid. But over time, the childishness of her body gradually faded, and the shrinking caused by the hardships began to diminish, and the whole person became more and more confident and sharper. The unique Kagura mind of the Vortex family allows Xianglin to easily sense the subtle thoughts of others, and becomes more and more handy in receiving people and things. Today, even though she is only 13 years old, she has become the head of the eldest sister Xianglin, respected by everyone in the Red Sun Society, with extraordinary momentum. Master President, the TV station has been set up, and the signal transmission output has been debugged. It is perfect, and it can easily spread the TV station signal to the entire ninja world. Now we are in the process of selecting and arranging programs. When the time comes, we can let the TV station officially in the Shinobi world. What program have you prepared? According to the President's instructions, there are several major programs, news broadcasts from the ninja world, children's programs, TV series, etc. In addition, there are music programs, that variety show, etc. Xiang Fan looked at Naruto, her expression suddenly a little embarrassed. What's the matter? If you have anything, just say it. President, it's my first time working on a TV station, and I have no experience at all. I don't have much clues about how to do the show. President, can you come to the TV station and give us some pointers? After being transferred from the position of secretary beside Naruto and promoted to the director of Red Sun TV, everything became unfamiliar. Even if the aroma phosphorus has been exorcised, it still feels very difficult. TV stations, TV programs, this kind of thing is too unfamiliar to her. I see. After the meeting is over, I'll go to the TV station with you. Naruto nodded in agreement. Fragrance was instantly relieved. Next, is Yakushi Nanoyu's report on the medical department. The Red Sun Hospital has been established, and many medical ninjas have also grown up under the guidance of Yakushi Nanoyu, and have been able to stand on their own. It's just that there are too few wounded in the Red Sun Club, so they don't have many chances to make shots, and they are very depressed. Zero ask for flowers. In the conference room, people made reports one by one, sorting out all aspects of the Red Sun Society, which was the first big summary for many years. Everyone was in high spirits and beaming. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itaki have bright eyes and feel that their hard work has not been in vain. You must know that when they joined the Red Sun Society, there were only 3 of them. Today, the Red Sun Society has expanded into an incomparably huge organization. All departments have been established and perfected, making the entire organization run smoothly and vigorously. Although the Red Sun Club has not officially entered the stage of the Jonin world, they believe that when the time comes, their Red Sun Club will be a shock. The great dream of unifying the ninja world put forward by Naruto will surely come to reality step by step, and the peace of the ninja world will eventually come. 0. Even Ringo Yuri, who still has nostalgia for Kirigakure, and Yekara, who was born in Sunagakure, felt their blood boiled and felt that they were participating in a very great cause. By the way, Shisui, how is the thing that made you pay attention now? Uchiha water is coming. Uchiha Shisui is now 22 years old, and the whole person is fully mature, with an incomparably stable temperament in his eyes. He is the chief steward and vice president of the Red Sun Society. Naruto is not there, and he takes care of everything. Under the training of controlling various affairs over the years, Shisui's aura of a superior person has become stronger and stronger, and he is not angry and powerful. President, the spies lurking in Konoha village, we have mastered all their information. Shimura Danzo's meeting with Orochimaru is also under our monitoring. As long as you give an order from the president, we can catch them all at any time. 1. For the time being, there is no need to shoot. Shimura Danzo, the stinky mouse in the gutter, hides too deep. If he can't find his body, killing a clone will not help at all. Orochimaru is also very slippery. Be mad. 1. Naruto paused. You are all ready, the time should be in the near future, specifically a few months, it is not yet clear. All in all, the time for our Red Sun Club to take the stage of the Jonin world is not far away. 1. When the time comes, I will lead you to declare to the ninja world, what is the dawn of the Red Sun, and its path is great. Naruto was full of momentum, and his voice was deafening. In the conference room, everyone was excited and cheered loudly. It's not easy. Finally, it's time to wait for the Red Sun Society to be born. Chapter 86. President, TV station, what is the main purpose? Can you tell me? Xianglin followed Naruto's side, all the way to the east of the town. In the eastern corner of the town, stands a tall TV tower, next to the TV tower is the headquarters building of the TV station. In the huge building, there are various studios, recording studios, etc., all of which are high-tech achievements from a certain modern world, and are all things that Naruto made a wish for. Most things are basically in a state of eating ashes these days. Because in the TV station, there are so few staff members that they can't even fit one floor, let alone an entire building. The equipment is too advanced, and it is not a good thing, because it is too difficult for the staff to learn to use these things. Up to now, the personnel in the TV station have only learned to fiddle with the cameras and debug the basic broadcast signals. They are all superficial introductory skills, and they are still exploring the deeper ones. When I get to the TV station, I will tell you about the episode 067. The TV station is very important to our career. I will give it to you, Xianglin, you have to work hard and don't let me down. Naruto said to Xianglin. Xianglin's heart froze, and she nodded again and again. President, Mr. Xianglin. President, Mr. Xianglin. President, Mr. Xianglin. The two walked into the first floor of the TV building, and the staff inside began to greet the two with great enthusiasm. All put down your work, come here, the president is ready to speak to everyone. In the hall on the first floor, Xianglin clapped his hands and told everyone to stop working and gather. Soon, all the staff of the TV station gathered in the hall, and there were dozens of people. They were all excited and looked at Naruto with admiration in their eyes. This is the president of their Red Sun Society, who single-handedly founded this great and noble organization, giving them a stable and peaceful life for those who had nothing. Cough, everyone is here, so I'll chat with you and tell me what's on my mind. 1. On the way just now, the director of Xianglin asked me, what is the main purpose of the TV station? I think you have this question in your heart, so I will tell you exactly what the TV station is used for. Naruto ordered people to turn on the big screen in the hall. On the screen, there are snowflakes and nothing. After debugging by the staff, I was finally able to receive the signal, but the content inside was extremely simple, with two villains singing and babbling in it. I switched to a few more channels, and the content was all the most basic things, such as rebroadcasting the street scene of the city, or the scenery image of a certain place in the ninja world. Looks good. Nice. The staff of the TV station answered Naruto's question loudly one by one. They were really excited, seeing the various pictures played on the big screen, everything was so fresh. Yes, in today's ninja world, there are TV sets, but the programs are pitiful, and it is already a big thing to cheer up and see the moving images on TV. Naruto shook his head, laughing dumbly. Before I start the lecture, let me make a digression. Today, the main source of funds for our Red Sun Society is the electrical appliance business, mainly Zingai shops. That is to say, we make money by selling TV sets to support so many of us. Not long ago, I just read the report. It said that after years of promotion, the TV set has been sold to the 5 major countries and the entire ninja world. The business is very prosperous. Hearing Naruto's words, everyone was very happy. However, the TVs couldn't be sold, the market was saturated, people were unwilling to buy them, and the TVs started to sell out. Naruto's voice was still so unhurried. The people present went from heaven to hell at once, even the fragrance of phosphorus could not help but change color. TV out of stock? That means that the income of the Red Sun Society will be greatly reduced. A sharp drop in income means that the organization's strength has been weakened. Under the gradual decline, these people will obviously be affected. Why? Naruto asked questions. Yes, why? Everyone raised their heads and looked at Naruto, hoping he could give everyone an answer. Because. Naruto pointed with a big hand, pointing to the most elementary TV shows on the big screen. What you say is good-looking TV, but it's actually too simple and not good-looking. Everyone was in an uproar. They think the things on the TV are very nice and fresh, so why would the president say that they are not good-looking? If you eat too much big fish and meat, you will get tired. This kind of thing, you look at it first, it's fresh, then you look at it a second time, it's normal, then you look at it a third time, cut it, what kind of rubbish is this? People are such an existence that loves the new and hates the old. The programs on TV are too few, too simple, and too crude. Rich people have new ideas, so they can buy a TV back and take a look at it. It's not bad. But let the ordinary people use the TV. Moving home, these shows are far from attractive, far too far away. Naruto's statement made everyone think about it for a while, and they all realized that it was true. So, back to the topic, what is the purpose of our Red Sun Society's establishment of a TV station? I tell you, the most obvious purpose is to provide more and fresher programs for the TV set, to attract more viewers to the TV set, so that they can't live without the TV set just like eating and sleeping. Become a part of ordinary people's daily life. Only in this way will the people spend money to buy TV sets, and the business of our Red Sun Society will become better and more prosperous. In other words, to put it simply, TV stations are the ones that advertise TV sets. The better and more beautiful your are, the more popular the TV sets will be and the more they will be sold. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they finally understood the meaning of their work. In the beginning, they were transferred to the TV station and spent a lot of time familiarizing themselves with these incomparably complicated instruments. They felt confused and did not know the meaning of what they were doing. Today, they have finally managed to get through, and they feel that their working conditions are several times better. Of course, advertising and selling TV sets are the most superficial things. The original intention of my establishment of Red Sun TV was to talk to the people of the whole ninja world. TV is the channel for speaking. Naruto's tone became deep. You all come from all over the ninja world, and you must have seen countless things happening in the ninja world, big and small, or conflicts, or frictions, or wars. You will definitely be puzzled, wronged, and wary. Hatred and countless grievances have accumulated in my heart, but you have no place to speak. Even if you say it, no one listens, even if you listen, no one cares. Right? Naruto's rhetorical question made everyone silent. In today's ninja world, the powerful ninjas speak loudly, the daimyo nobles speak loudly, and the ninja village forces speak loudly. When they speak, ordinary people can only listen carefully, and it is not enough to not listen. Because of their actions, one move, Do 1.9 will bring violent turmoil to the ninja world, and it will spread to a wide range. But as long as we set up a TV station, sell more TV sets, and let TV sets enter thousands of households in the ninja world, then what we want to say can be spread to the entire ninja world through TV signals. This kind of channel that can speak loudly is the right of speech for our Red Sun society. Master this power, and master the channel to communicate with the people of the ninja world, and you can tell them what our Red Sun society's ideal is, what we are going to do, and what the future will be like. Our voice will be the loudest in the entire ninja world. This is the most important meaning of TV station's existence. 1. Looking at Naruto's impassioned appearance and listening to the touching words, everyone's eyes became brighter and brighter, and they felt blood rush to the top of their heads, and the whole person was about to explode. It turned out that the meaning of their work was so great. How to do? Go ahead and do it to the death. Chapter 87. Okay, don't get so excited. Naruto stretched out his hands, signaling everyone to calm down. He continued, the existence of the TV station is important, but everything can't be done just by drawing a pie, it needs everyone to do it step by step. So, now, forget everything I said before. 1. Now, what you have to do is how to make a good TV program. Then make inferences from one case to another, and launch more, better, and fresher programs. Only when TV programs are done well can the brand of Red Sun TV stand up. Stand up, and the voice of the voice will be heard. 1. If there is one step in the middle that goes wrong, the final effect will be greatly substandard. Shannon listened deeply and took Naruto's words to heart. She raised her hand like a schoolboy. Fragrance, you say. President, we don't have a template to follow right now, can you give an example to explain what counts as a good program? Xionglin's question caused everyone present to nod their heads. They all have the basic program list that Naruto had previously drawn up, and they can understand the words, but they are connected together, but they are confused and unable to understand. Okay, let me tell you something. Bring the camera up and drop by a table. 1. Naruto found a beautiful 30 bright and spacious background board in the hall, sat behind the table, and asked the staff to set up the camera and connect the signal to the big screen. Let me demonstrate to you that the most critical and important program on TV, Red Sun News. 1. Naruto clapped his hands and motioned for the camera to turn on. He straightened his body and looked straight. Good evening, viewers, today is the 8th of July in Konoha 60 years. Welcome to the Red Sun News program. First of all, let me introduce to you the main content of today's program. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen honored Uzumaki Naruto, a genius ninja in Konoha today, in front of the Hokage building, and promoted Uzumaki Naruto as Jonin, another genius ninja who became Jonin at the age of 12. The land of thunder, Raikage, visited yesterday. Tsuchikage Onoji, the land of the land, shrugged again today. The kingdom of the wind and shadow Luosha's training plan for his son Gaara has been enhanced again. Naruto pretended to be the host seriously, told the news, and made up a few pieces of news casually, as if he was serious. Xianglin and a group of staff looked at Naruto on the big screen and couldn't help but stare blankly. They whispered. The famous Tsuchikage also flashes to the waist. Fengkage also has a son? Gaara? That's a strange name. 1. Konoha's genius ninja, Uzumaki Naruto, I've also heard of it, he's really a monster genius. Unexpectedly, he was only 12 years old, and he became a Jonin, which is incredible. Huh? Why didn't you say it? Go on. On the screen, Naruto stopped. A group of people were obviously dissatisfied, and wanted to listen to the 8 trigrams of the big man in the ninja world. Naruto coughed lightly, reminding them where this place was. Everyone came back to their senses and looked embarrassed. Do you understand? This is the news program. What is news? It's the latest news, the latest news. In the future, you will broadcast the Red Sun News at a fixed time, and set it at the time when the people of the ninja world have dinner. This time has been selected, and it will be broadcast on the hour, and it must be on time. 1. Also, news, remember to get the latest news. The TV station remembers to communicate well with the intelligence department in the organization to get the latest news of the entire ninja world, and select the news with great influence, great importance, and wide-ranging spread. Arrange them in order and broadcast them one by one. Of course, if your TV station grows in the future, you can also organize your own personnel, enter the ninja world, and search for news broadcasts by yourself. These people are called reporters and news recorders. 1. Xianglin nodded again and again, his eyes shining. Write down all the president's words, think hard, and run the news program well, do you know? She whispered to a 16-year-old boy beside her. The young man was the leader of the news program, and he was recording it in his notebook at a rapid rate, and he didn't even notice that Xianglin was talking to him. Anything else? President, I want to ask, what should I do with children's programs? Someone raised their hand and asked loudly. How do you do a children's show? Many of you are from the orphanage, right? Go back to the orphanage and ask your 3 or 4-year-old, 5 or 6-year-old brothers and sisters, listen to what they say, what they want to see, what you like to watch, collect these opinions, and do what most people like. Also, there are several principles to remember in children's programs: sunshine and innocence, blood must not appear, and killing is not acceptable. Children in the ninja world need love and peace, remember. Naruto didn't teach them how to do the show by hand, but only gave a general principle, and they had to figure out the rest by themselves. President, what should the TV series do? There is a movie in the ninja world now. Have any of you seen a movie? Yes, a TV series is to lengthen the plot of the movie and add various details to make the plot more full and complete. This is a TV series. If you don't know how to make a TV series, just find a film director and ask him to teach you how to do it. A TV series takes tens of minutes per episode, 10 episodes and 20 episodes. Together, it is a complete story, which is broadcast on TV every day. An episode can quickly attract the audience to the TV. President. More people raised their hands and asked questions one after another. They all had a lot of questions in their hearts, and they just asked them all, letting Naruto solve their puzzles. Naruto answered offhandedly, babbled, and said it until his mouth was dry. No matter what the question is, he can get a detailed or abbreviated answer here. Seeing Xianglin in his eyes, his admiration for Naruto deepened even more. This genius president is simply omniscient and omnipotent. Looking at the camera 067 with the lights still on, Xiang Fan moved in his heart, turned the camera on Naruto, and photographed his gesture of answering questions in the crowd, without missing anything. Okay, let's go here now. No matter how much I say, it is not as important as your own practice. TV is a new thing, and new things will always have problems of one kind or another. If there is a problem, don't be afraid, just correct it. I hope that you can move forward step by step, gradually expand Red Sun TV, make it a unique existence in the ninja world, and let all ordinary people turn on the TV and jump to Red Sun TV as soon as possible. This is my expectation, with Zu-kun. Naruto really couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the crowd. After saying the last words, he ran away, and the speed was very fast. In the TV building, there was a sudden burst of laughter. President, I will definitely not live up to your expectations, and I will definitely make Red Sun TV the best TV station in the ninja world. Xianglin clenched his fists with a solemn expression. During these years in Hungry Town, she has felt the warmth of home, her mother has also recuperated, her body has returned to normal, and now she is helping in Hungry Hospital. Even if it is to repay her kindness, she will do her best to make her due contribution to this town, to the respected president, and to the great cause of the organization. Have you heard the president's words clearly? Listen clearly. Then get to work and get busy. Yes. Master Xianglin. Chapter 88. Naruto, do you want to bring a class of graduates? In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke to Naruto. Old man, have you lost your head? This year's graduates, but my classmates in the same class, you let my classmates become my disciples, it's ridiculous. Naruto refused immediately. He didn't want to bring a group of new people genin, that kind of thing, too much trouble. This year's Chunnin exam is held in Konoha. This year. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. This year's session was originally the strongest session in Konoha's history, and it can be called the Golden Generation. However, this year's elites all graduated early, and the quality of the rest is naturally much inferior. The Chunnin exam requires elite genin with sufficient strength to participate. Konoha originally had no problems at all. But now, Naruto has become Jonin, Uchiha Sasuke has become Chunnin, Hyoga Hinata is Chunnin, Hyoga Niji is Chunnin, Nara Shikamaru is Chunnin, and the real powerhouses have become Chunnin. The rest of the genin, worth mentioning, are only Hyoga Niji's Tenten, Rock Lee, Akimichi Koji, Inyazuka Yat, Aberame Shino of Aberame, Yamanaka Ino of Yamanaka, and Harano Sakura of commoner origin. The strength of these people is quite good, but if you really want to say the strength of crushing, it is not enough. Konoha village held the Chunnin exam. If Konoha genin did not perform as well in the exam, Konoha village's face would be ugly. Sarutobi Hiruzen originally wanted to let Naruto bring a few genins to help them improve their strength. Maybe they can come up with a trick so that Konoha will not lose face. Hearing the reason given by Naruto, he could only sigh and understand. Naruto blinked, thinking about Sarutobi Hiruzen's concerns. He scratched his chin, and suddenly said, how about, gather them together, and I will give them a training camp. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. He felt that the idea was really good. Today's Uzumaki Naruto, although there is no explicit statement, but almost the entire Konoha village has reached a consensus that the strongest Konoha is no longer Hokage, but Uzumaki Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen is naturally aware of this. Although Naruto never showed any strength in front of him, the looming sense of threat still made him clear that he was really old, and even if Naruto had tried his best to restrain himself, he still felt terrified. The intuition of facing an irresistible beast made Sarutobi Hiruzen understand that he was completely thrown behind by the young Naruto, the front wave was knocked to the ground by the back wave, and he was overtaken. What's more, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the little girl in the Hyuga family, because of Naruto's hand-in-hand teaching, her current strength has become unfathomable. Generally, Chunnin is definitely not the opponent of that little girl. As you can imagine, Naruto has the ability to teach people. Okay, that's it. When they're done with the task at hand, let them gather for a thorough training session. 2. Naruto, all of this is in your hands, I hope you won't let me down. Old man, don't worry. The Chunnin exam is a trivial matter. Naruto laughed, and the confidence in his words was revealed. Naruto left the Hokage building. In the office, Midokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu came out. Hiruzen, have you decided yet? Pass the 5th Hokage's position to Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I'm still thinking about it. You don't have to worry. One day in the future, Nine Tails will run wild. At that time, no one will be able to stop it. After all, Hokage is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Once he loses control, the whole village will fall into a major crisis. 1. Uzumaki Naruto, of course, has outstanding achievements, is strong enough in combat, gets along well with people, and is more suitable as a Hokage than Namikaze Minato back then, but his only concern is that he is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Both Midokado Homura and Yuditen Koharu looked worried. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked faster, frowning, obviously thinking about the two of them. Similar conversations they have had many times. He was still hesitating. In his heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very optimistic about Naruto, and the inheritance is orderly. He is Kakashi's disciple, Namikaze Minato's son, Jiraiya's disciple and grandson, and he is also a member of his Sarutobi Hiruzen line. It is logical to take over Hokage's position. In addition, Naruto has always been sunny and harmonious with people, without the gloomy and dark atmosphere of Jinchuriki's resentment, and he is clearly an excellent inheritor of the will of fire. Today's Konoha, Naruto's voice to inherit Hokage, is getting bigger and bigger, and Sarutobi Hiruzen must also take this into consideration. The only concern is the identity of Naruto. Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Nine Tails runaway, for the whole Konoha, is a hurdle that can never be overcome. As Hokage, he had to think about it. Okay, let's not mention it at this time, it's still a long time. Finally, Sarutobi Hiruzen ended the topic with the same words. Yes, in his eyes, time is still very long. Now that Naruto is only 12 years old, it is impossible for him to take over Hokage at this age. It will take 4 or 5 years, 5 or 6 years, to talk about this issue again. In a few years, I can survive. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a long breath of smoke, and the eyes of a generation of shinobi still flashed. **. Lord Hokage. According to the list above, Tenten, Rock Lee, Akimichi Koji, Inyazukeya, Yamanaka Ino, Harano Sakura, Aberame Shino. Sarutobi Hiruzen read out a series of names, all of whom are elite genins who graduated in recent years, and even some members who have not graduated this year have been included in this list. Notify these people, and by the way, inform their guide Chunnin, and after they have completed their respective tasks, they will be concentrated at the 7th training ground, and Uzumaki Naruto Chunnin will train them for a month. Yes, Hokage-sama. Umbu Ninja took over the list, a flash, and disappeared. Boarding? Naruto to guide us. Honey, let's train under that big devil? I don't know why, but I always feel fluffy in my heart, and I'm shivering all over. 1. Uzumaki Naruto? It's finally here, I must defeat you and prove that I, Inyazukeya, is the future Hokage. Akamaru, are you right? Wang. Whirlpool Chunnin. I heard that he is a year younger than us, but he became Chunnin unexpectedly, and he has to guide us. Teacher Guy, my blood is boiling, and I will let him know that our leaf-strong whirlwind is amazing. Li Yo, of Wangzhou, good luck flying. 1. As soon as the news of the training camp spread, all genins were in different moods. Even their guides, the Chunnin, felt complicated, a little sour, a little unconvinced, and a little curious. After all, although Naruto's record is very prominent and dazzling, not everyone can see it with their own eyes. Before they witness it with their own eyes, the little jealousy in their hearts will always pop up from time to time. Only Might Guy, who has always been youthful and invincible, did not encourage Rock Lee for the first time this time, but wished him good luck. That kid has always been famous for his ninjutsu in the ninja world, but who knows, his real power is his body. Might Guy thought to himself, and could not help but mourn for this group of genins who were training. After all, when Naruto was a few years old, he could compete with him as a physique madman. Now that so many years have passed, Naruto's body has no idea how powerful it is. Guy thought to himself, he has probably already been surpassed by Naruto, he is an out-and-out physique genius. Chapter 89. Where's the people? Why hasn't it arrived yet? With so many people, I feel like I'm back at ninja school, with people I know everywhere. How was your life under Teak Jonin? I heard he was a very serious and rigid person. Oh, doing these trivial tasks every day, when will I be able to leave the village and do what a real ninja should do? When will the Vortex Jonin appear? I'm so looking forward to it. It feels like meeting a big star. Can I ask Vortex Jonin for an autograph? I've seen Whirlpool Jonin once before, it's so handsome, I like it. A group of genin gathered at the 7th training ground. People who knew each other mixed together and discussed with each other, one by one with excitement, anxiety, and anticipation. Except for Naruto's classmates, the other genins are full of admiration for Naruto, the new Jonin of Konoha, and they all regard Naruto as their idol in life. The power of example is always infinite. A group of instructors, Jonin, stood outside the training ground, watching their group of disciples making noises, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Red, you said, Uzumaki Naruto, does he really know how to teach people? Koji and Ino won't be badly taught by him, right? You're worrying too. If you don't have the ability, 3rd generation Sama won't let him be the host of this training. Let's wait and see. Don't worry, little brother Naruto is very powerful. Do you think so, Kakashi? Guy, why do you want to get involved with me? I'm on vacation. 067. Sarutobi Asuma, Kurane Ui, Might Guy, and Kakashi, the 4 of them got together and discussed Naruto. Kakashi, you are Uzumaki Naruto's instructor. You should know his strength best. Tell me, what is he good at? Will he teach his disciples? Asuma stared at Kakashi curiously. Hong Yui also looked over, and there was a sparkling light in her eyes, she was so curious. Don't talk to me about that BD. Kakashi's face twitched, and he had an expression like he had swallowed a fly. But in the face of repeated inquiries from his companions, he sighed and had to say a few words. I used to be a genius. Of course, you can be a Chunnin at the age of 6, and a Jonin at the age of 12. Your genius level is stronger than Naruto. That's all bullshit. Naruto, that BD, but in just a few days, he has learned all the ninjutsu I know, leaving me with nothing to teach. Do you know how it feels? Well, it must be quite uncomfortable to say that. 1. Yeah, it's uncomfortable. The teacher doesn't have anything to teach the students, it's just a shame, plus that BD boy, every day, he whispers sarcastic words in my ear and complains one after another. At that time, I felt like my whole body was going to explode. It was so hateful. 1. Looking back on the past, Kakashi still had an indescribable aggrieved expression on his face, as well as a faint nostalgia. Naruto is so talented. After only a few missions, I felt that even the details of my daily experience were completely hollowed out, and there was nothing I could teach him. Compared with him, I, Kakashi, was a mediocre person. Incredible mediocrity. It wasn't until Sasuke and Hinata graduated early and joined the team that I was freed from the clutches of Naruto as a BD. Over the years, I have focused all my energy on Sasuke. Although Sasuke is also a genius and learns quickly, after all, he is still among my masters. As for that BD Naruto, Kakashi was inexplicable. He took a deep look at Asuma and Sunset Red, and whispered, when he was 7 years old, my intuition told myself that I was no longer his opponent at that time. 1. Armas and Sunset Red couldn't help taking a breath, their faces full of horror. They know that Uzumaki Naruto is very strong, and he can beat the shadows of the 2 major villages one after another without falling behind. Even if they are not convinced, they must admit that the opponent is very strong. Listening to Kakashi's meaning, Naruto surpassed Hatake Kakashi, who is known as the genius of Konoha, when he was 7 years old. This is too incredible. Ha ha ha, Kakashi is right. Brother Naruto is really good. When he was young, he often competed with me on his leg strength. I tried my best, but I still couldn't let him go. That time was really youthful. Might Guy gave a thumbs up and a look of admiration. Guy, tell me, Uzumaki Naruto's physique is also very strong. Of course, he must be better than me. Asuma and Sunset Red were stunned again, their scalps tingling with shock. Kakashi's eyelids jumped, and he was also taken aback. The reason Naruto is famous in the ninja world is because he is unparalleled in ninjutsu, and his ninjutsu is like a machine gun, crackling a bunch of ninjutsu, like a storm, making people hard to guard against. Dab J. But no one has ever said that Naruto's physical skills are also powerful, and no one has ever seen Naruto's real appearance when performing physical skills. It seems that he has been hiding the strength of body art. If Guy hadn't spoken out, I'm afraid everyone would still be in the dark. Kakashi was even more furious. He has been Naruto's instructor for more than 5 years and almost 6 years, and he has never seen anything special in Naruto's physique. He feels ordinary, similar to ordinary jonin. Co-authored, Naruto even kept his teacher a secret, and didn't reveal any rumors. Naruto is here. Naruto showed up at the 7th training ground with Hinata and Sasuke by his side. They are here to help. Uzumaki Naruto, how powerful you are, let me confirm with these eyes. Asuma, Kurane Ui and Jonin, the group's guide, all raised their spirits at the same time, staring at Naruto, trying to see something from him. Is this Uzumaki Naruto? It looks unremarkable. Where is it normal? It's time to wash your eyes, you don't have any eyesight, little brother Naruto, this face, this appearance, sloppy, no, I want to wipe my saliva. A group of genin stared at Naruto. Rock Lee and Tien, who had little contact with Naruto, were talking in a low voice. Rock Lee looked Naruto up and down, not feeling much. Light, staring at Naruto non-stop, feeling that Naruto is much more handsome than Hyuga Niji in the squad, that kind of majestic aura, like the big guy, the force, that angular face, the next brother. Naruto is handsome, but Sasuke-kun is more handsome. Haruno Sakura also held his face, staring at Sasuke obsessively, and he was very happy. All handsome, all handsome. Yamanaka Ino looked at this, looked at that, and felt that his eyes were not enough. These women are really a bunch of nympho. Uzumaki Naruto, I can finally stand in the same place again. I will challenge you later and prove my strength. Inyazuka Ya stared at Naruto, his eyes showing a strong will to fight. From the time he entered school to the present, Naruto has always been the target he wants to defeat. I just hope that the training can be completed soon, and the snacks I bring with me are almost finished. Akimichi Koji nibbled at the potato chips with a worried look on his face. This training session may not be as simple as we thought. I feel that we are in big trouble. A bear Meishino hid half of his face in the high collar, and there was an uneasy light in his eyes. He felt that the insects on his body kept scurrying around, and he was extremely manic, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Very dangerous. Scary. Naruto walked up to the many genins with a sunny smile on his face. Hello everyone, my name is Jonin Uzumaki Naruto. In the next month, I will conduct an all-round training camp for everyone. There may be some things that cannot be done properly, so I will tell you in advance, sorry. Chapter 90. Vortex Jonin is so approachable and so polite. Yes, it's too kind. It seems that this training camp should be very easy. That smile, the sun is shining, it is as warm as the sun, I am now full of confidence in this training camp. Hey, I came here to become stronger, but I don't want the training to be too gentle, Vortex Jonin, if you have any tricks, just use them. One. Seeing Naruto's bright smiling face, some genin relaxed involuntarily and laughed along with him. On the contrary, it was Naruto's classmates, all of them with black faces and trembling all over. They recalled the scene of the year. It was under this brilliant smile that Naruto beat Uchiha Sasuke inhumanely, with a ruthless attack that was shocking. The title of the Great Demon King was determined from that time. The other genins don't have a deep memory, they probably forgot. Ken Akimichi Koji them, but remember clearly. The person in front of him had a smile on his face, and his bones were all black. How can Uzumaki Naruto smile so amiably with the genins during the training camp? At this time, shouldn't it be time to be serious and show majesty to suppress the genins? If you don't suppress the momentum of these little devils and teach them, you will be in a lot of situations. That's right, when I first took over genin, I wanted to get along well with them, and I was giggling without any dignity. As a result, those little devils turned upside down and it was difficult to discipline them. In the end, I had to keep my face straight and let them restrain myself. A little. The guide jonin next to them all frowned. In their opinion, today's Uzumaki Naruto does not have the majesty of a teacher at all. No. Too bad. Sora has a lot of strength, but as an instructor, Uzumaki Naruto is too far behind. Should we propose to 3rd Hokage-sama to replace the host of this training camp? Uzumaki Naruto is still a little too young. Hey, why don't you speak? One of the guides, Jonin, was chattering, only to find that his companions kept their mouths shut and looked horrified. He turned to look, and the whole person was equally stunned. His jaw nearly hit the ground. Very well, everyone agrees, then I'm welcome. Naruto just took a slight step forward. His eyes widened slightly. An incomparably majestic, turbulent aura shot out from his eyes, pressing towards Jonin ahead. Boom. All the genins were silent for a moment, and they felt thunder explode in their ears. Their eyes widened, their bodies trembled, and the world seemed to collapse in an instant. The overwhelming sense of falling, helplessness, and despair made them want to shout out to vent the fear and hesitation in their hearts. But they couldn't move, they only felt the sweat pouring out one after another, the body seemed to be restrained one after another, and it was terribly uncomfortable. Naruto just stood silently. But in the eyes of everyone, the one standing in front was a majestic mountain that stood still and felt oppressive. It was just a look, no murderous intent, and no superfluous emotions. Just a faint look. But the genins just feel breathless, depressed, and uncomfortable. Finally someone couldn't take it anymore, thumped, and fell down. The stress seems to be gone. He was breathing heavily, sweating profusely, looking at Naruto's eyes, as if looking at a demon, full of fear. One after another, some people couldn't bear the pressure and collapsed to the ground. The pressure also receded from them instantly. The scene was silent. The onlookers Jonin were equally stunned. They could not feel the pressure released by Naruto, but from the performance of the genin, they could understand what Naruto had done at this time. It's just that he is oppressed. How can Naruto achieve such a level? How powerful is his strength? It seems that the various deeds of the legend of the ninja world may not necessarily be Naruto's true strength. There are too many hidden places for him. Maybe, he will become a great ninja who suppresses the entire ninja world like first Hokage. The guide Jonin whispered and looked at Naruto with awe. They were even more nervous, watching their disciples tremble under the pressure of Naruto's eyes. Whenever a disciple could not bear the pressure and collapsed, the instructor Jonin sighed and shook his head. Jonin all know that the longer they can persevere under this kind of pressure, the more determined the person will be, and the brighter the future will be. More and more genin fell, and less than 1/10 of them could barely survive. Even those who support it, are constantly swaying at this time, and it seems that they may fall down at any time. Very good, not bad. Naruto restrained his momentum and nodded lightly. It seems very satisfied. After losing that terrifying oppression, the dozen or so people who persisted to the end couldn't hold it any longer. They also fell down, sweating profusely and their faces pale, as if they were engaged in the fiercest battle. The man took another 2 steps forward, looking down at the genin of this kun, his smile still bright as before. Genin looked up at Naruto and couldn't help shivering. What ambition, what idolatry, what a relaxing vacation. All disappeared. In their eyes, Naruto at this time seemed to have become the great devil of terror, and that smile had also become the smile of a devil. 0 for flowers. They suddenly remembered one of Naruto's nicknames in the ninja world. Smiling Devil. It's so fitting, it's almost tailor-made. Genins burst into tears. Ah, what a painful epiphany. I originally thought that everyone present was all rubbish. Naruto's words were astonishing, causing many genins to raise their heads abruptly, but they never imagined that Naruto's words could be so mean. Fortunately, there are finally some people who are not so rubbish. I am very pleased. Naruto's words made genin, who persisted until the end, feel extremely complicated. Should we be happy? Not so rubbish? Is it still rubbish? It feels too confusing. Just persisted to the end, stood up, and followed me to another training ground. The rest, just accept the baptism of love in this 7th training ground. 0. Naruto didn't know how to act, and a clone appeared beside him, looking at the genin in front of him with disgust. His eyes were like looking at a pile of incombustible garbage. Rock Lee, Tien, Akimichi Koji, Inyazuka Yat, those who persisted to the end, all stood up silently and followed Naruto's body to leave the 7th training ground. The rest of the genin also stood up and looked at Naruto's clone. They are extremely complicated. Just a small distinction, the treatment between the two has become worlds apart. Those who persisted to the end were able to accept the special guidance of Naruto's body, especially the small stove. And those of them who were eliminated in the middle were only taught by avatars. There were so many people that it was impossible for them to give guidance alone. They could only eat a big pot of rice. Don't be discouraged, you won't know if you don't take a blow, you are really such a rubbish. Think it's amazing to be a genin. No, you are just cannon fodder in the ninja world. The strong people can blow up a large piece of cannon fodder with a single shot of ninjutsu. Do you feel wronged? I'm telling the truth? If you can't even accept the truth, what kind of ninja are you? Go home and cry with your mother. In the next training, I will not be polite to you, I will ravage you with all my strength, and let you know what a cruel and ruthless world the ninja world is. Naruto's clone spoke loudly, his eyes cold and murderous. He made a seal with his hands, and separated 4 more avatars from the avatars. Swish swish. The 4 clones each occupy the 4 corners of the 7th training ground. Ninja, 4 purple flame formation. A wall of purple transparent flames instantly lifted into the air, enclosing the entire 7th training ground and shutting all the genins inside. Chapter 91. Don't think about running out, the fire on the 4 purple flame array can really burn people. 1. Naruto's clone gave a playful smile. Many genins couldn't help but take a few steps back, terrified by the smile. Okay, the following training camp officially begins. You can form a team, you can be alone, in short, you have to survive in the next mini-game. Naruto folded his palms together, smiling even more happily. Multiple shadow clone technique. SHHHHHH. Columns of clones appeared in the 7th training ground, exactly corresponding to the number of genin. The power used by these clones will not exceed the level of genin. Your training goal is to survive the attacks of these clones. Of course, if you can knock down your clones, you will be able to complete your training goals, so you can stop and rest. If your performance is good enough, congratulations, you can go to the training ground where the main body is located and get his individual guidance. 067. Did you hear my words clearly? The Naruto clone raised his voice, deafening. Listen clearly. The genins couldn't help but hold their heads high and shouted loudly. Facing the dense number of avatars, their hearts were trembling. But at the same time, he couldn't help but feel excited. Excellent performance, can get individual guidance? Use power, no more than genin? There is a chance, a great chance. Then, let's get started. The clone of the clone began to charge towards the genins. 1-to-1. So fast. The fist came to the front in an instant, and a genin screamed and hurriedly blocked. He blocked the air, and he was kicked in the abdomen at some point, and the whole person was kicked and flew out. Bang bang bang. In a blink of an eye, a group of genin, only a few people can parry Naruto's clone's clone attack, all the others are kneeling with one move. This is not genin's fighting power at all. Someone hugged their stomach, screamed in pain, and shouted loudly. It's really genin's power, genin's speed, genin's reflexes, but it's genin's fighting consciousness that controls them. 1. These children really deserve a lesson. Yes, it's good to suffer a little. 1. The Jonin onlookers nodded again and again, and they had no opinion on the viciousness of Naruto's clone. Training camp, it should be so strict. But seeing the densely packed clones on the field, their eyelids couldn't stop jumping. Scalp tingling. Terrible. That is a clone, the multiple shadow clone technique that comes out. This multiple shadow clone technique, said to be difficult, is actually not difficult, but it has become the forbidden technique collected in the sealed book. The biggest reason is because multiple shadow clone techniques need to consume a lot of chakra to maintain, and the memories that are fed back will have a lot of mental impact on the body. If you are not careful, you will really die. But now, Naruto's avatar can actually divide so many avatars. How many clones can Naruto have? How much chakra does he have in his body? Stand up. Don't expect others to show mercy to you, the world is not so gentle. All you can do is grit your teeth, endure the pain, get up, and keep fighting. If you can't bear this kind of pain, you can take off the forehead protector on your head, go home and be an ordinary person, and then beg that the disaster will not fall on your head one day. If you want to be a coward, you can. I will definitely open a hole for you in the 4 purple flame formation. If you climb out of the hole, you will be free. You don't have to suffer all this, and you can relax. Want to try it? Well, the dog hole has been opened for you. If you want to retreat, if you want to get away, just climb out. The avatars of the avatars are getting more and more ruthless, causing the genins to suffer terribly, but it does not affect their ability to move. As long as it gets up, the clone will rush up and punch and kick. If you lie down obediently, the clone will ignore genin and stop doing it. A lot of genins couldn't stand the pain and stopped moving when they lay down. Naruto's clone, who had been staying by the side, suddenly started talking trash. His words were bitter. He even actually opened a cave above the 4 purple flame array, like a dog hole, on the floor. Genins could burrow out of the dog hole at any time as long as they wanted. I fought with you. Eyes are red. Oh, shouted. Even the guy who wants to lie down and be lazy can't hold back his anger at this time, endure the pain, and run wild. Dog hole? Climb out? No one is a fool, as long as someone dares to do this, let alone being a ninja. Even if he is an ordinary person, he will never be able to hold his head up in this life, and he will be pointed at by others, saying, look, it's that drill dog hole dog. Very good, that's the momentum. The genins gradually adapted to the attack rhythm of the clones, and at least they were able to get the last one out of the 3 moves. Naruto's clone gave a dangerous smile. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough technique. Earth style, earth spear dash. Water style, 1000 needle technique. Lightning style, Raikage 1000 books. At first, the clone just used taijutsu, but after the genin got used to it, the clone suddenly used ninjutsu. 0. These ninjutsus are not very powerful, they are all sea-level ninjutsus that genin can use. But the point is, it was too sudden. Amidst the screams, genin was attacked again, and he cried out in an extremely desolate way. Naruto clone has controlled the power of ninjutsu, it will not be fatal, but it will definitely make people devastated and in pain. After a period of time, when the genin got used to it a little, the battle rhythm changed again, and it became a combination of taijutsu and ninjutsu. For a period of time, the fighting style changed again. Those clones, originally fighting alone, have now become a combination of 2 or 2. It became a trio again. Become a group of 4. In the end, it even turned into a big fight. They joined forces with each other, and then separated from each other, making the whole 7th training ground a mess, so that many genins had to concentrate on ultimate. Because if they don't concentrate, an attack from nowhere will make them miserable. My dear, this situation, I feel a headache just looking at it, it's too messy. Hey, this scene is exactly the same as in the 3 wars of the ninja world. In the chaos, it is impossible to guard against it, and those who are not focused enough often become the target of the enemy's hunting, and they will die if they are not careful. Uzumaki Naruto's strength is too strong, tisk tisk. It's all just genin level battles, how can you tell that he's 1.9 stronger? Don't you have eyes? In this chaotic situation, he is a clone, and he can always control the situation, and he can also perform ninjutsu just right, so that these children can feel the pain without seriously affecting the training. This control power, I am ashamed. It turns out, it's really strong. A group of jonin watched the chaotic battle in the training ground, their scalps tingling. Horrible. Even they have rarely encountered such a scene of chaos. The situation was too complicated, and with genin's superficial coping methods, it was definitely a nightmare. As they talked, the jonin looked at Naruto's clone with admiration involuntarily. They were completely convinced. Uzumaki Naruto, the leader of the new generation of Konoha, his strength has far exceeded the imagination of Konoha jonin, and he deserves it. To ask why? Even the avatar has this level, so what is there to say about the main body? Chapter 92. Naruto Ontology, brought a group of people to an empty training ground. Everyone was staring at Naruto, watching how he was going to train them. Eager to try. Before training, I want to know your true strength. 1. Naruto made a mark, and 15 clones appeared. Go all out. The Naruto clones each chose a genin. Naruto, then I'm welcome. Inyazuka Ya took the lead in attacking. Four-legged technique. He was crawling on the ground, the whole person was like a beast, and chakra flowed in his limbs, making the whole person speed up suddenly. Call. The figure rushed towards Naruto's clone like lightning, and his hands were like claws in midair, and he tore them out suddenly. Naruto's clone took a step and turned slightly to avoid the attack. That's not enough, let Akamaru join us. Damn. Akamaru, the orc clone. Wong. Akamaru rushed up, and the little white dog turned into another Inyazuka tooth in a blink of an eye, jumping on the back of Tooth, and the two Inyazuka tooth were like beasts, grinning at Naruto. Tooth. The two suddenly spun, like a violent whirlwind drill, and drilled towards Naruto's clone. Naruto put it lightly, and dodged it, letting this move 30 fall into the void. Damn, hiding. Akamaru, come on, teeth. The two whirlwinds of drills pounced on Naruto's avatar from two different directions, as if they were spiritual, and adjusted their direction at any time, at an astonishingly fast speed. Naruto's clone evaded the attacks of the two with a light touch. Just like an adult fighting a child, no matter how fierce the child's attack is, in the eyes of an adult, it is full of flaws. On the other hand, the genins also took action one after another, and the training ground was in chaos. Bad bugs, group. Like a bullet, a bug ball shot out from a bare Shino. The pitch-black bugs continued to emerge from Shino's body, and the bug balls shot out like a storm, covering all directions that Naruto's clone was avoiding, and it was extremely ferocious. Naruto's clone was erratic under the attack of the bug ball, easily dodging these attacks. He was like a phantom, the worm ball seemed to fall on him, but the next moment, it fluttered in the air, attacking only his phantom. Bird Kabuto. Yamanaka Ino snorted, and all kinds of flowers appeared from his body. The flowers, like a shuriken, shot towards Naruto's clone with an incomparably fierce aura. Binding technique. While attacking with flowers, Ino condensed chakra into a rope, like a flexible long snake, winding away towards Naruto's clone, strange and unpredictable. Meat bomb chariot. On the other side of the training ground, Akimichi Koji turned into a whirlwind, rumbled towards Naruto's clone, and was extremely fierce. On the other side, Haruno Sakura pursed his lips, waved his hands, and shot out the shuriken one after another, with little strength, but the shuriken was erratic, and she was so finely controlled that it made it impossible to know where it landed. Leaf Hurricane. The Konoha Gale. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Noba Rising Wind. A Saiyan figure, like lightning, surrounded Naruto's clone and kept attacking. Those two legs, like two big axes, slashed down from all corners with great power. The other ninjas also showed their true skills and made all-out shots. On the training ground, all kinds of attacks were chirping, the ninjutsu was incomparably gorgeous, and there were even rumbling attacks that shook the heavens and the earth, and the suffocation was full of evil spirits. No matter what tricks they used, the Naruto clones handled it with ease, and it felt like a joke. The strength is too far. What can be done? Even if they graduate early, they have only been genin for a year or two. It is beyond imagination to have such strength now. Ordinary Chunnin are not their opponents. But Naruto is a monster. But Sasuke, Hinata, Neji, they are all the same age, and their strength is also far beyond them. Hey, there are so many geniuses, I can't help but use the standard of genius to measure them, in fact, they have already been counted. Not bad. Kakashi, Asuma, Sunset Red and Might Guy stayed outside the training ground, talking about their respective disciples, and their moods were quite complicated. Asuma looked at Kakashi with an envious look. Among them, only Kakashi is the most relaxed. After all, one of his disciples became Jonin, and the remaining two were also Chunnin. Why? Why is Naruto so strong? It's just a clone, I can't even win a clone, it's too hateful. It's really tiring to follow the path of these geniuses. I've worked so hard, why is the gap still so big? Many genins tried their best, and every chakra was almost exhausted, but the result was dismal. Either the attack failed, or the attack was blocked by Naruto's clone casually. The feeling of suffocation and powerlessness that they tried with all their strength but never achieved any results made these genins feel the extreme. But they couldn't do anything, they could only pant heavily and sweat profusely looking at the opponent who didn't have a drop of sweat. Is this Jonin? Is this genius? It's so frustrating. Okay, I have learned about your current strength. To be honest, compared with ordinary ninjas, you are already quite good. As long as you continue on this path, it will not be a problem for you to become Chunnin or Jonin in the future one. However, if you only use ordinary ninjas as the criterion, you will not use this training camp today one. Since you are here, it means that you are not willing to be just an ordinary ninja, you want to become stronger, and you want to become a super powerful ninja. In this case, my requirements for you will not be measured by the standard of ordinary ninjas. In other words, the current you, your strength is a mess. Naruto still had a smile on his face. His voice became more and more serious, and the light of 067 in his eyes became more and more indifferent. Although he was the same age as these genins, the power he displayed gave everyone the feeling that it was like Hokage reprimanded them, making them breathless and majestic. Next, I will train you individually. 1. If you can't hold it, you will die. With the last sentence, Naruto's voice suddenly softened, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Everyone shuddered in unison. Terrible. Rock Lee, follow me. Akimichi Koji, follow me. Aber Meishino, follow me. 1. Harano Sakura, who is in charge of your training, is Chunnin Uchiha Sasuke. Yamanaka Ino, your opponent, is Chunnin Hyuga Hinata. One by one, the avatars took one genin away and brought them to every corner of the training ground. Harano Sakura was ecstatic, and the person in charge of training her was Uchiha Sasuke, who she never forgot. It was like scratching her heart. This training session was really beautiful. As for Hinata, he is in charge of Yamanaka Ino's training. Sasuke and Hinata are the hosts of this training camp. Naruto originally wanted to call Hyuga Niji, Nara Shikamaru and others together, but those people had tasks, so they let them go. Blindly practicing is not necessarily a good thing. Through the guidance of others, you can often see your own shortcomings, and for cultivation, it can be regarded as a kind of reviewing the old and learning the new. Naruto fooled Sasuke for this reason. Chapter 93. Little Sakura, your chakra amount is small, but your control is fine. Your cultivation direction should take a more refined path, so that every chakra you have can use ultimate. Look, as I am. Sasuke explained it seriously. He stretched out a finger. The electric light flickered above, and a sharp lightning spear spread out from the fingertips. Although it was small, it revealed an endless sharp breath. Wave. Poke with your fingertips. On the solid rock next to it, a charred hole suddenly appeared, bottomless. He changed another trick. Lightning flashes appeared on his 5 fingers at the same time, and he scratched at the rock. Amidst the harsh rubbing sound, 5 deep cracks appeared on the rock, pitch black. Fine, and then make the chakra more cohesive, so that one chakra can exert the power of 5 parts. Did you understand? Sasuke's voice was still cold, but he was very patient. Well, I understand. Harano Sakura calmed down and nodded again and again. She really understood. She is rich in theoretical knowledge and can easily draw inferences from one case. Although Sasuke came to train her, she was very happy, but pressure also followed. She didn't want Sasuke to see her weak and powerless side, so she listened very carefully and focused. The stronger the control of the chakra, the more things can be done. Extend the chakra to the limbs and use the legs to tread water, trees, and speed up, use the hands to increase the strength of the attack, multiplies the power of every move and every move one. Sasuke spoke seriously and explained the various chakra techniques in detail. These skills are all clearly understood in his battles with various powerhouses. Whether it is Kainou, Kakashi, or Naruto, Sasuke is in a disadvantaged position in the battle with them. These are just things that the body instinctively learns, and now I use it to teach people. Let Sasuke look at these things from a theoretical height again, and have a whole new understanding in his heart. What Naruto said is true, there is such a benefit in helping people train. Sasuke thought to himself, a smile forming on the corner of his mouth. Ah, Sasuke laughed, Sasuke laughed. No, I can't be distracted. 1. I really want to see him smile again. Seriously, there are so many doorways in chakras control, write them down, write them all down. I'm going to be strong. This is my Harano Sakura life vow. Little Sakura was in a trance. She immediately slapped herself a few times, much to Sasuke's surprise. Go ahead, I'm trying to focus myself a little bit more. Little Sakura replied nonchalantly. On the other side, Naruto stood face to face with Rock Lee in green. I know you, Rock Lee, Guy told me about you. There was a gleam of regret in Naruto's eyes. You are not a genius, you are just an ordinary person, but only through frantic and desperate efforts to squeeze yourself can you keep up with the footsteps of others. Once you reach the limit, you will fall into a bottleneck and can no longer move forward. Rock Lee lowered his head, his hands clenched into fists, and his body was shaking slightly. Naruto's words pierced his heart as if opening the scars on his body. As said, Xiao Li knows that he is not a genius. Especially in front of Uzumaki Naruto, in front of this peerless genius who became Konoha Jonin at the age of 12 and was vaguely known as Konoha's #1 master, Xiao Li felt even more humble and insignificant to the dust. Am I really inferior to those geniuses? No, Xiao Li, you are a hard-working genius. Recalling what Mr. Guy had said to him, Xiao Li raised his head and looked directly into Naruto's eyes, with a strong gleam in his eyes again. He stubbornly pursed his lips and responded silently. Very well, your only commendable merit is your hard work. Since I want to train you, I will do my best. What you can do now is to use your only strengths to the ultimate, work hard, give everything you have, and burn yourself like a torch. Burning to the ultimate will bring out a bright light. You're just a piece of mud now, a crappy slob, a weak genin. My next training will make your life worse than death, it will temper you in 1,000 ways, it will make you enter a world like magma, and it will make your life worse than death. If you can't bear it, you will really die. Naruto's voice grew louder and his eyes became colder. It was as if he was looking down from the sky, and the pressure on Xiao Li became heavier and heavier. Xiao Li raised his head, listening to Naruto's words, the light in his eyes became more and more burning, and the whole person seemed to really burn. Bring it on. He jumped out these 2 words from the gap between his teeth, decisively. Since you've made up your mind, take off the load. You and Guy should have practiced 8 inner gates, let's do our best, and try our best to open the 8 gates. Xiao Li took off the weight on his body and smashed it on the training ground, making a loud bang, and the ground sank. What? Hearing Naruto let him open 8 inner gates, Xiao Li couldn't help but let out a surprised voice. After all, Guy has always warned him that unless it is necessary, he should not easily use 8 inner gates, which is a big move that can only be used when you are desperate, and must be sealed at ordinary times. If you don't burn with ultimate, why do you think you can break the limit and surpass others? 8 inner gates is the best way for you to burn yourself, let's start. Naruto said coldly, his eyes indifferent. Xiao Li pursed his lips, and his eyes changed. Is it time to carry out my ninja? Okay then. 8 inner gates, open the door, open. Xiao Li roared suddenly, and his aura began to skyrocket wildly. Not enough, this bit of strength is far from enough. You are not burning enough, if you want to surpass yourself and surpass your limit, you are still far away. Naruto's indifferent voice lingered in his ears. Xiao Li gritted his teeth, and his momentum rose again, and it rose again and again. 8 inner gates, Hue gates, open. 8 inner gates, Raw gates, open. Chakra, visible to the naked eye, hovered around Xiao Li, making him look like a demon, exuding a violent and turbulent smell. This attitude of his directly shocked everyone in the training ground, and they all looked over. Even his teammate Tian was stunned. Obviously, he never imagined that his usually stupid teammate would have such an amazing aura. It's all open to life, Xiao Li, don't continue, it will cause serious damage to your body. Outside the training ground, Guy was tense and worried. As the inheritor of 8 inner gates, Guy is naturally aware of the drawbacks of 8 inner gates, and the skyrocketing strength is certainly an advantage. If you don't have a strong enough body as the foundation, the more you open the door, the more serious the damage to the body will be. Maybe after a battle, the whole person will be abolished. On this level? Not enough to fly. Do your best to bring out your best self as a moth to a flame, Rock Lee. If you want to go beyond yourself and go beyond your limits, this is the only way. Naruto's eyes are bright, and his voice is more powerful and powerful, as if with a magical method, he went straight into Xiao Li's heart, igniting all the unwillingness in Xiao Li's heart. 8 inner gates, injury gate, open. 8 inner gates, Duman, open. Xiao Li screamed in the sky, his aura rose to an appalling level, and his whole body was even more red, as if covered with a layer of blood-red steam, turning him into a real devil. Come on, hit me with all your strength. Rock Lee, burn yourself to the ultimate flame and show it off. Come, go beyond yourself, go beyond your limits. Chapter 94. Little Lee, is this your awakening? It's really youthful. Guy's eyes were full of water, and his tone was inexplicable. He wanted to make the first move to stop Rock Lee's outbreak, but he stopped and didn't make a move. Because he understood what Xiao Li felt in his heart. At this time, if Xiao Li is not allowed to break out completely, he is afraid that Xiao Li will be depressed and suffer for a lifetime. Is that Xiao Li? Tian's eyes widened with disbelief. Too strong. That momentum, in her eyes, was like Jonin Guy's full-strength shot, like a ferocious and incomparable lion. Can Jonin be so strong too? Akimichi Koji, Inyazukiya, Yamanaka Ino, Aberame Shino, all of them were dumbfounded, feeling that their worldview was shaken again. That was their peers, at most a year older. But the aura emanating from the other party made them feel their own insignificance. See the gap. The world is very big, People stronger than you are everywhere, don't be complacent if you make a little progress, you are still far behind. Naruto's clone put eye drops on these little things by the way, which stimulated their fragile hearts. Ah dash! Xiaoli growled and acted. Inside his body, cracks have appeared in the bones, the capillaries of the body have been cracked everywhere, the blood-colored steam continues to spread, and the whole person is like a broken porcelain doll, which may shatter at any time. But he didn't realize it. Naruto's words directly stimulated him. His eyes were all red, and only the last thought left was to defeat the person in front of him. Call. His figure has disappeared, and the naked eye cannot distinguish his actions at all. Naruto squatted down. The mighty leaf hurricane swept over his head, slashing like a giant axe. The next moment, Naruto moved 3 feet out of thin air. A figure fell from the sky, like a heavy hammer bombardment, the whole earth made an overwhelmed rumbling sound, the ground rolled and cracked, and the violent aftermath spread in all directions. In the training ground, everyone else was stunned watching all this. Not enough, not enough. Far from enough. Naruto's voice, like the ravings of a demon, kept ringing in Xiaoli's ears, bewitching him, making him continue to run wild and go crazy. Enough, enough, stop, Xiaoli, enough is enough. Go on, and you'll die. Guy clenched his fists, trembled all over, and prayed desperately, hoping that Xiaoli would stop as soon as possible. The longer 8 inner gates persisted, the greater the damage to his body. He couldn't imagine what Xiaoli would eventually become if he persisted. Boom boom boom. In the training ground, there seemed to be a gigantic monster frantically tossing around, attacking everywhere, turning the world upside down wherever it went. As a training monster, Naruto takes it lightly, moving forward and backward beside this monster, Dab J, always bewitching and provoking with words, making this monster a little more crazy and a little more violent. Even if it burns out. It hurts? Is the foot broken? The hand seems to be broken too. Why can't I hit this person? I've tried my best. I've worked very hard, very hard, why can't I succeed? Mr. Guy, am I really a genius who works hard? Why do I try so hard, but I can't succeed? I'm so tired, so painful, I really want to stop and rest. I'm so tired. Xiaoli felt that the strength in his body was gradually disappearing, and waves of indescribable fatigue and pain came to his heart. There was confusion in his eyes. The situation from childhood to adulthood surfaced in front of us again and again. Tail of the crane, squib. A guy who doesn't know how to ninjutsu can never become a ninja. You want to be a ninja? Delusional, a guy who can't even learn basic ninjutsu, be a ninja? Stop joking. Ridicule, ignore. Various voices echoed in his ears. It made Xiaoli's eyes darker and darker, and the pain was like a vortex of tides, dragging him, constantly sinking, despair, pain, suffocation, darkness, and an overwhelming shroud. That's it. A person appeared in front of Xiaoli, looking down at him with a contemptuous look, and coldly dropped such a sentence. Those eyes and those words seemed to converge with the phantoms of pain from childhood to adulthood. You will never be a ninja. You're just an ordinary person. You have no talent. You are doomed. Ah! Xiaoli roared in pain and anger again, the light in his eyes condensed again and burned again. The aura on his body exploded wildly again, rising steadily. I will never admit defeat. Call. He suddenly punched out. The air seemed to be smashed into ripples, and the muffled thunder rolled away, and most of the Konoha village heard this sound. On the training ground, all genin felt their hearts suffocate and their blood was surging. What made them even more astonished, the direction in which Xiaoli swung his fist, the breath was like a surging torrent, and 2 deep and long ravines were scraped out of the training ground, which was shocking. Only where Naruto stood, was safe. At this time, he was stretching out his palm, wrapping Xiaoli's fist. Nice punch. Naruto opened his mouth in admiration, with a smile of approval on his face. Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief, his body swayed, and he fell to the sky, but fell into a person's arms. Little Li, you are too impulsive, how can you do this? Guy carefully supported Xiaoli, his heart pounding. Just a little touch, he found that Xiaoli's whole body was soft and his bones were extremely fragile. Give him this to drink. Guy backhanded and grabbed a blood-red bottle, the liquid inside was crystal clear like a ruby. He gave Naruto a deep look. The next moment, Guy poured all the liquid in the bottle into Xiaoli's mouth. Soon, Xiaoli's rapid breathing calmed down, a rosy luster appeared on his face, and his fragile body was stabilized again. Except for the huge consumption of mind, the whole person was safe and sound. Guy was relieved then. Take him off to rest. He's done enough training today, come back tomorrow. Also, Uncle Guy, congratulations, you have a good enough disciple. Naruto gave Guy a thumbs up. Guy burst out laughing, and also turned his head back to Naruto and gave Naruto a thumbs up. The flash of Snow White Fang's teeth was particularly dazzling. Really youthful. Xiaoli, did you hear that? Someone admitted you again. Every drop of your sweat reverberates. Your efforts will never be in vain. With a relieved and proud smile, Might Guy hugged Rock Lee and walked out of the training ground. His steps were extraordinarily steady. Don't look around, concentrate on your practice. Aren't you envious? Rock Lee's training volume has been completed today, and he can rest comfortably throughout the next day. He doesn't have to suffer here like you one. Tell you, as long as you are willing to break 30 or 50 bones and endure the endless pain, I will let you rest right away. Is there anyone willing? It's very simple. It's very cost-effective to eat a little hardship in exchange for a day of relaxation. Naruto walked around the training ground with his hands behind his back, smiling and talking nonsense. He smiled like a little fox, his smile was as genial as the spring breeze and as bright as the sun. But all genin, even those who were familiar with Naruto, shivered, and goosebumps appeared one after another. They were all focused and did not dare to relax any longer. Next to this, there is a black-bellied demon king who is patrolling and showing his teeth and claws. Chapter 95. The time for the Chunnin exam has been determined, and the posts to the major shinobi villages should be sent out. 1. If I go back to Hokage-sama, I will send it out. I heard that Kirigakure has reopened, and the communication with the outside world has increased over the years. This time the Chunnin exam, I don't know who they will send to participate. Cloud Shinobi Village is also hard at work and decided to take this Chunnin exam. Now, only Iwagakure has not responded. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, thinking about the question of this Chunnin exam. Tsunagakure is an ally, and he informed us early and made it clear his willingness to participate. Kirigakure has been silent for more than a year since the Red Sun Society's Kira trouble, and has reopened to the outside world, showing a gesture of eagerness to communicate. For them, this Chunnin exam is also a stage for them to officially appear in the ninja world, so, Kirigakure also decided to take the Chunnin exam. News just came from Cloud Shinobi Village, who also agreed to the invitation and will attend this Chunnin exam. If Iwagakure agrees again, this Chunnin exam will become an unprecedented event jointly organized by the 5 major ninja villages. In this case, let Sarutobi Hiruzen not have to be extremely cautious. For such a major event, he must consider whether the current Konoha can suppress the frictions and riots that may occur. Fortunately, over the years, the ninjas in the village have cultivated very diligently, their strength has improved a lot, and the younger generation has also grown up. Chunnin exams, not afraid of them coming. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sharp puff, a confident smile on his face. Today's Konoha can be called the heyday. When the other 4 major ninja villages came, he also had confidence to keep Konoha still. What's more, there is still a Uzumaki Naruto in Konoha these days. A person, like the mainstay, makes Konoha as stable as Mount Tai. By the way, let Naruto train the genins, how is the effect now? Lord Hokage, the effect is really good. Many Chunnin took the initiative to join the training camp and accept the guidance of Vortex Jonin. Oh? Then I'll have to go and see. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became interested, and with Umbu, quietly went to the 7th training ground. Vortex Demon King, I know I'm wrong, let me out. I knew it was just the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. Uzumaki Naruto, he's just a demon, so scary. Ah, I got hit again. Damn it, why is it fire style? How many holes did it burn with the new clothes I had to change into? Today is a magma hell, and it feels like another day of exhaustion. In the 7th training ground, there were also 4 purple flame formations blocking the way, and there was also a chaotic battle. Not only genin, but also many Chunnins were present. What they faced was also the avatar of Naruto's avatar. The battle intensified. More importantly, the environment of the training ground was directly transformed into a magma zone by Naruto, and there were hot magma areas everywhere. In this environment, people not only have to pay attention to dealing with the ninjutsu attacks flying in the sky, but also pay attention to their feet. If they don't pay attention, they will fall into the lava and make people scream. Yes, the magma is only 50 to 60 degrees of boiling water temperature, it can't kill people, but it will definitely make you happy. That's how Naruto came up with training. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked by the scene on the training ground. So confusing. Incredible too. Yes, yesterday was still a scene of ice and snow, but today it's a magma hell. Vortex Jonin has so many ideas. 1. Umbu Ninja, who was with Sarutobi Hiruzen, watched the battle in the training ground, and there was a hint of eagerness in his eyes. He also wanted to experience this kind of complicated and chaotic combat training. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed it carefully, and after a long time, he nodded, showing an expression of approval. His vision is much stronger than that of ordinary ninjas. Although there is chaos inside, Naruto's clone, who can act as the controller, always holds the chaos in his hands and grasps the balance to the utmost, so that the situation can be maintained in such a way that it can enhance the fighting consciousness of the ninjas, but not so much. To the extent that the lives of the ninjas are endangered. And the ninjas in the training ground have experienced a lot of tossing and fighting, and their fighting consciousness has indeed improved a lot. Those genins were still very immature, but now, they are like veterans of the battlefield, with their eyes and ears listening to all directions, and always raising their vigilance to ultimate. And flexible. Naruto, that's amazing. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised again and paid more attention to Naruto. And some others. He looked at it, confusion in his eyes. In Genin, there are no elites he pays attention to. Vortex Jonin took them to another training ground for individual training. Let's have a look together. With curiosity, Sarutobi Hiruzen left the 7th training ground. What are you doing, what are you doing? Shineo, can you cheer up a little bit? You can't take this sound wave, what are you eating? You a bear may family, rely on bugs to eat. If the bugs are strong, you will be strong. If you are strong, you will also promote the power of the bugs. You should consider how to make the chakra flow between the two faster, and make the bugs update and iterate faster. Quick. 0 for flowers. Those that don't knock you down will only make you stronger. The same goes for bugs. Come again. On the edge of the training ground, the insects flying all over the sky were like black clouds, pressing down on a large area. The Naruto clone on the opposite side, holding his hands, just stared at this piece of bug so coldly. 4. The Naruto clone simply recited the numbers, each with a long nasal sound. Every time a number is read, a large piece of bugs will fall down, unable to withstand the waves in the sound, one by one explodes out of thin air. Only those who endure it can move on and accept the baptism of sound again. By the time I read the 7th, there were only 200 or 300 worms left, and they were all dizzy, as if they were drunk. 0. A bear Meishino took these worms back and looked at the corpse on the ground with a distressed look, while using chakra to warm the remaining worms. Koji, the doubling technique of your Akamika family relies on abundant chakra. The stronger the chakra, the stronger the doubling technique. What you need to improve now is the chakra capacity in your body. Come on, cast another 30 super multipliers. Yeah, are you okay? Akamaru is more resistant to beating than you. 1. Wang. Have you heard? Akamaru agrees with me, come again, sharpen your teeth. Tian, I know that your family is rich, and you won't feel bad if you throw away a lot of ninja tools, but at the very least, you have to practice your head. Take the money to waste. You have to strengthen your calisthenic head, and you have to strengthen your strength. It's really weird, Niji and Xiaoli are both very strong in physical art. How did they become so weak when they came to you? In the training ground, various Naruto clones were loudly reprimanding Genin, who was instructed by them, and from time to time they would be beaten up to make them memorize these theories with their bodies, and they attacked very hard. It's really attentive. Looking at a group of Genins with completely different auras, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up and nodded in satisfaction. Give Genin to Naruto for training, you will definitely find the right person. For a time, he became confident about the next Chunnin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help laughing and shook his head again and again when he saw that Naruto and Hinata were sparring with each other in the corner. Although he became a Jonin, Naruto is still a child after all, immature. Sarutobi Hiruzen left with satisfaction, Shiren left. Chapter 96. Chunnin exam? It's fun, we took it. That XX plan? Haha, let's go over to open our eyes, plan, or something, it's none of our business. Just to watch a lively event, of course, the Chunnin exam can't fall in the face of our village. Konoha is really interesting. The former Hokage direct disciple and the former Konoha elders all devised their own ideas to deal with their own village. This big show must be seen. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you will be scratching your head. Uncomfortable. I just want to see, Uzumaki Naruto, the most talented ninja of our time, can you turn the tide and stop Konoha's accident? Uzumaki Naruto, I really want to have another good fight with you. Time passed little by little. The other 4 ninja villages have officially sent letters confirming that the 4 shadow clubs will come to Konoha to take the Chunnin exam this time. For a while, what was originally just an ordinary Chunnin exam, 067 suddenly became Konoha's most grand event this year, setting up the exam room, setting up the environment, organizing exam questions and discussions, and all kinds of matters. The entire Konoha village was running at a high speed, and the Jonins who had been leisurely had to start busy and devastated. Only the still desolate screams on the training ground made Konoha feel a little joyful and interesting while he was busy. Sunagakuer, the yellow sandy land. 4th Kaze Kage Luoshat, accompanied by several guards, stared at the person opposite with a serious expression. Orochimaru, what exactly do you mean by sending me a letter to come here? There is something I want to discuss with Feng Ying-sama, but... Orochimaru snake glanced at the guard beside Luoshat and stopped talking. You look around. Several guards also understood, and they retreated dozens of meters, making sure that they would not hear the conversation between the two. Lord Feng Ying, if you don't do secret affairs, I will cut to the chase. I have a plan here, I don't know if Lord Feng Ying is interested in joining. What's the plan? The Konoha crash plan. Orochimaru said word by word what was in his heart. He stared deeply at Luoshat, his eyes were cold and indifferent, and there was an indescribable excitement and fanaticism in his eyes. Luo Sha's expression didn't change at all, just thoughtful. These days, a certain elder and Orochimaru are wandering around in the ninja world, wanting to do something to Konoha. Ordinary people may not know, but the high-level officials of several major ninja villages have channels to understand the relevant information. So, Luo Sha is not at all surprised that Orochimaru appeared. Not interested in. Luo Sha pondered for a long time before opening her mouth to refuse. Oh, Master Feng Ying, do you really have no interest at all? Humph, Orochimaru, you don't need to provoke me. Today's Konoha village is extremely prosperous, and the masters are like clouds. With the strength of you and Danzo, if you throw them into Konoha, I'm afraid you won't be able to beat me. You want to pull me? Tsunagaku being a cannon fodder is too beautiful to think. Luo Sha sneered again and again, looking at Orochimaru's eyes full of contempt. After changing the Konoha village from a few years ago, he might be moved. But now, when Konoha is at the height of its power, it is almost impossible to start at the heart of Konoha village's headquarters. It seems that Kazuki-sama was defeated by the hands of Uzumaki Naruto, and his heart has been lost, and he has no courage at all, which is a pity. When Luo Sha heard the words, her face was full of frost, and a knife was stabbed in her heart. He quickly suppressed his anger and sneered again. Uzumaki Naruto, the name, gave Luo Sha so much shock that he had to admit one thing deep in his heart, he was really afraid of Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru's proposal, which he didn't want to mix, was probably due to the psychological shadow left by Naruto. Lord Kazekage, what would you think if I told you that Uegakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Kirigakure all agreed to this plan? Orochimaru smiled oddly and added another layer of weight. Luo Sha's face changed. Are Tsunagaku and Konoha village allies? Stop teasing, in front of interests, tearing up the covenant is too common in the ninja world. What he now needs to consider is, Orochimaru said, whether it is true or not, and what are the pros and cons of participating or not participating. If it weren't for the fact that the current Konoha is too complicated and needs a few more helpers, I wouldn't have spent so much saliva. Luo Sha, you should be lucky that you escaped the disaster yourself. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a cold light, but his expression became softer. The yellow sand is flying, and the whole world is grey. No one knows what exactly Orochimaru and Luo Sha talked about, and whether there was a result. Orochimaru, what the hell are you doing? I heard that he is going to deal with Konoha, do we want to join in? No, the shadow capitals of the 5 major ninja villages are gathered together, the organization is not strong enough to shake them, and acting rashly will only waste their power. Rain Shinobi Village, Tendo Pain closed his eyes and was not ready to talk about this again. Today's Xia organization, the strength has obviously not reached the peak. 0. Although Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki organization, he has been away from home and may defect at any time. Pain doesn't trust him at all. As for Deidara of Rock Shinobi, Sasori of Sand Shinobi, Kakuzu of Taki Shinobi, and Loquat Juzo of Mist Shinobi, they can be considered as obeying orders, but these people want to deal with the shadow of the 5 great ninja villages. After all, powerless. The strength of the other rebellious ninjas that have been gathered is not outstanding. Today's Akatsuki organization is still in a latent state. Except for being a mercenary and helping other ninja villages with tasks, they have been in a state of idle cultivation. Obito, aren't you going to step in? Humph, Kimura, whoever likes to go to that place, I won't go anyway. It's a pity, I still want to go and see the excitement. Have you changed your relationship with Uzumakio? The old guy opened his mouth wide, and the price he asked for was too high. I'm going to hang his appetite. If it doesn't work, you can also find Orochimaru. I heard that he also mastered this technique. In a corner of Rain Shinobi Village, Uchiha Obito, wearing a mask with a red cloud and black robe, was talking to Ju Zhan who was wearing a pitcher plant, and he was talking about the Chunnin exam this time. Obito's eyes flickered, very deep. Before he had the strength to deal with Kira of the Red Sun Society, he made up his mind and would never get close to Konoha village. Over the years, he has been cultivating painstakingly, and he has also inquired about ways to increase his strength, in order to make himself stronger. The reanimation jutsu in the sealed book of Konoha village came into his sight. Humph, Kira, wait until I get reanimation jutsu, make Madara Impure World Reincarnation 1.9, and the shadows of the major ninja villages, as well as first Hokage, so many strong men join forces, a crowd beats you, I see you, where else can the madness go? Thinking of his pride, Obito couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth and laughed silently. Ju looked at Obito, and his mind was racing. Impel World Reincarnation, I don't know if Yui and Hamura can be reincarnated, Ashura and Indra are also good. I'm afraid this technique can't control them. If it can be controlled, even if it weakens some strengths, it is worth it. That situation must be very interesting. Ju sank to the floor and disappeared without a trace. He has exactly the same idea as Obito, and is bound to win reanimation jutsu. The entire ninja world, all corners of the world, are very interested in this Chunnin exam. The news is spreading rapidly, and there are people in all directions who are eager to take part in this vigorous excitement. Chapter 97. President. How's the show going? Several programs have been prepared, but there are too few staff to keep up with it. If we want to keep the TV station running, we can only maintain a small number of programs, and there is no way to continue adding more programs. In the town of Red Sun, Naruto and Xianglin discuss the problem of the TV station. Naruto frowned. Immediately he stretched out again and smiled. It's okay, it's just like this when the TV station started. Then, let's start broadcasting the show tomorrow and let the ninja world know about the existence of the Red Sun TV station. Remember, the station logo must be clear, beautiful and generous, blue waves and red sun, and can't be fooled. Yes, President. Naruto knocked on the table, and suddenly said again, Xianglin, don't you think there are too few programs? I'll give you an idea here, you can handle it, a new program can be easily formed. President, what program? Isn't there a lot of buzz about Konoha's Chunnin exam recently? You bring a cameraman, carry a camera, go directly to Konoha village, interview people from all walks of life, and ask them what they think about this Chunnin exam. Set the question, it has to be interesting and grounded. Then, cut out these interview videos, keep the most interesting pictures, and broadcast them episode by episode. This is a new program. Xianglin's eyes lit up, and he suddenly realized. At that time, 30 uniforms of the TV station will be put on, even if it is the first official appearance of the Red Sun Society in the ninja world, in the name of Red Sun TV station. In Konoha village, Naruto took Hinata's little hand and trotted all the way towards his house. Naruto-kun, what's the hurry? Something good, I want you to see it first. Well, then let me look forward to it. 1. Back home, Naruto opened the door and welcomed Hinata in, feeling his heart beating a little faster. In the past, they all met outside, whether it was a date or a training session. They were all outside. As for Naruto's nest, Hinata was the first time he met. Not to mention Naruto herself, Hinata also has red cheeks and sparkling eyes. The house is clean. Naruto has to thank second Hokage who invented the multiple shadow clone technique. Having trouble cleaning your room? If one person is troublesome, 10 people will become trivial. 100 people work at the same time, and in a few minutes, the whole room can be brightened, and no dust can be found. Huh? It's so clean. There was a hint of disappointment in Hinata's tone. She also thought that the boy's house was sloppy, and she would come here to help Naruto clean up the housework and do what a wife should do. Result? That's it. Naruto didn't notice Hinata's thoughts. With a big smile on his face, he pulled Hinata down on the sofa in the living room and went to play with the big TV on the cupboard. Naruto-kun, when did you buy the TV? It's too big, 3 times bigger than my family's. Well, it was specially made by the manufacturer and specially delivered. Naruto looked proud. With this advantage, the chairman of the Red Sun Society can directly customize electrical appliances from the manufacturers that make TV sets, and you can make any TV set you want. Naruto-kun is amazing. Hinata marveled. Although she doesn't like watching TV very much, the content in it is lackluster, but she likes to watch Naruto show off in front of her, and that feeling is beautiful. Show off because you care. Hinata, let me tell you a little secret, don't tell anyone. Naruto turned on the TV and tuned to a certain channel. He sat down on the sofa, put Hinata in his arms, and whispered. What secret? On the TV, as Naruto's voice fell, the TV, which was originally full of snowflakes, flickered, and a rippling sea appeared. The sea is extremely deep, and it looks extremely depressing in the dim light. Slowly, the light gradually brightened. The deep breath gradually faded away. A red sun jumped out of the sea, the rays of light filled the sky, the sea glittered with golden light, and the golden scales filled the air, splendid to the ultimate. The image shrank suddenly, turning into an icon of a blue wave holding a red sun, and a large line of characters jumped out. Red Sun TV. This TV station, but I established it. In the future, you will be able to watch interesting programs, watch interesting TV series, and hear good music on this TV station. Wow, Naruto-kun, you are amazing. Hinata was amazed again and praised Naruto again and again, making Naruto even more complacent. In fact, Hinata doesn't yet understand what a TV station is. But that didn't stop her from praising Naruto. Friends from the audience, good noon, here is the news program room of Red Sun TV station, and I am the host Donglin. As a new TV station, the first program to be broadcasted, we are ready for a long afternoon, and we are determined to dedicate a program to everyone. 1. Next, please watch the documentary program, The Past and Present of the Ninja World. Decades, nearly 100 years ago, the land of the ninja world was in chaos. The major ninja tribes fought and killed each other, and the blood flowed into rivers. On the screen, the host of the show was a teenager who was about 17 or 18. He has a youthful appearance and a slightly nervous expression, but his voice is steady, and the calmness that he speaks makes people instantly attracted and immersed in the wonderful content of the show. Hinata's eyes widened as well, fascinated. It was the first time she watched this kind of TV show, it was so fresh. The first program, the TV station's Good Start, Naruto made a direct decision and broadcast the documentary The Past and Present of the Ninja World. The contents inside are all the various historical books about the ninja world collected by the Red Sun Society Intelligence Organization for decades. First Hokage Senjo Hashirama, practiced in the ninja world Uchiha Madara, the two joined forces to create the first ninja village in the ninja world, and then went to other ninja villages to follow suit, and established them one after another. In Donglin's gentle and calm voice, the history of the ninja world revealed to the world its long-hidden heavy curtain, which made people suddenly realize that so many things happened in the ninja world. On the land of Ninja World, countless people who turned on the TV saw this show, and they all opened their eyes and watched it with fascination. This show is so fresh and beautiful. More importantly, from the show, they could see many historical events that they had never heard from 067. The feeling of eye-opening made them all overjoyed. Red Sun TV. Countless people remembered the icon of the blue wave and red sun, and also remembered the location of the TV channel. Time passes day by day. Red Sun TV has become a more and more prosperous phenomenon in all parts of the ninja world. Every day when the time is up, people with TV sets sit in front of the TV sets, turn on the TV sets, and watch TV programs on time. For those who don't have a TV, those who have money rush to the store as soon as possible, throw the money at the counter, pick up the TV and run away, just like a hungry ghost rushing for food. Without money, he can only look envious, jealous, and hate, listening to others talking about the content of TV programs, 8 trigrams, the history of the ninja world. They all made up their minds in their hearts that when they made money, they must buy a TV. Yakushi Kabuto was also smiling all day long, and his face looked like a flower, and he couldn't close his mouth. The TV factory has increased its production capacity, but the products are still out of stock. The reservation contract has been scheduled for a few months, and a lot of money has flowed into the account of the Red Sun Society, which has changed the entire Red Sun Society. Get rich and powerful. The chairman is really amazing. It's a simple TV station, and it has not yet advertised, and the unsaleable TV set has become so prosperous. If there isn't, wouldn't the TV set be sold out? Well, it's already sold out now. The president said that the goal of making me the richest man in the ninja world seems to be close at hand. 1. Yakushi Kabuto thought to himself, the reverence for Naruto has deepened a lot, and has reached the point of worship. Chapter 98. Ninja Heroes is on, I'm going home to watch TV. 1. It's great, I don't have a TV at home. Let your parents buy it for you. No money. Every night at 6 o'clock, at a fixed time, countless children rush to the TV in their home, guarding the TV like they are guarding the vault, their eyes are wide open, and they are looking forward to it. A child without a TV can only watch others leave with envy, leaving himself alone and 100 times sad. Ninja Hero is a children's TV series broadcast by Red Sun TV. It takes a little boy as the protagonist and tells the story of how he cultivates, how to become a ninja, and how to help children solve various problems. From Naruto's point of view, this TV series is a complete mess, with all kinds of loopholes, all kinds of costumes, and all kinds of prefaces that don't fit well. But unfortunately, this TV series caused a sensation in the entire ninja world, at least, it caused a sensation among the children of the ninja world. The past and present of the ninja world. Ninja Little Hero. Red Sun News. Sound of Music. Today's Red Sun TV has only 4 programs. After the program is broadcast every day, it will be replayed, played over and over again, to supplement the blank time that was interrupted in the middle. People are not bothered, and if they have time, they even review the show over and over again, and they are still fascinated by it. Red Sun TV, unknowingly, has become an indispensable thing in the daily life of many people in the ninja world. Several large ninja villages have discussed this. Speaking of which, apart from a slightly conspicuous past and present life in the ninja world, this TV station did not show any bad signs, so the discussion was over. The people talked about the Red Sun TV with great interest, but the ninjas in the ninja world were very excited about the upcoming Chunnin exam. Recently, more and more strangers have appeared in Konoha village. Most of them are tourists who come to watch the ceremony. Of course, there are also strange ninjas who come to watch the fun. Konoha continued to increase the vigilance force, and the manpower gradually became insufficient. Okay, this is the end of the month's training. Now there is a shortage of manpower everywhere in the village, you are all sloppy, hurry up to work, don't think about being lazy. 1. The training camp Chunnin gathered again, quietly listening to Naruto's speech. Of course, before I finish, I have to tell you something from the bottom of my heart. I won't say the purpose of the training camp, and you should be able to guess. This time the Chunnin exam will be held in our Konoha village. Most people have to take this exam. 2. Whether you do well in the exam is your own business, but it's not just your business. People live to fight for their breath, and the village lives to fight for their breath. If the Chunnin exam is over, our Konoha village will host it. The result is a mess, this face is really not good looking. 1. Lord Hokage is aware of this and asked me to train you. Why? You should be able to guess, because Lord Hokage is worried about you, because you are too weak, because the genin from other villages came over to take a look. Yo, the genin in Konoha village is at this level, too relaxed, kind of annoying face, we don't want to see. 1. So, you should go to take the Chunnin exam with the determination to go to the mountains of swords and fire. When the time comes, the results come out, Konoha's face is really lost, you should know what the next consequences will be. 1. Naruto lowered his voice, his eyes swept over the people one by one, and his face showed a bright smile as always. All the genin couldn't help but shivered several times, all of them raised their heads and raised their chests, trying to make themselves stand out a little bit. The big devil must not be recorded in the small book. Otherwise, the consequences will be really serious. Then, disband. As soon as Naruto waved his hand, the person slammed and turned into white smoke, which turned out to be a clone. Everyone was stunned, and looked around cautiously, until they couldn't see Naruto's figure. They were relieved, smiling and cheering loudly. It's not easy. The great demon king is finally gone, and I won't have to be tortured by him again, that's great. Every day is such a dire day, and even if the gods come, I can't stand it. If I can persist until now, I have begun to admire myself. SHH, keep your voice down, maybe the great vortex demon king is nearby, quietly writing you down in the little book. Don't scare me, I'm timid. Don't listen to his nonsense, Vortex Jonin has a big heart, how can he be the kind of person with a small belly? He is so great, just like the sun in the sky, exuding endless light, dazzling and bright. He is the lighthouse of Konoha, it's the future Hokage-sama, it's... Okay, people really aren't here, so don't take this flattery. Who said this is flattering? This is my truth. Don't sell it if you can afford it. How much has our strength improved by Vortex Jonin's training this month? Do you have any idea in your own mind? Everyone completely relaxed, and while leaving the training ground, they discussed this training camp. The most they talked about was Uzumaki Naruto, the Jonin who presided over the training camp. Whether it is feared, grateful, liked, hated, all of them have a consensus, this one, with them genin is no longer a world person. Same age? Give me a break. Even the classmates who are most familiar with Naruto, Koji, Yae, Shino, and others, no longer regard Naruto as a peer, but regard Naruto as a big man who needs to be respected and respected just like their elders. Everyone went back to their respective homes, preparing to take a good rest. In the past month, their nerves have been too tense, and they really need to relax. On the street of Konoha village, 3 little ghosts are sneaking around, like a few little thieves, sneaking around. Hey, Konohamaru, stop following, it's not good. What's wrong? Didn't you see the pattern on their clothes? It's the pattern of the Red Sun TV station. I saw through their conspiracy at a glance. I'm a little ninja hero. Really from Red Sun TV? Let me see, wow, that big sister is really beautiful. Wow, Konohamaru, your eyes are so good, you can see that pattern at a glance. Xiang Phosphorus is now wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, holding a microphone, walking on Konoha Street. Behind her was a young man with a camera, who was walking feebly and had no energy at all. Director, did you actually find the interviewee? Yeah, just do it. We've already walked all the way. Go on, I forgot to do it. A guy with no ambition, you have only walked so far, you can't do it, you are still not a man. Director, you don't know how to start the interview, do you? Shouldn't it be? The questions have already been prepared, by Wang Zhao, just ask them one by one, it's very simple one. Shut up, of course I know. Xianglin became angry and scolded the young man fiercely. Of course she knew the problem, and her back was flying. The point is, she doesn't know how to talk to others. In the small town of Red Sun, she is a shrewd and capable TV station director. She is valiant and resolute, and no one dares to look down on her. Fragrant also thought that he could really do it. But as soon as she came out of the Red Sun town and saw a stranger, her whole head became blank, and her mouth could not be opened like it was glued to it. In the small town of Red Sun, there are acquaintances who can't look up but not look down. After getting along for so many years, Xianglin is accustomed to their existence. But when he went to the outside world, there were strangers everywhere, and the experience of Cao 9th village came to his mind again, which made Xianglin's psychological shadow become a masterpiece, and it was really hard to show it. Hey kid, it hurts. A voice came, which made Xianglin look over in a blink of an eye. Her eyes lit up, and the interviewee seemed pretty good. Chapter 99. I said it hurts, UBD. A young man dressed in black, carrying a device tightly wrapped with bandages on his back, with a purple Madara pattern on his face, was lifting a child with a long blue scarf in the air with one hand. He opened his mouth sullenly. Forget it, or else I'll be taught a lesson by him later. Beside the black-clothed youth was a blonde girl with a large black iron fan and 4 ponytails. She showed dissatisfaction and reminded the black-clothed youth aloud. It's so long-winded, I'm just playing while that long-winded guy hasn't come. The black-clothed boy ignored the girl's words and squeezed the child tighter. BD, let me go. The little boy struggled desperately, constantly kicking the black-clothed boy's chest. The black-clothed boy didn't notice, but instead laughed strangely. It's quite spirited, UBD. Not far away, there are also two children, a boy and a girl, who are watching this scene worriedly, looking like they want to rush up, but are afraid. Hey, little brother, it's not good for you to treat a child like this. The black-clothed boy suddenly felt his wrist numb, and the little boy on his hand suddenly let go, unable to hold it any longer. He was taken aback. When he looked again, the little boy had already returned to his companion, and a girl with red hair and eyes was standing in front of him. Master, don't run so fast, wait for me. Dong Daegu, I usually let you train. You are looking for life and death. Now you know it's hard work. How can you be a cameraman and can't run? Carrying the camera, Dong Daegu, who ran out of breath, almost gasped out of his lungs. Xianglin looked disgusted and reprimanded him on the spot. The black-clothed boy and the blonde-haired girl gathered together, staring at Xianglin with vigilance, as if they were facing a great enemy. Neither of them found out how Xianglin appeared beside them. It was too fast and too strange. Who exactly are you? The black-clothed boy asked with a gloomy expression on his face. Me? I'm Xianglin, a foreign correspondent of Red Sun TV. I have a few questions I would like to interview the two of you. I wonder if the two of you can spare some time to answer them. Xianglin motioned to Dong Dagu to position the camera and quickly turn it on. When everything was ready, she smiled kindly and asked the black-clothed boy. To ordinary people, she can't speak. In the face of this murderous young man, Xianglin dealt with it with ease. Red Sun TV? Interview? What is this? Both the black-clothed boy and the blonde girl were stunned, feeling that the other party was saying something from heaven, and they couldn't understand. What a bum, even the Red Sun TV station doesn't know that Bai has grown so big. Sarutobi Konohamaru adjusted the scarf, and then hid behind Xianglin, sneering when he opened his mouth, and even made a face at the boy in black. Big sister, you want to interview, come and interview me? I promise to say what I know. Konohamaru looked up at Xianglin with a look of admiration, and more importantly, from time to time, he turned his eyes to the camera, subconsciously brought his face in front of the camera, and swayed left and right, extremely curious. Along the way, Konohamaru understood to a certain extent what the camera was, and for a while, he was very interested, and completely forgot about the previous things. BD kid, kill you. The black-clothed boy was obviously provoked by the sentence of the bum, and with murderous intent in his eyes, he threatened Konohamaru. His aura was awe-inspiring, and that obviously ferocious aura made people shudder. Konohamaru was so frightened that he hugged his two little friends and shivered. Little brother, don't fight and kill at every turn, isn't it bad to be civilized? Xiang Phosphorus blocked the sight of the three of Konohamaru, with a smile on his face all the time. 1. The black-clothed boy felt that Xianglin's smile was mocking him, and he was furious. Forget it, Kankuro, calm down. The blonde girl opened her mouth to stop the black-clothed boy Kankuro's rampage. She looked at Xianglin vigilantly, feeling that the other party had a temperament similar to that of a certain person, that kind of self-confidence that was enough to overwhelm everything. Nonsense. I'm going to kill this guy, and then deal with the BD over there, or I won't be able to swallow this breath. Kankuro took off the bandage equipment behind his back, and the white bandages spread out in circles, fluttering and fluttering, revealing a creepy and eerie aura. Hey, Dabjay, are you even going to use the crow? The blonde girl's face changed greatly and she spoke loudly. The opposite Xiang Phosphorus always kept a smile, so that her appearance in front of the camera was always perfect. The chairman said that as a reporter, as long as you are in front of the camera, you must maintain a calm and steady attitude. This is the basic quality of a qualified reporter. Smile, keep smiling. Ah, I really want to punch the guy in front of me flying. Smile, don't lose your smile. Xianglin smiled even more brilliantly, and Dong Daegu also held the camera and gave a close-up, which made the scene in front of him look extraordinarily strange. Kankuro, stop. At this moment, a low and hoarse voice came. Dong Daegu faithfully performed his duties as a videographer. The camera began to twist, aiming at the source of the sound, on a big tree beside the street. There, a young man with a grey-yellow gourd with cracks everywhere, short red hair, and two large dark circles under his eyes, was stepping on a tree trunk and stood upside down in the air. The camera moved forward, focusing on the indifferent and empty eyes of the red-haired boy. Those eyes did not see the slightest emotion, like an iceberg. You will embarrass our village. Gara. Kankuro, who was originally arrogant and domineering, became timid when he saw the appearance of the red-haired boy, and his tone was full of fear. UBD who will only embarrass the village, why do you think we came all the way to Konoha? Listen to me, Gara, these guys were the first to make trouble. 1. Shut up. I'll kill you. Kankuro repeatedly defended, but closed his mouth under Gara's eyes, and cold sweat broke out all at once. I know, I'm sorry. Kankuro apologized again, with a sullen look on his face. I'm so sorry for you guys. Gaara apologizes to Konohamaru and Xianglin. Saying it is an apology, there is no emotion in the voice, which makes people feel strange. A puff of dust flew. Gaara falls on the street. It was only then that Xianglin discovered that this red-haired boy had a red love letter engraved on his forehead, dark circles under his eyes, red hair, love. For a time, a thought appeared in Xianglin's mind, how much love does this child lack? Go, we're not here to play. Gaara spoke coldly. Kankuro, who had always been domineering before, is now like a well-behaved kitten, obediently following behind Gaara, following every step of the way. The blonde girl followed. Despite his age, Gaara is the youngest of the three, but it is clear that he is the one in charge. Wait, little redhead, I haven't interviewed you yet. Xianglin finally came back to his senses, and hurriedly called out to the three of them. Her intuition told her that the red-haired boy in front of her must have big news on her body and was an excellent interviewee. This good start fell on the other side. With a deep nasal voice, Gaara turned around, with a faint hint of impatience and madness in her eyes. Not even that, a suffocating aura that was even more astonishing than Kankuro's before rushed into the face, making people shudder. Chapter 100. Are you a ninja? Xianglin was unaware of Gaara's suffocating aura, and put the microphone directly on Gaara's face. Her eyes were sparkling, and she exuded a kind of enthusiasm and excitement unique to a rookie reporter working for the first time. That kind of warm glow was something Gaara had never encountered before. He was tongue-tied. After a long while, he whispered a word. Excuse me, why did you become a ninja? Why didn't you choose to be an ordinary person? Gaara raised his eyebrows, his eyes became cold again, obviously this question stimulated him. He didn't say a word, staring at Xianglin, the breath on his body became more and more dangerous. I'll answer this question. I'm Gaara's older sister, my name is Temeri. We were born and destined to be ninjas. The blonde girl Temeri quickly grabbed the words, for fear that Gaara would break out on the spot. Gaara's heart moved, and the evil spirit on her body subsided a little. The word sister made him feel extremely complicated. Why is it destined? No one is destined to be a ninja. You can choose to be an ordinary person, a farmer, a businessman, a wanderer, and of course, you can also be a ninja, but this should come from in my heart, my own choice. Without a choice, I am destined to be a ninja, which is too sad. Xianglin commented on Temeri's answer with a serious look. Her words touched Temeri, and even Gaara stared at Xianglin with a lot of seriousness in her eyes. Choose? Gaara thought, these two words, to him, are too extravagant. No one gave him the power to choose. As soon as he was born, he was destined to become the vessel of the tailed beast, to become the Jinchuriki. He can only become a ninja, a weapon of the village. Thoughts rolled, Gaara's eyes became more and more irritable and cold, and the breath on his body gradually rose, becoming more and more dangerous. This little brother, let me ask another question, what did you gain after becoming a jonin? What did you lose? According to the list of questions in his mind, Xianglin released the next questions. Get something. Lose something. Life is inherently in constant gain and loss. Ninjas are no exception. What did you say? Gaara's voice was low, roaring like a beast, gasping louder and louder. He was seriously stimulated by the problem. Gaara, calm down, you forgot, what are we here for Konoha? Calm down, it's alright, calm down. Go away, we're not giving interviews. Ask another question and I'll kill you. Temeri paled in shock, and hurriedly comforted Gaara, her voice was extremely gentle, like coaxing a child, cautiously. Kankuro even stood in front of Gaara, glaring at Xianglin, the murderous intent in his eyes could not be suppressed. Fragrant is a little embarrassed. She did not expect that her interviewee would react so intensely. Is this problem so serious? Get out of the way, I want to answer this question. Gaara turned Kankuro aside and stood in front of Xianglin, with a smile on his face, a weird and terrifying smile. Gaara. Temeri and Kankuro were worried and wanted to stop, but they didn't dare to go forward. They know how dangerous Gaara is right now, and they really want to run wild, but Gaara is indistinguishable from me. As a jonin, what I get, is strength, great strength. Gaara grinned, her smile even more terrifying. The gourd suddenly opened behind him, and a steady stream of sand poured out, forming the claws of an incomparably gigantic monster. Xianglin squinted her eyes and raised her vigilance, she sensed danger. Ha, what a powerful strength, what a wonderful strength. Gaara burst into laughter, her emotions were extremely excited, and her breath was extremely dangerous. He is like a mad demon, making people shudder. Dong Daegyu shivered and was frightened. But he still tried his best to keep the camera steady, without the slightest shake. The camera is even more advanced to Gaara's face, capturing every detail of his expression. In those empty eyes, it was not joy, not equanimity, not pleasure, but pain, madness, and despair. That kind of emotion is more real and more moving in the lens. You ask me, what did I lose? Gaara's laughter stopped abruptly, her eyes were completely exhausted, and her voice was cold. Xianglin nodded subconsciously. I lost everything. Gaara opened his hands and answered in an extremely hollow voice. It seemed that in an instant, his whole person became an empty shell, and everything was gone. Gaara. When Temari heard this answer, she couldn't help covering her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Kankuro pursed his lips, and his expression also became distressed. Are you satisfied with this answer? Gaara looked at Xianglin and said coldly. Xianglin pursed his lips and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked you this question. If an apology is useful, what should a ninja do? Just use your life to pay for your rashness. Gaara smiled again, and the murderousness in the smile was visible to the naked eye. 0 flowers. The giant sand claws behind him swelled huge again, as if covering most of the street, not only covering Xiang Phosphorus, but also Dong Daegu and the 3 shivering Konohamaru children. Call. The sand claw suddenly fell, unstoppable. Gaara. Both Temari and Kankuro turned pale, knowing that things had come to an end. When you move your hands, you get a little injury, and it can be said to be a small friction. But once a human life is lost, the nature of the matter changes. Not only did they lose the qualification to take the Chunnin exam, but even their original plans were completely destroyed. That was a plan orchestrated by their father, 4th Kazekage Rosa. The situation is serious. I said, kid, can you restrain yourself? With such a grumpy temper, your adults didn't teach you how to be a human being. The giant claws of sand exploded in an instant, scattered in all directions, bound by some invisible force, and fell into the trees on both sides of the street, without affecting everyone at all. 0. A figure wearing an orange and black jacket with a swirl logo on the back appeared in front of Xianglin, with his back facing her. Xianglin was in a trance, feeling that this figure was very familiar. Wow, it's Naruto-san. Konohamaru was the first to shout, his eyes glowing with adoration. His 2 little friends, Udon and Menghuang, also have bright eyes. Looking at the back is like looking at idol stars. Dong Daegu, why don't you hurry up and take a picture? Xianglin finally came back to his senses and kicked Dong Daegu. Dong Daegu suddenly realized. He began to shift the camera, moving away from the person's back and turning to the side. The person who came was grabbing Gaara's neck and holding it in the air. Gaara struggled desperately, but like a little chicken, she couldn't get rid of that hand at all. The man's profile was as sharp as a knife, the bridge of his nose was high and straight, and 3 whisker-like lines gave him an incomparably mysterious temperament. His eyes were as deep as the sea of stars, exuding calmness and calmness. Vortex Naruto, Konoha Genius Jonin. Temari and Kankuro were shocked and recognized the identity of the person who came. What made them even more terrifying was that in their eyes, Gaara, who was like a peerless Shura and invincible, was able to withstand a single blow in the hands of Uzumaki Naruto. This simply subverts their 3 views. Oh, I forgot, your father is Rasha. That guy has a bad temper and doesn't look like a child teacher. He probably gave you some shit. Forget it, man. In this world, you should learn good things, not those bad things. 1. Naruto put Gaara down and patted him on the shoulder, earnestly. It seems that he is the elder of Gaara.